Chapter 1. Just maintaining a respectful distance is enough. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts so much. Jiang Yunzhi opened her eyes and found herself in a 1,200 square meter bathroom. In a wrist-cutting situation, there was a shallow but painful gash on her left wrist, and blood flowed freely. What is this? Help. The plot of the novel, she stayed up all night. Reading came rushing back. Oh, she had Sue into a novel called Pure and Innocent White Moonlight. The 99 Times of Captive Love from the obsessive Shen Xuzhou. The problem was that Jiang Yunzhi had become the namesake female supporting character who was just a cannon fodder. The original character was the true daughter of the Jiang family who had been lost for years and had a secret relationship with the male protagonist, Shen Xuzhou. As the heir of the Shen group, Shen Xuzhou falsely claimed to be a poor boy. The original character handed over her salary and worked hard to support him. Shen Xuzhou used the original character's card to buy her an electric bike, promising that in the future he would make a lot of money so that she could ride in his Porsche and live in a big villa halfway up the mountain. The original character was so moved that she cried, believing she was the happiest woman in the world. Jiang Yunzhi's expression while reading was indescribable. At this moment, the plot was that the female lead of this novel, Shen Xuzhou's White Moonlight, had returned to the country. Shen Xuzhou immediately rekindled his passion with the White Moonlight. The original character was recognized back by the Jiang family after 2 months, and because of a wealthy family marriage, she was bundled off to marry a stranger she had only met once. Upon discovering that her boyfriend had been pretending to be a poor boy to deceive her, she realized she was merely a substitute for the White Moonlight. The betrayal from her boyfriend and family dealt a double blow, and the original character couldn't take it anymore and cut her wrist, which was today. Jiang Yunzhi suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. Suddenly, her heart tightened again in the original text. She didn't die. She was discovered by her wealthy husband and sent to the hospital. The big shot knew she was unhappy about the marriage, planting the seeds for a broken marriage. Jiang's mother rushed to the hospital and slapped her. Jiang's father pulled her off the hospital bed, and her brother held her head down to apologize to the big shot. The fake daughter Jiang Lulu seduced her husband in front of the original character, claiming to apologize for her ungrateful sister. She said that if she had married the other party, such disgrace would never have happened. Later, every time Shen Xuzhou quarreled with the White Moonlight, he would come to her for a flirty interaction to make the White Moonlight jealous. The original character, who was once lively, became a pawn in their game. What was even more terrifying was that Shen Xuzhou made her steal secrets from the big shots company, which he discovered, leading to a divorce with her leaving empty-handed. While the original character was sent to prison to work on a sewing machine, in the end, Shen Xuzhou and the White Moonlight lived happily together. The Jiang family treated her as if she were not their daughter, cherishing the fake daughter as a treasure, completely replacing her and becoming the only daughter of the Jiang family. Heavens, what an international joke. Jiang Yunzhi suddenly sat up in shock, rising from the bathtub. She absolutely did not want to work on a sewing machine. Jiang Yunzhi vowed to change the plot. First, she couldn't let her wealthy husband discover her wrist cutting, and she couldn't let this already emotionless marriage get any worse. Don't panic, just bandage the wound first. Jiang Yunzhi was in good spirits, adhering to the principle that if God wanted her dead, she would give God the middle finger, and she hurried to the door. Good job. No matter how bad the start is, it can't take me down. With a click, the bathroom door opened. A tall figure entered Jiang Yunzhi's view. The man was dressed in a sharp black suit, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with a perfectly proportioned figure. He had a face so handsome it was almost tragic, backlit, with sharp, cold features and an aura so strong it made one weak in the knees. His deep black eyes were looking down at her, exuding a sense of aloofness and indifference. Jiang Yunzhi felt as if she were petrified. Husband? She stammered. Yan Wenjing raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at her wrist. Her husband, who had just returned from a week-long business trip after they received their marriage certificate, was back, and the damn plot was happening. Think brain, think fast. Jiang Yunzhi's mind raced, and she said, I was just feeling inspired to practice my knife skills while taking a bath, and I accidentally hurt my hand. Could you please give me a first aid kit? The man said nothing, brought her the first aid kit, and then asked in a deep voice, Do you need me to call a family doctor? His voice was very pleasant. Jiang Yunzhi was momentarily taken aback and replied, No need to trouble yourself, I can handle it myself. Yan Wenjing didn't say anything more and began to examine his new wife. The woman had clear and beautiful eyes, a high nose, rosy lips, and flawless porcelain white skin. She was exquisite all around. Soaked and in thin clothes, they clung to her porcelain white skin, outlining her curvy figure. When she didn't speak, she seemed very obedient. Her recent words and actions seemed somewhat different from before. Yan Wenjing didn't delve into her odd behavior. She was merely a nominal wife, a wealthy family marriage, and there were no feelings involved. He had no interest in her whatsoever. From now on, just maintaining a respectful distance would be enough. After watching her bandage her wound, Yan Wenjing returned to his own room to take a shower. For Jiang Yunzhi, her silent and handsome rich husband was perfect in the original text. Yan Wenjing was just a background character. With very little description, his existence highlighted the charm of the male protagonist, Shen Xuzhou. The Yan family was the richest in the country. As the president of the Yan Group, Yan Wenjing was worth hundreds of billions and wielded immense power, far surpassing Shen Xuzhou. Clearly, his wealth and status crushed Shen Xuzhou, yet the original character remained unmoved, always in love with Shen Xuzhou. Jiang Yunzhi was left perplexed. It was hard to evaluate. At that moment, Jiang Yunzhi received a text from Shen Xuzhou. At the Genie Club private room, "I'm drunk. You have 10 minutes to appear before me, or you will lose me." Looking at the screen, Jiang Yunzhi felt like rolling her eyes to the heavens. Where did this confidence come from? Zero interest. In the private room of the club, it was lively inside. Shen Xuzhou lazily leaned against the sofa with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, looking carefree and flirtatious. "Xuzhou, isn't this a bit too much? 10 minutes is so tight." Jiang Yunzhi must be panicking, right? What's there to be afraid of? She loves Shen Xuzhou so much that even if she has to crawl, she will come over. That's true if Xuzhou says he doesn't want her. Jiang Yunzhi will definitely cry her eyes out. Who told our Shen Xuzhou to be so charming? Shen Xuzhou kept his eyes lowered, his expression calm, seemingly unconcerned no matter how his friends mocked Jiang Yunzhi. He didn't refute a word or stop them. Like a high and mighty observer, completely disinterested. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yunzhi had yet to appear in the private room. Shen Xuzhou clicked his tongue and frowned wild. He tightened his grip on his phone. The next second, the phone rang urgently. Shen Xuzhou answered, his voice low and bubbling. "Hello, Gigi." There was no reply from Jiang Yunzhi on the other end. Instead, a man's hoarse and magnetic voice came through. "Babe, want to go again?" Chapter 2. Married, do not disturb. Shen Xuzhou's expression froze. The next second, the embarrassing sounds of intimacy echoed in his ears, wild and chaotic, and particularly loud. Every sound screamed what was happening on the other end of the phone. Jiang Yunzhi was in bed with another man. Shen Xuzhou roared, "Jiang Yunzhi." The call was abruptly hung up. Crash! The wine glass shattered on the floor. Shen Xuzhou's face darkened like water, and he kicked the table in front of him over with force. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone around was stunned. Someone cautiously asked, "Xuzhou, what's wrong? Jiang Yunzhi won't come?" Of course, Shen Xuzhou wouldn't say she was in bed with someone else, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it. Jiang Yunzhi was doing this on purpose, trying to make him jealous in this way. If she thought she could control him like this, she was wronged. He curled his lips in a sneer. "Little thing has learned to be bad, trying to provoke me." His buddies began to berate Jiang Yunzhi again. "She can't even compare to a single hair of Z, and she's just a substitute. So what's there to be arrogant about? People who are bad at something tend to have big cravings. Does she really think she's the legitimate girlfriend? Hee. Wait until Brother Shen really gets angry and doesn't want her anymore. She'll have nowhere to cry." Everyone thinks Jiang Yunzhi is hopelessly in love with Shen Xuzhou and can't live without him. The earth could be destroyed, but Jiang Yunzhi would never leave Shen Xuzhou. They would rather believe tomorrow is the end of the world than believe Jiang Yunzhi doesn't love Shen Xuzhou. Shen Xuzhou himself feels the same way. He knows best how much Jiang Yunzhi loves him. She would gladly give him her heart. But just thinking about the noise from earlier, Shen Xuzhou couldn't help but pull out a cigarette. His eyes flickered, hard to read. As he exhaled smoke, he said, "She'll come back to beg me." In the original text, Shen Xuzhou wanted the original owner to go to the club, but she was in the hospital, her body very weak, and couldn't go. Shen Xuzhou actually called her, letting her hear his flirty voice with another woman. The original owner felt miserable. Thinking about the plot of the original text, Jiang Yunzhi decided to return the favor. After hanging up, she turned off the explicit video, closed the computer, and after doing all this, she smiled slyly. I'm such a genius. Turning around, she saw Yin Wenjing, who had come out of the shower at some point. Jiang Yunzhi. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Social death level, 10. Hee? Not hee. You saw everything? Jiang Yunji's mind buzzed sharply, wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Is this how life is going to be? She hadn't even started to establish a good relationship with the big shot, and her image was immediately ruined, reduced to a gluttonous girl. Yin Wenjing only saw her sneaking around watching videos, then turning it off with a satisfied look. Clearly, the big shot accepted the fact that his new wife was a gluttonous girl quite well and comforted her with gentlemanly grace. I understand normal physiological needs. That was quite considerate of him. Jiang Yunzhi had an obvious advantage. She didn't engage in internal conflict. The social death was the previous her. What did it have to do with the current her? She covered her face and ran into her room, feeling rejuvenated. Yin Wenjing's tone was flat. That's my room. Jiang Yunzhi also noticed there were no women's items inside. Okay, the couple sleeps in separate rooms. The original text didn't mention that the big shot was just a backdrop, while the entire story was almost all about Shen Xuzhou and Bai Yueguang's love-hate entanglement, torturing each other in a melodramatic reunion, long, as she didn't act like a love-struck fool. The melodrama wouldn't catch up to her. Jiang Yunzhi smiled. My room's hairdryer is broken. Can I borrow yours? Yin Wenjing looked at her meaningfully. There's a spare in the living room. Let the servant get it for you. Thank you. Jiang Yunzhi explored a bit and quickly returned to her room. Even though the big shot was very cultured and could hold a position of power in the Yin family, his underlying nature was still dangerous and indifferent. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't develop any impure thoughts about him. Suddenly, she received a text message. Shen Xuzhou. Jiang Yunzhi, you are an unclean woman. Let's break up. Jiang Yunzhi scoffed. Is this a joke? He was publicly expressing his love for Bai Yueguang, and she was already married. Their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship had long since ended. Moreover, Shen Xuzhou only dated the original owner because he lost a dare. This brief underground romance began with a dare and ended with deception and betrayal. Jiang Yunzhi quickly replied, married, do not disturb. Don't love me. Male third party, no future. She blocked him at lightning speed. Wait, she had a bad feeling. Checking her account balance, her heart sank. The original owner had given all her salary to that bastard Shen Xuzhou. Now, she only had 2 digits to her name. Ah, how frustrating. Outside the door in the hallway, a figure paused, seeing the commotion in the room. Jiang Yunzhi, with messy hair, was lying on the bed, her hands clasped in prayer. Come, wealth come. All her thoughts were about her desire for money. The next morning, Jiang Yunzhi washed up and changed clothes, heading downstairs for breakfast. Good morning, madam. The butler, Mr. Chun, was a middle-aged, handsome man with a warm demeanor and elegant movements. The Jiang family wasn't particularly powerful in the capital circle and was completely overshadowed by the wealthy families. The Jiang family could marry into the Yin family due to a marriage agreement made by the older generations, as Grandma Yin and Grandma Jiang were close friends. When the true heiress went missing, the Yin family didn't want the fake heiress and proposed to cancel the engagement, prompting the Jiang family to find someone in a hurry. Butler Chun had seen Jiang Yunji's profile. She had secretly dated Shen Xuzhou for a while and loved him very much. Accepting the engagement was entirely forced. Like most marriages in wealthy families, the wife didn't love the husband, and the husband didn't love the wife. Their lives were destined to be one of mutual respect. Butler Chun handed her a card. Madam, this is your pocket money from sir. Jiang Yunzhi asked straightforwardly. How much is on the card? 10 million. How much? 10 million. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. The big shot truly lived up to his title. He was generous with money. Compared to that scumbag Shen Xuzhou, who only knew how to talk big, the big shot was straightforward with cash. At that moment, Jiang Yunzhi really felt like the happiest woman in the world. Last night, she had been calling out for wealth for half the night, and it had worked. The god of wealth had heard her. She had struck it rich overnight. Jiang Yunzhi looked at Yin Wenjing with warm eyes. Ah, god of wealth. Yin Wenjing. He didn't know what was going on in her little head, but it was clear she was very happy. The man's eyelids lifted slightly, his face expressionless, but a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. So happy? It's just 10 million. Today is the weekend. Jiang Yunzhi doesn't have to work. The original owner had been falsely accused of stealing by the fake heiress Jiang Lulu, causing a commotion at the company, and everyone knew about it, which led to her losing her job. Soon after, she found a new job as a designer. Her phone rang, and the caller ID showed Mom. Hello. Jiang Yunzhi's tone was cold. Her mother asked her to come to the dining room for a family meal, then quickly hung up. Looking at the original owner's wardrobe, Jiang Yunzhi went to find the versatile butler Chun. Old Chun, I need appropriate clothes for a family meal. Before she could finish her sentence, Butler Chun said it was taken care of, went to report to Yan Wenjing, and then made a phone call. 15 minutes later, the latest items from various luxury fashion brands were delivered to her doorstep. Jiang Yunzhi took out the card that was still warm from her hand and finally said the line she'd been dreaming of, charge it to my card. Oh my, how glamorous. But she was just a country girl, she loved it. Butler Chin smiled warmly. No need, madam. You should save that pocket money for yourself. The sir will pay the bill. With one sentence, he firmly controlled Jiang Yunzhi. Chapter 3. The Longjing Tea of 82, Old Green Tea. Jiang Yunzhi's gaze towards Yan Wenjing gradually changed in flavor. Housekeeper Chen kindly reminded her, madam, you and the sir are only in a marriage of convenience. I advise you not to get too involved. The sir doesn't tea like others to entangle him. Jiang Yunzhi understood this very well and made an okay gesture. I understand. A marriage of convenience is essentially working for the big boss, being a decent CEO's wife. She was a tool with professional ethics and should not have feelings that were unnecessary. Even if she ever developed feelings, considering the monthly 10 million, she would extinguish them. She had a clear career plan. During the marriage, she would diligently fulfill her role as the CEO's wife and be a high-paid employee. In case the marriage ended, the money would already be in her pocket, ensuring a stable happiness for the rest of her life. While reading, Jiang Yunzhi scanned the text quickly, especially the minimal background of Yan Wenjing, which she glanced over. The original text mentioned that the big boss had a childhood sweetheart who was raised in the Yan family. Known in the circle as the little princess of the Yan family, the childhood sweetheart had gone abroad. Jiang Yunzhi instantly imagined hundreds of thousands of words about the past between the big boss and the childhood sweetheart. Some readers speculated that the big boss had been hurt in love, thus becoming emotionally closed off, indifferent, and abstinent. The big boss had someone in his heart and wouldn't engage in such underhanded actions. However, was it possible for such a handsome, wealthy, mature, stable, and gentlemanly man to be unrequited in love? Trash authors, come and take a beating. Jiang Yunzhi happily changed her clothes, stomping down the stairs in her slippers, turning around twice. How does this look? Is it pretty? Pretty, pretty. Housekeeper Chen nodded in praise. Madam is really very lively. After picking out her clothes and applying light makeup, Jiang Yunzhi went downstairs and found Yan Wenjing looking at her with a calm expression. She picked up her bag, her dark eyes sparkling, and approached him, saying, "Thank you for the clothes." There was a faint, sweet fragrance on her. Yan Wenjing met her gaze, his handsome brows furrowing slightly, but he still spoke gently. No need to thank me. You are the madam of the Yan family. He said madam of the Yan family rather than my wife. Jiang Yunzhi didn't think much of it. Housekeeper Chun saw her holding the sir's hand. His heart skipped a beat and hurried her out, instructing the driver to take her. Then, he skillfully handed Yan Wenjing a handkerchief. Like most domineering CEOs, the sir disliked physical contact and had a serious cleanliness obsession. Madam had already offended him. Due to the upbringing of the Yan family, the sir would not express his disgust openly, and his tolerance for his newlywed wife far exceeded that of outsiders. But housekeeper Chen knew the sir would absolutely not allow such boundary crossing to happen again. Otherwise, he would truly be angry. Yan Wenjing's fingers were well-defined and beautiful as he wiped clean with the handkerchief. He took out his phone, opened the WeChat chat with Jiang Yunzhi, and was typing. We are just a marriage of convenience. Maintain boundaries and avoid any unnecessary physical contact. Just as his thumb was about to hit send, 3 emojis suddenly popped up in succession. Jiang Yunzhi, little dog spinning around. JPG, Jiang Yunzhi, little bear releasing fireworks. JPG, Jiang Yunzhi, thank you, God of wealth. JPG, Yan Wenjing paused, his dark eyes deep. A few seconds later, he deleted that message, exited WeChat, and put his phone back in his pocket. Jiang Yunzhi. On the other side, She clearly saw the other party was typing. Why was there no follow-up? Sure enough, the big boss's thoughts were hard to grasp. Yunzhi restaurant. Jiang Yunzhi sat at the dining table, bored, scrolling through his phone. He wasn't very happy that his parents had called Jiang Yunzhi over for dinner. Just thinking about this blood-related younger sister, who came from the countryside, made him feel embarrassed. If she had half of Lu's understanding and grace, it would be fine. She's here. Jiang's mother stiffened for a moment, somewhat surprised. From the direction of the door, Jiang Yunzhi walked in. She wore a light pink feathered fringe long dress, with a slim waist and beige high heels, her legs fair and straight. Her face was fair, full of vitality, and with light makeup, her features appeared even more innocent. This is Jiang Yunzhi? How is she different from before? A hint of amazement flashed in Jiang Yunzhi's eyes. Still, he scoffed coldly, picking at her. Finally, you didn't pick clothes from a garbage heap. Jiang Lu's eyes turned red. Jiang Yunzhi was wearing the latest collection from V, which cost over $2 million for the whole outfit. Today, she deliberately dressed up extravagantly to outshine Jiang Yunzhi, but it only cost a little over $500,000. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunzhi surpassed her in an instant. Jiang Lu felt a pang of jealousy, somewhat aggrieved. Sister's dress is so beautiful, much more expensive than mine. Jiang's mother frowned intensely. Today, the family is here to celebrate Lu's joining Lando. You deliberately dress like this. Your jealousy is too heavy, very uncultured. Lando was Jiang Yunzhi's previous company. If it weren't for Jiang Lu slandering her, she should still be working there. Jiang's mother continued to nag. Lu is the younger sister. You are the older sister. You should give way to her. You already hold the title of Jiang family's golden girl. You should be content. Jiang Yunzhi, hearing such brainless lines, made her head hurt. She wanted to curse. Jiang Yunzhi retorted sarcastically. If it weren't for you stealing things and being morally corrupt, they wouldn't have fired you. Hearing this, Jiang's father's face turned ugly. Having a daughter who stole was a disgrace to him. Jiang Lu immediately smoothed things over. Don't say that, sister. It's all my fault. If I hadn't become the Jiang family's daughter, all of this should have belonged to you. Her small face was filled with guilt, her eyelashes damp with tears. Pouting, she was about to cry. Impressive. One had to admit that this fake rich girl had a knack for tea art. The Longjing tea of 82, and old green tea. Jiang Lu truly had a unique talent. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't learn her tricks. She took a sip of tea. Good tea, still on you. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at the others. Can't you see that the green tea is your lie? Again, she said, I didn't steal anything. Jiang's father, the humorless old fossil, slammed the table. All right, eat. Don't talk about these unlucky things. He clearly didn't believe Jiang Yunzhi's words. The whole family didn't believe her, thinking she was just a poor girl from the countryside. Poor people often had dirty hands. Stealing was normal. Jiang Yunzhi's repeated denial of stealing only made them angrier. How could someone be so thick-skinned? Jiang Lu felt somewhat pleased. In fact, she was the one who set Jiang Yunzhi up. Jiang Yunzhi quickly finished her meal and suddenly said, there are cameras at home. Checking them will reveal everything. Jiang Lu was momentarily stunned. Her heart tightened. Cameras. Jiang's mother was completely impatient. Jiang Yunzhi, have you caused enough trouble? Lu is pure and kind. Could she frame you? You refuse to admit what you've done and still want to smear your sister. How could I have a daughter like you? Chapter 4. Gaining skills. Jiang Yunzhi stood up and left directly. The Jiang family members all seemed possessed, showing favoritism towards the fake daughter. The brain-dead dad, the biased mom, the blind brother, and the insipid fake daughter. No wonder the original owner would cut her wrists. The Jiang family thought she just went to the bathroom and didn't pay attention. Jiang Yunzhi. Lu is really promising. She became a manager as soon as she entered the company. Although this manager position was arranged by the Jiang family, using connections, and cost $200,000 for her to parachute in. Jiang Lu smiled. I will definitely not disappoint my parents' and brother's expectations. In fact, she didn't teamwork work at all. Work was so hard. She just wanted to outshine Jiang Yunzhi, prove that she was better than her, and take everything from her: family, identity, job. At this rate, sooner or later, She would replace Jiang Yunzhi and become the only true daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Yunzhi ordered a bottle of wine, charged to the Jiang family's table, and walked out of the restaurant. The original owner's best friend sent her a WeChat message, inviting her to come over to play. Lin Xiaoyu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. The Lin family was richer than the Jiang family, a higher-level wealthy family with connections to the Shen family. Lin Xiaoyu had always disapproved of Shen Xuzhou playing with her feelings and advised her to leave the scumbag. Every day, she posted a message on her moments that only she and Jiang Yunzhi could see. Shen Xuzhou fell into a ditch. Shen Xuzhou pooped his pants today. My goodness. Please take this scumbag, Shen Xuzhou, away. Jiang Yunzhi scrolled through her moments, thinking, what this operation? Good friend, really has some substance. Excitedly tapping a reply. Eldest friend, let us drink together. Seeing the message, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Eldest friend? She is the eldest friend? Lin Xiaoyu was extremely excited. Those richer than her looked down on her, while those less wealthy fawned over her. Only Jiang Yunzhi treated her without condescension, not seeking her money, and was truly making friends with her. Now she even admitted to being her eldest friend. Lin Xiaoyu smiled, even happier. Soon, Jiang Yunzhi arrived at Lin Xiaoyu's house and opened that bottle of wine. Gigi, how come you invited me to drink? Lin Xiaoyu held up her wine glass and clinked it with hers. This wine is quite expensive. Jiang Yunzhi smirked. No charge, it's a gift. Lin Xiaoyu looked shocked. At that moment, a phone call came in. Jiang Yunzhi answered on speakerphone. An angry voice from Jiang Yunzhi came through. Jiang Yunzhi, are you crazy? Who told you to order a bottle of wine for 98,000? Jiang Yunzhi pretended to be calm. He was treating this meal, but was shocked when the bill came. Jiang Yunzhi actually ordered such an expensive wine. 98,000, just like that, vanished, and they hadn't even sipped a drop. Jiang Yunzhi, do you think of me as your brother? What do you think I am? Touching her chin, Jiang Yunzhi casually replied. A victim? An eerie silence filled the air. Jiang Yunzhi never expected her to respond like that. After a long pause, he scolded her. You are really a bad girl who spends money recklessly. Funny, when Jiang Lulu spent millions, why didn't he scold her? Jiang Yunzhi stood on the moral high ground, accusing him. It's only 98,000. Brother won't even spend that to celebrate Jiang Lulu. Looks like he doesn't really care about her. He just talks big. How stingy. After saying that, she hung up the call. On the other end, Jiang Yunzhi was about to bite his own back teeth off, spending 98,000 and getting scolded, while $1 million from Yan Wenjing was just given without question. What a stark contrast. Jiang Yunzhi declared, the big boss is like a male bodhisattva. She decided that before the boss's childhood sweetheart returned, she couldn't get a divorce. She would be a good tool, providing emotional support and being diligent at work. At least after the divorce, she could be a little wealthy woman. Gigi, well done. Your little mouth is like it's been poisoned. Hearing her scold Jiang Yunzhi made Lin Xiaoyu feel thrilled. She hated pretentious men who were both stingy and fake. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu frowned and grabbed her hand, asking, how'd you get hurt? Instantly feeling heartbroken. Is it Jiang Yunzhi who? No. Jiang Yunzhi sighed. I did it myself, don't talk about it. It's all in the past. After a meal, none of the Jiang family members noticed her hand was hurt. Her best friend was reliable. The essence of humanity is gossip. Lin Xiaoyu began to pry into her married life. I really didn't expect you to marry Yan Wenjing. That's Yan Wenjing. He single-handedly expanded the Yin family's territory at a terrifying speed, creating the Yin business empire, with power reaching the sky, the highest valued man globally. The key is he is cold-hearted and never approaches women. Everyone says they don't know what kind of woman can win him over. Lin Xiaoyu patted her shoulder, amazed that Gigi managed to win him over. She couldn't help but exclaim, really impressive. Jiang Yunzhi. Win over? That's impossible. How could she dare to disrespect the boss? It was more like the boss would win her over, possibly even sending her to prison. Moreover, the boss had someone he liked. Once his childhood sweetheart returned to the country, she might have to pack up and leave. Jiang Yunzhi didn't engage in inner turmoil. Money is endless. If she could earn for a month, that was enough. Instantly, all worries disappeared, and her mood improved. She even looked forward to next month's pocket money. Well, in the evening, Shen Xuzhou was drinking at a bar with his buddies. So, okay, why don't I see Jiang Yunzhi chasing after you? As soon as he said that, everyone started teasing. Yeah, it's strange that Jiang Yunzhi has the tea come over to check on you. Someone sighed. Brother Shen, actually, besides coming from the countryside, she's not bad at all. She's beautiful, gentle, and most importantly, she's sincere with you. Shen Xuzhou was very masculine. Jiang Yunzhi's personality greatly satisfied his male ego. Su Zian never lowered herself to coax him like Jiang Yunzhi did. Most of the time, he was the one coaxing Su Zian, who told her she was a goddess. Sometimes Shen Xuzhou would get tired and hope for someone to pamper him. After Su Zian returned, he didn't cut ties with Jiang Yunzhi because he enjoyed the feeling of being cherished and loved wholeheartedly. But now, Jiang Yunzhi was ignoring him and playing hard to get. Shen Xuzhou irritably took a couple of puffs of his cigarette. His tone cold. Jiang Yunzhi calls me 800 times a day. So annoying. I blacklisted her. His buddies instantly got excited. Brother Shen, that's fierce. ISNT that a bit too harsh. A few minutes later, someone showed Shen Xuzhou a phone. Jiang Yunzhi is drinking at Lin Xiaoyu's house. Doesn't he look like she's heartbroken? Shen Xuzhou's expression instantly darkened, and he crushed the cigarette in his hand, leaving the bar. Gaining skills. Jiang Yunzhi was waiting for a taxi by the roadside when a strong grip seized her arm. She frowned. Shen Xuzhou, reeking of alcohol, questioned her with a heavy gaze. Jiang Yunzhi, you've got some guts. Why did you blacklist me? Chapter 5. The CEO disease of dominant bosses. Why block him? Don't you have any self-awareness? Jiang Yunzhi was speechless. After mining for 10 years, she still couldn't find a treasure like him. I'm a married woman, don't bother me. Shen Xuzhou's face instantly turned cold, refusing to listen to a word. Jiang Yunzhi, stop pretending, you're just trying to provoke me. Suddenly seeing the bandage on her hand, his pupils constricted. You actually tried to cut your wrist for me? I knew it all along. You can't live without me. Is that even a human thing to say? Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but laugh at his words. The car arrived. She got in, and seeing Shen Xuzhou trying to get in, she kicked him out, saying get lost. Shen Xuzhou was furious, tugging at the car door. Jiang Yunzhi used all her strength to shut it. Leaving Shen Xuzhou standing there holding his hand, tears streaming down his face. Back at the villa, Butler Chun, Madam is back. At this moment, the effects of the alcohol kicked in, and Jiang Yunzhi rubbed her temples. She went upstairs to rest. Not paying attention, she bumped into a wall. Holding her head, she looked up. Oh, it wasn't a wall. It was the broad, solid chest of the big boss. So hard. Yin Wenjing reached out to support her, and once she was steady, he immediately let go. Jiang Yunzhi, thank you. Yin Wenjing smelled the mixture of alcohol and perfume on her. It was men's cologne. He raised an eyebrow. Going to see that ex-boyfriend again? Forget it. Yin Wenjing's expression remained cold. He didn't confront her. Who she was with and who she liked didn't matter to him. The man had his collar unbuttoned and his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, his tall figure completely overshadowing her. The next moment, he spoke. No drinking at night from now on. I don't want to see a drunken wife. Jiang Yunji's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. Understood. I promised to complete the task. Yin Wenjing. Downstairs, Butler Chen saw Jiang Yunzhi bump into Yin Wenjing and immediately sounded the alarm. Madam was once again on the edge of crossing boundaries. Something had happened before, and the master disliked women getting too close, especially with physical contact. The caring Butler Chen was worried that Jiang Yunzhi would anger the master and hurried upstairs, saying, Madam, you're drunk. Please go back to your room to rest. I'll have the nanny prepare a hangover soup for you. Okay, thank you, Butler Chen. Jiang Yunji's tone was soft and cheerful as she stumbled back to her room in slippers. She lay on the bed, burying her face in a fragrant, soft pillow. I'm alive again. A super mansion, endless pocket money, and someone to make hangover soup when drunk. This good life is really for her. The boss had just helped her, and their relationship had progressed further. Another day of getting along well with the boss. More to come tomorrow. At 3 in the morning, Jiang Yunzhi woke up thirsty and went out to get some water. In a room diagonally opposite, the door was halfway open and the light was still on. The boss is still not asleep at this hour? Jiang Yunzhi suddenly thought of something. That's right, in novels, those without any issues don't qualify to be dominant bosses. Dominant bosses all have CEO diseases. Whether it's obsessive-compulsive disorder, headaches, stomach problems, sleep disorders, claustrophobia, or heart disease, occasionally mixed with a few neurotics. The male lead, Shen Xuzhou, had serious stomach issues and was allergic. Later in the original text, he got into a car accident while arguing with Bai Yueguang, resulting in amnesia. As for Yin Wenjing, who would care about a background character? It seems the boss has sleep disorders. Standing in the hallway, she vaguely heard voices inside, as if they were having a meeting. Working late into the night, still holding a video conference. No wonder he is the top of the food chain in the book. No way. For the sake of her monthly 10 million, she can't let the man work late into the night and collapse from exhaustion. Jiang Yunzhi tiptoed to the kitchen. After 2 hours of video conferencing, Yin Wenjing rubbed his temples. His water cup was empty. The man pushed back his chair and got up to leave the bedroom. His gaze lowered. A hint of something unusual flashed in his eyes. Outside the door, a small dining card held a cup of milk. Next to it was a pink sticky note. Keep it up. Work is important. But you still need to take care of your health. Rest early. Below the text was a simple drawing of a cat by Jiang Yunzhi. A fat-headed cat. Yin Wenjing's cold, hard brows softened a bit as his hand touched the cup's wall. Still warm. A vibrant face flashed through his mind. His new wife was a bit strange. She could go out late at night to meet other men, get drunk, yet still make her husband warm milk in the middle of the night. She had the morals of a wife, but not much. Regarding his wife's lingering feelings for her ex-boyfriend, Yin Wenjing was quite tolerant. They were only nominally married, as long as Jiang Yunzhi wasn't madly in love with him. Everything was negotiable. At this moment, Shen Xuzhou was sitting on the villa's sofa, feeling a bit blocked in his chest. He felt that Jiang Yunzhi was different somehow. She wasn't as obedient as before. Jiang Yunzhi was his possession, and Shen Xuzhou wouldn't allow her to be uncontrollable. Previously, he pretended to be poor and spent all her little savings. When Su Zian returned to the country, he received news from his buddy and immediately abandoned Jiang Yunzhi to pick her up from the airport, which was indeed a bit over the line. But Jiang Yunzhi loved him so much. She shouldn't be so petty. After all, she had always been tolerant of him. Shen Xuzhou admitted that Jiang Yunzhi still had her merits. She didn't care about his money, could endure his temper, and he didn't have to worry about the consequences of venting his anger on her. If it were Su Zian, she would get angry at the drop of a hat, and he would have to buy expensive gifts and think of ways to coax her back. Xuzhou, are you asleep? The light at home is broken, and I'm a bit scared. The phone screen lit up. It was a message from Su Zian. Shen Xuzhou immediately replied, wait for me. The next day, Jiang Yunzhi went to work. The company she was at now wasn't as big as the previous Lando, but it had a relaxed atmosphere, and the colleagues got along well. The work content was just right, similar to what she did before transmigrating, all in design, which matched her profession. If she had come over to slaughter pigs, she might not have done well. Her colleagues were all chatty. The previous Jiang Yunzhi never interrupted, staying tucked away at her workstation, very introverted. Now she held snacks, perked up her ears, and listened to her colleagues gossiping about rich families, completely engrossed. The young star girlfriend of the third young master of the Zhou family had failed to impress her future mother-in-law for 3 years, and, in a fit of anger, became the mistress of the old man of the Zhou family. Last month, she moved in, and Zhou's wife had to call her mother-in-law. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but exclaim, explosive, so explosive. If you can't become a rich family's daughter-in-law, just become the mother-in-law of the evil mother-in-law. Her colleagues nodded in agreement. Suddenly, they froze. Wait, huh? Everyone was looking at Jiang Yunzhi, who was munching on a small bread, blinking her big, dark eyes. What are you all looking at me for? She opened the snack packaging and offered it. Want some snacks? Sharing snacks is the first step to harmonious coexistence in the workplace. Jiang Yunzhi opened a fishing bag prepared by Butler Chun and shared its contents with her colleagues. After all, there was a lot, and she couldn't finish it all. She could always replenish her supplies later. Just like that, she quickly integrated into the office, bonding well with her colleagues. After working for most of the day, she had already eaten her fill of gossip. Paid gossiping is not a bad deal. As they were about to finish work, the leader called a small meeting. The Van Jewelry brand under MH Group is going to hold a design competition, a global selection. with a theme muse. Our company has one entry slot. Who wants it? Silence, deafening silence. Chapter 6. Madam, you are the true warrior. It is well known that the three things that workers are most enthusiastic about are eating, slacking off, and getting off work. A group of people avoids the leader's gaze, tightly closing their mouths and pretending to be dead. The competition in this global design competition is too fierce. Participating is just running alongside. So it's better to honestly do one's own job. The leader is not very happy. No one? Burp. Jiang Yunzhi burped, blaming it on drinking soda too quickly earlier. Very well, Jiang Yunzhi, it's you. The leader made a quick decision and started clapping, saying everyone should learn from this and actively participate. Colleagues were dumbfounded. Is this really happening? They mechanically smiled and clapped. Is this how you sign up? Jiang Yunzhi scratched her head. Forget it. It's all about participation. Leader, meeting adjourned. In the evening, when Jiang Yunzhi returned, Butler Chun immediately smiled. Jiang Yunzhi opened her slacking off bag, which was empty. Old Chun, I shared all the snacks with my colleagues. Everyone loved them. You're like the ancient Greek god of snacks. Oh, and I also had a lot of watermelon today. She couldn't care less about the fatigue from working all day and started chattering. Butler Chun felt as if his daughter had just come home from kindergarten, chatting with her father. However, he was middle-aged and still single. When he was young, there was a girl he liked. He delivered meals and did laundry for her. But a year later, she got a boyfriend. Butler Chun bought breakfast for the girl and her boyfriend. They were getting married, and he was not the groom. So Butler Chun gave a wedding gift. Unexpectedly, the girl had a child and wanted him to come home to be a male nanny, offering a monthly salary of $3,000. Butler Chun refused, closing his heart to love, and resolutely became a butler for the Yin family, now earning $3 million a year. When Yin Wenjing entered the room, he saw this scene. Jiang Yunzhi sitting cross-legged on the sofa, chattering away. The diligent and taciturn butler Chun looked like he was spellbound. His newlywed wife was full of energy, with many lively expressions. Yin Wenjing couldn't understand how she could be so happy every day. The cheerful voice struck his eardrums. A very unfamiliar feeling. Jiang Yunzhi inadvertently caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. Sliding off the sofa, she walked a few steps over. Mr. Yin, you're back. Yin Wenjing nodded indifferently. The next second, the sweet fragrance from the woman entered his nostrils, not overpowering. Unlike last night, when there was an unpleasant men's perfume. Butler Chun was worried Jiang Yunzhi was overstepping boundaries. Although the gentleman had a strong sense of propriety, his wife's warm and cheerful nature might easily offend him. But he saw Jiang Yunzhi naturally reach out to take the coat Yin Wenjing had taken off. Yin Wenjing paused slightly, but showed no signs of impatience. Butler Chin's jaw dropped in shock. The gentleman actually let his wife touch his belongings, and there were no signs of displeasure at all. After Jiang Yunzhi hung up the coat, she turned around and saw Butler Chin looking as if he had turned to stone. She tilted her head, puzzled. At dinner, Jiang Yunzhi sat across from Yin Wenjing. While eating, she observed Yin Wenjing's preferences, knowing that an employee who doesn't understand the boss's likes is not a good slacker. Boss's taste acquired. She turned back to write it down in her little notebook. Jiang Yunzhi used public chopsticks to serve Yin Wenjing some dishes, trying to build a good relationship with a little white lie. Eat more. You look so thin. Butler Chun and the servants were dumbfounded. Madam, you are the true warrior. The gentleman's tall and strong physique, capable of smashing a sandbag with one punch, had nothing to do with being thin. Yet Jiang Yunzhi's gaze was resolute. There was a strong sense of conviction. Yin Wenjing's gaze deepened as he looked at her, as if he could see into her heart. The woman's eyes were pure, without any ambiguity. Yin Wenjing ate the dish she served. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes curved with happiness. Plan successful. Their relationship with the boss has progressed further. Anyway, she wouldn't be like in the original text, being instigated by Shen Xuzhou to steal the boss's company secrets. The boss wouldn't divorce her and send her to prison. If the boss had a good impression of her, it would be better if he delayed the divorce a little longer, so she could earn another month's pocket money. Suddenly, there was a piece of sweet and sour ribs in her bowl. Jiang Yunzhi. She met Yin Wenjing's gaze. The man's voice was deep, reciprocity. In the interaction between husband and wife, one cannot accept the other's kindness without responding. That would be very impolite. Everyone else was already stunned, receiving the boss's friendly signal. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but smile. Yan Wenjing was getting used to it. She seemed easily satisfied. Little things made her happy. However, happiness was a scarce commodity for people at their level. After dinner, Jiang Yunzhi researched information for the jewelry design competition. Butler Chun brought in a fruit platter. Van jewelry? Madam, are you thinking of buying? Jiang Yunzhi. She was just an ordinary worker, not someone who could casually say she would buy. She mentioned wanting to participate in the competition. Suddenly, she asked Butler Chun, will our husband acquire a company to gift to his beloved girl? Purely out of curiosity. In the original text, Shen Xuzhou often acquired companies to win back his first love. Butler Chun, Madam, you should read less of those CEO novels. Jiang Yunzhi, oh, I understand, Mr. Yin is different from other rich second-generation heirs. Butler Chun corrected her. The gentleman is not a rich second-generation heir. He is a rich N-generation heir with a strong ancestral background. He inherited the group at 10, became the head of the Yin family at 16, and built a business empire, which is why the Yin family has an unshakable position today. As far as Jiang Yunzhi knew, Shen Xuzhou still hadn't taken control of the Shen group. After applying a face mask, she continued working. No wonder I'm so impressive. I'm not only responsible for my beauty, but I'm also earning money to support the family. While Yan Wenjing was on the phone, he leaned against the stair railing, hearing the sound from downstairs, and cast his gaze down. Under the warm, yellow light, Jiang Yunzhi had her hair in a bun, wearing a face mask, and her fingertips were tapping rapidly on the keyboard. After praising herself, she began to hum, Can I Just Slack Off Now? It was the first time Yan Wenjing heard such a strange song, and Jiang Yunzhi was always off-key. So unpleasant. The man's lips curled slightly. Wenjing, why aren't you speaking? A puzzled voice came from the phone. Yan Wenjing came back to his senses and continued. A week later, it was old Madame Yan's birthday banquet, held at the Yin family's royal gold manor. Jiang Yunzhi had done her makeup exquisitely, with slightly curled black hair styled up, wearing a pure handcrafted little black dress. Around her neck was a ruby necklace bordered with pink diamonds. Butler Chun said it was something Yan Wenjing had bid for at a yacht auction 3 days ago. Jiang Yunzhi moved her lips. Butler Chun knew what she wanted to ask and smiled leisurely. 37 million. 37 million. So extravagant, Jiang Yunzhi muttered softly. Butler Chun, Madam, you can afford it with 4 months of pocket money. Jiang Yunzhi, then I guess I'll pass. She didn't want to go broke. Besides, it would take 4 months to save up, right? Yan Wenjing was already downstairs, checking the time on his watch. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yunzhi walked down the stairs in high heels. Yan Wenjing was impeccably dressed in a suit paired with a white shirt, the collar slightly open, exuding an aura of someone in a superior position. His trousers hugged his legs, making them look exceptionally long. The man's cold and deep brows and eyes, with his thin lips pressed together, gave him a clear and abstinent appearance. So handsome. She stole a few more glances. Jiang Yunzhi walked up to the man and asked, Shall we take a photo together? Yan Wenjing. Photo? Reason? Chapter 7 Holding Hands. Jiang Yunzhi knew that domineering CEOs generally don't like taking photos. To avoid any misunderstanding, she explained, Aren't there many couples who use their photos as phone wallpapers? Yan Wenjing's eyes were cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Yunzhi. We are not that intimate. It seemed he was kindly reminding her. Jiang Yunzhi replied, That's right, because we aren't. It's easy to expose our relationship in front of old Madame Yan. Love can't be faked. We need to solve this from another angle. If we can't show affection publicly, let's do it subtly. The details are what reflect a couple's true feelings. If old Madame Yan accidentally sees our wallpaper, she will feel reassured and won't worry about our relationship. Beside them, Butler Chun suddenly realized, Madame makes a lot of sense. Having the sir pretend to be affectionate is impossible. Old Madame Yan would see through it immediately. Changing the phone wallpaper is a small detail that fits the sir's low-key and reserved style. Madame is very thoughtful. Yan Wenjing responded, All right. Then he saw Jiang Yunzhi standing in front of him, raising her phone, adjusting the angle, and quickly pressing the shutter. Click. Jiang Yunzhi said, Done. Yan Wenjing's gaze fell on the photo. Jiang Yunzhi was wearing a little black dress, her eyes particularly bright, and her smile sweet like a radiant little rose. He appeared slightly out of focus behind her, softening his originally deep features, giving off an inexplicable warmth. It had to be said, the photo was quite warm and romantic. At first glance, one might mistake them for being deeply in love. In reality, it was merely a marriage of convenience for mutual benefit. Jiang Yunzhi smugly asked, "How was it? My photography skills are pretty good, right?" Yan Wenjing shifted his gaze away from her face, his thin lips slightly parted. "Very good." Butler Chun rubbed his ears. Did he hear that right? The sir just praised the madam. At that moment, he inexplicably wanted to say, "After all these years, it's the first time I've heard the sir praise a girl." He held back and remained professional. Jiang Yunzhi also had her professional ethics. Once the payment was made, everything was negotiable. She quickly set up the wallpaper, and Yan Wenjing did the same. The originally dark night sky was transformed into their couple photo, unfamiliar yet novel. An outsider suddenly intruded into his cold, dark world. Yujin Manor. Jiang Yunzhi never expected to run into Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian as soon as she got out of the car. How much does this awful world hate her? Why can't the scumbag and the white moonlight leave her alone? She didn't dare to open her eyes, hoping it was just a hallucination. But thinking about it, the whole world revolves around the male and female leads. The Shen and Su families are well-known wealthy families, so it was natural for them to be invited. Jiang Yunzhi adjusted her mindset, no longer questioning life. Shen Xuzhou looked at Jiang Yunzhi in amazement. She looked great today. He knew Jiang Yunzhi had always been beautiful. Even in cheap clothes, she was still exquisite to the point where one couldn't look away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered himself to date her. Jiang Yunzhi dressed like this must be trying to deliberately attract him. What a little temptress. Shen Xuzhou felt secretly pleased while maintaining a cold expression, pretending not to notice her. Su Zian linked her arm with his, her gaze attracted by the limited edition luxury cars not far away. The driver opened the car door. The first thing that caught her was a pair of men's leather shoes, followed by impressively long legs. The man in a black suit had a flawless figure and an exceptionally handsome face, exuding a noble aura, both precious and aloof. Su Zian's heart skipped a beat. Is that Yan Wenjing, the president of the Yen Corporation? She thought Shen Xuzhou was already an exceptional man. But Yan Wenjing surpassed him in every aspect: looks, family background, capabilities. In an instant, Su Zian couldn't help but glance at her boyfriend. If he walked over now and stood next to Yan Wenjing, he would look like a doorman. Her mood immediately soured. Knowing that Shen Xuzhou had a brief underground relationship with Jiang Yunzhi, she didn't care much. It was expected that he would come to find her once she returned. However, the Jiang Yunzhi she had looked down upon had actually married Yan Wenjing. Su Zian felt a sense of inferiority, uncomfortable with the thought that she was somehow less than Jiang Yunzhi. The ugly duckling would always be an ugly duckling, never able to transform into a true swan. The manor had a castle where attendants welcomed guests and guided them. The grand and dreamy castle, with antiques and precious flowers everywhere, was rich in history. Walking on the red carpet, Jiang Yunzhi felt as if she had entered a century-old oil painting, secretly amazed. Inside the castle, the giant European chandelier overhead reflected a charming glow. Someone was feeling sour. Yes, that was Jiang Yunzhi. There are so many wealthy people in the world. What difference does it make if one more is added? However, she quickly lost interest in being jealous, feeling like a monkey in a zoo, stared at by countless gazes. Don't look, or she might seriously consider charging admission. The guests chattered. Is it the rumored Mrs. Yan? So beautiful, very well matched with Mr. Yan. A perfect couple. She is the daughter of the Jiang family who was just found. I heard her previous life wasn't good. In the blink of an eye, she has risen to the top. Lucky indeed. The curious and gossiping eyes of the people were on Jiang Yunzhi, while those looking at Yan Wenjing were filled with awe and admiration. For the first time being gazed at by so many people, Jiang Yunzhi actually felt a little nervous. She unconsciously grabbed Yan Wenjing's hand. Her hand was soft, with delicate fingers tightly gripping his large palm. Yan Wenjing frowned slightly, but didn't pull away. Old Madame Yan, dressed in a qipao, looked elegant and graceful, surrounded by many people. Upon seeing Jiang Yunzhi and Yan Wenjing approaching, she immediately noticed their tightly held hands, her eyes brightening involuntarily. They're holding hands. She knew her grandson well. With Yin Wenjing's cold and unapproachable nature, stubborn as an ox, if he truly didn't want to, he wouldn't hold hands with Ji. This meant he was willing. Initially, old Madame Yin was worried that the two would struggle to adjust due to their marriage of convenience. But now, she felt much more at ease. They were doing well. Ji, come here and let Grandma take a look, she beckoned lovingly. Before entering the book, Jiang Yunzhi was raised by an old lady who had adopted her from an orphanage, teaching her many things and leaving her some money after passing away. Seeing old Madame Yin now felt like seeing her own grandmother. She missed her grandma. Jiang Yunzhi opened her arms and dove into old Madame Yan's embrace, calling out, "Grandma," in a soft and sweet voice. Old Madame Yan's heart melted. Yin Wenjing raised his eyebrows slightly. The urge to wipe his hands with a handkerchief earlier vanished. In the crowd, Jiang's family watched this scene with complicated feelings. It was precisely the Jiang Yunzhi they disliked who was so favored by old Madame Yan. Jiang Lulu whispered, "Sister is so good at winning old Madame Yan's favor. I'm so clumsy with my words and not likable at all." Chapter 8. Suffering in the stomach can't justify this mouth nonsense. Mother Jiang didn't like her belittling herself like this. Jiang Lulu was her pampered little princess and shouldn't be so humble. You're much more likable than Jiang Yunzhi. She's like a wooden block, doesn't know how to be grateful, and isn't close to anyone. Jiang Lulu still felt sour. She saw Jiang Yunzhi's outfit, a custom-made little black dress, a ruby necklace encrusted with pink diamonds, and earrings and a watch from high-end luxury brands, all limited editions. Altogether, it probably cost around 10 million. Without comparison, there's no pain. Looking at her own things, Jiang Lulu felt wronged. Sister's necklace looks so expensive. When can I have a necklace like that? Mom, buy it for me. Mother Jiang, feeling distressed, said, Okay, I'll buy it for you. She signaled her husband with a glance. Father Jiang, with a stern face, scolded by what? That necklace is worth nearly 40 million. The company isn't what it used to be. There isn't that much liquidity. Even if there was, I couldn't buy jewelry for Jiang Lulu. 40 million? Jiang Lulu's face almost cracked, raising her voice. She felt both sour and bitter, so uncomfortable. The things that the Jiang family couldn't afford, Jiang Yunzhi had. Mother Jiang was also surprised. She knew the Yin family was wealthy, but didn't expect Yin Wenjing to be so generous to Jiang Yunzhi. The whole outfit probably exceeded 50 million. Jiang Yunzhi stiffened. Jiang Yunzhi's things were worth several million. Yet he scolded her for a bottle of red wine worth less than 1 million. It made him seem a bit petty. Jiang Yunzhi felt a bit embarrassed. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame Jiang Yunzhi for acting unilaterally. If she had asked him nicely, would he not have bought it for her? Just $1 million bottle of wine. Jiang Lulu suppressed the jealousy in her eyes and worried. Poor families are very greedy. There are many valuable things in the castle. What if sister can't resist and takes one or two? It would embarrass the Yin family and get her kicked out by her brother-in-law. Mom, I'm really worried about sister. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Mother Jiang's expression changed instantly. She dared. As a mother, she had to educate her daughter properly. Mother Jiang, in a flurry, pulled Jiang Yunzhi aside and told her to manage herself. No matter what you were like before, you are now a daughter of the Jiang family, representing the face of the Jiang family. Don't do anything shameful again, understand? Jiang Yunzhi glanced at her. Are you referring to Jiang Lulu slandering me for stealing? Her voice wasn't low, and everyone around heard her. They all perked up their ears, looking like they were watching a show. Grandmother Yin came over. What's going on? Mother Jiang panicked, resentfully staring at Jiang Yunzhi, blaming her for saying everything outside. Jiang Yunzhi explained the whole story. Jiang Lulu's diamond necklace went missing, and later it was found in Jiang Yunzhi's bag, claiming she stole it. Jiang Yunzhi said she didn't, but no one believed her. Jiang Yunzhi pressed her head and made her apologize to Jiang Lulu, admitting to stealing. Jiang Yunzhi would never admit to something she didn't do. She was unwilling to apologize. Father Jiang was very angry and punished her kneel. Grandmother Yin frowned after listening. Where's the evidence? Just based on Jiang Lulu's one-sided word? Mother Jiang paused and spoke up. We all saw it with our own eyes. The thing was found in Jiang Yunzhi's bag. Someone questioned. That's simple. Jiang Lulu could have put the necklace in her bag first and then taken it out in front of you. Mother Jiang blurted out. That's impossible. Lulu grew up under my watch. I know her character. She is very well-mannered and would never slander others. Jiang Yunzhi chimed in, yes. Lulu has been good since she was little. Compared to Jiang Yunzhi, the sister they had just recognized, he surely believed Jiang Lulu, whom he had spent years with. Jiang Yunzhi blinked. The house has surveillance. It will all be clear. You didn't even look, just assumed it was me. I'm so wronged. Not looking at the surveillance and just assuming it was the biological daughter doing it. Isn't that too biased? The guest looked at the Jiang family with some disdain. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't take it anymore. He was a bit annoyed. All right, I can see the surveillance content on my phone. Let's pull it up now. Jiang Yunzhi was pushing him. Since she was shameless, he wouldn't be the brother who didn't stand up for her. Today, in front of everyone, he would expose her true identity as the real young lady. Jiang Lulu's mind buzzed, and she grabbed the phone. No, we can't look at the surveillance. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at her strangely. Jiang Yunzhi smiled slightly. Why can't we look at the surveillance? Jiang Lulu's scalp tingled. She didn't know why, but she felt Jiang Yunzhi was different now than before. The old Jiang Yunzhi was easy to deal with. Jiang Lulu took a deep breath and said, Today is Grandmother Yan's birthday banquet. There are so many people watching. Sister, please don't make a scene, okay? The truth doesn't matter. I just don't want you to get hurt. If you say you didn't steal, then you didn't steal. I believe you. She went to grab Jiang Yunzhi's hand, but was swatted away. Jiang Lulu was about to cry. Sister. Jiang Yunzhi countered her. Does it not matter? Then why do you bring it up every time we meet? Now, we just need to check the surveillance to know the truth, yet you dare not look. Are you scared? Suffering in the stomach can't justify this mouth. What innocent little flower was she pretending to be? Jiang Lulu's lips trembled slightly. I'm not scared. Jiang Yunzhi frowned. He couldn't watch anymore and wanted to pull Jiang Lulu away. Father Jiang glared at Jiang Yunzhi and coldly scolded. Enough. This matter ends here. If it gets bigger, it will be the Jiang family's face that is lost. He was now regretting finding Jiang Yunzhi back. The Jiang family walked away. A cold voice came from behind. Ends here? Did you ask me? The Jiang family froze in their tracks. In the original plot, at Grandmother Yan's birthday banquet, Jiang Lulu used the same trick again, bringing up the matter of Jiang Yunzhi stealing, making everyone think that the real young lady was a thief. The original owner had no way to defend herself. Her already weak marriage with Yin Wenjing was made worse, and grandmother Yin was disappointed in her. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't tolerate being blamed unjustly. She took out her phone and played a video. In the video, Jiang Yunzhi said, You country bumpkin, get out of the Jiang family. I am the only true young lady of the Jiang family. Don't even think about taking what's mine. Jiang Lulu put her diamond necklace into Jiang Yunzhi's bag and then turned to tell the Jiang family that the necklace was lost. After seeing this, what more was there to understand? It was all her self-directed drama, framing Jiang Yunzhi. Jiang Lulu seemed struck by lightning. Her face turned pale. You, how do you have the video? Chapter 9, I miss you. Jiang Yunzhi shook her phone and smiled. What a thoroughly enjoyable crash. A few days ago, recalling the original plot, she gave the Jiang family's servant 300,000 and copied a surveillance video, after which the servant took the money and quit. The eyes of those around fell on Jiang Lulu, filled with cold mockery. Jiang Lulu's body jolted, feeling a blockage in her heart. Aye, this isn't true. The video must be forged. Old Madame Yin said displeased. Is this what Madame Jiang calls being cultured? Not caring for one's own flesh and blood, but favoring the adopted? How strange. The Yin family did not welcome someone of Jiang Lulu's character. Someone, take her out. Jiang Lulu now felt like she could kill Jiang Yunzhi. Tears streamed down her face, feeling humiliated. Being kicked out of the birthday banquet by old Madame Yin made her lose face in the Beijing circle. Others would look down on her, and those wanting to curry favor with the Yin family would no longer invite her. She bit her lip, crying and apologizing. Sister, I'm sorry, really sorry. I didn't mean to. Jiang Yunzhi replied. Yes, you didn't mean it. You did it intentionally. The Jiang family was also driven out. Before reaching the main door, Jiang father slapped Jiang Lulu. Look at the stupid things you've done, embarrassing us. Are you trying to ruin the Jiang family? Offending the Yin family. How will the Jiang family survive in the Beijing circle from now on? Do you even have a brain? Jiang father was filled with rage. The company's stock price might plummet tomorrow. He was a businessman, most concerned about face and profit. Jiang Lulu was in immense pain, sobbing. Jiang mother couldn't help but feel sorry, embracing her. Lulu did this because she feels insecure. Jiang Yunzhi took away our love. And Lulu can't handle it for now. It's understandable. Jiang Yunzhi thought of that video and felt a bit uncomfortable. Lulu actually cursed Jiang Yunzhi as a bastard. Clearly, Jiang Yunzhi was the biological one. Wasn't he also a bastard then? But upon seeing Jiang Lulu's swollen eyes and red face, he couldn't help but soften. After all, she was his beloved sister for many years. Dad, don't blame Lulu. She indeed did wrong, but Jiang Yunzhi is even more wrong, knowing it would harm the Jiang family's reputation. She still insisted on revealing the truth in front of so many people, turning the Jiang family into a joke. She is too selfish, a little white-eyed wolf. She could have used a more tactful way, but she chose the harshest one to slap us in the face. Shen Xuzhou thought Jiang Yunzhi was eloquent and shining today, very charming. What's wrong? Can't forget her. You can go find her, Su Zian sneered. Shen Xuzhou frowned slightly. No, she has been bothering me lately. I've blocked her. This little episode was soon forgotten by everyone as they sat down to eat. Grandma, there's a popular TV drama recently. Jiang Yunzhi picked up her phone to share with old Madame Yan. The old lady was sharp-eyed and immediately noticed her wallpaper. They looked like a couple really well-matched. Good. She even specifically checked Yan Wenjing's phone, which had the same couple photo as wallpaper. Old Madame Yan took a sip of soup, smiling brightly, very sweet. Others were puzzled. Sweet? Where's the sweetness? This soup is obviously salty. In the evening, guests gradually left. Through the glass, Jiang Yunzhi saw Su Zian leaning against Shen Xuzhou, wrapping her arms around his neck. Shen Xuzhou cradled the back of her head and kissed her passionately. Ugh! What a good birthday banquet turned into a display of love by the main couple. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Yunzhi caught Shen Xuzhou pausing for a few seconds before kissing more forcefully, more domineeringly, as if he wanted to kiss Su Zian's lips to shreds. Jiang Yunzhi looked away and turned to leave. Xuzhou! Su Zian cried out in pain. Shen Xuzhou froze. She's gone? Why did Jiang Yunzhi leave just like that? A coldness seeped into his eyes, as if something was out of control. On the way back, Su Zian mentioned Jiang Yunzhi. She doesn't deserve Yan Wenjing. With her background, if it weren't for the engagement, she could never match such an outstanding man in her life. Su Zian had a pale complexion, bright red lips, and long black hair, belonging to the cool and stunning category, noble and arrogant. Shen Xuzhou liked her lofty appearance, infatuated. But tonight, for some reason, seeing her belittle Jiang Yunzhi, her expression seemed a bit harsh. He didn't like it much. Su Zian sneered. Yan Wenjing is so excellent. Jiang Yunzhi will definitely fall for him uncontrollably. Impossible. Shen Xuzhou's face turned cold. She wasn't the kind of vain woman who would fall for Yan Wenjing for money. Jiang Yunzhi wasn't a gold digger. Even if he fell to sleeping on the bridge, Jiang Yunzhi would accompany him without complaint. Su Zian said, it's not just about money. Yan Wenjing is outstanding in every aspect, a dangerous and charming man. What did she mean by that? Did she think Yan Wenjing was better than him? Shen Xuzhou tightened his grip on his phone, feeling a terrifying low pressure. If it were between Yan Wenjing and me, who would you choose? Su Zian didn't hesitate. Of course, it's you. She had self-awareness. A man like Yan Wenjing, who stood at the top of the food chain, would never be like Shen Xuzhou, who would pamper her and tolerate all her little quirks. Men like Yan Wenjing wouldn't love anyone. Thinking of this, Su Zian no longer envied or hated Jiang Yunzhi. Things that didn't belong to her would eventually be lost. Compared to Jiang Yunzhi, who had to lower herself and please the Yan family, being cherished by Shen Xuzhou was true happiness. When the little princess of the Yan family returned to the country, Yan Wenjing would probably divorce Jiang Yunzhi, and then she would be kicked out. Shen Xuzhou's eyes suddenly brightened. Divorce? If Jiang Yunzhi divorced Yan Wenjing, she would definitely return to him. That night, Jiang Yunzhi stayed overnight at the castle. She pulled down the zipper on her back and took off her little black dress. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. The room door unexpectedly opened, and a tall and noble figure walked in. Jiang Yunzhi turned her head. Help! In a flurry, She hurriedly put her clothes back on. The sight of her full and smooth body was striking. Yan Wenjing's pupils constricted. He turned his back, feeling a bit restless. Soon, Jiang Yunzhi finished dressing and asked, "How'd you get in?" Yan Wenjing replied, "This is my room." "Right." Jiang Yunzhi almost forgot. With old Madame Yin around, they couldn't sleep in separate rooms. They had to sleep in the same bed tonight. She turned her eyes, looking calculating but unable to figure it out. She had no experience in this kind of situation. Yan Wenjing was calm. "The bed is big. It doesn't matter if two people sleep. We one T bump into each other." Jiang Yunzhi mechanically nodded. Then I'll go shower." First, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Yan Wenjing took off his jacket, casually unbuttoned his shirt, and went to the sofa with his notebook to handle emails. By the bed, Jiang Yunzhi's phone rang. Yan Wenjing raised his eyes. The ringtone was a bit loud, so he stood up and walked to the bedside to pick up the phone. It was a number without a name. He pressed answer. A bubbly voice came through. "Gigi, I miss you so much." Chapter 10 Little Liar. She was taking a shower. A cold male voice suddenly rang out. Shen Xuzhou held his phone, his whole body stiff. He opened his mouth to say something, and the call ended. "Damn." Shen Xuzhou cursed and smashed his wine glass. His buddy, Zhou Kai, was taken aback. "Xuzhou, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Get lost." Shen Xuzhou's anger surged in his chest as he lit a cigarette and silently began to smoke. That voice belonged to Yan Wenjing. Jiang Yunzhi was going to sleep with Yan Wenjing tonight? His anger flared up again. Shen Xuzhou was furious. He never expected Jiang Yunzhi to be such a self-deprecating woman, sleeping with a man she didn't like for money. She must have been forced. Now his mind was filled with thoughts of her being sullied. Shen Xuzhou couldn't believe that Jiang Yunzhi, who claimed to love him deeply, would not keep herself pure for him. He couldn't take it anymore. Shen Xuzhou texted her, "Jiang Yunzhi, you're really cheap." After finishing her shower, Jiang Yunzhi changed into the nightgown the maid had prepared for her. Jiang Yunzhi felt numb. The champagne-colored silk spaghetti-strap nightgown was very short, barely covering her butt, and had a large open back, truly excessively sexy. In just a second, she decided to revoke the maid's right to prepare her clothes. No more preparations. She was scared. She opened the bathroom door and walked out, unconcerned about anyone else. This elegance lasted only a few seconds, as Yan Wenjing's gaze swept over. She felt as if her feet were about to spark with fire and quickly dove into bed. Yan Wenjing saw a fleeting shadow. A faint scent of rose lingered in the air. The woman lying on the bed had long black hair spread out, and her skin exposed outside the nightgown was fair and delicate. Yan Wenjing's throat moved, feeling a strange itch. He closed his laptop and entered the bathroom. At this time, Jiang Yunzhi was applying a facial mask and picked up her phone to scroll. In the bar, Shen Xuzhou had a pile of cigarette butts at his feet. With one hand holding a cigarette and the other gripping his phone, he almost wanted to crush it. On the screen, "Jiang Yunzhi, you're really cheap." Below, a reply came. "If you dare to insult her again, I'll bankrupt Shen's." This tone could not possibly belong to Jiang Yunzhi. It was a warning from Yan Wenjing. Shen Xuzhou looked as if he had suffered a great humiliation. She was his woman. Why should Yan Wenjing protect her? The next moment, he smashed his phone hard against the wall. "Bang! Zhou Kai, who provoked you? Just say it, and we'll go deal with him together." Shen Xuzhou felt even more humiliated. "Shut up. Deal with Yan Wenjing? In your dreams." He had to admit that Yan Wenjing was very dangerous, ruling the capital with an iron fist. When he said he would bankrupt Shen's, he was not joking. He could really do it, as long as he wanted to. Just as Jiang Yunzhi took off her facial mask, her best friend Lin Xiaoyu sent several WeChat messages. "Shen Xuzhou and Su Ziyan are trending. That scumbag, Shen Xuzhou." She clicked on the link. Shen's young master kisses Su's white moonlight goddess passionately on the street. It was a video. Below, netizens commented, "Good things are coming. Oh, such a good match. A strong alliance. A love of equal strength." People watching wanted to fall in love. Jiang Yunzhi exited, tapping her fingers on the screen. Married, indifferent to trash X. Sisters are on the same wavelength. Regarding the ambiguous relationship between the male and female leads, whether it was a kiss or a standing kiss, she didn't care. She just wanted to be a plain and ordinary worker, Xiao Jiang. She turned to click on a domineering CEO novel, sweet enough to roll around in bed. Yin Wenjing walked out of the bathroom wearing a gray bathrobe, the collar open, revealing his muscular chest. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at him, her mind buzzing, and quickly turned her face away. It was a bit stimulating for her. As a girl who liked watching male model videos, what bad thoughts could she have? She dared to call out to handsome guys in videos to let her touch their abs, but when faced with the real thing, she didn't dare to make a sound. Honest. JPG. It must be said that the big boss had a really good figure, better than any male model she had seen. Jiang Yunzhi lowered her head, focused intently on the novel, trying to shake off the image that had just flashed through her mind. The room was large, with enough space for both to move around. The sleeping area and the office area were clearly divided. While dealing with official business, Yin Wenjing heard movement from the bed. The bed was really big. Jiang Yunzhi could practice gymnastics on it. Right now, she was tossing and turning. In the novel, the obsessive male lead repeatedly hurt the female lead, pushing her far away. And finally, the female lead kissed the second male lead. The second male lead was on top. Jiang Yunzhi had an anti-smile, her fist pounding the pillow, letting out a joyful chuckle. Hee 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 hee. Yin Wenjing. The woman on the bed had messy hair, her movements not graceful. Her small face flushed with joy as she rolled around. It was puzzling but felt very refreshing. When they first met before marriage, Jiang Yunzhi was undoubtedly beautiful, but she resembled a wilted rose on a gloomy, rainy day. Like a puppet, dull and uninteresting. She was very different from the Jiang Yunzhi now. The current Jiang Yunzhi was very vibrant. Did I disturb you? Jiang Yunzhi noticed the man's gaze and covered her mouth. Then I'll be quieter. Thus, her low laughter turned into muffled giggles, intermittent. Like a pervert, Jiang Yunzhi realized belatedly. Before going to bed, she thought of something and said, I'm not very still when I sleep. If I do anything inappropriate, Mr. Yin, just push me away and say that S an extra charge. She would take it out on anyone else, especially not on money. Extra charge? Yin Wenjing didn't lack money. To him, money was just a number, and he didn't understand her thought process. Jiang Yunzhi curled up in a quilt, wrapping herself like a silkworm, leaving only her head exposed. She quickly fell asleep. The clock struck 12:30. Yin Wenjing went to bed earlier than usual. The man hadn't fallen asleep yet, but his expression changed instantly. He opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Yunzhi beside him. Her sleeping face was very obedient. The position was completely different. Her arms and legs were all draped over him, entangled like an octopus, her cheek rubbing against his shoulder, soft flesh squished together. There was no safety distance at all. She had crossed the line. The man frowned slightly. Jiang Yunzhi didn't like herself. She was still deeply in love with her ex-boyfriend, Shen Xuzhou, even if that man was not great and would scold her. Therefore, regarding her offense, Yin Wenjing didn't need to worry about her falling in love with him and causing trouble. That would be a bit of a headache. Remembering what Jiang Yunzhi said before sleeping, Yin Wenjing gently pushed her away. That S an extra charge. His voice was deep and rich. Jiang Yunzhi mumbled in her sleep and then tightened her grip around the man, her fingertips clutching his black pajamas. Yin Wenjing's body stiffened slightly. His pupils darkened. Her method didn't work at all. He truly was out of his mind to believe her nonsense and act so childishly. Little liar. Chapter 11, Is There Such a Good Thing? Jiang Yunzhi slept soundly until dawn, and the space beside her was already empty. Strange. Why do I hear someone in my dream quoting another price? It scared her to death. Fortunately, it was just a dream. This person, she wouldn't give her life, nor money. Jiang Yunzhi went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. It was a call from Jiang Xuzhou. Jiang Yunzhi, why don't you just die? Lulu cut her wrist this morning, and if anything happens to her, I will never let you go. Hurry over to the hospital and apologize to Lulu, where you'll no longer be a Jiang family heiress. The address. Slap. Before he could finish, Jiang Yunzhi hung up the phone. Hearing the cacophony of barking dogs early in the morning affected her mood. Hanging up on him? Jiang Xuzhou's lungs were about to explode. Furious, he called again. What else with the barking? Did they not eat enough this morning, and now they're barking in their mouths? A crisp, sarcastic female voice reached his ears. Jiang Xuzhou. He found it hard to believe. How can you speak to your brother like that? You really are an uncultured bad girl. Jiang Yunzhi ignored him. You just said that if I don't apologize to Jiang Lulu, I'm no longer a Jiang family heiress, right? Jiang Xuzhou thought he had her cornered. Yes, now you're scared, huh? Hurry over. The next moment, he heard Jiang Yunzhi say, "Is there such a good thing?" He suspected he was hearing things. Jiang Yunzhi could tolerate her sugar daddy, but she couldn't stand the Jiang family, who didn't pay her and pointed fingers at her. I am now the wife of Yin Wenjing. If you cut ties with me, I'm not a Jiang anymore. Then the Yin family and Jiang family have no kinship relationship, right? Do mom and dad know you unilaterally announced you're ending the kinship with the Yin family? What? Jiang Xuzhou didn't expect her to talk back. He remembered when she was just recognized by the Jiang family. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes were filled with a longing for familial love, and she had always been flattering to her family, cautious and humble. Today he thought that by threatening her, Jiang Yunzhi would panic and apologize to Lulu. Instead, unexpectedly, she turned around and threatened him. It put him in a difficult position. Jiang Yunzhi hung up the phone. However, in front of Jiang Xuzhou, she appeared fearless, but inside, she felt uncertain. If she wasn't a Jiang family heiress, would Yin Wenjing divorce her? After all, they were just a wealthy marriage with no emotional foundation. During breakfast, Jiang Yunzhi directly asked. Yin Wenjing, not knowing why she asked, coldly replied no. His tone was neither warm nor cold, but it was certain. Who Jiang Yunzhi was didn't matter to Yin Wenjing. Marrying her was partly to fulfill his grandmother's wish, and partly because he indeed needed a wife to deflect unnecessary romantic advances. It wasn't Yin Wenjing's narcissism. At his position, countless women would come at him, and business partners would send beautiful young girls to curry favor with him. Being married could reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles. As for Jiang Yunzhi's identity, it had become unimportant. Receiving a definite answer, Jiang Yunzhi smiled and sent a good person card to the big boss in her heart. Mr. Yin, eat more. Another day of diligent work. Immediately after, she transformed into a fierce little fire dragon and messaged to confront the blind jerk. Jiang Xuzhou completely played dead. Jiang Yunzhi had the guts to be so tough, which surely meant she had Yin Wenjing backing her. He must be out of his mind to challenge Yin Wenjing. Old Madam Yin was tinkering in the vegetable garden in the backyard. At her age, she enjoyed growing flowers and vegetables. She originally lived in the Yin family's old house, but moved to the Yujin Manor last year, as the soil here was more suitable for growing fruits and vegetables. And it was closer to the villa where Yin Wenjing now lived. Grandma, I'm here to help you. Jiang Yunzhi's soft voice rang out, full of energy. Old Madam Yin cast a suspicious glance. You little girl, can you grow vegetables? Oh, she suddenly remembered that Jiang Yunzhi grew up in the countryside under tough conditions. Accidentally hitting a sore spot, Old Madam Yin felt sorry. Child, Grandma. I can. Jiang Yunzhi said cheerfully, showing no sign of being hurt. Her face was sunny. Jiang Yunzhi thought to herself that she had helped her grandmother grow crops before, and it was time to show off her skills. Dressed in rubber shoes and rolling up her sleeves, she got to work. She first weeded the vegetable patch in front of her, covered it with mulch to suppress weeds, and then loosened the soil in another large area to avoid damaging the roots. Seeing some vegetables had aphids on them, she quickly sprayed chili water. Grandma, let us build a frame so the green beans can grow better. Old Madam Yin was astonished. The girl really knew what she was doing. She could hardly keep up with Jiang Yunzhi's pace. Jiang Yunzhi puffed and panted as she planted seeds. Bok choy, spinach, lettuce, carrots, and many other varieties. The place was so vast that all sorts of vegetables could be planted. After sowing, she covered them with a thin layer of soil. Old Madam Yin couldn't stop smiling. After Grandpa passed away, no one had accompanied her to do these things. Jiang Yunzhi, you have a lot of energy. Jiang Yunzhi praised her. Not bad, but I still lag behind Grandma a bit. I'll work hard to keep up with you. Old Madam Yin laughed even louder. Aunt Lu sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen the old lady smile so happily. Yin Wenjing saw Jiang Yunzhi like a little follower, trailing behind Old Madam Yin, and couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips. Jiang Yunzhi took a photo and posted it on her social media, captioning, look at the territory I've conquered, big harvest. Lin Xiaoyu who usually slept until noon, came back to life and commented, "So energetic being young is so good," in a tone as if she were already 70 or 80 years old. There were also comments and likes from college classmates. Before being recognized by the Jiang family, the original owner had relied on her own abilities to get into Beijing University, the same school as Jiang Lulu. If she hadn't been recognized and hadn't met Shen Xuzhou, she would have had a good job and lived well. At the hospital, Jiang's mother scrolled through Jiang Yunzhi's social media and frowned. Why post such things? Not suitable for public view. She really is from the countryside. Jiang Lulu sat on the hospital bed, her wrist wrapped in thick bandages. In fact, she had only made a small cut. She was afraid of pain. She bribed the doctor to make it sound serious, making the Jiang family feel soft-hearted. After the birthday banquet incident, her parents were no longer as tolerant as before. "Mom, I'm worried that the Yin family will look down on her because of my sister's lack of taste." Jiang's mother was furious. "How can you still be thinking about her at this time? With such a big wrist-cutting incident. You don't even see your sister caring about you," her younger sister. She was very disappointed in Jiang Yunzhi. She doubted whether Jiang Yunzhi was really her biological child, as she showed none of her good genes. Moreover, Jiang's mother felt that Jiang Yunzhi was distant from her, which left her feeling uncomfortable. Chapter 12, she is willing to work for the big boss for a lifetime. Jiang Soheng was still angry about this morning's events, wishing that Yin Wenjing would divorce Jiang Yunzhi immediately and marry Lulu. He expressed his thoughts. Compared to Jiang Yunzhi, that ungrateful, white-eyed wolf, Lulu is much more suitable to marry into the Yin family. If it weren't for Grandma Yin insisting on Jiang Yunzhi, Yin Wenjing wouldn't have married her. Just after saying this, he noticed that Yin Wenjing had liked a post from Jiang Yunzhi on social media. Jiang Soheng felt slapped in the face. Jiang Lulu's face turned ugly. Yin Wenjing not only didn't dislike Jiang Yunzhi, the country bumpkin, but also gave her a like. It was known that this billionaire was very aloof and never liked anyone's posts. Jiang Lulu felt a surge of anger, as if Jiang Yunzhi had stolen her husband. "Mom, is there really no way for me to marry Mr. Yin?" she asked. "Sister doesn't understand anything, can't socialize or entertain, and can't be Mr. Yan's virtuous wife. If I marry him, the Jiang family will rise to new heights." Jiang's mother felt troubled. How could she influence the Yin family? She dared to criticize Jiang Yunzhi, but felt stammering when speaking to Yin Wenjing. This suggestion did intrigue Jiang Soheng. "Lulu, you are so good. Far better than Jiang Yunzhi. It won't be long before Yin Wenjing discovers your worth." Jiang Lulu was disappointed with this answer. She felt sour inside, but still liked Jiang Yunzhi's post, commenting, "Wow, sister is so amazing, as expected from someone from the countryside. I've never grown vegetables and know nothing. I'm so stupid, by the way. Didn't brother-in-law accompany you?" Jiang Yunzhi replied quickly, "Are you so stupid that you don't care about your life? Being slow isn't a crime. Just learn more about vegetables. I'm counting on you." Jiang Lulu was so angry she wanted to smash her phone, but in front of the Jiang family, she could only weakly wipe her tears. That night, Jiang Yunzhi and Yin Wenjing stayed an extra night at the manor and would return to the villa tomorrow. She returned a set of jewelry she wore to the birthday banquet along with the box to Yin Wenjing. The butler said this set was worth 60 million. Jiang Yunzhi thought to herself, "I'll compete with you rich people. How can I return it? Don't you like it?" The man's voice was low and pleasant. Jiang Yunzhi was momentarily stunned. "Huh? You're giving it to me?" Thank goodness, the big boss wasn't the type to say, "Woman, your name is greed." Like a brainless, domineering CEO, he actually intended to give her such expensive jewelry. She was really going to cry. She was willing to work for the big boss for a lifetime. Yin Wenjing saw through her thoughts. The men of the Yin family are not stingy with their wives, even if she is just a nominal wife. Take it. Who wouldn't be tempted? In an instant, Jiang Yunzhi admired Yin Wenjing to the core. "Mr. Yin, I'll run a bath for you." The next second, seeing the man's brow slightly raised, she thought that her words might be inappropriate, easily leading people to misunderstand her intentions. Jiang Yunzhi quickly corrected herself. "I'll have a servant run a bath for you." She turned and dashed out, her happiness radiating even from the back of her head. So easily satisfied, Yin Wenjing's thin lips curled into a slight arc, almost imperceptibly. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but feel content. He was giving her so much, equivalent to 6 months of her pocket money. At 11:30 at night, Yan Wenjing finished 2 international meetings, wrapped up work early, and went to bed. The bedroom was dark. A rich rose scent emanated from the person beside him. Not overpowering, surprisingly not unpleasant. Yan Wenjing fell asleep with this scent. In the middle of the night, he woke up again. Jiang Yunzhi had her arms around his neck, her fair and soft cheek rubbing against his shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his neck. The man's dark eyes stiffened as she clung to him. He hated physical contact, but Jiang Yunzhi was almost completely pressed against him. As close as a real couple, yet he didn't feel very annoyed. Perhaps it was because she was unconscious. Jiang Yunzhi had never shown annoying affection in front of him. With this thought, Yan Wenjing pinched his brow, a trace of helplessness crossing his eyes. The next morning, Jiang Yunzhi woke up to find a pillow stuffed in her arms. Her heart skipped a beat. During breakfast, she cautiously asked, "Mr. Yin, I didn't offend you last night, did I?" The man's gaze swept across her face, her little expression looking both timid and innocent, as if saying, "I'm finished," which was quite amusing. Yan Wenjing leisurely took a sip of coffee and said, "Yes, you weren't honest." "Oh." Jiang Yunzhi, frustrated, held her head. "Mr. Yin, I really didn't mean to. After I fell asleep, my hands and feet had a mind of their own." Yan Wenjing said leisurely, "Next time, your pocket money will be halved." Halved? 5 million evaporated overnight. Jiang Yunzhi felt crushed. As they were leaving, Grandma Yin stopped Yan Wenjing, seriously reminding him, "I just saw Gigi having breakfast. She looked so down." "Gigi is young. Don't bully her too much." Yan Wenjing. "Grandma, I'm not bullying her." Grandma Yin looked at him with a skeptical expression. Seeing her misunderstanding, Yan Wenjing didn't bother to explain further, just didn't expect that cutting her pocket money in half would have such a strong impact on Jiang Yunzhi. This couple, who appeared to be married, hardly ever slept together except for the occasional overnight stay at the manor or the old house. Who knows when they would share a bed again? What was there to worry about? On the way to work, Jiang Yunzhi thought of this and her smile returned. She was sleeping in a separate room from the big boss. How could there be an opportunity to cut her pocket money? Jiang Yunzhi felt revitalized. In the break room, Jiang Yunzhi poured herself a cup of coffee when her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was Zhou Kai, a good friend of Shen Xuzhou, calling, saying Shen Xuzhou had alcohol poisoning and was in the hospital, asking her to go see him. Jiang Yunzhi replied, "Don't you know I'm at work?" Zhou Kai was confused. Someone like him, a wealthy young master, didn't need to work and spend his days idling, thinking the whole world was like that. He said helplessly, "What's more important, work or Xuzhou?" Jiang Yunzhi gave him a look that said, "What nonsense are you talking? Of course work. Can these damn protagonists have some sense? Not everyone can just spend money without working. Damn protagonists." Zhou Kai got angry. "What is so great about your job that you need to go? Take care of Xuzhou. Pamper him, and you'll get hundreds of thousands." "Where are you going to find hundreds of thousands?" Jiang Yunzhi found it ridiculous, serving Shen Xuzhou like that. He would only give her a few 100,000 if he was happy. "I get 10 million in pocket money every month. If Shen Xuzhou gives me 10 million, I'll go see him." There was dead silence on the other end. Zhou Kai was stunned. 10 million? Yan Wenjing actually gave her 10 million a month. As a good friend, Zhou Kai knew that the most generous Shen Xuzhou had ever been was when he bought a 500,000 necklace for his first love. Su Ziyan. The brothers all praised him as the pure love warrior. He had been completely overshadowed by Yan Wenjing. Shen Xuzhou would give her a few 100,000. The Yin family would give her tens of millions. Zhou Kai fell silent for a long time and accused her. "I didn't expect you to be such a shallow woman. Only seeing money. You insult love. Love is priceless." Chapter 13, Madam, with your spirit, you will succeed in anything. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Kai was unusually silent. 10 million a month. If Yan Wenjing was willing, he would become Mrs. Yin immediately, even if it meant changing his gender. He could do it. This money was too easy to earn. He could let Jiang Yunzhi, that dead girl, enjoy the good life. Jiang Yunzhi texted Su Ziyan, informing her that Shen Xuzhou had been hospitalized due to alcohol poisoning. The male and female leads were locked in. The hospital ward door was pushed open, and Shen Xuzhou's heart skipped a beat as he sat up. The person who came in was actually Su Ziyan. He thought it would be. What was going on? Zhou Kai had clearly called Jiang Yunzhi. Why hadn't she come yet? Was there a traffic jam? Damn it, with her old electric bike, it would take forever to get to the hospital. Shen Xuzhou was filled with anger towards women, completely dismissing Su Xian's concern. Noticing that the man was distracted, Su Xian's expression turned cold, and she leaned in to kiss his lips. Shen Xuzhou instinctively responded, and the two embraced and kissed as if no one was watching. With his anger, he nearly bruised Su Xian's lips before he was satisfied and let her leave. Zhou Kai saw this and said, Xuzhou, Jiang Yunzhi is vain and has fallen for money. The goddess is the woman you should love. Su Xian was a campus goddess, someone everyone fought over, leading to bloody conflicts. Shen Xuzhou felt a bit irritated and took out a lighter from his pocket, lighting a cigarette. He replied mockingly, I know. Jiang Yunzhi isn't even worth a strand of Xian's hair. Seeing his buddy so clear-headed, Zhou Kai felt relieved. Just so you know, Jiang Yunzhi is already with Yan Wenjing. She doesn't deserve you. After work, downstairs at the company. Xuzhou, aren't you in the hospital for alcohol poisoning? What are you doing here? Su Xian was furious, feeling deceived. You're just pretending, coming here to find your plain ex-girlfriend, right? Just as Jiang Yunzhi walked out of the company, she heard someone arguing. Stunned for a moment, she saw the scene before her. Oh, the plain ex-girlfriend was her. The drama had come crashing down on her. Shen Xuzhou was taken aback. How did you know I was here? Are you following me? Yes. I installed a tracker on your phone, Su Xian admitted generously. Shen Xuzhou's entire demeanor turned cold, visibly displeased, as he smashed his phone on the ground and stomped it to pieces. Jiang Yunzhi would never act like you. Su Xian, the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, had never been treated like this before. She exploded. Break up. I want to break up with you. Shen Xuzhou sneered coldly. Fine, let's break up. I used to be pathetic, begging you to come back. There won't be a next time. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzhi quietly muttered that she didn't believe it. In this cliché novel, the male and female leads would argue and pull at each other 100 times, breaking up and getting back together, eventually leading to Shen Xuzhou imprisoning someone. Otherwise, how could it be called 99 times of obsession with the paranoid young master? Not wanting to become a part of this ridiculous drama, Jiang Yunzhi quietly slipped away. In the evening, Shen Xuzhou sent a text from an unknown number. I broke up with Su Xian. After thinking about it, I still think you, Yunzhi, are better. You won't make unreasonable demands. Yunzhi, let's get back together. No, was he sick? Jiang Yunzhi replied with a roll and decisively blocked him. As the original text, white moonlight substitute, she kept running into the male and female leads, and the brainless male lead was always lingering. He definitely wanted to drag her down the original path to a tragic ending. Jiang Yunzhi was indeed a bit annoyed. In a fit of anger, she ordered takeout. Out of nowhere, Steward Chen appeared, surprised to see the table full of takeout. Madam, you just had dinner. Are you already hungry? Jiang Yunzhi warmly invited him. Would you like to eat together? Steward Chen declined, telling her that the staff meals in the villa were excellent, with a dedicated restaurant and chefs of a godlike level. Jiang Yunzhi, after a late-night snack, she asked the steward to show her around the villa. Since arriving, she hadn't taken a proper tour. Besides the 20 billion luxury villa, there was also a top-notch medical team on standby 24/7, a top cleaning company, and international top security personnel. If she divorced Yan Wenjing, she would say goodbye to everything here. Jiang Yunzhi's desire not to divorce reached its peak. She seriously asked Steward Chen, is there any way to make Mr. Yan like me? Steward Chen's expression was serious. Madam, although you are excellent, I must say that Mr. Yan may never love you in this lifetime. The man who built the entire Yan business empire had a heart as cold as a glacier. The more one knew him, the more clear his rationality and ruthlessness became. Just like Mr. Yan's parents, who were in a business marriage and never loved each other until death. He thought Jiang Yunzhi would be angry at his bluntness, but Jiang Yunzhi just smiled. It's not the kind of love between lovers. I still have self-awareness. Just liking me a bit more than outsiders would be enough. The more he likes me, the longer we stay together, and my little treasury will be full. Of course, you can. Madam, with your spirit, you will succeed in anything. Steward Chen began to teach her, and Jiang Yunzhi took out a notebook to jot down notes. Yan Wenjing's interests, tastes, some living habits, taboos, etc. Jiang Yunzhi looked at the notes and muttered, OCD, sleep disorders, dislikes physical contact. Very domineering. In the bedroom, at the desk, Yin Wenjing sat in his chair, leaning back and rubbing his temples. He then gripped a glass of water and strode out. When the door opened, he paused. The man's eyes were like a calm sea under the night sky. Jiang Yunzhi pointed to the dining cart. Mr. Yin, I thought you might be thirsty at this time. Here are milk, juice, and warm water for you to choose from. Milk. Yin Wenjing's voice was flat. Jiang Yunzhi immediately handed it to him. When he took the cup, his fingertips accidentally brushed against the woman's hand, causing a faint electric shock that sent a shiver down his spine. It was just a moment. The man remained expressionless but spoke in a low voice. Thank you. After delivering the milk, Jiang Yunzhi left, concealing her accomplishments and fame. This natural, just right concern didn't provoke Yin Wenjing's aversion. However, that night, he couldn't sleep. Despite finishing work early for the past 2 nights at the estate, he had fallen asleep more easily than usual. Returning to the villa, he once again fell into insomnia. Yin Wenjing lay on the broad bed, his eyes half closed. The bedside lamp shone on one side of his face, illuminating one side, while casting the other in shadow, making him even more inscrutable. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his expression darkening. Was it the scent? The rose fragrance from Jiang Yunzhi. He had fallen asleep those 2 nights while smelling that scent. The next day, Yin Wenjing's bathroom had the same shower gel as Jiang Yunzhi's. After showering and lying on the bed, the rose scent lingered at his nose. Fresh, sweet, inexplicably pleasant. The clock ticked towards 3:50 a.m. Yin Wenjing opened his eyes, wide awake, a hint of disbelief flashing in his gaze. He failed to fall asleep. The assumption was wrong. It wasn't the scent that helped him sleep, it was. A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 14, The Adult World, is not so simple. A few days passed, and it was Friday. Jiang Yunzhi got off work and went to eat hot pot with Lin Xiaoyu, choosing a restaurant near the company. Lin Xiaoyu looked at her with a smile and asked how married life was. Is your husband really something? You lucky girl. I envy you. Hugging a husband who's even more handsome than a star and has a body better than a male model. You must be waking up laughing in your dreams. Those words made Jiang Yunzhi feel uneasy. Even if she had 100 guts, she wouldn't dare to covet Yin Wenjing. That thought was too dangerous. If she dared to show even a hint of desire, she would transform into a greedy little girl, and her 10 million pocket money would go down the drain. Not to mention being kicked out by Yin Wenjing. He not only had obsessive-compulsive disorder, but also insomnia and disliked interacting with people. Only when he encountered the legendary true love could he be cured. This was the initial setting of the domineering CEO, and there was no escape from it. It was clear that she, as the cannon fodder female supporting character, was from a completely different world than the CEO. It was more practical to fill her little treasury before he found someone to heal him. Jiang Yunzhi replied, watch fewer Korean dramas. Be careful not to spoil your brain. Lin Xiaoyu picked up a piece of beef and continued. Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian broke up. Jiang Yunzhi ate her vegetables and nodded slightly. I know. You also saw the gossip news? Lin Xiaoyu swiped her screen to show her. Shen's young master star's pool party, forgetting everything while playing in the water. Su's young lady's candlelight dinner with 5 male models. Jiang Yunzhi was 7 parts speechless and 3 parts shocked. The main characters really know how to play. She was uninterested in what the two had done and asked Lin Xiaoyu about her weekend plans. Lin Xiaoyu said, I met a new friend named Tang Yu. He's really nice, speaks gently, and we have a lot to talk about. He's different from those people before. He's not after my money. Tang Yu invited me to go hiking tomorrow. Jiang Yunzhi noticed a hint of expectation in her good friend's eyes. Suddenly, she thought of something. Tang Yu, isn't he the first flower protector of the white moonlight in the novel? Readers say he is a damp, clingy dog, appearing every time the female lead fights with the male lead. He even slept with the female lead once. When Shen Xuzhou found out, he went berserk and beat Tang Yu up, getting hit by a car while chasing Su Zian, leading to amnesia. Even after losing his memory, he forgot his own name, but still remembered Su Zian. The first thing he did upon waking was to imprison her on an island, leading to a shameless and scandalous plot. 10,000 words omitted here. Jiang Yunzhi propped her chin and thought about Tang Yu's plot in the original text. Although Lin Xiaoyu said Tang Yu wasn't after her money, In reality, he was indeed after her money. Tang Yu was the illegitimate son of the second elder of the Tang family, with little money on hand. To win over Su Zian, he could only rely on selling his looks to scam rich ladies for money. Hence, he set his sights on Lin Xiaoyu. During one hiking trip, he intentionally fell down a mountain, pretended to be lame so that Lin Xiaoyu would feel responsible for him. He would suck her dry for money and then turn around to please Su Zian. Because he couldn't stand Lin Xiaoyu standing up for her good friend and making Su Zian unhappy, Tang Yu got her drunk and sent her to a perverted old man's room to be tormented. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't take the blow and eventually went insane. Jiang Yunzhi became anxious. They couldn't hike, holding the script in her hands. She had to drive away that scumbag who was both a dog to Su Zian and dangling her good friend. Actually, after getting married, I sit alone in a villa of tens of thousands of square meters every day. It's very lonely. She spoke up. Huh? Lin Xiaoyu hadn't realized what kind of hard life her good friend was living. Then she heard her say, if no one accompanies me to the jewelry exhibition tomorrow, a little girl named Jiang Yunzhi will quietly shatter. Oh my God, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, instinctively beginning to feel heartbroken. Alone in a villa of tens of thousands of square meters, that does sound quite empty. It's okay. I'll accompany you to the jewelry exhibition. Jiang Yunzhi felt a bit embarrassed. Really? She began to feel a fragrance of tea enveloping her. Aren't you going hiking with Tang Yu tomorrow? Is it really okay to ditch him to accompany me? She blinked her innocent big eyes. The pitiful sweet girl was irresistible to Lin Xiaoyu. Of course, men are everywhere. A best friend like you is the only one. How to choose is obvious. Just like that, Lin Xiaoyu was convinced and went to refuse Tang Yu. I have to accompany my best friend to the jewelry exhibition tomorrow. Let's reschedule hiking. Tang Yu, what's going on? You just decided not to hike? He couldn't believe that after being gentle and considerate all this time, putting in so much effort to please her, she would actually stand him up for another woman? Bitch. Tang Yu couldn't help but curse. He was very angry. Women, indeed, are not good things. No, the goddess is different from these vulgar goods. Tang Yu turned around to flatter Su Zian, inviting her to go hiking. Upon seeing Tang Yu's message, Su Zian rolled her eyes. She had always known Tang Yu's feelings for her, neither accepting nor rejecting him, maintaining an ambiguous relationship. Many times, she looked down on Tang Yu. But when she was hurt by Shen Xuzhou, she would think of Tang Yu. Su Zian agreed to go hiking with him and screenshot their conversation to send to Shen Xuzhou. Shen Xuzhou was very domineering. You dare? You're not allowed to go. Su Zian, Mr. Shen, we have already broken up. What right do you have to control me? Go find your starlet. A woman, daring to retort? Shen Xuzhou was on the verge of going berserk. Jiang Yunzhi never defies me. She does whatever I say. Unlike you, so petty, even if I flirt with other women. She won't throw a fit. Shen Xuzhou believed he was a very charming man, attracting many young starlets and internet celebrities. Hugging and kissing them was inevitable. The world of adults is not so simple. There are always many things beyond one's control, playing games. But he had great self-restraint for Su Zian. He never slept with those women. Even if they stripped and jumped into his arms at the last moment of breaking boundaries, he would exercise immense self-control and hold back. Ask which man in the world is as restrained as he is. This time, the two had another big fight and parted unhappily. Weekend. Assistant Su walked behind Yan Wenjing, reporting work while walking. As the special assistant to a billionaire CEO, sometimes he had to work overtime on weekends. Assistant Su was not annoyed because the overtime pay was 10 times out of weekdays. He could handle it. Suddenly, the CEO took out his phone from his pocket, looked at the screen, and his cold expression changed momentarily. Yan Wenjing saw the WeChat in her face. Jiang Yunzhi had sent a curious cat emoji. Mr. Yan, have a nice weekend. Today I'm going to a jewelry exhibition with my best friend. I'll be back at night. Little cat sending flowers. JPG. Suddenly, someone reported their schedule to him, which felt strange. In the past, Yan Wenjing didn't understand this behavior. It seemed superfluous to him. He didn't care where others went or what they did, nor would he share his own schedule. It was meaningless. At this moment, seeing Jiang Yunzhi take the initiative to send a message, he unexpectedly felt not repulsed. Yan Wenjing replied with a good. On the other side, Jiang Yunzhi received a reply and was just about to exit the interface when suddenly another message popped up. Chapter 15, he is not that kind of mean husband, Yen Wenjing. I'm on a business trip to Huicheng this afternoon. We'll be back in a week. The big shot is going on a business trip. Jiang Yunzhi quickly sent a few reminders and then stepped back on her own. She grasped the sense of boundaries perfectly. On the other end, Yen Wenjing belatedly noticed the words jewelry exhibition. Does this mean she wants jewelry? Walking on the rugged mountain path, Tang Yu was drenched in sweat, but he felt like he was on steroids. A huge sense of happiness swept over him, almost drowning him. The goddess actually agreed to climb the mountain with him. How blissful. Good thing that Lin Xiaoyu, that fool, rejected him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to ask the goddess out. Tang Yu was fed up with selling his looks to flatter those middle-aged women with techie faces. It made him nauseous. Only thinking about Su Ziyan could soothe his injured soul and give him the motivation to keep making money. Every time he received money to please the goddess and saw the smile on Su Ziyan's face, it felt like everything was worth it. It was a chance rear-end collision that made him fixate on Lin Xiaoyu. This young lady from the Lin family was particularly easy to deceive. The goddess wanted an expensive handbag, but he couldn't afford it. He originally planned to trick Lin Xiaoyu into lending him $2 million by saying he was opening a CAF when they went hiking. Now that he couldn't borrow money, it didn't matter. Are you tired? Tang Yu held an umbrella for Su Ziyan, afraid she would get sunburned. Where could a male model be as considerate as him? He was the one who loved the goddess the most. Su Ziyan looked listless. Tang Yu, I had another fight with Shen Xuzhou, and I'm really sad. Tang Yu was choked up. He really couldn't bear to see her sad, so he comforted her. Don't worry, you're so good. Shen Xuzhou will definitely come back to you. Su Ziyan, but he has been flirting with that female celebrity, and every time I think about it, I can't even eat. Can't even eat? How can that be? Tang Yu felt heartbroken. I'll help you deal with that woman. Make her stay away from Shen Xuzhou. Huh? Su Ziyan blinked, hesitating. Isn't that a bit too much? Tang Yu said fiercely. It's her fault for seducing Shen Xuzhou and making you sad. She deserves to be beaten. His tone was fierce, which inexplicably struck a chord with Su Ziyan. She suddenly found this love-struck fool more pleasing to the eye. All right, as long as you do it. Just don't involve me. Tang Yu readily agreed. Got it. You could trust me to handle it. Okay. Su Ziyan was completely unburdened. Suddenly, in an unfortunate accident, Tang Yu fell, umbrella and all, into a small ravine nearby and was sent to the hospital. Standing in the corridor, Su Ziyan dialed Shen Xuzhou's number. Xuzhou, I'm at the hospital. Shen Xuzhou's heart tightened. Wait for me. He violently pushed away the half-naked little online celebrity in his arms, pulled up his pants, and went to pick up the belt on the floor. Ziyan. Shen Xuzhou arrived at the hospital and grabbed Su Ziyan, his face full of worry. What do you feel unwell? Seeing the concern in the man's eyes, all her anger dissipated. It's not me, it's Tang Yu who fell down the mountain. Hearing that she was climbing the mountain with another man, Shen Xuzhou's anger flared up. Just as he was about to say something, her finger blocked his lips. I almost fell too. Don't be angry with me. I was so scared. Kiss me. The woman's voice was incredibly tempting. The next second, Shen Xuzhou roughly bit down on her lips, as if he wanted to meld her into his body. Seeing this scene through the glass door, Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. An unparalleled jealousy surged within him. A thought surfaced in his mind. He wanted Su Ziyan to owe him. While Yen Wenjing was on a business trip, Jiang Yunzhi continued her orderly life. She used the inspiration sparked by the jewelry exhibition for her creations and finally completed her entry for the Van Jewelry Design Competition, clicking Submit. Yunzhi finished her entry? Her colleague Shan asked. Jiang Yunzhi. Yeah, I worked on it for 2 nights. Shan. Haha, do you have confidence? Jiang Yunzhi held a cup of goji berry chrysanthemum tea. It's all about participation, boss. You tapped the table and said, after work, the department is having a social gathering. We're all going out for dinner. It's not a big deal, but everyone has to come. Mr. Wong from the company will reimburse it. As a working person, they could skip a meal, but still wanted the free dinner benefits. Everyone skipped afternoon tea to save room for the evening gathering. Seeing everyone post on social media, Jiang Yunzhi also shared one. A group photo from the dinner with the caption, a fulfilling day, not really, just fished around all day. Announcing today's best dishes. Almond bacon cheese bread and coconut milk cocktail. Hee hee. JPG. In a Chinese-style private room, Yin Wenjing was dining with several CEOs. For a big shot like him, everyone was eager to please, pouring drinks and flattering him. Those who knew him well understood that while he appeared warm and gentlemanly on the surface, he was actually decisive and ruthless underneath. Yin Wenjing leaned back in his chair, his deep-set eyes making it hard to read his emotions. With one hand in his suit pocket and the other holding his phone, his fingers swiped across the screen, suddenly stopping at a post Jiang Yunzhi had made an hour ago. One of the CEOs got up to personally light a cigarette, carefully handing it to him. Yin Wenjing held the cigarette between his fingers, his gaze nonchalant as he liked the post. Until he zoomed in on the group photo, his expression darkened slightly, and he pressed down the corners of his mouth. In the photo, a male colleague was very close behind Jiang Yunzhi, his fingertips almost touching her shoulder, and she was smiling brightly. In an instant, Yin Wenjing wanted to tell Jiang Yunzhi that she was married and needed to maintain a distance from the opposite sex, that she should have a sense of boundaries. But then he thought they were only a surface couple, and Jiang Yunzhi still held onto her ex-boyfriend. There was no need for him to meddle. He wasn't that kind of mean husband. Ash fell from the cigarette. Someone next to him reminded, "Mr. Yin?" Yin Wenjing lightly tapped his fingers, canceled the like, withdrew his gaze, and extinguished the screen. He bit down on the cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, the man's eyes turned cold. The atmosphere in the private room inexplicably became chilly and oppressive. The CEOs exchanged glances, thinking something had gone wrong, and those with insight called in a few little online celebrities to pour drinks and lighten the mood. The men pulled the little online celebrities onto their laps. Just as one little online celebrity wanted to lean against Yin Wenjing, she was stopped by his sharp gaze. "I have a wife." Yin Wenjing's voice was low and cold, exuding an aura that kept people at bay. The fat-headed, big-eared CEOs quickly told the little online celebrity to leave. Yin Wenjing extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and left with little interest. One CEO wanted to shake hands and say a few words of farewell, but suddenly remembered that this big shot had a cleanliness obsession. The clever assistant, Sue, stepped forward, shook hands with the other party, while saying he looked forward to future cooperation. After the dinner, on the way back to the hotel, Yin Wenjing leaned against the back seat, resting his eyes. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Jiang Yunzhi. Why did Mr. Yin cancel the like? Yin Wenjing casually tugged at his lips, ignored her, and continued to close his eyes. After a while, the phone buzzed again. Jiang Yunzhi sent a crying puppy gif. "Big shot, don't ignore me." Imagining the expression on Jiang Yunzhi's face while typing, the coldness on Yin Wenjing's face faded. He typed 2 words, slipped. Chapter 16, remember, you are married accidentally sent? That's fine. Jiang Yunzhi's heart sank back into her stomach as she asked him, "Mr. Yin, have you eaten?" At this time, he should have already had his meal. However, the big boss is a workaholic who sometimes forgets to eat when busy, so it's possible. After all, most domineering CEOs have stomach issues. The chat box displayed that the other party was typing. The next second, a new message popped up. "Yin Wenjing, I ate with a few business partners." Jiang Yunzhi quickly typed a few messages. "Drinking is harmful. Try to drink less at banquets. I saw the weather forecast says it will rain there tomorrow. Remember to take an umbrella when you go out. Also, Huai City specialties, puffed rice candy, pepper salt walnuts, fulling cakes, Qian Shenji dried meat, Grandpa Tang snacks. So many delicious things. You should try them when you get the chance." Yin Wenjing raised an eyebrow. How does she know so much? Did she specifically look it up? Sure enough, the next message was Jiang Yunzhi confessing. "Hee, I checked the Huai City travel guide." The man stared at the screen, a hint of pleasure rippling in his eyes. He then replied leisurely, "Okay, I'll drink less in the future. The hotel has umbrellas. I'll have someone by the specialties tomorrow." Jiang Yunzhi's eyes widened in surprise and joy. Happiness surged in her heart. Their relationship with the boss had taken a qualitative leap. They had broken the ice. Broken the ice. The boss responded to every sentence. It seemed her efforts during this time were not in vain. Jiang Yunzhi was so happy she rolled on the sofa. Wow, Assistant Sue squeezed his eyes shut. He must be dreaming or hallucinating, right? The CEO was actually chatting with someone on his phone, with a smile on his lips. Assistant Sue, who had seen a lot, found it hard to believe. He immediately sent a message to a group chat named Loving Family of the President's Office. I just saw the president smiling at his phone in the car. Very charming. This isn't right. No one in the group responded. Assistant Sue skillfully sent a red envelope. Everyone rushed to claim it, each getting 001. Friends. It was ultimately a wrong payment. The group exploded. Hate sea of love. Scammer. Deceiving feelings. Clear soup old master. Give you 1 minute to find out who the president is talking to. Next rich woman is me. The president smiled. No, impossible. I've been here for over half a year and haven't seen the president smile once. General's second marriage. 1. No wonder Assistant Sue was surprised. Usually, Yin Wenjing either worked on his tablet in the car, read reports, or rested with his eyes closed. After being by his side for so many years, it was the first time he saw the president chatting warmly with someone, with back-and-forth replies. For some reason, it gave him the illusion that the president was in love with someone. Curious, he couldn't help but ask, President, are you chatting with your wife? Yin Wenjing lifted his eyelids and replied lightly, So was his wife. Assistant Sue guessed that his wife was impressive, managing to catch the president's attention so easily. Yin Wenjing looked out at the scenery outside the window and suddenly instructed, Have someone buy some specialties tomorrow. Assistant Sue was startled again. Okay, President. He couldn't help but feel emotional. The once cold and distant president, who was indifferent to worldly matters, had one day stepped down from his pedestal for love, adding a bit of human warmth. Days passed. That evening, Jiang Yunzhi received a call from Lin Xiaoyu, saying she had broken up. The woman was sobbing on the other end of the line. Jiang Yunzhi, don't cry, what happened? Tell me. It turned out that Tang Yu had broken his leg while climbing a mountain with Su Zian and had become a cripple. The Tang family wanted the Su family to take responsibility, forcing Tang Yu to marry into the Su family. A love child, in exchange for the marriage between the Tang and Su families, was quite the deal. Su Zian, of course, was unwilling and made a big fuss. Shen Xuzhou found out about this and beat up Tang Yu. After seeing the gossip news, Lin Xiaoyu realized that Tang Yu was just a loyal admirer of Su Zian, and she was just a fish in his pond. She had been blind before, thinking he was decent. Jiang Yunzhi listened, her expression hard to describe. It wasn't worth crying over a scumbag. Lin Xiaoyu hadn't let a scumbag drain her. It showed that the plot could be changed. And Jiang Yunzhi felt more confident about the future. Lin Xiaoyu got drunk, and Jiang Yunzhi grabbed her small bag and went out to pick her up. Mr. Yin returned early. Butler Chun approached with a slight smile. It was rare for him to come back early from a business trip. It seemed this job went smoothly. Yin Wenjing glanced around the living room, then withdrew his gaze lightly. Jiang Yunzhi was in her room. Butler Chun paused and said, Madam received a call, and went out. She said she wouldn't be back tonight and didn't say where she was going. Yin Wenjing frowned and went upstairs. The servants brought in the specialties and organized them. That night, the villa was particularly quiet, oddly desolate. Yin Wenjing held a glass of water. There was no small dining cart outside the door, no milk or drinks, nothing at all, just like before. The man's eyes were calm as water as he went to the wine cellar, opened a bottle, and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, gently tapping on the phone screen. The interface was stuck on the WeChat conversation with Jiang Yunzhi. Aside from the brief chat they had in the car that day, there had been no new messages. It was as if she had disappeared. No. Jiang Yunzhi occasionally posted on moments, showing rainbows after the rain, afternoon tea with colleagues, and watching movies with Lin Xiaoyu. These little things. Yin Wenjing had always disliked being bothered by people, especially with trivial chatter, which for him was simply noise. At first, he found Jiang Yunzhi noisy. She was too lively, using up energy every day. Now, the noisemaker had suddenly disappeared, yet he felt an odd restlessness inside. The man was filled with frost, a feeling that continued into the meeting. Assistant Sue, what the hell? Who made the president angry? The executives below didn't dare to breathe, feeling helpless and weak. Suddenly, a WeChat notification rang. Jiang Yunzhi. Mr. Yin, are you coming back tomorrow? Do you want me to pick you up at the airport? Jiang Yunzhi was just being polite. She guessed the big boss would definitely say no. Sure enough, he replied. No need. She knew it. The next second, seeing a new message, she was dumbfounded. Yin Wenjing, I'm already home. All right. The big boss actually came back early. Yin Wenjing heard she went out at night. Was it to find Shen Xuzhou? That man was a playboy, and even though he didn't pay attention to gossip news, he had seen the man's scandals. He was either some small star or an influencer, entangled with the Su family's young lady. Jiang Yunzhi's view of that man was really. Yan Wenjing's face turned cold as he reminded, "Remember, you are married." Jiang Yunzhi. She knew she was married, and she used that to confront Shen Xuzhou. Why did the boss suddenly bring this up? Yan Wenjing's screen displayed a playful emoji, a capybara with a little yellow pig that looked cute and silly. Jiang Yunzhi. Married, married, married. Important things are said 3 times. Keep it in mind. Jiang Yunzhi. My good friend Lin Xiaoyu got drunk after a breakup. I'm taking her home, and I'm worried about her being alone. So I'm staying at her house tonight. A hint of surprise crossed Yan Wenjing's eyes. So she was looking for Shen Xuzhou. In the video conference, the man's lips curled slightly. Assistant Su. The group exploded again. Chapter 17. The gifted player. The next day, during break time in the tea room, Jiang Yunzhi was listening to her colleagues' gossip about the main wife of a wealthy family outsmarting the mistress when she suddenly received a call from her father. Jiang's father ordered, "Come home today." Jiang Yunzhi replied, "No, I'm busy." Jiang's father, furious, retorted, "Busy, busy, busy. What is so busy about?" Jiang Yunzhi hesitated. Jiang's father, assuming the authority of the head of the family, began a paternal lecture. "As a woman, you should quit your job, serve Mr. Yin well, and give him a son. You won't have to worry for the rest of your life." Jiang Yunzhi scoffed at the feudal tradition and, with no intention of continuing the conversation, hung up. Jiang's father was left speechless, nearly exploding with anger. Remembering the purpose of his call, he said in a deep voice, "Come back for dinner tonight. Your mother misses you." Mother? That felt like a strange term. Before transmigrating, Jiang Yunzhi was an orphan with no mother, only a grandmother. After coming here, she saw no love in her original mother's eyes. Jiang Lulu was the good daughter in Zheng Mingfang's eyes. After work, Jiang Yunzhi took a taxi to the Jiang family home. Jiang's father didn't bother with small talk and got straight to the point, saying that several of the Jiang family's projects had recently hit a snag. And despite his efforts to pull strings, it was useless. If it continued like this, the Jiang family would face a business crisis with a broken capital chain. Ultimately, the attitude of the Yin family was crucial. The commotion at old Madame Yan's birthday banquet had made partners skeptical about the Jiang family. "This is all because of you. You are responsible." Jiang Yunzhi. How can one lie so blatantly? Out of politeness, she rolled her eyes at him. Jiang's father, grinding his teeth in anger, said, "The Yin family's Nanching resort project, we want to bid for it. You should talk to your husband and secure it for the Jiang family." Jiang's mother chimed in. Yes, Yunzhi, we shouldn't let outsiders benefit from our resources. If the Jiang family does well, it will benefit you too. It gives you leverage." Jiang Yunzhi's voice was tinged with sarcasm. Like what? Benefits? Company shares? Dividends? Or land from the Jiang family? Everyone was left speechless. Jiang's mother fell silent, frozen in place. She hadn't expected Jiang Yunzhi to be so straightforward. She was just saying it casually and couldn't think of any real benefits. Jiang Lulu bit her lip and said, "Sister, how can you talk to mom like that? We are family. Why discuss benefits? It hurts feelings." She was interrupted by Jiang Yunzhi's cold voice. "Regarding the resort project, I can't help with that." In an instant, the expressions of the Jiang family soured. Jiang's father frowned. "You can't even handle this small matter?" When the Yin family proposed to cancel the engagement, the Jiang family went through a lot to find you, regardless of the cost. In the end, the marriage alliance helped the Jiang family secure several major projects, turning a profit and alleviating the company crisis. Jiang's father said, "Do you know how much we sacrificed to bring you back?" Jiang Yunzhi shot back, "Did I eat your rice? Or spend a single penny of yours? Do you even know what your sacrifices were for?" The original owner hadn't enjoyed any of the benefits of being a wealthy heiress. She was merely a tool for a marriage alliance. Jiang Yunzhi stood up, crossed her arms, and said, "I can't be bothered to argue with you all." She turned to leave. Pausing, she turned back and said, "By the way, didn't my brother say the Jiang family wants to sever ties with me?" Jiang Sohong started to sweat. "I was just joking. Don't take it too seriously." As a complete outsider, she thought the joke was in poor taste. Jiang Yunzhi left with a decisive stride. If she were the original owner, being threatened by her brother to sever ties and apologize to a fake heiress would have shattered her heart. Jiang's father pointed at Jiang Yunzhi and shouted, "Sever ties? Are you out of your mind? That girl is now Mrs. Yin. What good would severing ties do for our Jiang family? Do you want the company to go bankrupt and our family to sleep on the streets?" "Dad, stop scolding my brother. He didn't mean it," Jiang Lulu pleaded. After all, her sister was from the countryside, inexperienced, and had forgotten her roots. Without the Jiang family bringing her back, she wouldn't have her current good life. With a shy expression, she said, "I'll go plead with my brother-in-law about the resort project." Jiang's father felt a sense of comfort, as expected of my good daughter. Back at the villa, Jiang Yunzhi saw a neat pile of local specialties in the corner, resembling a small mountain. "Wow, mister. Yin really bought local products from Hawaii City." The gloom caused by the Jiang family vanished instantly, replaced by a bright smile. Butler Chen smiled and said, "Madam, the sir is in the study upstairs." Jiang Yunzhi hurried upstairs, knocking on the study door. "Come in," a magnetic, deep voice responded. As she opened the door, she peeked in, her tone revealing joy. "Mr. Yin." At the desk, Yin Wenjing put down his pen and watched her approach step by step. The woman wore a simple beige shirt, a casual yet professional outfit. Under her thick eyelashes, her eyes were clean and bright. Like a girl her age, all her thoughts were written on her face, impossible to hide. For example, she looked genuinely happy now, staring at him without blinking, bold and straightforward. Yin Wenjing averted his gaze. "Have you tried the local specialties, sir?" Jiang Yunzhi asked. Yin Wenjing replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I had a little." Jiang Yunzhi poked her finger and asked, "Can I take some to the company and share with my colleagues?" "Sure," the man said, his tone unusually gentle. "It's all yours." Huh. Jiang Yunji's heart skipped a beat. Truly, he was a big shot. His charm was innate, effortlessly raising the mood with just a casual remark. She couldn't imagine who such a man would ultimately end up with. Changing the subject, she said, "I went back to the Jiang family today. They want to bid for the Nanxing Resort project and asked me to smooth things over with you. If your mouth isn't used, it's better to donate it to someone in need," she added, taking the initiative to explain. Yin Wenjing smiled slightly. "What's our relationship? Husband and wife?" Jiang Yunzhi blurted out, then quickly added on the surface. She was afraid the big shot would misunderstand her. "Rest assured, Mr. Yin, I have self-awareness. I will maintain a harmonious exterior with you while keeping our private lives separate, allowing each other space. I absolutely will not have any other thoughts. If I do, just punish my pocket money to zero." Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Yin Wenjing didn't respond, his expression colder and more distant than usual. Seeing her cautious demeanor, it was as if being associated with him would cost her life. It must be because of Shen Xuzhou. She really liked that fickle ex-boyfriend, even going as far as to harm herself for him. What a love-struck little girl. Yin Wenjing actually didn't care who she liked. He just didn't want his new wife to seek death over another man, as it would reflect poorly on the Yin family. That was all. The man lit a Cuban cigar, his voice teasingly calm. "So you're here to whisper sweet nothings for the Jiang family?" Chapter 18. Husband, speak up. The boss is charming yet dangerous, making people unconsciously drawn to him. It was just a simple teasing. But Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but blush for a moment before quickly snapping back to reality. Even if he was a background boss, he was still a boss. And it was impossible for someone like her, a cannon fodder female supported character, to have anything to do with him. Sigh. Honestly, making money is the way to go. Jiang Yunzhi, how could I dare? I rejected the Jiang family. If they come looking for you, just ignore them. If the Jiang family wants to bid, it should be fair competition. Who gave the Jiang family the confidence to think I could influence Yin Wenjing? I don't have that much clout. From Jiang Yunji's attitude, Yin Wenjing understood clearly how weak her ties with the Jiang family were. After all, the Jiang family treated the fake daughter as a treasure. Such foolishness. Jiang Lulilu, realizing she had been called out, went to the headquarters of Yan's group the next day. "I want to see President Yan." "Receptionist. Do you have an appointment?" Jiang Lulilu coldly glared at her. "I don't need an appointment to see your president." She deliberately emphasized relationship. "No appointment, no entry." The receptionist smiled and refused. Countless women in the capital have tried to run into President Yan, trying to force a connection. "Jiang Lulilu. My name is Jiang Lulilu. Just report my name. President Yan will definitely see me. If you dare to defy me again, you're fired." Receptionist. Where did this big-faced monster come from? The receptionist, unwilling to relent, called Assistant Su to inquire. After hanging up, the receptionist said, President Yin said he won't see you. Jiang Yunzhi's face darkened. How is that possible? Others looked at her, thinking she was too shameless. Furious to the point of spitting blood, Jiang Yunzhi begrudgingly waited in the lobby. In the evening, the glass elevator descended, and the doors opened. A handsome man walked out, more dazzling than any celebrity. Among the crowd, he was instantly recognizable. Heaven rewards the diligent. She finally found Yin Wenjing coming out. Jiang Yunzhi's heart raced as she approached. Brother-in-law, whether the Nanxing resort project would succeed, was irrelevant to her. She was just looking for an excuse to openly seduce Yin Wenjing. Compared to Jiang Yunzhi, that country bumpkin, she should be the one to become Mrs. Yin. Assistant Su was startled by the woman who suddenly rushed over. She wore a Chanel-style dress with a low neckline and a short hem that exposed her thighs, looking very provocative. With heavy makeup, her appearance could only be described as fair. Assistant Su internally scoffed. Even those small internet celebrities from Huai City couldn't compare. How could the wise and principled President Yin be swayed? Jiang Yunzhi almost lunged at Yin Wenjing. Assistant Su reflexively restrained her. Miss Jiang, please behave yourself. Jiang Yunzhi, angry. You're just a dog by my brother-in-law's side. Don't block my way. Assistant Su. Haha. Jiang Yunzhi believed that as long as she was given a chance, she could win over Yin Wenjing. Brother-in-law, I came to talk about the Nanxing resort project. Before she could finish, Yin Wenjing didn't even glance at her and continued walking forward with his long legs. Assistant Su shook her off and followed. Jiang Yunzhi ran a few steps, having deliberately worn high heels today, and twisted her ankle. Brother-in-law, I'm more suitable for you than my sister. What a shocking statement. Is this person out of her mind? Assistant Su was stunned. He had seen mistresses publicly provoke the original partner, but had never seen a fake sister so boldly try to steal her brother-in-law. Jiang Yunzhi made him realize the diversity of species. Assistant Su, security, get her out of here. Just then, Yin Wenjing stopped and turned to stare at Jiang Yunzhi, his gaze deep and heavy. Jiang Yunzhi, do you think my temper is good? The man had his hands in his suit pockets, his brows furrowed, and beneath his noble elegance was a suffocating pressure. Jiang Yunzhi felt as if struck by lightning. She realized he was actually a very dangerous person. In the capital, he was an omnipotent figure. To make her disappear, he only needed a phone call. No one dared to provoke him or entertain any ill intentions. Unless they wanted to die. Jiang Yunzhi's face gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Fear fermented in her heart. Yin Wenjing's voice was slow. What's fake is always fake. It can never become real. A light and faint statement that nearly shattered Jiang Yunzhi. The man walked away with calm strides. Jiang Yunzhi stared at his back, collapsing to the ground, trembling all over. Back at home, the Jiang family showed disappointment when they heard Jiang Yunzhi say it didn't work out. Seeing her dejected, no one bothered to comfort her. A phone call came in. It was a leader from Lando. Jiang Yunzhi disliked this leader, an old woman who constantly scrutinized her, and Wen Ti let her slack off. When there was a mistake in the proposal, she criticized her for delaying the whole team's progress. Female leader, Jiang Yunzhi, you are fired. Jiang Yunzhi, why? The leader finally couldn't hold back and scolded her. Always skipping work, slacking off at the office, her design proposals were nonsensical, dragging the whole team down. Jiang Yunzhi also liked to form cliques, bullying other colleagues, mocking the team leader who had just given birth for being fat and old. The office was a mess because of her. The female leader had tolerated her for a long time. Suddenly being fired, Jiang's father was furious. He had used a favor and spent 200,000 to get her in. Now the favor was gone, and 200,000 was wasted. If word got out, it would ruin his reputation as Jiang Zhigui's daughter was fired. Jiang's father called an old friend at Lando to ask what happened. The other party hinted that Jiang Yunzhi had been blacklisted. No company in the capital would hire her. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't stop crying. Convinced her sister must have said something bad to her brother-in-law, leading him to blacklist her. She was so malicious. Jiang Su-hung was indignant. Jiang Yunzhi is really a bad girl, full of malice. In such a situation, Jiang's mother could only comfort her, suggesting Jiang Lulilu work at the family company and start from the bottom. Jiang Lulilu was dissatisfied. Being an ordinary worker was hard and tiring. Jiang's mother called Jiang Yunzhi, questioning her. Why did you get President Yin to blacklist Lulilu? Jiang Lulilu was blacklisted? Jiang Yunzhi was surprised, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Jiang's mother, you're the older sister. You should protect your younger sister. Jiang Yunzhi laughed. My husband is wise and principled, very gentlemanly, good-looking, and has a good temper. He wouldn't casually deal with someone. You might as well ask Jiang Lulilu what stupid thing she did to get blacklisted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the living room, Yin Wenjing and Butler Chun were standing together, having overheard Jiang Yunzhi's words. Butler Chun smiled. It seems that in Madame's eyes, the mister has a very grand image. After hanging up, Jiang Yunzhi noticed that two people had appeared behind her at some point. Yin Wenjing lowered his gaze and said, Husband, speak up. Oh, oops. She was caught by the boss. Jiang Yunzhi's heart skipped a beat. Well, in front of others, she had to act like it. In fact, you really are my. At this moment, she couldn't say those two words, feeling a bit awkward for some reason. She blushed slightly, disregarding Yin Wenjing's reaction, and ran away in a hurry. A light laugh followed her from behind. Chapter 19. Sleep in my bedroom tonight. Jiang Yunzhi's team took on a project to do promotional design for a tech brand, including online ad graphics, offline promotional posters, and product manuals. She became busy all of a sudden and had to work overtime when she returned to the villa in the evenings. There was no overtime pay. She directly asked Mr. Wang from the company, who showed a constipated expression, thought for a moment, and replied that there was no overtime pay, but there were afternoon tea benefits. Well, something is better than nothing. In the living room, Butler Chin brought in a plate of cut fruits. Madam is quite busy with work now. Jiang Yunzhi took a bite of watermelon and nodded. When it's busy, I feel like I'm going crazy every day, but it will be fine after a while. As a fellow worker, Butler Chin understood her. Madam, keep it up. I won't disturb your work. Lin Xiaoyu sent a voice message. Jiang Yunzhi tapped her fingertip to open it. Oh my God, explosive news. Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian are getting engaged. Hearing this news, Jiang Yunzhi's movements suddenly stopped. She shifted her gaze from her notebook, picked up her phone, and typed back, engaged? So soon? Lin Xiaoyu sent another voice message. Exactly. I didn't expect it either. Gigi, don't be too sad. It's not worth it for someone like Shen Xuzhou. Jiang Yunzhi was not sad. She was too shocked. In the original text, they didn't get engaged so quickly. There would be a lot of melodrama, breaking up and getting back together hundreds of times. As long as the male and female leads got engaged, it would be best if they locked it in for life and didn't come out to cause trouble again. Ha ha! Jiang Yunzhi immediately jumped up happily, accidentally kicking the table corner. Ouch! So painful. Tears welled up in her eyes. She tearfully replied with a voice message. Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian's engagement is great. I wish them a happy engagement. She couldn't imagine how sunny and cheerful she would be after getting rid of the entanglement of the male and female leads. Yin Wenjing, who was coming downstairs, happened to hear the noise from below and glanced at Jiang Yunzhi's little face, which was red around the eyes, and found a bit funny. So sad? Her ex-boyfriend is getting engaged, and she's about to cry. The butler, who emerged from the corner, sighed. Madam really likes her ex-boyfriend. Is that so? Yin Wenjing smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. The butler quickly corrected himself. Time can dilute all feelings, especially a failed relationship. Soon Shen Xuzhou will become a mere memory in Madam's heart. No, a mosquito bite. Yin Wenjing walked past with a cold smile, leaving the butler puzzled. The master's reaction was a bit off, strange. Knock knock. Jiang Yunzhi had just finished her shower when someone knocked on her room door. She opened the door and was met with the undeniably handsome face of the big boss. She caught a faint whiff of tobacco. He smoked? She rarely saw him smoke. Why was he smoking today? Did he encounter something troubling? This thought was quickly dismissed. Impossible. Who would dare to upset the big boss? With just a finger, he could take care of it. Yin Wenjing was tall, looking down at her with deep-set eyes. Sleep in my bedroom tonight. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes widened, instinctively taking half a step back. She was completely stunned. Sleep in your bedroom? Seeing her shocked expression, Yin Wenjing slowly pressed down the corners of his mouth. Not willing? It's understandable. It's hard to accept being with another man when your heart is still with your ex-boyfriend. He was aware of the woman's rejection, but his tone carried a hint of malice. You and I are husband and wife. What's the problem? Jiang Yunzhi. She blinked, her expression still somewhat confused. Well, it sounds like there's no problem for legal spouses to sleep together. The problem is, they're just a couple by arrangement. Wasn't the big boss supposed to be an abstinent CEO? Why did she, a mere tool, have to sleep with him? After a while, Jiang Yunzhi hesitantly hugged her strawberry bear and entered the big boss's room. The bedroom lights were off, and in the darkness, one's senses heightened. She felt a bit nervous. Jiang Yunzhi pinched her face to relax. Feeling someone approaching her side, a pleasant scent enveloped her. Let's sleep, Wenjing said. Is that it? Just cover with a blanket and sleep? Jiang Yunzhi was momentarily stunned. Her tense heart relaxed, and she felt lively again. It was just lying on a bed. It was a piece of cake. She thought, the big boss is so indifferent. How could he possibly have any interest in her? Even if she took off her clothes and dove into his arms, he probably wouldn't show the slightest interest. Relaxed, Jiang Yunzhi fell asleep quickly. Utilizing the moonlight from outside, Wenjing saw her collarbone exposed. He reached out to pull the blanket over her. He let her come over tonight just to verify a thought. An hour later, the man was still awake, feeling no sleepiness. Wenjing pressed his thin lips together. It seemed that the 2 nights at the manor were not due to Jiang Yunzhi's influence. He had really lost his mind to think she could solve his sleep problems. Jiang Yunzhi rolled over and snuggled into the man's embrace, as if finding a harbor, and then lay still. Wenjing opened his eyes. The young girl lay on him, soft and fragrant. He raised his hand to rest on her shoulder, paused for a moment, then let it drop. He didn't push her away like before. Forget it. The next morning, Wenjing woke up, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyebrows. He had unknowingly fallen asleep. It was after Jiang Yunzhi lay in his arms. It turned out that not only lying on the same bed was involved, but there was also physical contact. For the first time in so many years, Wenjing found his best sleep aid. It was his arranged wife. Jiang Yunzhi opened her eyes and saw herself lying in the big boss's arms, her pupils shaking. Just in time, she met the big boss's gaze. It was deep and profound, hiding emotions she couldn't fathom. Her mind was filled with how to keep her pocket money for next month. No, please don't deduct her pocket money. I really didn't mean to. You are quite thoughtful, Wenjing teased her. Seeing her instantly wilt, he casually said, for the next month, sleep together. That's unacceptable. Jiang Yunzhi was not the kind of person to bow down for just 5 million. Without thinking, she replied, okay. The serious man had a gentle smile at the corners of his lips. It was clear that Jiang Yunzhi liked money very much, and he happened to possess immeasurable wealth. The man ruffled her hair, sleeping together for a month, and next month's pocket money will double. Double? Not only would she not have her money deducted, but it would also double. That means 20 million. Jiang Yunzhi was ready again. She apologized to herself for thinking the wrong way last night. Indeed, a heart that looks at everything as dirty sees everything as dirty. What bad intentions could the big boss have? He just wanted someone to sleep with. After washing up, Jiang Yunzhi was full of energy. Mr. Yin? Good morning, Wenjing replied, followed by a Mrs. Yin. Chapter 20. Even if he doesn't love me, I love him. Mrs. Yin. Jiang Yunzhi stumbled. This was the first time the big shot called her Mrs. Yin. It sounded quite pleasant. Just a small scene, keep calm. Jiang Yunzhi maintained a poker face and walked out with the same footstep. Butler Chun thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes vigorously. He wasn't mistaken. The lady came out of the gentleman's room. After all, he was a top butler with professional training and did not show any surprise, casually saying, it's the first time I've seen a girl come out of the gentleman's room in all these years. Jiang Yunzhi. Here it comes, the familiar lines. The familiar taste. Butler Chun, it seems the relationship between the lady and the gentleman has made a qualitative leap. After a 2-second pause, Jiang Yunzhi just smiled. There's nothing going on, you're exaggerating. We're not that familiar. Oh, Butler Chun smiled without saying a word. He understood. Someone who just came out of the same bed isn't really that familiar. The lady is truly modest. As she noticed Butler Chin's gaze towards her gradually changing, Jiang Yunzhi quickly ran downstairs to have breakfast. The chef made Western-style breakfast today. After quietly finishing her meal and having a few sips of coffee, Jiang Yunzhi prepared to leave. Yan Wenjing pushed a sapphire blue velvet box over and said, "Open it and take a look." The man's fingers were clearly defined. His skin cool and pale, very good-looking, like a piece of art carved by God. Jiang Yunzhi took it and found it was a ruby bracelet. The design was quite simple. "Why give me this?" Yan Wenjing replied, "I saw it at the Huai City banquet and bought it casually. It's suitable for ladies to wear daily." Jiang Yunzhi smiled sweetly. "Thank you, I really like it. When it comes to gifts from others, don't hold back on compliments." She truly liked it. Butler Chun silently chuckled to himself. Casually bought. The gentleman never used to pay attention to women's jewelry before and at banquets. He would only collect antiques and oil paintings. When she arrived at the company, Jiang Yunzhi searched for the bracelet. As a jewelry designer, she could tell it was quite valuable. She was shocked when she found out the price. A Burmese pigeon blood ruby bracelet worth over 6 million. Indeed, quite daily. The big shot's daily life is quite different from hers. Royal Golf Club. Zhou Kai put down his golf club and asked, "Xuzhou, aren't you getting engaged to Zi Yin next month? Why do you look so down?" He felt something was off with his buddy. Shen Xuzhou maintained a serious face, but replied lightly, "I'm not down. I'm just too happy." The news of his engagement to Su Ziyan had spread throughout the capital. But Jiang Yunzhi had not made a move. Shen Xuzhou was feeling troubled. He didn't believe Jiang Yunzhi had ever liked him and could fall in love with another man. Even if that man was Yan Wenjing. Perhaps he had hurt her deeply back then, or maybe she was too insecure to come find him. "Brother, you're finally going to marry the beauty and achieve your dreams. Congratulations." His buddies were waiting to celebrate his wedding, filled with unspoken envy. Su Ziyan was beautiful and from a noble family, the only daughter of the Su family. Whoever married her would wake up smiling in their dreams. Even if she had a bit of a temper and was a little willful, it didn't matter. Hearing this, Shen Xuzhou smiled slightly. The envy from his brothers greatly satisfied his ego. Yes, if it were Jiang Yunzhi, others would laugh at him. Su Ziyan was the one who truly matched him. But he had always been a devoted man, and he decided to give Jiang Yunzhi another chance. "Gigi, I'm getting engaged, let's talk." Suddenly receiving a text from an unknown number, Jiang Yunzhi was speechless. "No talk. Get lost." Shen Xuzhou couldn't understand human language. Thinking Jiang Yunzhi was just being stubborn, and he squatted outside her company during off hours. Jiang Yunzhi wrinkled her brow in disgust. "Gigi, my heart is really confused." Shen Xuzhou grabbed her hand, and there was a coffee shop nearby. "Let us go in and catch up. We haven't talked properly in a long time." "No." Jiang Yunzhi firmly refused, her face resolute. Whatever he had to say could be said here. His confusion had nothing to do with her. Her coldness hurt Shen Xuzhou, and he became firm. "Are you in love with Yan Wenjing's money?" His voice was a bit loud. An old man passing by looked over, his face full of gossip. Shen Xuzhou displayed indignation as if betrayed. "This is my girlfriend. She ran off with another rich man." "Crazy." Jiang Yunzhi clenched her fist and hit Shen Xuzhou on the head with her bag, saying to the old man, "He is crazy. The doctor said he can't be cured," and suggested cremation directly. The old man finished his gossip and left. "Shen Xuzhou, you're just a vain gold digger." Jiang Yunzhi sneered. "I was blind before, picking men out of the trash. Now I've regained my vision. Besides, we're done. Don't bother me again. I'm a married woman, and I love my husband very much. He is the man I love most in this world. The big shot gives her 10 million a month, so of course, he is the man she loves most, the most respected sugar daddy." Shen Xuzhou froze. He once thought Jiang Yunzhi would never leave him, even if the world ended, even if the earth exploded. He knew best how much she loved him. Now, however, she was saying she loved Yan Wenjing. She looked at him with clear disdain in her eyes, cold, devoid of any affection. Shen Xuzhou felt as if he had been slapped hard. Soon, he gritted his teeth and said, "TCH, you know Yan Wenjing has a childhood sweetheart, right? That little princess fostered in the Yan family. If I investigated, she was Yan Wenjing's first love, his white moonlight. If it weren't for the engagement, if it weren't for Madame Yan's pressure, Yan Wenjing wouldn't even think about marrying you. A marriage without love. You two will divorce sooner or later." Jiang Yunzhi thought of the original ending. The original owner divorced Yan Wenjing, was left with nothing, and sent to prison. It was indeed as Shen Xuzhou said. Noticing the change in her expression, Shen Xuzhou became even more smug. Jiang Yunzhi, you're just destined to be a substitute. You were once Xian's substitute. Now you're the substitute for Yan Wenjing's first love. Unfortunately, Yan Wenjing will never love you. Only I see your worth, if you're willing to come back to my side. Jiang Yunzhi interrupted him. Even if he doesn't love me, I love him. The last two words, money, were omitted. Shen Xuzhou's breath caught suddenly. Are you crazy? Madam. Butler Chen got out of the car and rushed over. He was here to pick Jiang Yunzhi up. He didn't expect to see her ex-boyfriend bothering her. Shen Xuzhou left unwillingly. He only dared to go crazy towards Jiang Yunzhi, not daring to provoke Yan Wenjing. Is Madam all right? Butler Chen noticed Jiang Yunzhi's expression wasn't good. Jiang Yunzhi shook her head. I'm fine. That vile Shen Xuzhou actually called her a substitute. Chapter 21. A little far from the branch, Jiang Yunzhi was rarely in a low mood, slumped over the table. The moment she saw the balance in her little treasury, staring at the long string of numbers, she instantly perked up. A substitute is just a substitute. After all, she loves the big shot's money. All her unhappiness was cured by the little treasury. Before she transmigrated, her grandmother had said that meeting the right person would bring double happiness, but one can also live well alone. Our Gigi is the brightest rose. Even in barren soil, enduring the hardships of wind and rain, she can still bloom in the end. Jiang Yunzhi suddenly perked up. No more feeling down. It's time to make money and become a little rich woman. At the Genie Club, Shen Xuzhou was drinking one glass after another, completely drunk. His heart was shattered by that bad woman, Jiang Yunzhi. It wasn't he like this before. She had promised to sit in the passenger seat of his Porsche and live with him in the villa halfway up the mountain. Did she lie when she said she was the happiest woman in the world after meeting him? She gave him her card, saying she wanted to support him for life. They had made a pact, promising not to get off the ride early and to grow old together. At that time, Shen Xuzhou had looked down on her, thinking who would want to be with a country bumpkin for a lifetime. But why was it that the country bumpkin was no longer revolving around him? Jiang Yunzhi. Those who betray true feelings must swallow 1,000 needles. Before he loosened his grip, she had already shaken off his hand. What the hell? Why was brother Shen muttering to himself over there? What was he saying? His friends were surprised. He even looked like he was heartbroken. Could it be that he had argued with his sister-in-law? Zhou Kai frowned and called Su Xian. Xian, Xuzhou is drunk. Can you come to the club and pick him up? Su Xian didn't tea like Shen Xuzhou drinking, but he never listened. There was nothing she could do. She took him back home. They were getting engaged next month. He shouldn't be idle all day. He should help his dad at the company. The next moment, without warning, he hugged her. The kiss came over. Don't say that. I don't want to hear it. That night, Shen Xuzhou was particularly fierce. Su Xian found it hard to cope. It was both sweet and painful. Shen Xuzhou held her face, but another bright face appeared in his mind. He became even more aggressive. Losing him was Jiang Yunzhi's loss. Yan Wenjing returned, and Butler Chen reported that Shen Xuzhou was entangled with his wife. Yan Wenjing squinted slightly. He responded lightly, I know. Seeing his indifferent reaction, Butler Chen thought the gentleman didn't care. He thought it made sense. Such a mature and steady man wouldn't be jealous. The next morning, Jiang Yunzhi woke up and pushed against Yan Wenjing's strong arm. It was so heavy. Her waist was pinned down, unable to move. For the past few days, she had been waking up in the big shot's arms, going from initial shock to now being quite accustomed. She suspected that the big shot had a hugging addiction. Otherwise, why would he want to hold her every day? Now, it was even worse. He was actually wrapping his arms around her waist. That was an additional cost, she muttered quietly. The man opened his eyes, glanced at her, then casually moved his arm and got up. He then went to pick up the quilt from the floor. Yes, Jiang Yunzhi sometimes kicks the quilt off. Fortunately, the big shot had a high body temperature, so she wasn't afraid of getting cold. Could you stop hugging my waist? Jiang Yunzhi blinked her big eyes, negotiating with the man. Yan Wenjing. Why? Jiang Yunzhi. Heavy. Yan Wenjing. Before leaving, Jiang Yunzhi received a text notification that her bank card had received 20,000,000 yuan. Her pupils suddenly dilated. She bounced up like a spring and directly hugged Yan Wenjing, her eyes shining. As expected, it's mine. The benefactor she was about to claim had turned into Mr. Yan. Realizing she might have crossed the line, she quickly let go of the man. No more hugging. Be careful not to lose the freshly received pocket money. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Yan Wenjing couldn't help but curl his lips. The big shot was so generous. Just a waist hug, let it be. Jiang Yunzhi was not that stingy. I'm off to work today. She had to go out for field work. The client wanted to shoot product photos at the square, and she was responsible for following the shoot, editing the photos, and communicating revisions in a timely manner. After a busy morning, she submitted the photos, glanced at her watch, and decided to grab a bite before taking a taxi back to the company. While in the restroom, she ran into Su Zian. Oh, the probability of encountering the male and female leads in this world was simply too high. Damn world. Jiang Yunzhi, what a coincidence. Su Zian said, tilting her head to glance at her, removing the silk scarf from her neck. Instantly, a dense array of kiss marks was exposed. Very ambiguous. Her eyes even had a bit of dark circles, clearly having had a night full of exercise. Jiang Yunzhi had a question mark face. Do you really have to flaunt it in front of me? Help. I want to call the police. I really don't care what the male and female leads did. Okay. It was indeed a coincidence. She was already numb. The life of a cannon fodder female supporting character is still a life. Don't just pick on her. Su Zian coldly snorted and left arrogantly. She knew Jiang Yunzhi was working on a project, and the client happened to be a tech subsidiary of the Su Group. As the future heir of the group, Su Zian certainly had the right to intervene. Without even looking, she ordered, not approved, unsatisfied, make Jiang Yunzhi redo everything. Although Xuzhou chose her, Jiang Yunzhi was just her substitute. After all, the two had dated for a while, which still made Su Zian uncomfortable. She complained to her good sister, "Fortunately, we're getting engaged next month. Otherwise, I'm afraid Jiang Yunzhi will use tricks to steal my boyfriend." Xuzhou was still very outstanding. He knew how to comfort people, was gentle and patient, and was domineering when necessary. He once bought her a 5 million necklace. Her good sister immediately responded, "Such men are rare. You must hold on to him tightly." Su Zian smiled and said, "Do I need you to tell me that? Only I am the woman worthy of Xuzhou." In the office, dark clouds gathered. Colleague Shan, "I don't understand. The previous person in charge said okay, but then changed their mind and said no." The client really changes their mind quickly. Jiang Yunzhi felt helpless. What else could she do but redo it? The group members silently exchanged snacks and drinks and started working again. Meanwhile, at the Royal Golf Course, seeing that well-dressed man walking towards him, Shen Xuzhou felt inexplicably uneasy. "Mr. Yin, what brings you here?" He forced himself to stay calm. Yan Wenjing stood tall, his gaze coldly scrutinizing him. He was much taller, towering over Shen Xuzhou. Just standing there silently, he exuded an oppressive aura of authority. Shen Xuzhou swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Is it about Jiang Yunzhi? She has been bothering me. It's really annoying, but I can't do anything about it. I told her I have a girlfriend and asked her not to appear in front of me anymore." Hearing these words, Yan Wenjing tilted his head slightly. The bodyguard lit a cigarette and handed it to him. Yan Wenjing bit the cigarette, his gaze dark as the deep sea. "Jiang Ji is bothering you?" Shen Xuzhou, "Yeah, it's so annoying." Suddenly, Yan Wenjing pressed his head against the wall behind him. Bang! Shen Xuzhou's head hurt like it was about to split open, crying out in pain. In the next second, Yan Wenjing pinched his neck with his hand, and he had no ability to resist. It was a suffocating pain. Help, help! This man was a madman. He never knew Jiang Yunzhi's husband was such a terrifying person. Just as Shen Xuzhou was about to suffocate, the other party finally released his grip. Afterward, Yan Wenjing stubbed the cigarette but on the back of his hand. Stay away from Jiang Ji. Chapter 22. Couple set menu outside. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as a heavy rain suddenly poured down. The scenery outside became hazy in the downpour. Colleagues left one after another. My boyfriend came to pick me up and left, waving goodbye. Shan waved her hand. Sister, you drove herself and asked. The rain is getting heavier and it's thundering outside. How are you getting home? Yunji. Walking to the subway station will get you soaked. Do you want to ride? Jiang Yunzhi replied, No, my family will come to pick me up. In fact, it was the driver from their villa. Sometimes, Butler Chin would come over to take her for a drive. Sister, you said, all right, see you tomorrow. Jiang Yunzhi responded. See you tomorrow. Drive slowly on the road. Just as she was about to call the driver, her phone rang. The screen displayed the name Mr. Yin. She answered the call. Hello. Yin Wenjing's voice came through. I'll be at the company gate in 25 minutes. I'm on my way to pick you up. Jiang Yunzhi. Okay. Assistant Su glanced at the map and took a long detour. It didn't seem to be on the way at all. He realized that President Yin simply wanted to pick up his wife. According to the time, Jiang Yunzhi waited at the gate, and a Rolls-Royce smoothly stopped in front of her. After she got in the car, the door quickly closed. Assistant Su was very perceptive and immediately raised the partition, leaving a sweet space for the president and his wife. In fact, there would be nothing sweet. Jiang Yunzhi didn't see any pink bubbles. Mr. Yin, you got off work so early today. Yin Wenjing replied, Yes, I finished my work. Jiang Yunzhi asked, Was there traffic on the way here? These topics rarely appeared in Yin Wenjing's world. His world was all about business, either developing land, subsidiary companies going public, or capturing overseas markets. Daily topics like what to eat today or traffic during commuting were never mentioned by others, nor was he interested. However, he answered whatever Jiang Yunzhi asked without any impatience. There was a rear-end collision on Huadai Road. Jiang Yunzhi chatted a bit more, concerned that the big boss's KPI had been achieved today, and it was better to stop while ahead to avoid annoying him. The cool and pleasant woody scent of the big boss lingered at her nose. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yin Wenjing, appreciating his handsome features up close. The man's skin was pale and cool, his phoenix eyes distant and indifferent, his jawline sharp and chiseled, making him seem both unattainable and aggressive. It was truly stunning. If the big boss entered the entertainment industry, he would definitely be a global sensation. Noticing the young girl beside him stealing glances, Yin Wenjing's Adam's apple moved slightly. Do you like it? Caught off guard, Jiang Yunzhi shivered. I dare not. Please, heavens, judge my loyalty. I'm really not tempted. Little coward. Yin Wenjing's voice was warm and low, 10,000 for a glance. Jiang Yunzhi raised her hand to cover her eyes. I'm not looking anymore. Man, your name is greed. 10,000 for a glance is so expensive. She considered it for 100. The car didn't return to the villa, but headed to a high-end restaurant, entering the VIP parking lot. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at the restaurant's name, Gue Yin. She remembered hearing colleagues mention this restaurant, which was favored by wealthy families. Gue Yin operated on a reservation system, making it hard to get a table. She and Yin Wenjing had made a reservation, but as soon as they entered, the manager welcomed them to sit down. Noticing her curiosity, Yin Wenjing explained, I know the owner here. We don't need a reservation. All right, the big boss is indeed a big boss. He receives the most prestigious treatment wherever he goes. Jiang Yunzhi saw several couples since many wealthy heirs and heiresses came here. The restaurant had a special couples set menu for 39,999 yuan. The waiter said, This set menu is particularly cost-effective and very suitable for you two. Jiang Yunzhi smiled slightly. No, we're not in that kind of relationship. After flipping through the menu, she obediently ordered the couple's set menu. It really was the best value. I'm going to compete with you rich folks. Yin Wenjing raised an eyebrow. Couple set menu? Jiang Yunzhi replied and started to ramble. According to scientific reports, occasionally eating the couple's set menu helps improve happiness. After that, Jiang Yunzhi went to the restroom and was approached by someone. Hey, beautiful. Can we add each other on WeChat? A young man with blue highlights blocked her way. No, I'm married. The blue-haired guy didn't really believe her. She looked very young, her face full of collagen, and with big, watery eyes. Someone could believe she was still in high school. Such a pure little fairy was very much to his liking. Stop joking. You're not wearing a wedding ring. Give me some face. I'll take you out to play tonight. Jiang Yunzhi clenched her fist, ready to pull out her pepper spray when a magnetic low voice rang out, Gigi. The blue-haired guy saw a man walking over, dressed in a suit, handsome, even more so than a celebrity. He gasped, This guy looks amazing. Yin Wenjing reached out and wrapped his arm around Jiang Yunzhi's waist, pulling her into his embrace, looking down at the blue-haired guy. This was a gesture of claiming territory. A sense of oppression washed over, and the blue-haired guy cursed his luck, fleeing in embarrassment. However, he was caught by a waiting bodyguard, who gave him a few punches. The bodyguard reported back, President Yin, we had a friendly and polite exchange with that person. Meanwhile, This scene was witnessed by Shen Xuzhou and Su Ziyan not far away. They were just about to come here for dinner. Su Ziyan commented, ignoring their backgrounds. Jiang Yunzhi and President Yin could be considered a match made in heaven. Shen Xuzhou found it harsh. He was the one who should be by Jiang Yunzhi's side, while Yin Wenjing was the intruder. Looking down at the injury on the back of his hand, he winced at the thought. That madman, Yin Wenjing. He turned to leave, not wanting to feel inferior in front of Yin Wenjing. Xuzhou, where are you going? We haven't eaten yet. Shen Xuzhou replied. You can go eat by yourself. Su Ziyan was shocked, her lips trembling. They were getting engaged next month, and Shen Xuzhou was acting this way. He had always been the one to pamper her, and that was how they got together. After dinner, Jiang Yunzhi waited outside the restaurant while Yin Wenjing chatted with the owner of Gui Yin for a while. Then she saw two people arguing. Su Ziyan slapped Shen Xuzhou across the face. Where are you going? To find that little star again? Are you going to sleep with her? Shen Xuzhou covered his face, irritated. I didn't sleep with her. Su Ziyan coldly laughed. The paparazzi took photos and sent them to me. You two were hugging each other naked and still say you didn't sleep together. She was truly heartbroken. How had that pure-hearted boy changed? For 3 years in high school, Shen Xuzhou had secretly loved her. Shen Xuzhou's voice carried a hint of helplessness. You're simply unreasonable. He had always been virtuous, for her. He had never gone all the way with another woman. He clearly loved her so much, yet he had to endure her various doubts and criticisms. He was really tired. Chapter 23. Come with me to a blind date. Jiang Yunzhi's face quickly turned red, struggling to hold back her laughter. Here it comes, the hot and juicy drama. What kind of constitution does she have? Every time, she finds herself at the forefront of the gossip, with drama being stuffed into her mouth for free. Listening to the brief dialogue between the male and female leads, the amount of information was overwhelming, making Jiang Yunzhi's head buzz. How could she remember that in the original text, Shen Xuzhou wasn't that much of a scumbag, although he had the trope of a wayward son returning home. The early stages were filled with heartbreak and torture, and in the later stages, he would realize his feelings, chase after his wife, and finally return with the beauty. Suddenly feeling a chill on her neck, Jiang Yunzhi turned around and saw Yin Wenjing standing behind her, instantly becoming alert. Finished talking? Yin Wenjing's voice was as cold as a rainy night, glancing at the two people in the distance. Let's go. The man's long legs stepped out, his commanding aura making it hard for anyone to breathe. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't care less about the gossip and hurried to catch up. Recently, Su Ziyan was very upset. She had given her pure love to Shen Xuzhou, but was hurt instead. She had to vent her feelings. Su Ziyan started nitpicking at the people under her in the company, pointing fingers and making criticisms. When she discovered that the previous project leader had approved Jiang Yunzhi's company's proposal, Su Ziyan flew into a rage. Weren't you supposed to keep them from getting through? Make them redo it. I'm not satisfied. The project leader found it annoying to be in this broken class, and even more annoying to encounter a troublesome leader. With the product set to launch in 2 days and a full promotion planned, it would be too late if they delayed any further. This was not the time for her to throw a tantrum. Delaying the new product's launch would waste all the initial investment, causing significant losses to the company. Su Ziyan felt very upset and scolded him. I don't want to hear your excuses. I hate disobedient subordinates like you. If you defy me again, I'll fire you and find someone more obedient. The project leader frowned. I've been managing this project all along. If you change people, it won't go well. Su Ziyan crossed her arms and said slowly, I don't care. The company can't survive without anyone. The leader's resentment was heavier than a ghost's. She was simply unreasonable. This statement struck Su Ziyan's sore spot. Her expression changed. You're fired. Fine. The project leader remained calm, taking his salary and severance pay as he left. 2 days later, when a new product launched, problems indeed arose. The newly appointed leader only knew how to flatter, but did nothing practical. The promotion was a complete mess, and the market response to this product was mediocre, with sales far below expectations. All the company's initial investments were wasted. Su's father scolded Su Ziyan. The branch office is not a place for you to throw tantrums. Do you know that firing your employees is like cutting off the sales champion from the sales department? You've hit the company's lifeblood. How can I trust you with the group in the future? Su Ziyan looked wronged. I didn't want this either, but I've been feeling so awful lately. Xuzhou is sleeping with other women, and if I don't vent, I'm going to go crazy. I can't be the only one suffering, right? Su's mother sighed. That child Xuzhou is really out of line. Su Zian forced a smile, feeling miserable. She really was unfortunate, falling in love with a reckless man. Paparazzi had captured photos of them arguing in the street, and the rival family began spreading rumors that the marriage between the Su family and the Shen family was about to fall apart. Su's father declared, no matter what, this marriage must happen. Yinshao Mansion. Looking at the words goddess on the screen, Shen Xuzhou took a moment before answering the call. Hello. A choked voice came from the other end. Xuzhou, I'm feeling really bad. Shen Xuzhou gripped his phone tightly, lowering his voice. Me too. They say the one who loves more lowers their head first. He had always been the one to lower his head. And this was the first time Su Zian had done so. His heart tightened. After all, she was the woman he deeply loved, and he couldn't help but soften. Baby, let's stop arguing and make up. Su Zian's eyes glistened with tears. No more arguing. Let's be good. Suddenly, a clear and sweet female voice came through the receiver, teasingly asking, who is it, Xuzhou? In an instant, Su Zian's body stiffened. She instinctively asked, Xuzhou, who are you with? Shen Xuzhou replied calmly, no one. Just the cleaning lady. Don't overthink it. After hanging up, Su Zian's nails dug into her palm. That young voice couldn't possibly belong to a cleaning lady, could it? Shen Xuzhou was so careless with his lies. At least he should put some effort into deceiving her, right? If he didn't even bother to lie, then there was no love. Su Zian couldn't help but wonder, would Yin Wenjing do the same? A man of his status. Was Jiang Yunzhi enduring the same pain she was experiencing? The man she liked treated her like home and other women like motels, coming back home when he was tired. Compared to Jiang Yunzhi, she was much luckier. At least Shen Xuzhou loved her. Zhou Kai, lend me some money. Shen Xuzhou was a bit irritated. Zhou Kai replied, no way. Even the young master of the Jing Circle needs to borrow money? What's going on? Shen Xuzhou frowned. Zian wants to buy a brooch. It costs over 6 million, and I don't have that much money at the moment. A brooch for over 6 million? Zhou Kai was shocked. That's too extravagant. Does the goddess have no sense of proportion? How much do you want to borrow? Shen Xuzhou asked. 2 million. Zhou Kai gritted his teeth and lent it. For young masters like them, who lived lavishly, taking out a few million at once wasn't easy. Zhou Kai felt a pinch. It's not easy to please the goddess. Jiang Yunzhi would never ask for something so expensive. As soon as Jiang Yunzhi's name was mentioned, Shen Xuzhou's expression darkened. Not only did she not want him to spend money, but she also gave him her salary, working hard to support him. Comparing the two, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps he really had lost the girl who loved him the most. His phone vibrated continuously. Alipay received 520 yuan. Alipay received 1,314 yuan. One transfer after another, all amounts representing love. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at the note. To our dead love. Thanks, that's really disgusting. These numbers were so cruel. She really wanted to give Shen Xuzhou a big slap. Damn the male lead. When would it end? Jiang Yunzhi donated all that money without keeping a penny. Come on, let's hurt each other. She gritted her teeth and ordered a box of cockroaches online to send to Shen Xuzhou with a note. Remember to open it while showering. Surprise awaits. The next day, she invited Lin Xiaoyu to go shopping to relieve her disgust. Otherwise, she was genuinely worried she might not be able to hold back and have someone take care of Shen Xuzhou. Lin Xiaoyu was very happy. It's been a long time since we shopped together. Let's buy. As the precious daughter of the Lin family, Lin Xiaoyu's parents gave her a lot of pocket money every month, enough for her to splurge. She dragged Jiang Yunzhi around, going from one brand store to another, buying skincare products, luxury items, and clothes. Both of their legs were about to break, but they felt great after shopping. Jiang Yunzhi was in high spirits. Her eyes curved into crescents, completely forgetting the troubles Shen Xuzhou had caused her. What's Shen Xuzhou? I don't know him. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. Ji, come with me to a blind date? Jiang Yunzhi. Chapter 24. You truly are something, big yellow girl? Jiang Yunzhi didn't expect that her best friend would take time out of her busy schedule to go on a blind date. The two of them arrived at the CAF. The window seat was already occupied by a young guy wearing a black t-shirt that said dominate this world. He had messy yellow hair, blue earrings, and headphones around his neck, giving off a non-mainstream vibe. So considerate, too considerate. Mom and Dad, I must be your biological child. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned ashen. However, the young guy wasn't alone. Like Lin Xiaoyu, he brought someone along. The man looked to be around 30, wearing a white shirt with silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He had charming peach blossom eyes, looking handsome and refined, seemingly from a different world than the young guy beside him. Lin Xiaoyu's breath hitched slightly as she whispered. These days, people even bring their elders to blind dates. She knew some boys would bring their mothers along for blind dates. The man noticed them. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaoyu. Hello, I'm Jiang Yunzhi. They greeted each other politely. The man smiled slightly, Li Qinghe. He then turned to the young guy, stopped playing games, and introduced them. The young guy lifted his gaze but continued his game. Hello, I'm Liang Hao, just call me Hao Ge. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Oh yeah. It's a miracle if we don't turn your yellow hair into oyster pancakes. Jiang Yunzhi chuckled. Seeing the silence, Li Yinghao added, the reason I share the same surname as my uncle is that my biological father is a scumbag who cheated during my mother's pregnancy, leading to their divorce. So I take my mother's surname, Lin Xiaoyu. My condolences. Li Yinghao glanced at her and smiled. Wait until that scumbag father of mine kicks the bucket. Then you can come congratulate me. After saying that, he immersed himself back into the gaming world, ignoring everything else. Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit bored. If it weren't for her parents threatening to freeze her bank card if she didn't come, she wouldn't have shown up. Since she was here, she might as well chat a bit. Jiang Yunzhi pressed her restless leg down. The young guy wasn't bad. The older guy was also quite nice looking. Definitely above average in the high-quality male market. Well then, for the sake of her bank card, Lin Xiaoyu started chatting with Li Qinghe. What do you like? I like. Almost blurted out male models, but quickly changed it to difficult fitness videos. Li Qinghe took a sip of his coffee. I didn't realize Miss Lin loves sports so much. Lin Xiaoyu, you can't judge a person by appearance. What about you, Mr. Li Qinghe? Golf, horseback riding, surfing. Lin Xiaoyu, surfing? I can do that. She could. Even though it was a blind date, she couldn't neglect her good sister. Lin Xiaoyu invited Jiang Yunzhi to join in, turning the blind date into a 3-person conversation. Jiang Yunzhi thought, since it wasn't her blind date and the guy didn't know her, it didn't matter. She didn't have many hobbies, just like watching some male model videos, checking out abs and pecs, or reading some cliché Mary Sue novels, watching the male and female leads kiss. Lin Xiaoyu widened her eyes. Is that something you can say? You truly are something, big yellow girl. Clearly, it was a 4-person affair, but Jiang Yunzhi had turned it into a no-man's land. In the next moment, Li Qinghe smiled meaningfully and said to Lin Xiaoyu, your friend here is quite humorous. Lin Xiaoyu, yes. She subtly signaled Jiang Yunzhi to tone it down, genuinely worried she might rush onto the highway. Li Qinghe, Miss Lin, we met when you were a child. Lin Xiaoyu, how could she not remember? A handsome guy like him, she definitely wouldn't forget. As Li Qinghe described the encounter, a long-buried memory began to resurface. Oh, she remembered now. Once, she had followed her parents to the Li family to celebrate the new year, and because the Li house was so big, she accidentally got lost and cried. A big brother had held her hand and taken her back to find her parents. She even wiped her nose on his clothes. Thinking of this embarrassing history, Lin Xiaoyu felt mortified. Well, she was too young back then. She quickly tried to engage the gaming-obsessed Li Yinghao. By the way, what do you do for work now? You can't leave your blind date hanging while chatting with an elder. You should at least acknowledge the main person. Li Yinghao looked up and said casually, unemployed. He didn't know why they were directing the conversation to him. He wasn't the main character today. His mom told him to come meet his uncle and learn about the blind date process early, so he could use it when he turned 30. I can only play games. I can't do anything else. My uncle is amazing. He runs the whole Li family. Jiang Yunzhi. What an honest kid. How coincidental. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she reached out to him. I'm also unemployed. Looks like I've met someone with the same situation. Li Yinghao didn't expect that being a slacker rich kid would be so appealing. Before he could reach out, Li Qinghe gently grasped Lin Xiaoyu's fingertips. Nice to meet you. Li Yinghao lowered his head to continue gaming, and before long, he put on his headphones and went to the restroom. Lin Xiaoyu followed him and tapped his shoulder. You're also being forced into a blind date by your family, right? Uh-huh. Li Yinghao nodded, his fingers quickly tapping the screen. Lin Xiaoyu. Me too. How about this? Let's pretend to be a couple for a while, fool our families, and then after some time, we can say we aren't compatible and break up. How does that sound? Good idea, right? Uh-huh. Good, you're right. Li Yinghao politely responded again before finally taking off his headphones. What did she just say? He didn't here. Lin Xiaoyu smiled brightly, looking forward to our cooperation. Li Yinshou. On the other end of the phone, his friend was screaming, I'm dying, send help. He couldn't afford to hesitate and rush to save the day, accidentally giving away a kill. This was a real mess. Jiang Lulu was feeling very depressed lately. Not only had her consumption downgraded, but her social circle had also downgraded, dropping more than one level. The rich young ladies who were wealthier than the Jiang family looked down on her and wouldn't play with her. After Yin Wenjing had blacklisted her, Jiang Lulu could only obediently work at the Jiang company. Jiang Suheng didn't allow her to claim she was a Jiang family heiress at the company, to avoid people thinking she got in through the back door and affecting the company's reputation. The president of Yan's is my brother-in-law, she secretly revealed to her colleagues. She didn't say anything wrong. She never explicitly stated she was a Jiang family heiress, so she was quite obedient. Her colleagues weren't fools and quickly guessed her identity. Oh, so it's the group heiress slacking off. Their attitudes changed, and they began to serve her tea and water. Jiang Lulu felt she was really clever. Today, while shopping with her girlfriends, she suddenly spotted Jiang Yunzhi with a man in a CAF. The greenery blocked the man's face, but he definitely wasn't Yin Wenjing. Yin Wenjing had gone to a press conference. I've caught you. How dare you? Cheating during marriage, secretly meeting a man and having fun like this. Jiang Lulu snapped pictures with her phone. Jiang Yunzhi, let's see how you end up. Chapter 25. How did I get nosebleed? Jiang Lulu wanted to make a big move and secretly inquired about Shen Xuzhou's schedule. Upon learning that he was at a high-end swimming pool, she bribed a staff member to steal Shen Xuzhou's clothes and replace them with a set she had bought in advance, identical to what the man in the photo was wearing. This was the most brilliant moment of her life, pulling Shen Xuzhou into the water and stirring up a messy situation. My dear sister, if your brother-in-law finds out you are secretly meeting Shen Xuzhou, he will definitely divorce you. What I can't have, Jiang Yunzhi won't get either. At the end of the blind date, Li Qing has said goodbye to Lin Xiaoyu. See you next time. Oh, okay. Watching her leave, the man adjusted his glasses, emotions swirling in his eyes. Lin Xiaoyu linked arms with Jiang Yunzhi. I just gathered some intel. Li Yinghao is just like me, being forced into blind dates by family. We quickly reached a consensus to just drag it out for a while and then say we broke up. Jiang Yunzhi nodded. Actually, I think the little uncle of the oyster pancake is pretty good. He speaks elegantly, is very gentlemanly, and always responds to what you say. Honestly, she had a bit of a crush. Mature and steady little uncle, straightforward and rebellious young lady. Liking everything will only make my nutrition balanced. What is an oyster pancake? Lin Xiaoyu thought for a moment. I just like to be free and don't want to find a dad. That little uncle looks like a serious person. He definitely won to indulge her in some damp and flirtatious games or let her touch his abs. Yin Wenjing received an anonymous email with no text. Only a few photos. In a CAF, Jiang Yunzhi was smiling happily while the man across from her was hidden behind some greenery. With only the photos and nothing else, it was easier for people to let their imaginations run wild. The intention behind it was clear, to sow discord between him and Jiang Yunzhi. Yin Wenjing pressed down the corners of his mouth, his face darkening. He was not the type to get jealous easily. Moreover, he and Jiang Yunzhi were merely a couple in name, without any substance. The man extinguished his phone, entered a private elevator, and, as the elevator ascended, the pressure around him was terrifyingly low. The vice president of the branch office and assistant, Sue, were huddled in the corner. They were doomed. Who had the guts to make the president angry? In the extreme silence, the elevator doors opened. Yin Wenjing coldly said, "Find out Shen Xuzhou's schedule for today." Assistant Sue replied yes. As the president's right-hand man, Assistant Sue's abilities were beyond doubt. In less than 10 minutes, the information was presented. Shen Xuzhou had gone to a high-end swimming pool called Lunfan today and also to a CAF called With You, said to be a popular dating spot for couples. They even captured a photo of Shen Xuzhou, and he was wearing the exact same outfit as in the email. Jiang Yunzhi had told him this morning via WeChat that she was going shopping with Lin Xiaoyu. He didn't expect she would secretly meet Shen Xuzhou. The man's expression remained unchanged, making it impossible to discern his emotions. He picked up the lighter on the table, ignited the photo, and casually tossed it into the trash can. Assistant Su dared not breathe a word. The president always kept his emotions hidden. No one knew what he was thinking. Even if he smiled at you, he could instantly bankrupt you, making you disappear completely from Yanjing. The deeper the stillness of the sea, the more dangerous it was in the evening. Jiang Yunzhi was in the living room eating a small cake when she saw Yan Wenjing's tall and imposing figure appear. Instantly, her eyes lit up. As expected, a big shot. He was incredibly handsome. Watching handsome men every day could prolong her life. If she were with the big shot, she could live to 99. As soon as Yan Wenjing entered, he saw the woman in the living room, dressed in a loose beige t-shirt, looking exquisitely beautiful like a porcelain doll. The next moment, she stood up from the sofa and ran to him, her eyes shining. "Mr. Yan, would you like to eat a small cake? It's matcha flavor, really delicious." Butler Chen spoke to her as if she were a mischievous child. "Oh, madam, how many have you eaten? It's not good to eat too many cold things." Jiang Yunzhi hesitated, then said, "Okay, 3. Yan Wenjing's dark eyes dropped to the woman before him, his voice low. "Little girl, it's not good to lie." The man's expression was neutral but gave off a sense of distance, his attitude slightly cold. "Jiang Yunzhi, Before she could react, Yan Wenjing had already brushed past her and went to the underground wine cellar. After finishing the small cake, Jiang Yunzhi wiped her mouth and sneaked over. Yan Wenjing was leaning on the sofa, his arms resting on the armrests, swirling a glass of brandy. "Are you unhappy today, sir? Did you encounter something troubling?" Curiosity and concern flickered in Jiang Yunzhi's eyes. To be honest, who could make a big shot like him unhappy? Usually, when she expressed concern, Yan Wenjing would respond. But today he didn't want to pay her any mind. After all, they were merely a fake couple in a wealthy marriage. Jiang Yunzhi was out having coffee with her ex-boyfriend, who she loved to death. It had nothing to do with him. Whether he was happy or not didn't concern her either. Jiang Yunzhi muttered softly, "Sir, drink less alcohol." Yan Wenjing replied slowly. "We agreed to not interfere with each other in private and to give each other space." "Jiang Yunzhi, you've crossed the line." Hearing this, Jiang Yunzhi's heart sank. All right, the big shot was really annoying her. This was the treatment of a cannon fodder female supporting character. Sigh, she might as well go watch her favorite food show. Butler Chun peeled an orange for her. She bit into a slice and said, "This orange is a bit sour." "Is it?" Butler Chun took it back to eat himself. It couldn't be wasted. Just then, Lin Xiaoyu sent her a few videos. Sizzling, good stuff for our big yellow girl to watch. Jiang Yunzhi quickly clicked in, a bare upper body, smooth and defined abs, glistening with water. Droplets sliding down the lines, she replied to Lin Xiaoyu. "Send more if you love to watch." Butler Chun, cough, madam, you have a nosebleed." Jiang Yunzhi dropped her phone and rushed upstairs to stop the bleeding. How embarrassing. It was just a bunch of lively male models. How'd I get a nosebleed? Coming out of the wine cellar, Yan Wenjing saw the phone lying on the sofa. The screen paused on a suggestive male model. He picked up the phone and glanced at the conversation. Jiang Yunzhi said she loved to watch and wanted more. Butler Chin saw his master chuckle lightly, a bit coldly. "Do young girls nowadays really like this?" Yan Wenjing asked. Butler Chin replied, "Yes, handsome men are enticing." After a pause, he added, probably the madam is still quite different. She's not the kind of shallow girl who only looks at appearances." He said this without feeling guilty, not knowing who had just bled from watching a male model. He would never dare to say that the madam had a nosebleed from watching a male model video. Jiang Yunzhi took a shower, grabbed her phone, and then went to Yan Wenjing's bedroom. The big shot seemed busy dealing with work. She lay on the bed, continuing to scroll through her phone to read domineering CEO novels. Laughter came from the bed. Yan Wenjing glanced over lightly, his thin lips pressed together. She really seemed happy. Did she love it that much? The male model's abs and chest. Didn't she used to touch Shen Xuzhou's abs a lot? The man tapped the table and said flatly, "If you laugh again, your allowance for next month will be gone." Jiang Yunzhi's smile faded from her face. Chapter 26. Want to touch the boss's abs? Not long ago, I was working overtime every day. What's wrong with reading some domineering CEO novels? Boss, please don't be angry. It will affect this little fish. Jiang Yunzhi also has her temper. She got up from the bed and said, I'll go to my own room to read. Yin Wenjing called out to her, his thin lips slightly parted. Come over and help me organize the documents. Considering the 20 million next month. Jiang Yunzhi took small steps over. Say, Mr. Yin, I'm quite expensive. I charge by the hour. Yin Wenjing lifted his head, his long brows slightly raised. How much? 10,000 per hour. Originally, organizing documents for him was free, but who told him to bother her so much in the wine cellar? Then let's do it officially. Seeing that the man didn't say anything, Jiang Yunzhi felt she might have been a bit too bold. She cleared her throat and said, given our relationship, I'll give you a discount, 5,000. Yin Wenjing deal. In fact, he didn't care about that little money. Even if she asked for $1 million an hour, as long as she didn't keep staring at her phone, it was fine. Jiang Yunzhi had no idea that in the boss's eyes, she was just being a little greedy. She only knew that she earned half a month's salary in 1 hour. She was very satisfied. While organizing, she smiled and asked, Mr. Yin, when I hit a midlife crisis and lose my job, can I be your secretary? It's really rare to have a boss like him who is emotionally stable and generous. Being his secretary would be a stable job. Yin Wenjing paused as he signed. It seemed her mind was always full of strange thoughts. The man found it quite amusing and said slowly, that's hard to say. It depends on your performance. She would take that offer. Jiang Yunzhi worked hard and finished organizing the documents in 10 minutes. Just as she wanted to check her phone, Yin Wenjing reached out and lightly tapped her hand, asking her to organize the bookshelf. Don't be lazy. My money isn't easy to earn. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yunzhi finished again. This time, without needing the boss to give orders, she proactively said, I'll go pour some milk. Moments later, she brought 2 cups of warm milk, one for herself and one for the boss. After drinking the milk, sleepiness overtook her. Jiang Yunzhi lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep without even touching her phone. After a while, the man at the desk came over, grasped a corner of the blanket, and covered her. At that moment, his cold brows finally relaxed, like a melting snow. The next day, Jiang Yunzhi woke up early before dawn. She noticed that the corner of Yin Wenjing's pajamas had lifted, revealing a small section of his waist. She immediately widened her eyes. It was abs, clearly defined, with sexy lines. Sure enough, the boss had abs too, making her heart race. The images from last night's video attacked her mind again. Jiang Yunzhi almost couldn't resist the urge to touch the boss's abs. She wasn't greedy. Really, she just wanted to feel the sensation. Stop it, hands. In the end, her rationality prevailed, and Jiang Yunzhi shook off the indescribable thoughts in her mind, forcing her eyes shut. This was too crazy, girl. The boss was not someone you could disrespect. You could be kicked out in an instant and even reported for harassment, ending up in jail. From then on, the monthly 20 million allowance would have nothing to do with her. Jiang Yunzhi turned over and went back to sleep. When Yin Wenjing woke up, he looked at the little girl in his arms, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. He clearly hated being touched. Yet this was not the first time Jiang Yunzhi leaned against him. Humans are truly remarkably adaptable creatures. He gradually got used to having Jiang Yunzhi as his human-shaped sleeping pill. Just a sleeping pill. After getting up, Yin Wenjing went to the gym. The villa had a gym, swimming pool, media room, wine cellar, flower room, and everything else. One could enjoy the best facilities and services without stepping out. The man ran for an hour and then put on boxing gloves to hit the punching bag. The punching bag could barely withstand the blows, swaying precariously. The empty gym echoed with the dull and loud sounds of striking. Half an hour later, the man went to the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom was filled with steam, and cold water cascaded down the man's toned muscles, washing away the foam. Yin Wenjing, dressed neatly, came out of the bathroom just as his phone rang. He pressed the answer button. Assistant Sue, Mr. Yin, we found out that the anonymous email was sent by Jiang Lulu. It seems that woman still hasn't given up after the last incident and is trying to ruin the relationship between the president and his wife. Despicable. If Mr. Yin and his wife have a good relationship, then the people below them will also reap the benefits. Assistant Sue vowed to defend their love. After hanging up, Yin Wenjing looked out the window, his eyes dark. Today was the weekend, and after lunch, Jiang Yunzhi was about to go out. Steward Chen volunteered, "Madam, let me take you. I want to go out and fish." Is that appropriate? Can I say that? Jiang Yunzhi nodded and curiously asked, "Won't Mr. Yin deduct your salary for this?" Steward Chen smiled slightly. "No, the sir is very generous and not picky about employees. As long as we do our jobs well, we can manage our own time." That's him a bit. Jiang Yunzhi took a bite of lemon. "Unlike me, if I don't perform well, I get my allowance deducted." Steward Chen was good at speaking. "Madam is high income and high risk." Jiang Yunzhi took some of the money from her little treasury for financial investment, and another part, she planned to make some investments. She remembered that in the original text, Shen Xuzhou had extraordinary luck and succeeded in whatever investment he made. He had an eye for investing in a nearly bankrupt drone company and made a fortune. Jiang Yunzhi recalled this plot, and the person's name was Feng Xinyu. She wanted to try her luck. It was like she was openly competing with the male lead for people, just wanted to make contact first. On her way to the address she had found out about, she encountered someone fainting on the ground. She stopped the car to help. Jiang Yunzhi and Steward Chen took the person to the hospital. After a while, the young woman lying in the bed slowly woke up. "Jiang Yunzhi, the nurse said you were malnourished and had low blood sugar. Luckily, it's nothing serious." The young woman paused and said, "Thank you for bringing me here. I'll add you on WeChat and transfer you the medical expenses." This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful girl, and if it were before, she might have said something like, "Hey, beautiful," but now she was just a down-on-her-luck person about to go bankrupt. The goddess of misfortune had visited. No one who encountered her had good luck. The woman's eyes turned red. Jiang Yunzhi saw the other person's WeChat name, "One Night 8 Male Models." Sister. How wild. This is in a no man's land. The other party clearly noticed and felt a bit embarrassed. Can you change my nickname? My name is Feng Xinyu. What's your name? What did she just say? Jiang Yunzhi's eyes lit up. "Hello, I'm Jiang Yunzhi. You look a bit sad. Did you encounter some difficulties?" Steward Chen thought that his madam looked a bit like a human trafficker at this moment, specifically targeting naive young girls. Her smile was so sweet. Feng Xinyu's heart melted instantly. Girls truly are the cutest creatures in the world. I started a drone company, but today Mr. Shen rejected my proposal, saying he wasn't interested in my rubbish project. Chapter 27. Is the Mr. jealous? As a cannon fodder female supporting character, Jiang Yunzhi knows that opposing the male and female leads won't yield any good outcomes, so she tries her best to avoid getting involved with them. As long as she doesn't become part of their play, they can go crazy every day. After hearing Feng Xinyu's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. It's not that she intentionally tried to compete with Shen Xuzhou. He was the one who rejected Feng Xinyu first, letting a good opportunity slip away. The plot had diverged so much. Jiang Yunzhi smiled and patted Feng Xinyu's shoulder, comforting her. "It's okay. All the bad things will pass." Feng Xinyu's tears flowed like a broken faucet. "Thank you." But her company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and her comatose mother was still lying in the hospital. She probably couldn't afford next month's medical expenses. Jiang Yunzhi asked, "What are you planning to do next?" Feng Xinyu decided to shut down the company first and then sell a kidney to treat her mother. She was afraid of scaring Jiang Yunzhi, so she bit her lip and said, "I don't know. I'll take it step by step. How about this? I'll invest 10 million in your company." Jiang Yunzhi suddenly proposed. "Huh?" Feng Xinyu was completely stunned. Butler Chen was also surprised. "Madam, that's your..." He swallowed the words pocket money. Wealth should not be flaunted. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes curved in a crescent. "Don't rush. I believe your drone project will definitely succeed. There's a huge market for drones. I'll be the major shareholder. Just wait for the dividends. It's settled." Feng Xinyu was really dumbfounded. "Mom, did I meet a fairy? Is all this real? Why does it feel like a fantasy after working hard for a meal?" Soon, Jiang Yunzhi showed her through practical actions that it was all real. The two signed a contract. Jiang Yunzhi not only invested 10 million, but also transferred her 500,000 for her mother's treatment. "Pay me back when you make money." Throughout the process, Feng Xinyu was dizzy, overwhelmed by the good fortune that fell from the sky. "Okay, so happy. Why are you so good to me?" Jiang Yunzhi thought for a moment and smiled. Maybe it's because girls help girls? Although she initially wanted to take a gamble and make some extra money, After learning about Fang Xinyu's entrepreneurial story, she wanted to invest in her even more. There are shining girls in every field, and they shouldn't be buried. Fang Xinyu said earnestly, I will definitely not let you down. She wanted Jiang Yunzhi to feel that investing in Xinghe technology was the smartest decision of her life. On the way home, Butler Chen couldn't help but say, Madam is kind-hearted, but investments have risks. Be careful not to lose your capital. Jiang Yunzhi's investment approach could be described as ruthless. Simple, brutal, fast and fierce. But she didn't know if it would succeed in the end. Jiang Yunzhi crossed her arms, humming proudly, I have a keen eye. Just wait and see, Butler Chen thought. Forget it, as long as the madam is happy. It's just a month's pocket money. The private room was full of people. Today was a welcoming dinner for Qinghe, a week late. Qinghe didn't he mind, did he? Someone spoke up. Li Qinghe smiled gently. If I really minded, would I still come? Everyone laughed. I heard you went on a blind date yesterday. How was it? Li Qinghe recalled and said, quite an interesting young lady. I'll continue to get to know her. The Lin family surprisingly said they were very satisfied with this blind date, which suited him well. His brother poured him some wine. Hey, Wenjing, when will you bring your little sister-in-law for us to meet? In the corner, a man sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, exuding a noble aura. Upon hearing this, he casually rubbed the rim of his glass. I'll arrange it when there's an opportunity. Li Qinghe raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. The others were also astonished. They thought they were just joking and expected Yan Wenjing to refuse, but he actually relented. It seemed the little sister-in-law was quite remarkable. It actually caught this great deity's interest. Well, you all are either married or going on blind dates, and I'm the only one left single. Someone lamented. 2 hours later, a group left the private room. In the corridor, Yan Wenjing passed by another private room. The door was half open, and voices came from inside. Xuzhou, did you invite Jiang Yunzhi to your engagement party? Zhou Kai asked. Yan Wenjing stopped in his tracks. Shen Xuzhou took a sip of wine, suddenly recalling something, and got goosebumps all over. Jiang Yunzhi had actually sent him a box of cockroaches. Seeing the note saying there was a surprise, he went to the bathroom to open it. Goodness, if he didn't know better, he would have thought he had poked a cockroach nest, and instantly, the whole bathroom was filled with. It scared him to death. This left a deep shadow on Shen Xuzhou. Yes, I sent her an invitation. She should have received it. Zhou Kai nodded. Bro, that's generous of you. After all, you had a relationship. No need to be so heartless. But Jiang Yunzhi loves you so much. She might get stimulated and crash the engagement party to take you back. Just thinking about it was quite thrilling. Shen Xuzhou was stunned for a moment, and a light burst in his eyes. Yes, you have a point. Who knows? She might really crash the wedding. First love is always unforgettable. How could Jiang Yunzhi just sit back and watch him with another woman? As soon as Yan Wenjing returned, Butler Chen handed him an invitation from the Shen family inviting him and his wife to attend the engagement banquet of the Shen and Su families. The man didn't even glance at it and tossed it away. Butler Chen. Oh, all right. Yan Wenjing took a few steps and then stopped again. His tone low. Do you think if Jiang Yunzhi goes, she would crash the wedding? Butler Chen was taken aback, then seriously replied, It's hard to say. First love is always hard to forget. Yan Wenjing curled his lips into a mocking smile. Butler Chen's eyelids twitched. Is the mister jealous? Yan Wenjing's gaze was unfathomable. Do you think I would be jealous? Well, Butler Chen firmly stated, of course not. A rational, mature, a gentlemanly man like you would never be jealous. You're completely different from those petty men outside. Yan Wenjing didn't listen to him flatter anymore and went upstairs. After a while, Jiang Yunzhi came downstairs and saw a golden object in a living room trash can. She leaned over to take a look. An invitation? Opening it, it invited her and the big shot to the engagement banquet of the male and female leads. She thought of the plot in the original text, where the male and female leads experience breakups, amnesia, imprisonment, and finally were about to get engaged. At the engagement party, surprisingly, the deeply affectionate second male lead returned from abroad and crashed the wedding publicly. How dramatic, a love story indeed. She felt a bit curious about how it would unfold. Want to go? A cold male voice suddenly sounded behind her. Clatter. The invitation in Jiang Yunzhi's hand fell back into the trash can. She turned around. A little bit. Yan Wenjing smiled gracefully. A little bit or a billion bits? Chapter 28. Struggling to pick up trash to support you. Why are you saying everything out loud? Jiang Yunzhi just wanted to enjoy the excitement and have a meal. She was about to backtrack her words when Yen Wenjing said, "If you want to go, then go." He wanted to see how the young girls these days would go to such lengths for a man and whether she would really steal a wedding. Hearing the big shot say this, Jiang Yunzhi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had escaped danger. Suddenly, the man casually asked, "What do you think first love is like?" Jiang Yunzhi. First love? Why bring that up out of the blue? Could it be the big shot is thinking about his first love? That childhood sweetheart? The original owner's first love was Shen Xuzhou, and every time Jiang Yunzhi thought of this, her vision went dark. To her, first love was trash. But for the big shot, it was naturally different. Jiang Yunzhi touched her nose. Well, the existence of first love is different for everyone. Most people's first love is beautiful. Beautiful? Even though Shen Xuzhou betrayed her and hurt her, she still thought it was beautiful. What a sentimental person. Yen Wenjing's lips pressed down slightly, and then he left with his long legs. Jiang Yunzhi. What did she do to be called sentimental? Is the bar for sentimentality so low these days? Before she could figure out later on, she saw Yen Wenjing standing on the balcony, slightly bent over, casually resting one hand on the railing with a cigarette between his fingers. The big shot was indeed a big shot. Even his back was handsome, exuding a strong sense of masculinity. Jiang Yunzhi quickly pushed away inappropriate thoughts from her mind. This wasn't the time for admiration. She wasn't mistaken. Seeing the big shot's lonely appearance, he was indeed thinking of his childhood sweetheart. At this moment, a series of WeChat messages popped up. Jiang Yunzhi opened it. It was information sent by Fong Xinyu, including her research results, technical reports, and market research for the drone project. Now that she was a major shareholder of Xingha Technology, she naturally needed to understand the company. After quietly reading for a while, Jiang Yunzhi felt that professional matters should still be handled by professionals. She planned to find an opportunity to bother Yen Wenjing later that evening. Yen Wenjing's long, defined fingers tapped on the keyboard, and upon hearing her, he looked up. Invested 10 million? Wanted to take a look at the information? Jiang Yunzhi obediently nodded her head, knowing that this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. But for her, it was a significant portion of her fortune. Yen Wenjing replied indifferently, "I'm quite expensive." Oh, why does that line sound so familiar? Jiang Yunzhi thought for a moment. Wasn't that what she had said to the big shot before? She had even taken the opportunity to ask for 5,000. Jiang Yunzhi blinked her eyes. How much? How many tens of thousands an hour? Yen Wenjing, 100,000 a minute. 100,000 a minute. That means 6 million an hour. Jiang Yunzhi's mouth twitched, and she reached out her hand, intending to take back the tablet. Forget it, forget it. The big shot was a predator, never a loss, and would not do low return work. In fact, even at 6 million, Yen Wenjing's time wasn't something that could be bought. He was already giving Jiang Yunzhi a favorable rate. The tablet she was trying to move was pressed down by a large hand. "Give it to me. I'll show you." Huh? Jiang Yunzhi paused, poking her finger. That money. Yen Wenjing, do you think I lack that 6 million? Fine. The big shot is always right. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes curved into a smile, showering him with compliments. Yen Wenjing was baffled by how many strange words were in her head. She had endless things to say every day. Even her praises didn't repeat. After glancing through the materials, Yen Wenjing said, "The project has potential. Your vision is good." The big shot gave her a few suggestions, even encouraging her to expand into overseas markets, collaborate with Airbus in Europe, develop urban air traffic management systems, and target the agricultural pest control and infrastructure inspection markets in Southeast Asia. Start with pilot projects before tackling the high-end market. Jiang Yunzhi listened attentively, her eyes shining. "Thank you, Mr. Yen. You are like the god of commerce in ancient Greece, omnipotent." Mr. Yan's mind moved, holding the overseas market in his hands. He was in control. The girl's voice was soft and sweet. Her small mouth seemed to be coated in honey. The compliments flowed like a fanatic praising their idol, extravagant in their flattery. Yen Wenjing supported his chin with one hand, quietly listening to her praise. Honestly, he had heard plenty of flattery before, and usually found it tedious. But today he surprisingly didn't mind. After praising Yan Wenjing, Jiang Yunzhi began to praise herself, believing one shouldn't be biased. I'm the one who brought out such a good project. It's just like me, so impressive. Yan Wenjing raised his long eyebrows, looking as beautiful as a flower. Making money and supporting a family? Jiang Yunzhi was momentarily stunned. How'd he know that? Did he hear her mumble about it back then? Seeing her lips slightly parted, her expression dazed, he found it inexplicably cute. The man suddenly became interested and wanted to tease her. If it's about supporting a family, then you should support me. Jiang Yunzhi adjusted her breathing. Support the big shot? Thinking of the man's expensive custom clothes, a room full of watches, and 3 underground garages filled with luxury cars. Even if she drove one each day, it would take half a year without repeating. Could she, with her monthly salary of 20 million, afford that? Too crazy, too far-fetched. Her little pocket money wasn't enough. Following him, the big shot would turn from a noble and aloof prince into a gray, dowdy canary. Jiang Yunzhi was very self-aware and, forget it, I can't afford Mr. Yan. As expected, this answer elicited a hint of coldness in Yan Wenjing's expression. He knew that Jiang Yunzhi had previously given her salary card to Shen Xuzhou, which was almost all her wealth. Indeed, the beloved man Shen Xuzhou and her nominal husband, she divided quite clearly. If Shen Xuzhou had asked, she probably wouldn't even think twice before agreeing. Yan Wenjing's expression didn't change much. It was just that the interest in his eyes had faded. Jiang Yunzhi suddenly felt that the big shot seemed to grow cold. Just a moment ago, he had been fine, but it seemed that after she said she couldn't afford it, he wasn't as happy anymore. Jiang Yunzhi thought for a moment, and then her expression changed. With a radiant smile, she declared, no matter what, even if I have to sleep on a bridge one day, I will work hard to pick up trash to support you. Yan Wenjing, there's really no need. Jiang Lulu waited for a long time, but didn't hear any commotion from the Yan family. What's going on? Didn't Yan Wenjing receive the anonymous email? She was still waiting for Jiang Yunzhi to be kicked out, disgraced, and reduced to a homeless dog. Perhaps the news was suppressed. After all, the Yan family was the richest and cared about their reputation. However, another matter made the Jiang family explode with anger. The Nanxing Resort Project. The Jiang family was disqualified for bidding. Jiang Lulu sighed. If only sister asked brother-in-law for help, the project would definitely belong to our family. But unfortunately, sister wouldn't. Jiang Xuzhou snorted, saying that Jiang Yunzhi was an ungrateful wolf. Previously, when Jiang Yunzhi married into the Yan family, the Jiang family benefited and thought it was a given. Now that the benefits were gone, they blamed her for being useless. Jiang's father was overwhelmed, and if this continued, the company would face a major crisis with cash flow problems. New investments were a must. Lulu, it's time for you to contribute to this family. He instructed Jiang Lulu to approach the business tycoon Mr. Fan. Although Mr. Fan was a bit older, he had substantial financial resources, and right now, only he could save the Jiang family. Jiang Lulu's mouth dropped open. Was this asking her to make a sacrifice? Is this right? Unexpectedly, all the fuss ended up backfiring. The clown turned out to be herself. Jiang Xuzhou, who usually doted on his sister, didn't dare to speak. Fearing that Jiang's father would go mad and make him pay a price he couldn't afford, he was scared of paying. Chapter 29. She is not a soft persimmon. The results of the Van Jewelry Global Design Competition were announced. Hiss, hiss, hiss. President Wang couldn't believe it. 3rd place. Jiang Yunzhi's work, Echoes of the Deep Sea, won 3rd place and was adopted by Van Jewelry for new product design. This was a global competition with many seasoned designers. And unexpectedly, the newcomer Jiang Yunzhi became a dark horse. Xiao Jiang, we said it was all about participation, but who knew you had such hidden talent? You've brought glory to our company. Jiang Yunzhi beamed. President Wang, is there a bonus for winning? President Wang waved his hand. No, there isn't. Jiang Yunzhi's smile faded. President Wang suddenly had a pang of conscience and waved again. For the next week, there will be a lavish afternoon tea for everyone. Everyone, congratulations to Xiao Jiang for making it to the top 3. The colleagues were very happy, and thanks to Jiang Yunzhi, there would be afternoon tea for the next week. President Wang could be considered extravagant this time. Yunzhi is amazing, carrying the flag for us. Yunji is leading us down the flower path. Haha. Congratulations. Xiao Jiang. You're incredible. Surrounded by everyone's cheers and laughter, Jiang Yunzhi was lost in the compliments. She loved this atmosphere. The thought that her design would be made into a jewelry product filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Yunzhi quickly shared the good news with Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's emotional value peaked. Awesome. Gigi, you're my idol. Lin Xiaoyu. So proud of you. Throws flowers. Jiang Yunzhi replied with a love you gif. Meanwhile, the Jiang family was also celebrating. Jiang Lulu also participated in the Van jewelry design competition, and when the results came out, she wanted to check her ranking. To make it into the top 100 in such a global competition was quite impressive. Of course, Jiang Lulu didn't rely on skill, but on her financial power. She bought her design, spending $300,000 to have a senior designer help her cheat. The results were ideal. Jiang Lulu smiled knowingly, finding someone to spread the news overnight that her design level was among the top 100 in the world. She wanted to slap Landu in the face. Losing her was a loss for nothing. Such good news, Jiang father and mother told everyone they met. What? How did you know our Lulu made it to the top 100 in the design competition? The other party. No, she didn't even ask. Is that polite? Jiang Yunzhi? Jiang mother frowned slightly. Are you talking about my eldest daughter? I'm not clear about her. She is at a small company. What can she achieve? Alas, she wouldn't come back to inherit the family business. They had to maintain appearances. Jiang Lulu secretly felt pleased. Sister probably doesn't qualify for the competition, right? Don't worry, Mom. It's fine if my sister is not successful. I will take care of her in the future. Jiang mother sighed. You really understand. Jiang father wore a stern face, unwilling to mention Jiang Yunzhi, feeling embarrassed. It wasn't that he was heartless. They were both daughters. One was a country bumpkin who knew nothing, and the other was an elegant young lady nurtured from a young age, capable and talented. Anyone could see who deserved favoritism. Moreover, now Lulu was more useful than Jiang Yunzhi. Ding dong. A WeChat message notification sounded. Jiang Yunzhi picked it up to see a selfie from Jiang Lulu, wearing a pink dress. Jiang Lulu, French custom dress, air-freighted, costs over $1 million. A reward for Mom and Dad for making it to the top 100 in the design competition. 2 minutes later, Jiang Lulu. Oh, what should I do? I can't unsend it. Sorry, sister. I sent it to the wrong person. Jiang Lulu. I really didn't mean for you to see it. You want mind, right? Jiang Lulu. Mom and Dad are not biased. If you were as excellent as me, they would buy you one too. Jiang Lulu. Sister, don't be angry. Woo, next time I'll have Mom and Dad buy you one. Definitely next time. Ugh. Jiang Yunzhi got goosebumps all over, her fingers tapping on the screen. I'm allergic. Jiang Lulu. Jiang Yunzhi. Sorry, I'm allergic to green tea. I haven't seen such a fresh and refined green tea in years. It's fragrant for miles. Dealing with a true green tea, the term green tea is very damaging, especially to a proud little princess like Jiang Lulu. The conversation sharply hurt her eyes. She didn't expect Jiang Yunzhi to embarrass her like this, confronting her online. Jiang Lulu almost couldn't maintain her facade. She was on the verge of breaking down. She turned to find Jiang mother to complain. Mom, sister bullied me again. Woo woo woo. She was not a dead green tea. It was the unloved who were green tea. Jiang father and Jiang mother were very angry and specifically took Jiang Lulu to attend a party, showing off her excellence. Jiang mother. It's okay. Jiang Yunzhi can snatch away your engagement, but can't take away your talent. What's so great about being in the top 100? Is it worth you bragging about every day? Lin Xiaoyu's father, Lin Haifeng, coldly remarked. Jiang father maintained a stern face, explaining how high the standards of the design competition were and how fierce the competition was. Lin Haifeng suddenly said, I heard from my daughter Xiaoyu that Yunzhi is third place. Didn't you all know? The Jiang family looked confused. Jiang Lulu's face changed in shock. How could it be possible? Lin Haifeng teased, looks like you're not on good terms with Yunzhi. After all, you keep bragging about a fake. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Jiang father stood there, unable to believe that the daughter he found embarrassing was actually so outstanding. It was simply unbelievable. Jiang Lulu's expression darkened even more. Too embarrassing. Just yesterday, she had deliberately flaunted it in front of Jiang Yunzhi. She was simply a clown. Jiang Lulu felt miserable. leaving the party to immediately report Jiang Yunzhi for cheating anonymously. On the other side, suddenly receiving a notification from Van Jewelry. Jiang Yunzhi was a bit confused, but cooperatively provided the sketches and related materials. The officials stated they would investigate thoroughly. Jiang Yunzhi's small face became serious. But the next second, she changed into a black hooded outfit, put on a small bag with her left hand, took out a mask with her right hand, and left the house. Butler Chen, "Madam, what is this?" Jiang Yunzhi didn't look back, cosplaying as a cool hacker. She entered an internet CAF. The other party reported her, thinking she was a soft persimmon to bully. She was not a soft persimmon. Jiang Yunzhi entered a small booth, put on headphones, and began to type furiously on the keyboard, immersing herself in her own world. Soon, she found out who was behind the sabotage. Jiang Lulu. Knowing this, Lin Xiaoyu immediately got angry. "All right, how did you find out?" Jiang Yunzhi, I found a hacker. Yes, it was her. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes burned with fire. "We should pay her back in her own coin. Let us report Jiang Lulu. A real woman never remains anonymous." She boldly reported the other party. "We can't let that dead green tea bully Gigi. I have plenty of strength to deal with that dead green tea." 2 days later, a trending topic surged on social media. Chapter 30. You little tormentor, don't challenge me easily. Jiang family's fake daughter cheating Jiang Yunzhi had a look of watching the drama as she opened Weibo. After official confirmation from Van, it was revealed that Jiang Lulu had cheated in a competition by using someone else's design, resulting in her disqualification, being placed on the official blacklist, and permanently banned from participating. This was quite the social death. Not only the design community, but even bystanders knew about Jiang Lulu's cheating, and her dismissal from Lando was also dug up. According to insiders, during her time at work, Jiang Lulu bullied her colleagues, which further angered many people. Bullying is the worst. Yes, bullying leads to a lifetime of disgrace. Whether it's school bullying or workplace bullying, it's just too bad. Oh, is this the upbringing of the Jiang family? So-called celebrities are just like that. She is a fake daughter, a fraud. What good can come from someone who occupies another's place? Jiang Lulu had embarrassed herself recently at old lady Yan's birthday banquet, and now she was causing another scandal. Was she planning to debut with a bad reputation? No, girl, if your character is lacking, who would support you even if you debuted? The comments section exploded. Jiang Lulu was stunned, almost unable to breathe. Jiang's father slapped her, saying, "Look at the mess you've made. You've embarrassed our Jiang family." Jiang Lulu covered her face, tears streaming down. She had secretly reported Jiang Yunzhi for cheating, but unexpectedly, the latter reported her back using her real name in a fair manner. The other party hadn't cheated, but she was caught. Just a few days ago, she was secretly happy, and now she was having a heart attack. Damn Jiang Yunzhi, why didn't she cheat? The Jiang family could only spend money to remove the trending topic, but the public had a rebellious mindset. The more they suppressed it, the more everyone paid attention, and discussions heated up. It was also revealed that Jiang Lulu bullied classmates during her university days, locking female classmates in the bathroom and forcing male classmates who rejected her confession to kneel. Netizens were furious and went wild with anger, specifically targeting classmates who were more beautiful and ambitious, forcing a boy to kneel because he didn't like her. What kind of tyranny is that? Being prettier is a crime? Not liking her is also a crime? Does she think she is the center of the universe? The comments section exploded with Jiang Lulu's outrageous actions, filled with heavy hostility. The official Weibo account of Jiang Group was attacked by netizens, all calling for a boycott of the bullying girl, of the arrogant celebrities, and of Jiang's products. Jiang's father clutched his chest, breathing heavily, nearly having a heart attack. He immediately had someone release a statement saying that everything Jiang Lulu did had nothing to do with the Jiang family, and they were completely unaware. Jiang Group also had no relation to Jiang Lulu. In the future, the Jiang family would definitely educate her properly and help her become a better person. Jiang Lulu was dismissed by Jiang Group. Unfortunately, this explanation and action did not quell the anger of netizens. In the villa, in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, Yan Wenjing stood with one hand in his pants pocket, looking disdainfully at the scenery outside. Butler Chen respectfully said, "Sir, it was Jiang Lulu who anonymously reported Madam. which led to Madame reporting her in return with her real name. Right now, the Jiang family was doing everything possible to remove the trending topic. Yan Wenjing's voice was cold. Go give them a heads up, no matter how much they spend. They're not allowed to remove it. Bullying Jiang Yunzhi. Do they think he is a pushover? Even if she is a wife by arrangement. She is not someone who can be bullied casually. He had never bullied Jiang Yunzhi. This trending topic had been at the top for 3 days. Jiang Lulu's reputation was ruined, and the Jiang family was heartbroken. It was torturous. The group suffered a significant impact, and several partners pulled out. While recording an apology video, Jiang Lulu burst into tears, saying, I was wrong. I'm just a child. I promise I won't do it again. The Jiang family made her go plead with President Fan. Fan Hengchuan was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, 37, and quite gentlemanly. What makes you think I would help? I never do things without returns. Jiang Lulu lowered her posture, leaning at his feet, her fingertips climbing up the man's thigh. As long as President Fan is willing to help, I can offer myself. She tilted her head, presenting a very tempting angle. Fan Hengchuan slapped her hand away and handed her over to the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard refused. He couldn't bring himself to touch such a lowly bullying girl. Jiang Lulu could hardly believe what she was seeing. God, how dare he refuse her? Just as she was about to make the bodyguard kneel, she suddenly remembered that he was not her bodyguard but President Fan's, so she had to give up. Fan Hengchuan lit a cigarette and said, I want to get involved in this matter. Yan Wenjing has already made arrangements behind the scenes and communicated with Weibo. Even if your Jiang family goes bankrupt, you won't be able to suppress the heat. Fan Hengchuan was a veteran in the business world, knowing what to do and what not to do. There's a saying in the business world. Those who don't want to live should go against Yan Wenjing. What can be done? If he wants to live, he will absolutely not provoke the other party. Jiang Lulu didn't understand why. After she sent an anonymous email, Jiang Yunzhi had an affair with a man. Yet Yan Wenjing didn't divorce her. She had already thought it through. Jiang Yunzhi would be kicked out, and she would take her place. At this moment, Fan Hengchuan took out a photo from his pocket and said softly, This is your opportunity. Go be his moonlight substitute. Jiang Lulu looked at the girl in the photo, noble and cold, like the moon in the sky. Is she Wen and I? Wen and I have been fostered in the Yin family since childhood and was Yan Wenjing's childhood friend. She went abroad for college. It was said to be Yan Wenjing's first love. Jiang Lulu smiled. I know what to do now. In the living room, Madame took 3rd place. Impressive, very low-key, Butler Chen said with a smile. Jiang Yunzhi felt quite proud. That's right. However, I did my homework in advance and stayed up 2 extra nights. This is called 3 parts talent, 6 parts effort, and 1 part luck. She was almost wagging her tail in joy. Butler Chen suddenly saw her tablet interface and asked, Dad vibe? Dad style? What is the difference? The difference is huge. Enthusiastic citizen, Xiao, Jiang, educated Butler Chen. Dad vibe means someone who likes to lecture, looks down on others, has a strong desire for control, and lacks boundaries. A dad-style boyfriend is mature, stable, and caring. One only scolds you, while the other loves you unconditionally. Butler Chen didn't expect there was so much to it. Jiang Yunzhi crossed her arms. I hate men with a dad vibe the most. Butler Chen wasn't an old-fashioned type, and tried to make an analogy. Madame likes those. Little milk dogs or little wolf dogs? Jiang Yunzhi's eyes lit up. Old Chen, you understand quite a bit. Cool me. Let me share some novels I've been reading recently. She loves sharing good things. Contractual Crisis. The Soft Bird in Mr. Li's Cage Spoiled. Mr. Liu, your hard as white moonlight has escaped again. Wrong marriage. Surprise marriage. Madam runs after the man God occupies you tonight. Butler Chen showed a subway elder's expression. After a while, as soon as Yan Wenjing entered the living room, he heard a burst of wild sounds. You little tormentor. Don't challenge me easily. Chapter 31. Do you like this slick-talking man? The frantic voice continued. Yan Wenjing saw Butler Chen listening to an audiobook and asked him, Why are you listening to this? Butler Chen replied, It's a novel recommended by the lady. In our line of work, we need to understand the preferences of young people, keep up with trends, and have common topics with them. Butler Chen was passionate about his job and loved learning. Damn it, you are my woman. A discordant voice rang out. Tonight, you'll know my power. Is it big enough? Is it hot enough? In the next moment, the man's voice turned seductive and hoarse. breathing heavily. Ah, Li Xiao, don't. The two in the living room fell silent at the same time. Yin Wenjing. Butler Chun. Silence was the theme of tonight's conchiao. Butler Chin's toes dug into the ground. Finally, Yin Wenjing spoke up. Does Jiang Yunzhi like this? Butler Chun was not very sure. She probably doesn't like it. This is called forced love. The lady is a very thoughtful girl. She would prefer a man who respects her and has gentlemanly demeanor. Oh, by the way, the lady said she hates dad-type men. Dad-type? Yin Wenjing listened indifferently, casually tugging at his lips, and went upstairs. In the study, in front of the desk, the man's eyes were pitch black, and his hand suddenly stopped moving. Then, he picked up his phone and typed in the search box, "What is a dad-type man?" 3 minutes later, Yin Wenjing's furrowed brow relaxed. He was not the kind of husband who liked to preach, control, or suppress his partner. Exactly the type Jiang Yunzhi disliked. Suddenly, the man's brow furrowed again. Why should he care about what she likes or dislikes? What does it have to do with him? The phone screen lingered on an introduction to dad-type husbands, which are popular among young people. They were indulgent, encouraged their partners, responsible, caring, and provided emotional value. Yin Wenjing exited the page. Catering to the market was too childish. It was not his style. After dinner, Yin Wenjing slightly tilted his head and casually asked, "I heard you got 3rd place in the design competition. What gift you want?" Huh? Jiang Yunzhi's expression was astonished. Heard? Who told you, big boss? Butler Chun? She was excited and hopeful. Anything I want? What if my white moonlight comes back? Can I get a divorce in 2 years? Then she could leave with 500 million. Jiang Yunzhi felt a hint of anticipation, but also thought that this idea was too crazy and greedy. Yin Wenjing sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. "You tell me first." Jiang Yunzhi stared at him and boldly said, "Acquire Van jewelry." It was just a scene she had seen in a novel, where the domineering CEO waved his hand and acquired a multinational company for the female lead. Although she was not the female lead, wasn't it okay to fantasize a little? Yin Wenjing paused for a moment, ruthlessly shattering her fantasy. "Do you like daydreaming?" The expected answer caused Jiang Yunzhi to be momentarily disheartened, but her strong heart quickly healed. To dare to think is to have. One should not belittle oneself. If something is impossible, then it's impossible. Isn't it okay to fantasize a bit? Yin Wenjing smiled. "I'm not the kind of love-struck CEO you read about in novels." The man's smile was extremely charming, but his words were icy. "I know, you're a cold-hearted, career-focused CEO with no interest in women." The big boss sliced through the love-struck notion. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't imagine how thrilling it would be if the big boss fell in love. She was speechless. Yin Wenjing slowly asked, "Do all young girls like this?" Jiang Yunzhi was very straightforward. Yes. A real CEO should show off his strength by acquiring a company. Seeing the man's subtle expression, Jiang Yunzhi raised her hand. "Okay. Forget I said anything." Curiosity drove her to ask a question. "Mr. Yin, if you met a girl you liked, would you do this?" Yin Wenjing, "No." "Do I look like a love-struck person?" "Well, not really." Jiang Yunzhi silently sighed in her heart that he was unyielding. Fantasizing was not working, so she changed her gift request, asking the unyielding big boss to accompany her to the mall to buy something. Yin Wenjing, "Just this?" Jiang Yunzhi walked ahead, turned back, and smiled. "Companionship is also a gift. Mr. Yan's hourly wage is 6 million. If you accompany me for an hour, it's like I earned 6 million. This was truly a genius logic. Yin Wenjing was amused by her smug little expression. Half an hour later, Jiang Yunzhi sank into the soft sofa, fragrant and fluffy. Super comfortable. The light pink cloud sofa was perfect for lounging while scrolling on her phone or working on her laptop. She had fallen in love with it when she saw it while shopping with Xiaoyu last time. This time, she wanted to take it home. She asked Yin Wenjing, "Can I put it in your bedroom?" Please. Yin Wenjing's bedroom was designed with cool tones, mainly black, white, and gray, giving off a very cold and indifferent style. Suddenly adding a pink sofa would be quite jarring. Jiang Yunzhi intended to play on it until she got tired, and then crawl back to bed to sleep without running back and forth between 2 bedrooms. The man's gaze locked on her smiling face. In fact, Jiang Yunzhi was quite cute, and her smile was especially sweet. He smiled gently. "You wish." "Damn." Jiang Yunzhi's smile froze. She mentally punched the air. Damn it, you evil ice-cold face. The man with the evil ice-cold face was unaware, smiling charmingly as he watched her deflate. He seemed like a gentleman, but deep down, he had a bit of a bad side. However, this bad side was often unleashed in the business world, leaving people with nothing overnight. After meeting Jiang Yunzhi, he began to have a playful mindset. Xuzhou, just take that bed. It's durable. A clear voice came from nearby. Undoubtedly, it was the male and female leads. Jiang Yunzhi looked in the direction of the voice and saw the two of them buying a bed next door. Upon seeing Yin Wenjing, Su Zian's eyes flickered, and she came over to greet him. Mr. Yin, I've heard so much about you. My father often speaks highly of you. You're young and accomplished. The aloof female lead was unexpectedly flattering a man other than the male lead. Su Zian also saw Jiang Yunzhi, but didn't take her seriously, only trying to please the head of the Yin family. Her hand was raised in the air for a long time, but the man across from her did not respond, merely raising his eyelids coldly, his gaze indifferent. Nice to meet you. Jiang Yunzhi's flattery was pleasant to hear, but this person in front of her was a bit noisy. Su Zian's expression stiffened. She couldn't believe she wasn't getting any attention from the man. She knew she always had a charm that made people fall in love at first sight. How could it fail today? Not far away, Shen Xuzhou was very displeased. What kind of man was this? He didn't even hold a woman's hand. He had no gentlemanly demeanor. He never let any woman feel disappointed. Shen Xuzhou strode over, wrapping his arm around Su Zian's waist with such force that it almost crushed her into his body. Baby, besides the bed, what else do you want? I'll buy it all for you. Everything I have is yours. Jiang Yunzhi was speechless. What was with the hugging and talking? She watched him talk to the white moonlight. What was going on? She had no idea what Shen Xuzhou was going to do next. She left with Yin Wenjing. Suddenly, Yin Wenjing grabbed her wrist. Do you like this slick-talking man? Chapter 32. Sorry, did I hurt you? Do you like someone like Shen Xuzhou? He's a scumbag. A rotten cucumber with a wayward son returns home persona. No way. Jiang Yunzhi wished she could do a set of military boxing on the spot, shouting I'm not. I didn't tea. She shook her head like a rattle drum. That was in the past. Yin Wenjing squinted his eyes, his tone indifferent. You don't like him anymore? Jiang Yunzhi suddenly remembered her persona, the president's tool wife. While she was worried about her pocket money, she didn't want to seem so low as to like a man like Shen Xuzhou. Seeing her expression conflicted, as if she had struggled for a while, she finally said, hesitating, why was this such a hard question for her to answer? Yin Wenjing chuckled, a cold glimmer in his eyes. After a moment, he casually asked, what kind of dad-like boyfriend do you like? Jiang Yunzhi was surprised. How did he know that? She honestly replied, yeah, those mature and charming dad-like types can take care of people and spoil them to the skies. So charming, it's simply irresistible. The two went to the supermarket. Shen Xuzhou's eyes were blazing with fury as he impatiently pulled Su Zian to keep up. What are we doing at the supermarket? Su Zian frowned in disdain, saying only servants would go to the supermarket. Jiang Yunzhi, having become the Jiang family's young lady and married into a wealthy family, still couldn't change her vulgar taste. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Shen Xuzhou's expression changed, not looking good. In Shen Xuzhou's impression, Su Zian had always been noble and elegant. Now, for some reason, she was different from the white moonlight in his memory. It felt like something had changed. A bit harsh. Shen Xuzhou's mouth twitched. He didn't like her being so aggressive. The you I remember is gentle, virtuous, and beautiful. Besides, what's wrong with shopping at the supermarket? My mom shops too. Is she a servant? Shen Xuzhou's parents also had a business marriage, and his mother was a traditional and virtuous woman who obeyed his father in everything, giving him a lot of face. He hoped that in the future, if he were with Su Zian, it would also be such a marital relationship. She would manage the home, creating a harbor where he could rest comfortably after being tired from the outside world, and he would be responsible for making money to support the family. Su Thiyan, a rich young lady, rolled her eyes, saying, didn't we agree not to argue? Are you trying to intimidate me now? Shen Xuzhou. Women change their faces faster than they turn pages. Seeing her turn to leave, Shen Xuzhou patiently tried to coax her to calm down. Su Zian opened a link. I want this bag. It's only over 700,000. If you buy it, I'll be calm. Don't ask. Just know that Shen Xuzhou regretted it deeply. very deeply. If he had known, he would have let her leave earlier, trapped in endless regret. He had to agree for the sake of his pride. Shen Xuzhou felt very uncomfortable. What does love really bring to men? Finally, the two of them caught up with Jiang Yunzhi and Yan Wenjing again. Su Zian's eyes widened. That cold and noble President Yan had deliberately slowed down to wait for Jiang Yunzhi to catch up. He was accommodating her. Jiang Yunzhi wandered around, like a butterfly flapping her wings, while Yan Wenjing stood a few steps away, tall and relaxed, his gaze occasionally landing on her. It gave a strange illusion that she was causing a commotion while he was amused. Ultimately, she couldn't hold it in. Su Zian began to feel sour. Damn it, how could she, the dignified young lady of the Su family, feel jealous of a bumpkin like Jiang Yunzhi? Unfortunately, Shen Xuzhou completely failed to notice the unusualness of his white moonlight and was sulking in the dark. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi getting close to Yan Wenjing, jealousy flared instantly. How dare she? Jiang Yunzhi clearly loved him. Shen Xuzhou felt his vision darken, as if the sky had fallen. He rushed forward, and when Yan Wenjing turned around, he suddenly slid under a shelf, continuing to watch with gritted teeth. That was close. He wasn't afraid. He just didn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Behind, Su Zian's expression was quite something. She couldn't imagine how embarrassing it would be if she were next to Shen Xuzhou. She had to pretend not to know him. The supermarket staff were so scared by the dark lurking Shen Xuzhou that they nearly called security. Shen Xuzhou had lost face immensely, trying to save his dignity. How can you be so ignorant? I'm not a pervert. This is performance art. Staff, what a weird art. No, I mean, what an abstract art. Over there, Jiang Yunzhi was enjoying her shopping, with 2 carts filled with snacks and drinks, and she even bought a bottle of rose-scented shower gel. At that moment, a girl suddenly ran up to Jiang Yunzhi. Can I add your brother's WeChat? Huh? Jiang Yunzhi was momentarily stunned. Realizing that she was referring to Yan Wenjing as her brother, her sense of duty as a tool person instantly surged, and she subconsciously stood in front of the big shot, her expression incredibly determined. No, he is not my brother. He is my husband. She heard the girl let out a big, a hint of panic in her eyes. Apologizing awkwardly, she said, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. You look so young. I thought you were his sister. Then she hurriedly ran away. Jiang Yunzhi burst out laughing. Yan Wenjing had a high threshold for happiness and couldn't understand what was so funny. What's so funny about it? Sure enough, she was a young girl. Everything was written on her face. What are you laughing at? The man still couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yunzhi proudly replied. She said I look young. Such a strange point of attention. Yan Wenjing seemed to have a hint of helplessness in his deep-set eyes. I just blocked the peach blossoms for Mr. Yan. Don't worry, with me around, no one else can get close to Mr. Yan. Jiang Yunzhi showed a look of R&T. Amazing? She always had many quirky little expressions, and somehow they were a bit cute. Cute? Yan Wenjing retracted his gaze, as if contemplating. For the first time, he found a woman to be cute. Pushing the shopping cart away, Jiang Yunzhi muttered, Mr. Yin, you really should seriously consider it. When I'm middle-aged and looking for a job again, please hire me as your secretary. If that doesn't work, I could be a maid-of-home. Yan Wenjing didn't understand her obsession with re-employment in middle age, but went along with her words, asking, What would you do? Jiang Yunzhi thought for a moment and said, I wouldn't know anything, but I'm so clever, I could get the hang of it after some training. The shadowy Shen Xuzhou followed closely behind, staring hard at Jiang Yunzhi. She looked so happy smiling at Yan Wenjing, like a bright little rose in the sunlight. He let out a painful cry, looking at Su Zian. Su Zian, sorry, did I hurt you? Her nails dug deep into his flesh, blood oozing from the wound. Shen Xuzhou's eyes widened like copper bells. Why are you pinching me? Su Zian, I thought I was pinching myself. No, she did it on purpose. Who told him to be so entranced by Jiang Yunzhi? The woman lowered her eyes, a thick shadow in her gaze. She really wanted to break his legs and keep him locked by her side forever. Chapter 33. Spoiling the wife. So sweet at the Genia Club. Under the influence of alcohol, Shen Xuzhou revealed his inner thoughts and casually said, Zhou Kai, my heart is so chaotic. Zhou Kai paused his drinking. What's going on? Talk to me. Shen Xuzhou sighed. I've been arguing with Xian a lot lately. She doesn't listen to reason, and every time we fight, she makes me buy jewelry and bags. I'm really exhausted. Not only am I physically drained, but my wallet is empty too. Jiang Yunzhi is nothing like her. Hearing this, Zhou Kai understood. It's the nature of men to want both. His buddy wants the cold and noble white moonlight, while also not being able to let go of the obedient Jiang Yunzhi. Now, Jiang Yunzhi is already Yin Wenjing's wife, making it difficult to pry her away. Shen Xuzhou's heart ached. Zhi loves me. She yes only with Yin Wenjing because she was forced. Seeing his buddy's obsession, Zhou Kai didn't know what to say and offered a few casual words of comfort. Suddenly, a phone rang. It was Su Xian calling again. Hey Xuzhou, I can't sleep. Recently, she had been keeping a close eye on Shen Xuzhou, fearing he might stray, as charming men are often fickle. Shen Xuzhou, feeling tipsy, replied, "Find something to do and you'll be able to sleep." There was a brief silence on the other end before she spoke again. "No, I'm afraid to sleep alone. Come keep me company." "Okay." Shen Xuzhou grabbed his coat and left the private room, his steps unsteady. Suddenly, a petite figure bumped into his embrace. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." When Shen Xuzhou saw the woman's face, he felt a bit dazed and held her tightly, not letting her go. Zhi, I miss you so much. You finally come to find me." Since getting the cloud sofa, Jiang Yunzhi had been holed up in her room for days, only going to the boss's bedroom to sleep before bed. Yin Wenjing felt as if his bedroom had become a hotel. Moreover, there used to be intermittent laughter coming from the bedroom, as Jiang Yunzhi read novels, scrolled through her phone, and watched dramas. Now, looking around, the spacious bed was empty, with no sign of her presence. It suddenly fell quiet, leaving only the sound of him typing. Yin Wenjing furrowed his brow slightly. An odd and unfamiliar restlessness arose. It was uncomfortable. He wasn't used to Jiang Yunzhi not being there. Yin Wenjing rubbed his brow, telling himself he needed to get used to it. At that moment, Jiang Yunzhi entered, holding a strawberry bear in one hand and a glass of milk in the other, gently placing it on the desk. "It's for sleep. Don't stay up too late." After saying that, she walked to the bed in her slippers, lying down with the strawberry bear, and took out her phone from her nightgown pocket. From Yin Wenjing's perspective, he saw her lifting her hips as she adjusted her dress, revealing her smooth, white thighs. After a few seconds, the man swallowed hard, averted his gaze, and said in a low voice, "Don't lie there playing with your phone. It's bad for your eyes." Okay. Jiang Yunzhi, who was good at following advice, sat up. Suddenly, she blinked, wondering, was the boss just showing concern for her? Oh yeah. It seemed they had developed a friendly marital relationship, progressing further than before. She yawned and chatted with Lin Xiaoyu for a bit. Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Lulu's trending topic has dropped. It must have been tough for her these days, truly self-inflicted. Lin Xiaoyu. My dad said the Jiang family can't get rid of the trending topic. There might be someone powerful backing them. Zhi, could it be your husband? Lin Xiaoyu. Spoiling the wife. So sweet. I'm dying from this. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at Yin Wenjing, who was cold and aloof, seemingly out of reach. She quickly replied, "Give up on that fantasy. Watch fewer idol dramas. The boss wouldn't care about such trivial matters." Lin Xiaoyu. All right, this situation greatly affects the Jiang family. I'm worried they might harass you. Be careful. Jiang Yunzhi anticipated this. She'd keep her guard up. She then asked Lin Xiaoyu how things were going with her blind date. Lin Xiaoyu said the Li family was quite satisfied with her and planned to continue getting to know each other, as long as her parents didn't arrange blind dates for her. After chatting, lazy Jiang Yunzhi went to sleep, recalling her good friend's words. It can't be your husband, right? 3 minutes later. No, absolutely not possible. The boss really isn't that idle. She pushed the unrealistic thought away. Lin Xiaoyu went to find her blind date, having just added them on WeChat yesterday. The profile picture was a solid black background with a small H in the center. Quite low-key, like a micro-business. After chatting a bit, she found the other person looked like a spirited young man and was quite gentle and polite. "Do you play games?" She sent out a friendly signal. The other side replied, "I do." Lin Xiaoyu rubbed her hands together. "Huh, that's great. Take me to rank up?" Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoyu's pupils trembled, despair flooding her heart. "What is wrong with you? You're worse than me." Originally, she thought Li Yinghao, who was so engrossed in games the other day, Must be a pro who could easily carry her to rank up. Unexpectedly, he was just a noob, dragging her down with him. So bad, too bad. Lin Xiaoyu tapped her nails on the screen, then threw her phone down in anger. I'm not playing anymore. On the other side, Li Yinghao glanced at his solemn uncle Li Qinghe, who was staring at WeChat, seemingly helpless. He asked, Uncle, what is wrong? He leaned over to see the conversation. Lin Xiaoyu. Noob Lin Xiaoyu. You're not good. Lin Xiaoyu. I'm not playing anymore. Damn. Li Yinghao felt protective. She called you a noob and said you're not good. How infuriating. Let me go scold her. Li Qinghe narrowed his peach blossom eyes. Yinghao, scolding others is not good. Li Yinsheng. Uncle, she hasn't even entered the door yet, and you're already defending her. You can't really like her, can you? Li Qinghe's voice was slow. Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. The next moment, he added, teach me how to play games. He adjusted his glasses with his long fingers, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Next time, he would show Lin Xiaoyu just how capable he was. That day, Jiang Yunzhi sent a message to Jiang Yunzhi. Yunzhi, brother is feeling quite miserable lately. After everything that has happened, I realize you're the best. You're the most qualified to be my little sister. Early in the morning, Jiang Yunzhi, still half asleep, saw the message and couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Yunzhi was being silly, making her laugh. Who cares about being the most qualified to be his sister? Jiang Yunzhi, we're family. There are no overnight grudges. Let us bury the hatchet. He sent Jiang Yunzhi an address, inviting her for a family dinner the next day. Jiang Yunzhi didn't want to bother with him, but unexpectedly, he sent over a bottle of wine, claiming it was worth $1 million, saying their family couldn't bear to drink it. So, it was just for her. After all, she was his only real sister. Fake. Butler Chen looked at the bottle for a while and said, it's made to look real just to fool outsiders. We have a few genuine bottles at home, which are only given as gifts. The sir doesn't tea like to drink. Jiang Yunzhi asked, what does the sir drink? Butler Chen replied, Macallan 1926 1. 9 million a bottle, with only 40 bottles in the world. Sigh, we only have 20 bottles at home. Jiang Yunzhi was stunned. 13 million worth of whiskey. Just tasting a drop would be enough to brag about for a lifetime. Her envy flared up. What difference would it make if there was one more rich person in the world? Chapter 34. Once I give it to you, I can't give it to others. As Jiang Yunzhi was about to mutate into a red-eyed maniac, Butler Chen immediately said, Madam, calm down, calm down. Jiang Yunzhi blinked her eyes. One day, I will be able to drink a drop, right? Butler Chen replied honestly, maybe, probably there might be a chance. As long as you live long enough, nothing is impossible. Well, Jiang Yunzhi felt comforted. Butler Chen asked, Madam, do you have an appointment tomorrow? It might not just be a simple meal. He didn't want to speak ill of the Jiang family in front of her, but the other party definitely had ill intentions. Jiang Yunzhi nodded. Sure, I know what I'm doing. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, and she went out with a bodyguard. In Butler Chen's eyes, Jiang Yunzhi was just a girl who had graduated and hadn't been in the world for long, very innocent. After thinking for a moment, he still told Yan Wenjing about this matter. Yunzhi, you're here. Jiang Yunzhi was unexpectedly warm, like a caring older brother. There was only him in the private room. Jiang Yunzhi looked around. Where are the others? Is it just you and me for dinner today? Jiang Yunzhi glanced at his watch. Mom and Dad have something to do. They'll probably be late. Let's eat first, just the two of us. He poured wine for Jiang Yunzhi and served her dishes, exuding warmth. You've been wandering outside for so many years. It must have been tough for you. When you got lost back then, Mom cried until her eyes almost went blind, and Dad couldn't sleep at night. Later, he would even stay out all night. Jiang Yunzhi remained silent, listening to him quietly. As he spoke, emotionally, Jiang Yunzhi wiped the corner of his eyes with his hand. Jiang Yunzhi casually handed him a cloth. He took it to wipe his face, only to realize it was a cleaning rag, and his expression almost broke. Damn, little white-eyed wolf. I'm going to the restroom. 5 minutes later, 2 tall bodyguards carried Jiang Yunzhi in. One of the heavily tattooed men said, Madam, we saw him making a sneaky phone call in the hallway, so we followed him. We heard him call someone named Biao Ge, saying the person was in the private room, and Biao Ge should enjoy it. We knocked him out and brought him back for you to deal with. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes darted around. Good. Just now he was being fake and shedding a few crocodile tears, but it turned out he planned to send her away. Fortunately, she had been prepared. The floor was covered in the wine she poured, and she hadn't eaten a bite of food. Jiang Yunzhi instructed the bodyguards to bring a set of women's clothing for him to change into, put on a wig, tossed it on the sofa, turned off the lights, and went out. She then entered the adjacent private room, waiting for the show to unfold. After a while, a man in a floral shirt and with oiled hair entered. The noise was huge, like a lion fighting. Someone was shouting, it's me, Biao Guo, don't, it hurts. Jiang Yunzhi quietly put on headphones. Soon, a group of prearranged paparazzi burst in, taking pictures inside like crazy. Look, it's Mrs. Yin. Just as the words were spoken, they immediately turn around. How is it you? The person being pinned down by Biao Guo was actually Jiang Yunzhi, looking like a wilted eggplant at that moment. What happened? What did you do to my brother? Jiang Yunzhi appeared with her people. Brother, how come? So it turns out you like men. I didn't expect my brother to be gay. Sigh, the Jiang family's lineage is really going to end. This was a lethal blow. Hearing her words, Jiang Yunzhi's eyes darkened, and his bent back completely broke. The sky had fallen. Across the room, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Yan Wenjing watched the commotion below. Knock, knock. Come in. A man in black entered. Sir, madam is fine. She sent that man named Biao Guo to the police station. The paparazzi will post the videos and photos online. Earlier, Sir asked them to keep an eye on madam's situation. If anyone dared to lay a finger on her, they would be fed to the sharks in the open sea. Madam is very clever. She handled it herself without needing us to intervene. Jiang Yunzhi's legs trembled, his waist felt like it was breaking, and his butt was about to crack. Every part of him hurt, as if he had been beaten badly. Just thinking about the scene in the private room made his face pale instantly. He didn't dare to think about it. It was too terrifying. Slap. Jiang father slapped him, wishing he could kill him. Jiang mother hugged her husband, tears streaming down. Su Hong is doing this for the good of the Jiang family, plotting against Jiang Yunzhi, wanting Mr. Yin to divorce her and letting Lulu take the position. He had his reasons. Jiang Lulu had her head bandaged like a mummy. She had just had facial surgery and couldn't make big expressions. She nodded repeatedly. Soon, the video spread online, causing a huge uproar. In less than half a day, it topped the trending searches. Jiang family young master breaks free from family constraints. Does it for love, ignoring societal views. Jiang family men are exemplary. Young master Jiang's boyfriend Biao Guo goes to jail. Such a humiliation. Seeing the trending topic, Jiang Yunzhi almost went crazy. Slander, it's all slander. This trending topic was terrifying. Jiang mother was very worried. What should we do? Everyone thinks Su Hong is gay, and no one wants to marry into the family. The Jiang family's lineage is really going to end. Ha ha ha. You made me laugh to death. Lin Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Ji, next time bring me along for such exciting things. Definitely. Jiang Yunzhi hung up the phone and turned to see a tall, strong man standing behind her. Yan Wenjing raised an eyebrow slightly, knocked out Jiang Yunzhi with one hand, sticking chopsticks in his nostrils. Oh no, I got caught talking nonsense. Jiang Yunzhi extended her fingers and gestured, touching her index finger and thumb together. I just added a little artistic element. Then she thought, what am I afraid of? He wasn't even there at the time. She immediately put her hands on her hips. Mr. Yin, you didn't see it. I was really strong and mighty at that time. Oh, Yan Wenjing smiled in his usual deep voice. Is it strong to have bodyguards knock out Jiang Yunzhi and change him into women's clothes? Jiang Yunzhi was very surprised. How did you know? Did the big boss also see it? She asked Yan Wenjing, and the man mysteriously said, guess. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't guess and went to ask the all-knowing Butler Chun. Butler Chun replied, I told sir. He probably couldn't rest easy and want to keep an eye on things secretly. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes flickered. The big boss was worried about her. Was she being too sentimental? The next day, to show her gratitude, Jiang Yunzhi gave Yan Wenjing a money tree she had planted. This was her first time giving a gift to the big boss, and her heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. The two locked eyes. Yan Wenjing said lightly, do you think I lack money? Jiang Yunzhi smiled slightly. Not at all, but this is my favorite tree, so I wanted to give it to you. Yan Wenjing thought of the night after they got their marriage certificate when she was in the room calling for money to come. She really liked money. Seeing he had no reaction, she suddenly added, if you don't like it, I can take it back. She was also reluctant. She had nurtured it for many days. Why not give it to him instead of Shen Xuzhou? Yan Wenjing accepted it, his tone casual. Once I have it, I can't give it to others. Huh? What are you thinking? She wouldn't give it to others. Jiang Yunzhi still answered vaguely. M for you. Chapter 35 in Love, They're All Cowards Xuzhou. A recent dark horse in the tech industry, called Xinghe Technology, is focusing on drones and gaining momentum. Father Shen said. Shen Xuzhou's expression was subtle. Xinghe Technology? A bit of an impression. Isn't that the company he rejected before? At that time, he was always arguing with Su Zian, feeling quite down, and had no intention of investing in projects. Moreover, Xinghe Technology was on the verge of bankruptcy back then. He didn't have a good impression of them. Unexpectedly, in a short time, they secured investment and were revived. Shen Xuzhou stubbornly said, maybe it's just a flash in the pan. No worries. He has always been lucky. Whatever he invests in will succeed. So he doesn't care about this Xinghe Technology. Father Shen, you're not young anymore. After you get engaged to Zian, come into the group to help out. Shen Xuzhou agreed. He thought of Yan Wenjing, that man who was powerful and influential. If he entered the group early like Yan Wenjing, he should also be able to create brilliance and perhaps even surpass Yan Wenjing. Shen Xuzhou would never admit that he was inferior to Yan Wenjing. Jiang Yunzhi received a message from Fang Xinyu. Fang Xinyu would occasionally update her on the situation of Xinghe Technology. After all, she was a major shareholder. Yunzhi, at the end of this month, Xinghe will hold a product launch. The suggestions you gave last time were super useful. We are piloting the overseas market in Singapore. She scrolled through a dozen messages. Jiang Yunzhi read them carefully and chatted with her for a few more minutes before putting down her phone, satisfied. It seems her side business is gradually getting on track and will bring her considerable profits in the future. So looking forward to it. As time passed, it came to the engagement banquet of Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian. Xuzhou, what is your relationship with this woman? Su Zian questioned with a photo in hand. In the photo, Shen Xuzhou was sitting on a supercar, holding a woman and burying his head in her neck, looking very intimate. Shen Xuzhou for thou win. Are you spying on me? So what if I am? Su Zian retorted confidently. Shen Xuzhou felt very uncomfortable. He didn't expect her to distrust him so much. Am I really not worth your trust? In your eyes, am I that unreliable man who messes around? Seeing the hurt in his eyes, Su Zian had a moment of doubt, wondering if she had misunderstood him. No, I know you love me the most. You're just playing around with other women. Shen Xuzhou, however, couldn't feel happy. He suddenly felt that he and Su Zian were drifting apart. The passionate love they once had seemed to have faded significantly. Was she really suitable for him? He felt a bit lost. Zhou Kai came in to urge, buddy, there's so many guests outside. Go greet them. You're the main character today. He turned to Su Zian and said, Goddess, congratulations on your engagement. Su Zian forced a smile, looking a bit strained. Cece is a simple girl, carefree and straightforward, like one of the guys. My relationship with her is purely brotherly. Don't think too much about it. Shen Xuzhou dropped the line and left. Su Zian clenched the photo, her fingertips turning white. What kind of pure, brotherly relationship involves hugging? Today, at the engagement banquet, she could only pretend to be confused and settle the score later. The engagement banquet organized by the Shen and Su families was quite grand, with prominent figures from Yinjing invited. After Jiang Yunzhi entered, she first focused on where the food area was and what drinks, desserts, and snacks were available. Someone was treating them to a meal, and there might be a good show to watch later. It wasn't a wasted trip. Yan Wenjing, dressed in a custom gray suit, had a distant expression, giving off an air of don't come near me. Standing next to Jiang Yunzhi instantly attracted everyone's attention. The surrounding area fell silent for a moment before everyone regained their senses. Mr. Yin and Mrs. Yin, such a good match. A couple of talents, born to be together. Mrs. Yin is so young. Haha, they're stealing the spotlight from today's main character. Someone came over to chat with Yan Wenjing, and Jiang Yunzhi tucked a stray hair behind her ear and went off to have some fun. Suddenly, she sensed a cold, sharp gaze. Turning around, oh, it's her big brother. Jiang Suheng was breathing heavily, wishing he could swallow Jiang Yunzhi whole. Damn Jiang Yunzhi. You made me sleep with Biao Ge and become a joke. In recent days, a group of rich young men in the Jing circle had been messaging him, wanting to pursue him. Babe, you have such a hot body. Can we have a date? Hot my ass. I'm a straight man. The kind of straight man who wouldn't bend regardless of how the world turned. Even worse, a big shot had offered to be his sugar daddy. Jiang Yunzhi was afraid of offending the big shot and didn't want to suffer, so he simply pushed Jiang father out. My dad is also gay. He should be very interested. Do you want to give it a try? The other party dismissed him, saying Jiang father was too old, and there was no follow-up. Jiang Yunzhi was indifferent to Jiang Yunzhi's anger. She glanced around and found it strange. Only Jiang Yunzhi and Jiang father and mother were there. Where was Jiang Lulu? Jiang Lulu hadn't shown up for a while. She didn't know what she was busy with. Jiang Yunzhi rushed over. How dare you show up? You've made my life miserable. What have I done to you? Our Jiang family provides you with food and clothing. And I even gave you such an expensive bottle of wine. 1 million, 1 million. He was speaking rapidly. Shut your mouth. Jiang Yunzhi said impatiently. Zhan Suing. Jiang Yunzhi, you still have the nerve to mention fake wine? Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Yunzhi's face instantly turned various colors. Jiang mother said sternly, Jiang Yunzhi, don't go too far. Your brother will be your support in the future. If our Jiang family falls, your life in the Yin family will be difficult, and you will never hold your head high. When the time comes, you will be bullied without any family to help you. Jiang Yunzhi was completely unaffected by the emotional manipulation. Oh please, my husband loves me very much and treats me well. He never bullies me. Unexpectedly, she boldly flaunted her love. That little girl is really being treated well. Jiang mother was so angry, she was fuming. She felt she had to bear the brunt of it. Fine, fine. One day you will regret it. The banquet was orderly and lively. Shen Xuzhou held Su Zian's hand, his gaze sweeping past Jiang Yunzhi, and his heart ached. Gigi must be feeling just as miserable as I am, right? The person she loves is with someone else, and there's nothing she can do but watch, tearfully wishing them well. It hurts so much. It feels like it's going to explode. Eating a small cake and sipping champagne. Jiang Yunzhi. She was slightly disgusted by Shen Xuzhou's gaze. Lowering her head, she continued to eat heartily. It was delicious, sweet. She kept eating. Shen Xuzhou shut his eyes tightly. The pain in his heart was unbearable. Sure enough, Gigi didn't dare to look at him. She felt guilty. She was afraid she couldn't control herself and would try to take him away. What a coward. In love, they're all cowards. How can you go down with your eyes closed? Be careful not to fall. Su Zian reminded. Don't mind me. Shen Xuzhou said in a deep voice, enduring the mockery of fate. Bang! Everyone gasped in shock. Young Master Shen has fallen off the stage. Chapter 36. Closing eyes soon. Shen Xuzhou was helped up by someone. Su Zian felt a bit embarrassed and no longer showed a good expression. The music started, and the two exchanged rings. Shen Xuzhou felt a bit dazed, a bitter sensation spreading through his heart. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He was clearly about to get engaged to his beloved by Yue Guang, yet his mind was on another girl. For the first time, he felt a bit unfaithful. Yan Wenjing tilted his head, looking at Jiang Yunzhi. The cake is so delicious. This was already the fourth small cake. The man's gaze was deep, hiding a hint of secret coldness. Next, her ex-boyfriend was going to exchange rings with someone and complete the engagement ceremony. Could she really remain indifferent? Or would she rush in to stop the wedding in front of everyone? Suddenly, Jiang Yunzhi stood up. Yan Wenjing furrowed his brow, reaching out to hold her wrist, urging her to sit down. No, I can't. Jiang Yunzhi's starry eyes widened slightly, a hint of urgency on her face. Yan Wenjing spoke softly, unconsciously deepening his tone. Sit down. Jiang Yunzhi shook off his hand. What is wrong with this big shot? Can't he be apart from someone for even a moment? I've never seen him this clingy before. I drank too much champagne. I need to go to the restroom. After saying this, she ignored his reaction and left her seat. Yan Wenjing stared at her back, noticing she wasn't heading toward the stage but in the opposite direction. Only then did he slowly release the hand holding the wine glass. Immediately after, there was a crisp sound of shattering glass. The wine glass broke. The waiter exclaimed with a wide-open mouth, "What great strength! This is deadly. How vigorous must it be in bed? It would take 3 days and nights. Oh no, if I had known, I should have read fewer yellow novels, filling my head with nonsense." The waiter's face turned pale as he quickly cleaned up the glass shards, suppressing the corners of his mouth. "Sir, let me get you another glass." When Jiang Yunzhi returned from the restroom, she heard a clear voice shouting, "Xuzhou!" On stage, the man who was about to kiss Su Zian froze. Shen Xuzhou suddenly looked at the newcomer, surprised. "Cici, why are you here?" Su Zian's face turned green. Wow, a scene of chaos, a wedding crash. The melodrama has finally arrived. Jiang Yunzhi perked up, her eyes bright. The deep-hearted second male lead didn't appear in the original text. But here came a deep-hearted second female lead. Tang Wenxi had red eyes. "Xuzhou, you said engagement is the tomb of love. Today I'm here to take you out of the tomb." She reached out her hand to the man. In that instant, the taut string in Shen Xuzhou's mind snapped. Everyone was dumbfounded. Mr. Shen angrily shouted, "If you dare to go with her, I'll break your legs. Security, throw her out." Su Zian grabbed Shen Xuzhou's tie, almost choking him. "Who will you choose? She's just a lowly internet celebrity, and I'm the daughter of the Su family." Tang Wenxi's tears welled up. "Xuzhou." Shen Xuzhou's heart raced like thunder. His thin lips slightly parted. "I'm sorry, Zian. I can't get engaged to you. I want to pursue freedom." The audience gasped in shock. "Cici, let us go." Shen Xuzhou tightly held Tang Wenxi's hand, lowering his voice. "Sorry, brother. I've dragged you into this." Tang Wenxi stiffened for a moment, then shook her head. "It's okay. Brothers walk together for life." As they crossed through the crowd, Shen Xuzhou felt like a hero charging forward without hesitation. He glanced at Jiang Yunzhi. She sat in her chair, her eyes bright and wide, looking quite excited. Was she so happy that he wasn't getting engaged to Su Zian? She must be deeply in love with him. Next, guests exchanged glances. The male protagonist had run away from the wedding. Should they continue eating or not? Mr. Shen and Mr. Su almost got into a fight. In the end, they had no choice but to clean up the mess left by Shen Xuzhou. Jiang Yunzhi leisurely drank champagne, knowing that the main couple would reconcile. A wayward son would return, albeit late. Then, she got drunk. As the alcohol took effect, dizziness hit her, and her limbs felt a bit weak. Yan Wenjing helped her up. Jiang Yunzhi swayed, almost about to fall sideways. The man wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "You just know how to drink. Didn't you cause a mess? But once you'd rely on a big shot. Be careful, or all your pocket money will fly away." Jiang Yunzhi stood straight, controlling her breathing, slowly saying, "I can walk by myself, okay." Yan Wenjing slowly released his hold, watching her with dazed eyes, stumbling and walking in a slightly comical manner. He smiled and followed behind. Jiang Yunji's cheeks were flushed, her neck also tinged with pink, resembling a vibrant rose. Unfortunately, it was a drunken rose. There were stairs ahead. The man reminded her. After a few seconds, Jiang Yunzhi finally reacted. It was too late. Her foot slipped, and her body fell forward. Just as she was about to kiss the ground, a cold, white hand caught her waist. The hand at her waist had prominent veins, a strong grip. What a beautiful hand. Jiang Yunzhi felt dizzy. The next second, Yan Wenjing directly picked her up in a horizontal embrace. What happened? Why did she suddenly fly up? Jiang Yunzhi instinctively wrapped her arms around Yan Wenjing's neck, giggling softly. "Ooh." Takeoff her voice was soft, the ending elongated, carrying a little hook that struck the man's eardrum, making him feel a tingle. With a sudden motion, Jiang Yunzhi buried her head in the man's neck. Yan Wenjing's body stiffened slightly, but he walked forward as if nothing had happened. When he was expressionless, the imposing aura of a superior emerged. People around them quickly made way, all stunned. The head of the Yin family, that lofty and dangerous man, was actually carrying his wife home. Many young ladies present felt envious. Wasn't he supposed to be aloof and indifferent? Wasn't he supposed to be unapproachable? Wasn't this supposed to be a marriage of wealthy families? At that moment, one wished to be in Jiang Yunji's shoes. "Mr. Chen, what is this? Is the lady drunk?" The steward, Chen, almost lost his composure at the sight before him. The master was actually carrying the lady back. The posture was too intimate. Unlike the master's usual style, Yan Wenjing's shirt was slightly disheveled, his tie loosened, revealing his collarbone. "Well, she drank too much. Go make her a hangover soup." Steward Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He knew that Jiang Yunzhi was lively and special, pure and passionate, like a ball of fire, also like a beautiful rose. Those who got close to her would be infected by her optimism and happiness. However, Someone like the lady was from a completely different world than the master. Perhaps the master's cold world encountering such an outsider piqued his interest, but Steward Chen wasn't too sure how long such interest would last. In the bedroom, Jiang Yunzhi leaned against the headboard, unusually obedient and serene, her eyelashes fluttering. Yan Wenjing rolled up his sleeves and walked into the bathroom. After a while, he came out with a damp cloth in hand. The man walked to the bedside, bending down with one hand supporting the headboard, his pupils reflecting her rosy face. Close your eyes. Chapter 37. It's hard to judge. Wish him success. Jiang Yunzhi closed her eyes, feeling the warm moisture brushing against her cheeks, gentle and comfortable. Yan Wenjing suddenly asked, "The engagement banquet today is off. Are you happy or sad?" Happy? Sad? Her drunken mind tried to comprehend the man's words. Although the male and female leads weren't locked in, they would eventually reconcile. It was just a small interlude. Jiang Yunji's mouth curled into an exaggerated grin. Hey, happy? Yan Wenjing sneered. Even if Shen Xuzhou ran off with another woman, as long as he wasn't engaged to Su Zian, she was that happy. Little fool. The man mercilessly ruffled her hair. Ow. Jiang Yunzhi opened her eyes, her gaze glistening with tears, swatting away his hand. Don't mess with it. This hairstyle cost 3,000. Yan Wenjing wiped her face clean, and Butler Chun brought over a bowl of hangover soup. Sir, I'll feed madam. Seeing Yan Wenjing's cold expression, the clever Butler Chun quickly changed his words. No, it's not appropriate. Let the sir do it. Yan Wenjing had never served anyone before. The first time he did was for Jiang Yunzhi. A wife from a political marriage was still a wife, and taking care of her was his duty as a husband. The man fed Jiang Yunzhi half a bowl. Bitter, yuck. Jiang Yunzhi stuck out her tongue, wanting to spit it on him. Yan Wenjing, if you spit, I'll deduct all your pocket money next month. Where did this devil come from? Don't think about taking her 20 million. Jiang Yunzhi drank heartily. It was hot, the dress was tight and uncomfortable, so she tugged at the zipper, trying to take it off. The zipper got stuck halfway. Help me take off my clothes. It's hot. It's tight. Yan Wenjing. She really was drunk. Yan Wenjing, don't move. He instinctively called for the servant, but suddenly paused, his thin lips pressed together. Forget it. The servant wasn't appropriate. Yan Wenjing pulled off his jacket and draped it over Jiang Yunzhi. His jacket was large, almost covering most of her. Under the jacket, the man slowly pulled down the zipper, taking the dress off her and tossing it onto the nearby sofa. Jiang Yunzhi had already tilted her head and fallen asleep. Her hair a mess, one arm stretched out, white and slender. Yan Wenjing glanced at her, then turned to her bedroom to get a nightgown. He chose an oversized pullover lace nightgown. Shifting his gaze, he took off the jacket and fumbled to put on Jiang Yunzhi, inevitably touching various parts of her body in the process. It took quite some time. Finally, Yan Wenjing pinched Jiang Yunji's cheek. Next time, all your pocket money will be deducted. Jiang Yunzhi hugged the pillow and rolled over, her sleeping posture not very graceful. Yan Wenjing watched her for a moment, then strode into the bathroom. After a while, the sound of water splashing could be heard. The glass fogged up, faintly reflecting the man's tall and slender figure. Broad shoulders and narrow waist with firm muscles. Every inch looked powerful. Water flowed along the contours, sliding over the defined areas, eventually hitting the floor. The mist concealed the wildness, and the cold water washed away the vibrant heat. After a while, the man came out wrapped in a gray bathrobe and went out to the balcony to smoke a cigar. The night deepened, and the hour hand pointed to 12. Yan Wenjing looked at the sleeping face on the bed, under the warm yellow light, beautiful like a fragile porcelain doll. Click! The light turned off, and the bedroom fell into darkness. Yan Wenjing lay on the bed, and the person beside him suddenly moved, rolling over and burying herself in his arms. Her arm draped over him, her head nuzzling against his shoulder. The air was silent. The man's cold heart seemed to be jolted. He said nothing and did nothing, slowly closing his eyes. Perhaps it was because Jiang Yunzhi loved another man deeply and would never become infatuated with him or entangle with him. Or perhaps she was just a special person, making it impossible to dislike her. He didn't reject Jiang Yunji's touch. The next day, Jiang Yunzhi woke up quite early. She was a bit dazed. She saw the nightgown she was wearing, her face showing some confusion. When did she change? Who changed it? She completely didn't remember changing into a nightgown. The big boss had a cleanliness fetish, so it couldn't have been him who helped her change. That's the first thing to rule out. So it must have been the maid. Jiang Yunzhi went downstairs and said thank you when she saw the maid. No matter which maid it was always right to say thank you. The maids? After breakfast, she went to work, and it was another vibrant day. On the other side, Shen Xuzhou's days weren't so good. He didn't expect the consequences of running away from his engagement banquet to be so serious. The Shen and Su families fell out, and the market value of Shen Group evaporated significantly, which was a big blow to both families. Shen's father scolded him fiercely and then jumped up to hit him. He ran, and the father chased him. He had nowhere to fly. Shen Xuzhou barely escaped. He couldn't stay at the Yinxiao mansion either, and went to Zhou Kai's place for refuge. Zhou Kai didn't understand. Dude, what's wrong with you? You don't want the white moonlight, and you ran off with another woman at the engagement banquet. Who is that woman? Shen Xuzhou sighed deeply. Don't you think she looks like Jiang Yunzhi? Hearing this, Zhou Kai remembered that the girl's profile and nose indeed resembled Jiang Yunzhi. Wait, bro, are you playing with substitutes again? You used to take Jiang Yunzhi as a substitute for Su Ziyan, and now you're taking another woman as a substitute for Jiang Yunzhi. Is substitute literature not going to work anymore? Shen Xuzhou couldn't explain it either. He just felt very relaxed being with Tang Wenxi, as if he had returned to that past underground romance, enjoying the girl's full attention on him. This was true love. He needed to reconsider his feelings for Su Ziyan. Both sides should calm down. First, he would date Tang Wenxi, and then he would most likely marry Su Ziyan. As for Jiang Yunzhi, Shen Xuzhou frankly said, if Jiang Yunzhi divorces Yan Wenjing and comes back to me, I'm willing to give up Ziyan and Wenxi for her. Too explosive. Zhou Kai's mood was complicated. Wow, it's hard to judge. Wish him success. I wish you happiness, he said. Shen Xuzhou shook his head. He could only blame himself for being too deeply in love. He fell into it. At the company, in the office, President Wang held a cup of goji berry chrysanthemum tea. There's a new era design exchange meeting at the Fuqiang building. Jiang Yunzhi, you and sister, you should go. Listen to others sharing and discuss. Most of the participants were seniors in the design circle, rich in experience, making it a great learning opportunity. Jiang Yunzhi's lips moved. President Wang already knew what she wanted to ask and preemptively said, there are no bonuses, but the company will reimburse transportation and meals. And write a report when you come back. Good luck. Jiang Yunzhi. Okay. Attending the exchange meeting. Sister, you gossiped a bit, asking if Yunzhi had a boyfriend and if she wanted her to introduce a few. Jiang Yunzhi smiled and shook her head. I'm married. No need. Thank you, huh? Sister, you were surprised. I didn't notice. You don't even have a wedding ring on. Her words reminded Jiang Yunzhi. Right. Where's her wedding ring? Chapter 38. The extreme disparity in body types regarding the wedding ring. The original text wouldn't write such small details. And Jiang Yunzhi also didn't know if it existed or where it was placed. After work in the evening, she went home for dinner. Jiang Yunzhi took a few bites of the dishes and almost passed out from the fragrance. It was too spicy and delicious. The villa had chefs of national banquet level, which had spoiled her taste. The food at the exchange meeting at noon was not great, tasteless when chewed. Sigh, if she left this place in the future, who would provide her with such meals? She felt even more reluctant to leave. Jiang Yunzhi went for another bowl of rice. Watching her eat so deliciously was pleasing to the eye, and Butler Chen showed a loving smile. After dinner, Jiang Yunzhi got straight to the point. Old Chun, do you know where my wedding ring is? Butler Chen thought for a moment. Madame S things are not placed randomly. They are usually kept in Madame S bedroom, possibly in one of the drawers. By the way, why did Madame suddenly think of the wedding ring? Jiang Yunzhi honestly explained, today a colleague almost wanted to introduce me to a boyfriend, and I said I was married, but I still need to have a wedding ring to show off. The big boss wants to ward off peach blossoms, and so does she. I'll go look for it. After rummaging through drawers, she finally found the wedding ring at the bottom of a corner drawer. Placing it in such a remote spot shows how little the original owner valued this marriage. Jiang Yunzhi put on the wedding ring. When she returned, Yan Wenjing naturally noticed the ring on her hand, retracted his gaze, and said nothing. He asked Butler Chen and learned the whole story. Butler Chen suggested, Sir, would you like to wear it? It's obvious that you're a married man. Yin Wenjing scoffed lightly. There's no one in this world who would dare to introduce a girlfriend to me without having their eyes checked. Butler Chun. Okay. The next day, at Yin Corporation, in the stylish and technologically advanced president's office, the cold tones of black, white, and gray felt icy. A money tree was placed by the window, vibrant and green under the sunlight, the only plant in the room adding a touch of liveliness to the cold atmosphere. Since when had a money tree been added to this barren office? Someone had been carefully taking care of it every day. Assistant Su glanced at the money tree and handed a pile of documents to Yin Wenjing one by one for his signature, while also reporting today's schedule. When he finished, he noticed that President Yin was holding a ring, silently fiddling with it. This, Assistant Su. Being perceptive as always, he inferred from years of experience that President Yin should be very interested in the ring. After hesitating for a moment, Assistant Su spoke up loudly. This ring has a simple design that matches President Yin's outfit today very well, making him appear even more mature, stable, and charming. Yin Wenjing raised his head upon hearing this. Is that so? Assistant Su nodded yes. Yin Wenjing's lips curled slightly, a semblance of a smile. After pondering for a few seconds, he slowly put the ring on, his long, pale fingers looking even more attractive against the ring. You make a valid point. Although he knew many people were aware of his marital status, he couldn't guarantee that there weren't a few idiots harboring ill intentions. So wearing a wedding ring could reduce unnecessary trouble. Assistant Su's heart trembled when he saw where he wore the ring. Oh, it turned out to be a wedding ring. Why did President Yin suddenly want to wear a wedding ring? He tried to guess, but came up empty after a while. Perhaps President Yin's relationship with his wife had become even more affectionate. This afternoon, it started to rain. As soon as Jiang Yunzhi got off work, she dashed out of the office like a spark, hungry and eager to go home for a meal. A shadow flashed by. President Wang. When Yin Wenjing returned, Jiang Yunzhi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, hearing sounds from the entrance. She turned her head and saw the big boss had come back. She put down her notebook and hurried over. Yin Wenjing took off his coat and saw her reaching out to take it, saying, "It's wet, don't touch." He then quickly hung the coat on the rack. Only then did he lower his gaze to Jiang Yunzhi. The warm yellow light from the entrance fell on the two of them, creating an idol drama-like atmosphere. Romance was materialized at this moment. Butler Chen thought to himself, with this atmosphere, it would be inappropriate for them not to get intimate. They had indeed hit it off. Although he had hit it off, he didn't dare to overstep, so he loudly announced, "Sir, madam, it's time for dinner." Jiang Yunzhi was already hungry. She had eaten a small cake when she came back, and now, smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the dining table, she started to crave food again. The gluttonous girl was indeed talking about her. After dinner, Jiang Yunzhi slumped on the sofa, rubbing her little belly with a satisfied expression. Opposite her, Yin Wenjing casually played with the ring on his hand. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Yunzhi's gaze fixed on the wedding ring. The big boss was actually wearing a wedding ring. Did he encounter peach blossoms again? The big boss's peach blossoms were really flourishing. Did Mr. Yin discover the benefits of wearing a wedding ring? Jiang Yunzhi spoke cheerfully, stretching out her hand to compare. Not comparing is one thing. Comparing is shocking. My goodness. The big boss's palm is so big, and his fingers are very long. Looking at his physique, standing at 188 centimeters, with a superior proportion, he had a body that could rival top male models. Jiang Yunzhi blinked. The big boss was in an extreme disparity in body types with her. A wave of yellow waste material surged from her mind, but was forcefully pressed back down. Stupid brain, don't think. Stay put. You don't want to. You're not greedy. Jiang Yunzhi giggled. It looks really good. Yin Wenjing chuckled lightly, examining his palm, his voice low. Good looking? Oh. Jiang Yunzhi proudly replied. I meant myself. Yin Wenjing. The end of the month, the Xinghe Technology Press Conference was a great success. Jiang Yunzhi organized an outing, inviting Fang Xinyu and Lin Xiaoyu to celebrate. Initially, they planned to meet at a CAF, but Lin Xiaoyu changed it to a bar. In the evening, at the Wild Drinking Bar on the first floor, the three sat in a corner, surrounded by green plants, relatively private. Lin Xiaoyu said, Ji, you're doing great. Your investment insight is really good. Quietly making a fortune, you'll become a little rich woman and take me flying. She had basically squandered all her money and suddenly wanted to get into investments. Upon learning that Fang Xinyu was looking for a design company, Jiang Yunzhi immediately recommended her own company. Good resources shouldn't be wasted on outsiders. Yuguang Design has a unique design style, and it's a reputable company in the industry with fair prices. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The subsequent marketing material design and drone packaging design for Xinghe can all be done by our company. Fang Xinyu was stunned for a second and immediately nodded. Okay. It must be good since it's recommended by a fairy sister. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. She had always thought her good friend was a love brain, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be a career brain. She felt ashamed for her lack of insight. After discussing serious matters, they decided to do something frivolous. Lin Xiaoyu called the bar manager over to show him photos, requesting 8 male models of this caliber. For some reason, Ling Hao sent her pictures of his uncle through WeChat, asking which one looked better. Flirtatious. To be honest, every one of them looked good. Unfortunately, Li Qinghe was too serious. She didn't dare to desecrate that kind of reserved old man. If she toyed with an old man's feelings, her parents would hunt her down. The manager saw the photos, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't hold back his composure. Wasn't this? Chapter 39 Truth or Dare, is that the boss? How does this young lady have a photo of the boss? The manager looked troubled. Such high demands. Is she out of her mind? If there really is such a handsome male model, Wild Bar would have long been the top bar in Yinjing. Sorry, it's impossible. It's really hard to find someone of that level like in the photo. Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to make it difficult for him. Just bring a few that are somewhat similar. Let my girlfriend have a look. The manager looked relieved. Fang Xinyu remained silent, only blushing. She had only seen male models on video, never in person. So looking forward to it. Jiang Yunzhi played the married persona. You all have fun, just watch. Definitely won't get involved. But she wasn't that straightforward, changing her tone. If it's really that big, I might reluctantly touch it. After all, the boss isn't here. Even if the boss is here, he wouldn't mind, right? I'm just touching the male model, not the boss. Lin Xiaoyu had a teasing expression. Where is it big? Is it here? Pointing to an indescribable place. Yi. Jiang Yunzhi. I really don't want to be the girl who gets it immediately. Someone save her. Fang Xinyu. Mommy, this isn't a kindergarten bus. She wants to get on. The topic of the three shot up instantly. Colorful, very reassuring. Soon, 8 male models arrived. Although they weren't as handsome as Li Qinghe, they were acceptable. Lin Xiaoyu was almost grinning from ear to ear. Fang Xinyu's ears turned red in an instant. Jiang Yunzhi assessed the male models and felt her standards had become picky. After seeing the boss's handsome face every day, now seeing male models, she couldn't muster any interest. Their faces weren't as handsome as the boss's, and their bodies weren't as good either. Yan Wenjing, just standing there without saying or doing anything, exuded a strong, aggressive masculinity. In the hotel, during this period, Shen Xuzhou was not staying at Yinshao Mansion and rented a hotel for a month. Talp. Tang Wensi wrapped in a towel came out. Shyly, Xuzhou, I'm done. Your turn. Hurry and take a shower. Shen Xuzhou shifted his gaze from the screen. Let Tang Wensi get dressed. I'll take you out to play. He pinched her cheek, his voice a bit husky. I'll satisfy you when I come back. Half an hour later, the two entered Wild Bar. Xuzhou, what are you looking at? Tang Wensi followed the man's gaze and saw Jiang Yunzhi. She bit her lip. That woman looked a bit like her, especially in profile. So delicate, it couldn't be a natural face. She must have had surgery. A sense of crisis surged in her heart. Tang Wensi felt a bit angry. Did she have surgery to look like me? To get closer to Xuzhou? I heard many improper girls go to bars to fish for rich men. In Tang Wensi's eyes, Shen Xuzhou was handsome, wealthy, generous, and very charming. No woman could dislike him. Shen Xuzhou found it a bit speechless when he heard her say Jiang Yunzhi had surgery. Is she blind? Jiang Yunzhi is clearly a natural beauty. However, he didn't deny that Jiang Yunzhi could be intentionally flirting with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be at Wild Bar. He often came here to drink. Jiang Yunzhi was there to wait for him. Shen Xuzhou didn't tell Tang Wensi that Jiang Yunzhi already had a husband. He thought that those who were not loved were the mistresses. Yan Wenjing was just a mistress. Unfortunately, he got Jiang Yunzhi's body, but not her heart. Tang Wensi was very disgusted with those who lacked self-respect and were vain, and she looked down on mistresses even more. Since Shen Xuzhou hadn't gotten engaged to Suzian, she didn't count as a mistress. She was just comforting a hurt man. After one glance, she labeled Jiang Yunzhi as a gold digger. "Xuzhou, do you know each other?" Shen Xuzhou, Tang Yunzhi narrowed her eyes, not very happy. She had finally turned brotherly affection into pure love, and it couldn't be ruined by a third party. On the night of the engagement banquet, she took advantage of Shen Xuzhou being drunk to comfort him in his arms, finally securing him. Because she was the one who took the initiative and Shen Xuzhou was so excellent, Tang Yunzhi felt insecure. She had to hold on tightly to him. Shen Xuzhou was the best man she could find with her conditions. The Shen family was a top-tier wealthy family, marrying into the Shen family. She would be a princess in a fairy tale. Tang Yunzhi bit her lip. The premise was not to let Shen Xuzhou and the Shen family discover her true identity. Shen Xuzhou pulled her over. "Let us go say hello." Gigi the man made a deep bubble sound. Jiang Yunzhi looked up, as if she smelled tea. "Lin Xiaoyu, where did the tea come from?" Shen Xuzhou, hidden behind the greenery, furrowed his brows as if he could crush a fly. Was his presence so low that no one noticed him? Impossible, he was so handsome. Jiang Yunzhi must have seen him at a glance. She was just too insecure to dare approach him. Well then, he would take the initiative. Tang Yunzhi linked her arm with Shen Xuzhou and appeared before Jiang Yunzhi. Brother Xuzhou said to come over and say hello. "How are you?" The awkward, high-pitched voice rang out. "Jiang Yunzhi, Lin Xiaoyu, Fong Xinyu." Shen Xuzhou smiled. "Gigi, long time no see, how have you been? Why are there so many stupid male leads everywhere?" Jiang Yunzhi felt like going crazy. She suspected that the world was trying to make her become the male lead's devoted dog. She had tolerated him for a long time. Yet Shen Xuzhou, oblivious to her annoyance, suggested playing truth or dare. This reminded Jiang Yunzhi of the original plot, which also had a segment like this. Shen Xuzhou and his white moonlight argued again and called the original character over to play truth or dare, making the white moonlight extremely jealous. Lin Xiaoyu frowned, wanting to refuse no sure. Jiang Yunzhi smiled widely. "Excuse me for a moment, I need to go to the restroom." After a while, she returned. The five of them started playing, spinning the bottle. Whoever the bottle pointed at had to choose truth or dare. If one didn't want to answer a truth, they had to drink a shot. Choosing dare was non-refundable, mandatory. One had to draw a punishment card from the box, and whatever was drawn had to be done. It was all about the thrill. Shen Xuzhou was very familiar with the game. He had played the dares at this bar so many times, which were nothing more than hugging waist, touching thighs, chest muscles, abs, and mouth-to-mouth feeding drinks. At this point, he finally noticed Fong Xinyu. She was the boss of Xinghe Technology, who had previously approached him for investment but was turned down by him. Forget it. It was just Xinghe Technology, not important anymore. Lin Xiaoyu was worried Jiang Yunzhi couldn't handle Shen Xuzhou. "Jiang Yunzhi, I've watched a lot of videos. Rounding it up, I'm basically an old hand." Lin Xiaoyu. On the second floor of Wild Bar, Li Qinghe spotted Lin Xiaoyu in a corner downstairs. He was the owner of this bar, and many entertainment venues in Yinjing were owned by the Li family. "Qinghe, what's wrong?" "Li Qinghe, I saw someone I know, to be precise, a matchmaking target." "Wow." The brothers immediately cheered. "Let us see the future sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law? Whether that will happen is still uncertain." "Which one is the sister-in-law?" "Li Qinghe, the one in the light green dress." Someone said, "Oh, the future sister-in-law's companion is also very beautiful." Yan Wenjing lost interest, his gaze fell, and suddenly he froze. It was Jiang Yunzhi. Sitting across from her was Shen Xuzhou. In an instant, the man's noble and deep face darkened terrifyingly. Chapter 40 Unfamiliar over there. Shen Xuzhou lost a dare and had to kiss the person on his right. Coincidentally, Tang Yunzhi was sitting next to him. Seeing the little card, Tang Yunzhi's tone was both expectant and shy. "Xuzhou, I'm so shy. Kissing in front of others is embarrassing." But then Shen Xuzhou leaned in, wrapped his arms around Tang Yunzhi's waist, and fiercely sealed her lips. "Dirty stuff, don't look." Jiang Yunzhi covered Lin Xiaoyu and Fong Xinyu's eyes with one hand each. Tang Yunzhi instinctively wrapped her arms around Shen Xuzhou's neck. The kiss escalated from a gentle peck to a passionate embrace. The sound of water splashed incessantly. While kissing, Shen Xuzhou glanced at Jiang Yunzhi, his eyes seemingly saying, "Look, I'm kissing another woman." Jiang Yunzhi felt perplexed. Wow, they're going all out over there. Their lips are going to be ruined. Hey, this is a bar, not a no man's land. Damn, they've turned a dare into a show of affection. They really know how to play. The guy isn't great. He broke the girl's lip while kissing. A man who doesn't know how to cherish is not a good man. Under everyone's gaze, Shen Xuzhou continued to kiss recklessly. He wanted to make Jiang Yunzhi uncomfortable. Jiang Yunzhi indeed felt a bit uncomfortable, looking at Shen Xuzhou as if he were mentally challenged. Having dated such a man was simply a dark history. In the end, it left a mark. Seeing them play so wildly, the people from the second floor came down. The two who were passionately kissing finally separated, their chests heaving as they gasped for air. Huh? Suddenly, Tang Wenxi's pupils shook, and she gasped in awe. A handsome and deep-featured man walked over. He looked so noble, completely radiating the aura of an upper-class individual, even more charming than Shen Xuzhou. If Shen Xuzhou walked over now, he would look like a bartender next to this man. How could someone be so perfect? Tang Wenxi thought Shen Xuzhou was already good enough, but unexpectedly, someone was even better. Her heart raced. Love should be pure, not materialistic. She wasn't a girl who craved vanity. Not greedy. Having Shen Xuzhou was enough. Yan Wenjing walked behind Jiang Yunzhi, casually resting one hand on the sofa in a lazy posture. But his tall figure seemed to overshadow the people on the sofa, which was a possessive gesture. Strong and slightly ambiguous. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at him, thinking, why is the boss joining the fun? A chill spread from her spine throughout her body. Shen Xuzhou's eyelids twitched, feeling an immense pressure. He wasn't afraid. Shen Xuzhou leaned back against the sofa, defiantly raising his chin. What's wrong? Want to keep playing? Jiang Yunzhi boldly replied, sure. It would be a shame not to take advantage of him as her tool. Yan Wenjing frowned and looked for a while before walking away. He casually took off his ring and put it in his pocket. A friend asked him, who is that girl? Do you know her? Except for Wen and I. He had never seen Yan Wenjing show interest in a woman. His friends even thought he liked men and were scared to sleep in 2 pairs of pants. He was dragged by Yan Wenjing to practice boxing and was knocked down with 1 punch. Also, with Yan Wenjing's looks, he was more handsome than top male stars. If he entered the entertainment industry, he would definitely be globally famous. Even if he liked men, he wouldn't look at himself, not to mention his family background. Existing in a different atmosphere, looking down on those below him. Any top aristocratic young master was a little brother in front of Yan Wenjing. His friends really wanted to ask, which window did God close for him? So when Yan Wenjing stood behind a girl, it was particularly suggestive. Upon a closer look, that girl was indeed very beautiful, full of collagen, her eyes big and bright, and her features exquisitely delicate, like a little princess who came out of a fairy tale. Yan Wenjing coldly said, I don't know her, and walked away. His cold voice penetrated Jiang Yunzhi's ears. No, I do know. She paused for a moment. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. What's going on? Isn't that Gigi's husband? Why does he say he doesn't know Gigi? Is this their couple's game? This is quite rude to single dogs. Fang Xinyu, who was more perceptive than Lin Xiaoyu, noticed Jiang Yunzhi's subtle change. That handsome guy said he didn't know her, and Jiang Yunzhi clearly froze, as if she didn't expect him to say that. So these two must know each other, and their relationship must not be shallow. Could it be that Jiang Yunzhi has a crush on him? Li Qinghao raised his eyebrows, noticing his friend's odd behavior. If he truly didn't know her, Yan Wenjing wouldn't have come down to join in. He appeared cold and distant, but actually had a strong desire for control. Jiang Yunzhi picked up the Coke beside her and gulped it down. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. Anyway, the boss is too lazy to introduce her to his good friend. Thinking about it, if she divorced and remarried in the future, it would indeed be awkward to introduce different partners to the same friend. When she came back to her senses, she pointed the bottle at Lin Xiaoyu, choosing truth and asking the person pointed at. Tang Wenxi thought that being with Jiang Yunzhi definitely meant she was a gold digger and asked, who did you give your first time to? After saying that, she innocently blinked her eyes. Jiang Yunzhi frowned at the side. What nonsense! What a ridiculous question. Lin Xiaoyu raised her glass. I accept the punishment. Tang Wenxi weakly said, Xuzhou, why do they seem unhappy? Did I ask the wrong question? Not all. Shen Xuzhou dismissed. We're here to have fun. If you can't handle it mentally, how can you play? Suddenly, a hand reached over and snatched Lin Xiaoyu's glass. I'll drink for her. Lin Xiaoyu turned her head, and Li Qinghe stood beside her, his eyes gentle and warm. Little uncle? Li Qingsha Raplia. Just call me by my name. She thought it wasn't appropriate to call him little uncle since she was dating Li Yinghao, even if it was fake. Li Qinghe was still an elder, so calling him little uncle wasn't too much, right? All right, Mr. Li. Tang Wensi was once again amazed. The man in front of her was also very handsome, with a warm and restrained demeanor, exuding a mature, ascetic charm. What on earth was going on today? How could one man after another appear, all superior to Shen Xuzhou? But then she thought, no matter how good-looking they couldn't compare to Xuzhou's wealth. She had specifically inquired, and the Shen family was a top aristocratic family, very wealthy, not on the same level as other aristocrats. Shen Xuzhou smirked, okay. Drinking for someone else means you have to drink 3 cups. Li Qinghe glanced at him and drank 3 cups of alcohol. Oh my gosh. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly felt an urge to pee. With such an elegant and gentlemanly little uncle, Li Yinghao must have decent character too, right? Perhaps she could consider him. Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Qinghe didn't stay long and walked over to the sofa where Yan Wenjing was. In the next round, Jiang Yunzhi lost again. I choose truth. It should have been Fang Xinyu asking the question, but Shen Xuzhou interrupted, asking, is there anyone you like here? He wanted Jiang Yunzhi to admit in front of Yan Wenjing that she liked him. Next door, Yan Wenjing paused as he held his glass. Chapter 41. Return to the safe zone. You didn't follow the rules. It's not your turn to ask questions, Lin Xiaoyu retorted unhappily. Shen Xuzhou was used to doing things his own way. Come on, who is the person you like? Tang Wensi bit her lip. Even a fool could see that Shen Xuzhou was interested in Jiang Yunzhi. This was bad. Her boyfriend was about to be stolen away. She wouldn't allow it. Damn, that capricious male lead. Jiang Yunzhi smiled slightly, no one. Shen Xuzhou raised his voice. I don't believe it. You're lying. You clearly. Jiang Yunzhi interjected. The right to explain is mine. Shen Xuzhou's expression darkened instantly. She was still being stubborn. Why couldn't she just openly tell the world that she loved him? Lin Xiaoyu said, big man, stop being so indecisive, continue. Shen Xuzhou choked a little. Tang Wensi frowned. How could a girl like her speak to Xuzhou like that? After all, Xuzhou was the young master of the Shen group. Finally, it was Shen Xuzhou's turn to lose. He smiled, I'll choose a dare. He was a regular here and was well aware of the card in the box. Moreover, there was a little-known secret about the wild drinking game. The most popular card had the biggest stakes, like forcibly kissing anyone present or stripping. Experienced players usually avoided it. If he drew it, he would kiss Jiang Yunzhi. That's the game rule. He couldn't be blamed, right? Fang Xinyu's heart sank. She felt Shen Xuzhou had ulterior motives. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at the bartender at the bar, who nodded slightly. The next second, she said, young Master Shen, draw a card. Shen Xuzhou drew the card with the biggest stakes, and, upon revealing it, his smile froze. What the hell? Lin Xiaoyu snatched the card and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Everyone present listened, and it was announced that all expenses for the first floor of the wild drinking bar today would be covered by young Master Shen. The crowd turned to him, cheering. Wow, so generous. The whole first floor. Awesome, dude. Hey, isn't that Shen Xuzhou from the Shen group? No wonder he's so extravagant. Shen Xuzhou was furious. Soon, the waiter came over to let him swipe his card, totaling 384,652 yuan. We'll round it down for you, so that's 384,600 yuan. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Shen Xuzhou pushed the waiter's car machine away. Jiang Yunzhi crossed her arms and smiled. Young Master Shen, you can't be serious, can you? No way. This didn't even account for the boxes on the second and third floors. Just the box with Yan Wenjing cost more than this. I disagree, Tang Wensi said urgently. In her life, she had never seen so much money and felt distressed for him. It's just a game. No need to take it seriously. Xuzhou, let's go. Stop messing around. Shen Xuzhou gritted his teeth and swiped his card. With so many people watching, if he dared to back out, his reputation as young Master Shen would be ruined. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of Yan Wenjing. He absolutely could not back down. Tang Wensi's eyes turned red with sympathy, feeling just as bad as if it were her own money being spent. Now Shen Xuzhou had no desire to continue playing and left the bar. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yunzhi laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. Goose, 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 goose. Lin Xiaoyu asked, you honestly must confess, did you do something? Jiang Yunzhi whispered, yeah. I heard the most popular card here has the biggest stakes, so I gave the bartender a 5,000 yuan tip to put that card in the box, just to prevent that little brat Shen Xuzhou from causing trouble. The card was at the bottom, not noticeable. Only someone with intent would deliberately draw it. The one being tricked was Shen Xuzhou. Don't provoke the tool man. Even tools have their tempers. Over 1 million yuan would keep him tossing and turning. Unable to bear it, sleepless all night, thinking about it until he would get up in the middle of the night and slap himself. The three left the wild drinking bar. Li Qinghe approached Lin Xiaoyu, saying, you can't drive after drinking. I'll have the driver take you home. Lin Xiaoyu gave him a thumbs up. You're a good guy. I'm a good girl. We're both awesome. Li Qinghe. Yan Wenjing stood by the roadside as a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of him. He looked towards Jiang Yunzhi. Jiang Yunzhi walked straight towards Fang Xinyu and got in her car. Yunzhi, is he your friend? Fang Xinyu asked. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at Yan Wenjing and sweetly smiled. I don't know him. Yan Wenjing. A strong smell of sourness and gunpowder filled the air. Bang. Jiang Yunzhi closed the car door, and the vehicle sped away. The tool man was just a tool man, simply there to create misunderstandings between the male and female leads, serving as part of their play. Jiang Yunzhi didn't want to be anyone's substitute or someone's bootlicker. She just wanted to be herself. As for the big boss, she would do her job as a high-paying worker and not get involved in anything else. Since the big boss said he didn't know her, she would cooperate honestly and never overstep her boundaries. In the following days, Jiang Yunzhi got busy. Xinghe Technology really contacted Yuguang Design for their marketing materials and packaging design for peripheral products. Van Jewelry held a gem show, and the Muse-themed jewelry series was about to be released. Jiang Yunzhi looked at the screen of her notebook at the finished product she designed, Echoes of the Deep Sea, a sapphire pendant. Butler Chun handed her a fruit plate. Madam, the pendant you designed is really beautiful. Jiang Yunzhi peeled an orange and said, you have good taste. I think so too. Butler Chun glanced at the price tag. 8 million yuan, a fifth of a month's pocket money. Madam, you can buy it. Jiang Yunzhi waved an orange, feeling a bit lightheaded. Now everything was compared to pocket money. Although there was a lot of pocket money, it was still earned month by month. She didn't know how long that could last. For several days, Jiang Yunzhi was busier than ever. And as soon as she entered her bedroom, she would collapse into bed. Communication with Yan Wenjing greatly reduced. One day, Jiang Yunzhi had an idea. Mr. Yan, can we discuss something? You see, workers have weekends off. I think the arrangement for sleeping together should also have a weekend off. Yan Wenjing lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Since when did their relationship begin to cool down? It began that day at the wild drinking bar when he said he didn't know her. The usually carefree Jiang Yunzhi had started to hold back, retreating to the safe zone. It seemed an invisible boundary had formed between them, which neither would easily cross. Well, they were just a married couple in a union of convenience. The man's voice was deep and pleasant. All right, as you wish. The big boss was easy to talk to, and Jiang Yunzhi smiled, happily turning around to leave. Another weekend arrived. Yan Wenjing went out for a while and returned to find Jiang Yunzhi missing. Seeing the man's gaze sweep over, Butler Chen immediately understood and stepped forward, saying, Sir, Madam hasn't come downstairs all morning. Yan Wenjing frowned slightly. Breakfast wasn't sent up? Butler Chen replied, no. Even if Jiang Yunzhi slept in, she wouldn't sleep this late. Yan Wenjing went upstairs and knocked on Jiang Yunzhi's bedroom door. Knock, knock. No response. The man's expression tightened slightly as he opened the door and walked in. The bed was lumped up. Yan Wenjing approached the bedside and gently lifted the blanket, revealing Jiang Yunzhi's head. Jiang Yunzhi. Jiang Yunzhi stared at him blankly, her little face pale, with red-rimmed eyes. Yan Wenjing's expression darkened. He leaned down to feel her forehead. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Chapter 42. What a kind little fool, Aunt Jiang Yunzhi has arrived. She took some painkillers and is waiting for them to take effect. I'll just sleep a little longer, she said weakly. Why was I fine before, but this time it feels like it's going to kill me? I was careless. It might be because she has been eating too many cakes and desserts lately. Sob, sob, sob. Butler Chen learned about Jiang Yunzhi's condition and asked if he should have a maid take care of her. No need. Yin Wenjing refused. Butler Chen frowned, wanting to argue with his master for the first time, but then heard the man say, I'll take care of her. Butler Chen smiled. All right, all right. He shared his experiences with Yin Wenjing, reminiscing about his pure love years when he did everything for the girl he loved. Washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of her during her period. Unfortunately, he wasn't the groom. The child's father wasn't him either. Sigh. Jiang Yunzhi curled up in the blanket, feeling someone lift it, and something slipped under her skirt. Big shot, what are you doing? A large hand pressed against her abdomen, gently massaging in a clockwise motion. It was warm and smooth. What is that? She asked tearfully. Yin Wenjing replied, It's warming essential oil. Okay, Jiang Yunzhi said softly. You're so expensive, I might not be able to afford your hourly rate. Yin Wenjing looked into her watery eyes, which were slightly red at the corners, and said in a slow tone, This time, it's free of charge. That's fine then. Jiang Yunzhi happily closed her eyes, enjoying the free spa. Then, Yin Wenjing placed a heated electric blanket under her feet, and warmth spread from her little feet to her limbs. Jiang Yunzhi's lips parted. Yin Wenjing leaned in closer. What? Jiang Yunzhi said, I'm so moved. My eyes are about to water. She wanted to work for this big shot for a lifetime. Yin Wenjing thought, he shouldn't expect this brain to come up with anything good. After a while, a maid brought over goji berry, red date, and longan tea, and Jiang Yunzhi drank it and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, she felt completely revitalized. Oh yeah, she was the indestructible little Jiang. She slid off the bed and ran to the big shot's bedroom across the hall. A cat's head peeked in. Mr. Yin, thank you, she said cheerfully. Yin Wenjing looked up, his brows slightly furrowed, putting on his shoes. Jiang Yunzhi. For a moment, it felt like she saw her father. Looking down, she realized she was barefoot on the floor. That wasn't good. She went back to put on her shoes. She had been too rushed and forgot. Indeed, her brain felt like it had been eaten by zombies after just waking up. Yin Wenjing walked over with long strides and suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist. Eh. Jiang Yunzhi was startled, feeling her body lighten, and by the time she realized it, she was already sitting on the shoe cabinet. The man's hand on her waist had prominent veins, clearly defined, a bit sexy. Jiang Yunzhi's mind was buzzing. When the pressure on her waist disappeared, Yin Wenjing stepped back and turned to bring her slippers. Jiang Yunzhi dazedly put on shoes. She scratched her head and said, Thank you. Yin Wenjing asked, Is there anything else besides thank you? She thought for a moment. Asking for money was out of the question, and her life wasn't for sale, so. Confused, working girl Jiang withdrew a weekend off. Yin Wenjing's Adam's apple rolled lightly. All right. The next morning, there was a small black velvet box on the dining table. Jiang Yunzhi took a big bite of her bun and asked, What's this? Yin Wenjing looked at his tablet. His tone casual. Guess. Jiang Yunzhi boldly guessed. An unlimited black card. Yin Wenjing. His narrow eyes fixed on her without saying a word. Jiang Yunzhi's heart raced. Could be true? Suddenly, the man across from her smiled, particularly gently. Keep dreaming. Jiang Yunzhi wrinkled her nose, taking another bite of her bun. I can't believe it. I've eaten it all. But soon, she jumped up, her eyes sparkling. Deep sea echo. It was the pendant she designed. But then the question arose. Isn't this not yet released? Little girl, Yin Wenjing chuckled softly. Just because it hasn't been released to the public doesn't mean I can't buy it. In this world, there was almost nothing he couldn't get. The answer she had never imagined left her stunned. The big shot truly could do anything. Jiang Yunzhi admired him. Put on and see, he said. I'm going to cry. Mr. Yin, you're amazing. You're my god. Jiang Yunzhi happily put on the pendant. This was the jewelry she designed herself, carrying a different meaning. The sapphire on her slender neck reflected a charming glow, the deep blue making her skin look even fairer, giving her an understated and reserved aura. Is it pretty? Is it pretty? Jiang Yunzhi blinked her big eyes, looking expectantly for praise. The man put down his tablet, looked for a while, and said, It's okay. Jiang Yunzhi, It's okay is fine. She wasn't picky. She was thrilled. Butler Chen wore a calm expression, but inside he was buzzing with excitement. Isn't this atmosphere enough to consider a kiss? Just for me. Wait a minute. Why did the big shot give her a pendant out of the blue? He couldn't possibly want her to do something, could he? After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yunzhi looked up at the man across from her and asked, Mr. Yin, do you want me to do something? As long as it's within my ability, I'll do anything. Anything? Could she forget about Shen Xuzhou? Yin Wenjing's smile faded. Next weekend. I need to inspect the resort in Nancheng, and there's a charity dinner that day that requires a female companion. Butler Chen looked at Yin Wenjing in surprise. He thought the master wasn't planning to attend the charity dinner. Why the sudden change? Besides, which dinner would dare to force him to bring a companion? The master had never had a female companion by his side. Is it that simple? Jiang Yunzhi smiled and said, Okay, then I'll go to Nancheng with you next weekend. Butler Chen had a knowing smile, his eyes almost disappearing from grinning. Lin Xiaoyu sent Jiang Yunzhi a screenshot. I just saw Su Zian's moments, saying she is happy being single. She is completely done with Shen Xuzhou. In the screenshot, Su Zian sat among a group of male models, wearing sunglasses and looking extremely carefree. Leaving the crazy prince, her white moonlight looked better. Jiang Yunzhi reached up to touch her chin. According to the original text, it probably wouldn't work out. Lin Xiaoyu, Gigi, let us go for beauty treatments together next weekend. Jiang Yunzhi typed, Next weekend, I'm going to Nancheng to attend a charity dinner with Yan Wenjing. Let's reschedule the beauty treatment. Patting head. JPG Lin Xiaoyu excitedly pounded her bed. Wow. A two-person world. A date. Single dogs are envious. Jiang Yunzhi. Although, she wasn't on a date with a big shot. He needed a female companion, so he called her. Jiang Yunzhi replied, I'm just a dedicated female companion tool. Smile. JPG. Lin Xiaoyu sent a question mark. Question mark. Shen Xuzhou also saw Su Zian's moments, and the words happy being single pierced his eyes. Yes, he still loved her. Unfortunately, as a man, he also had his pride. Besides, women shouldn't be spoiled. He had indulged Su Zian too much, which was why she dared to push her luck. His fingers tapped, and he liked that moment. Smack. After seeing it, Su Zian was so angry, she smashed her phone. The one who loves more always bows his head first. This time, I won't compromise. Let's see who bows first. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend, and they were on the way to the resort in Nancheng. Jiang Yunzhi stared outside through the car window and suddenly noticed that Yan Wenjing had his eyes slightly closed, looking somewhat tired. Before this, Yan Wenjing had been on a business trip abroad for 3 days and had just returned to the villa last night. Was he tired? Or was he carsick? As the car turned, Jiang Yunzhi instinctively reached out to protect the man's head as she saw it nearing the glass. Her palm gently stroked the man's head. Yan Wenjing lifted his eyelids, his dark gaze landing on the girl beside him. Jiang Yunzhi's voice was very soft. Are you feeling carsick? She spoke in a low tone, seemingly afraid that Assistant Su, who was driving, would hear, fearing it might tarnish his domineering image. The distance between them was very close. Yan Wenjing noticed the unmasked concern in her eyes, and an unfamiliar emotion swept through his heart. He wasn't carsick. He had just spent 3 days abroad without Jiang Yunzhi and had trouble sleeping. His dependence on her presence was deeper than he had anticipated. With the high-intensity work and continuous pressure, Yan Wenjing felt somewhat fatigued. But he was indeed a difficult person, accustomed to plundering and possessing. He wouldn't refuse the care that came to him. Yan Wenjing's gaze was dark and deep as he softly replied with an mm. Jiang Yunzhi signaled Assistant Su to raise the partition and immediately patted her shoulder, saying, You can lean on me to rest. It won't feel as dizzy. A few seconds later, Yan Wenjing leaned forward, resting against her. Feeling the weight on her shoulder, the cool scent of wood penetrated her nostrils, and Jiang Yunzhi straightened her back without showing any signs. However, she didn't notice the slight curve at the corner of the man's lips. Yan Wenjing's frown eased. His wife really was a kind little fool. Chapter 43. Wow, they hugged. An hour later, the extended Rolls-Royce finally arrived at the luxury hotel in the southern city. The car did not enter the hotel parking lot, but went to a villa and drove into the garage. There were 3 standalone villas nearby, each with different styles, including classical Chinese villas and luxurious modern designs. Jiang Yunzhi thought to herself, rich people really know how to play. Behind them, Shen Xuzhou and Tang Wenci had subtle expressions. They watched as a car entered the villa, while they could only go to the hotel lobby to check in. Tang Wenci bit her lip. Xuzhou, The villa looks so luxurious. Let's stay there too. I don't want to squeeze with others. Since we both have rich boyfriends, shouldn't we get some privileges? She didn't want to suffer in silence. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Xuzhou choked a bit. He couldn't understand if she was out of her mind, saying she wanted to squeeze with others. They were staying in a luxury hotel that cost 30,000 a night, not a youth hostel. The two of them went to ask the front desk. The receptionist smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but that is the boss's private villa and is not open to the public." Tang Yunzhi was stunned for a moment. The man Jiang Yunzhi was the owner of this hotel. For some reason, she felt a bit sour. There were clearly 3 villas. They could stay in a different one. The receptionist continued smiling. The other 2 villas also belonged to the boss, Tang Yunzhi. She was a bit unhappy and turned to Shen Xuzhou playfully, saying, "Xuzhou, you're too low-key. The hotel owner is really funny, making it seem like he has more money than you." Shen Xuzhou's face darkened. Tang Yunzhi was right. Yan Wenjing was indeed richer than him. The Shen group was just a younger brother compared to the Yan group. Unfortunately, the receptionist maintained her smile, but looked at them as if they were fools. Shen Xuzhou felt very embarrassed and scolded. "Stop laughing. You look ridiculous." He took the room card and went upstairs without waiting for Tang Yunzhi. Tang Yunzhi's heart tightened, and she hurried to catch up. Xuzhou, wait for me." Ever since their brotherly relationship had changed, their way of getting along had also changed, and she was always finding ways to please him. She had endured a lot. After all, he was the young master of the Shen group, and it was understandable for him to have a bit of a temper. The man Jiang Yunzhi was with probably had a bad temper too, right? In the room. "Xuzhou, don't be angry." Tang Yunzhi held his face and gave him a kiss, trying to soothe him. Shen Xuzhou was distracted, just thinking about Jiang Yunzhi staying in the villa with Yan Wenjing. A lonely man and woman made him wonder what would happen. He had the most experience in this. Yan Wenjing was so shameless. Bringing a woman when he went out to play, he must be dying without a woman. What abstinence, what not approaching women, it was all fake. He was a man and understood a man's nature best. Jiang Yunzhi was so beautiful. How could Yan Wenjing resist not touching her? Back then, he had disliked Jiang Yunzhi for coming from the countryside, always throwing herself at him, which seemed worthless. The brothers all looked down on her. He only had eyes for Su Zian and hadn't he even kissed Jiang Yunzhi. Once, when Jiang Yunzhi tried to steal a kiss from him and he caught her, he laughed and said, "Are all you country girls this desperate?" Shen Xuzhou couldn't forget the hurt expression on her face at that moment. After that, Jiang Yunzhi never took the initiative to get close to him again. If he had known, he should have accepted her back then. Now, Jiang Yunzhi had left him and become even more dazzling, and he regretted it even more. Jiang Yunzhi and Yan Wenjing moved into the Chinese-style villa. The villa had 5 floors, a large area, front and backyards, rockeries and gardens, and an outdoor swimming pool on the 2nd floor. Jiang Yunzhi sat in an antique armchair, looking around. Everything was made of golden silk Nanmu wood furniture, screens, calligraphy, and paintings, all antique and charming. There were antique vases on the cabinet, which looked quite valuable. She blinked her eyes and asked, "Mr. Yin, do you often stay here?" Yan Wenjing put down his teacup. "Not often, 2 or 3 times a year." Jiang Yunzhi. Is this the world of rich people? Even if they don't stay often, it has to be super luxurious. She urgently needed a tutorial on how to become rich and was ready to listen on her knees. After a while, Yan Wenjing rubbed her head and said lightly, "You rest here. I will inspect the resort and we'll have lunch together." Jiang Yunzhi nodded like a little chick. "Okay." Once the man left, she ran to open the fridge, where the maid had prepared snacks and drinks in advance. Huddling with snacks in the garden pavilion, she enjoyed the scenery while eating, and there was a koi pond nearby where she fed the koi. So happy at noon, in the hotel restaurant, when she ran into Shen Xuzhou and Tang Yunzhi, Jiang Yunzhi was speechless. She really wanted to smash this world to pieces. How come a male lead is everywhere, like a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off? Jiang Yunzhi was startled by a sudden movement and instinctively stepped back, forgetting that Yan Wenjing was standing behind her. She bumped right into the man's arms. Yan Wenjing firmly grasped her shoulder, being careful. The coldness in the man's eyes surfaced. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi so affected, just because Shen Xuzhou was with another woman was quite a blow to him. Thinking about this, the man let out a cold laugh. Opposite them, Shen Xuzhou's eyes were blazing, as if they could pierce through Jiang Yunzhi. Wow, they hugged. Good, good. Jiang Yunzhi, you've learned badly. Using Yin Wenjing to provoke him on purpose, right? He would play along. Tang Wensi was directly stunned. Her gaze fixed on the handsome and composed man in front of her, forgetting about Shen Xuzhou beside her. The man was wearing a light gray shirt, his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, looking lazy yet elegant, making it hard to look away. One had to admit, this man was simply perfect. How could such a perfect man not be her boyfriend? The inexplicable sourness came back. Let's go. A casual voice. In the next second, Jiang Yunzhi's hand was held by a warm, large hand. During the meal, Yin Wenjing hardly touched his chopsticks, feeding Jiang Yunzhi the grilled meat skewers prepared by the chef. The aroma was delicious, hot, and tempting. Be careful, it's hot, the man reminded. The boss is too nice. Jiang Yunzhi sighed, smiling as she said, thanks. In the corner, Shen Xuzhou saw this scene and nearly spat blood. He also went to grab grilled skewers to feed Tang Wensi. As a man, he was quite gentlemanly too. Baby, eat up, look how thin you are. It's all yours. The other party was too eager, and Tang Wensi hadn't reacted yet and burned her mouth. Her face immediately turned furious. Why did you poke my nostrils? Without comparison, there's no harm. Tang Wensi could no longer endure it and angrily ran away. In the evening, Jiang Yunzhi changed into a little dress and attended a charity dinner with Yin Wenjing. Seeing the two people walking towards her, her mouth twitched. This world really revolves around the male lead. Jiang Yunzhi, how come I can run into you everywhere? Tang Wensi was displeased. If you can come, we can naturally come. The charity dinner is not hosted by you. Yin Wenjing meaningfully said, does young Master Shen have an invitation? As soon as he said that, Shen Xuzhou's expression changed. Chapter 44. My wife Jiang Yunzhi. Shen Xuzhou indeed did not have an invitation. He got in through a connection from a friend of his father. His gaze gradually became guilty, unrelated to you. After saying that, he quickly grabbed Tang Wensi and turned to run. Tang Wensi was very disappointed. It wasn't what she expected. She was still thinking of slapping the other party in the face. In the venue, Jiang Yunzhi sneaked into the dining area again, suddenly pausing her hand that was holding a cocktail glass. Strange, she felt an inexplicable sense of being watched. Looking around, a young man in a white suit with a slick-back hairstyle approached her. Miss, are you alone? No. Jiang Yunzhi shifted slightly to the side, creating distance from him. The man smiled. I am Li Ruizhu from Hongbao Construction. Jiang Yunzhi, I don't know you. This time, it was the man who was taken aback. Not only did Jiang Yunzhi not recognize him, but she also had no interest. After all, no matter how impressive he was, he couldn't surpass a big shot. So there was no need to curry favor with him. Li Ruizhu stared at her, his gaze gradually becoming lecherous. Grant me the honor of inviting you to dance. I love conquering women with personality. No matter how unique they are, they will eventually succumb to his financial power. Jiang Yunzhi was too lazy to deal with him and turn around, but her wrist was grabbed. She pulled her hand away and said, get lost. The cocktail glass tipped over, spilling liquid on Li Ruizhu's pants, making it look as if he had wet himself on the spot. Li Ruizhu instantly lost his composure and lunged at Jiang Yunzhi. What the hell, giving face and not knowing how to appreciate it. I have 100 ways to deal with you. Deal with me? Jiang Yunzhi raised her hand and punched him in the nose. Blood immediately gushed out. She turned and walked away. Come back, you. Seeing this scene, Tang Wensi pounced into Shen Xuzhou's arms, her body trembling. Ah, that Jiang Yunzhi actually hit someone, how rude. Shen Xuzhou patted her back. Li Ruizhu from Hongbao Construction was not an easy target. Relying on his father as protection, he was arrogant and often targeted young girls. Even the Shen family did not dare to take action against the Li family. Jiang Yunzhi provoking him might lead to retaliation. In another corner, Fan Hengchuan came out from behind a pillar, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a half-smile. Interesting. Thought she was a dodder flower, a canary, but turns out she is a thorny rose. Jiang Yunzhi is much more interesting than her foolish sister. Shen Xuzhou went to remind Jiang Yunzhi. His tone not very pleasant. Do you know who you just provoked? The Li family is a local tyrant in the southern city, monopolizing everything. You can't afford to mess with them. Jiang Yunzhi took a sip of juice and asked, "Is it more powerful than the Yan family?" Shen Xuzhou. After a moment of silence, he added, "Yan Wenjing might not necessarily protect you." Jiang Yunzhi. Oh. Shen Xuzhou felt a pang in his heart. He was very angry. Realizing her identity, she was just a substitute. Did she really think Yan Wenjing would offend the Li family for her? Jiang Yunzhi. He would. Shen Xuzhou. No matter if he would or not, the mouth was on her, and she was going to say he would. Shen Xuzhou's body trembled with rage, and in a fit of anger, he knocked over the champagne tower on the table. The waiter approached with a card machine. Seeing the familiar action, Shen Xuzhou felt trauma and PTSD from this scene. He had been scammed out of over $1 million by Jiang Yunzhi at a wild drink. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Jiang Yunzhi kept her distance from this madman. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd not far away. Oh no, young Master Li is locked in the bathroom. The door won't open, damn it, it's a password lock. This is a super VIP bathroom. You need permission to open it. Hurry, notify Mr. Li and call a technician. What's going on? Jiang Yunzhi grabbed a cleaning lady and asked. The cleaning lady looked around and, with a heavy sense of secrecy, said, "The young master of the Li family probably offended someone and got dealt with. Now he's stuck in the toilet and needs someone to break the door," and saw the toilet. Jiang Yunzhi laughed. The cleaning lady said, "Little girl, don't laugh. This is the Li family's territory, and young Master Li is Mr. Li's pride and joy." Jiang Yunzhi obediently nodded, stopped laughing, and lightly said, "He's also hungry." As the cleaning lady walked away, the air erupted into laughter, and after a brief silence, another round of laughter followed. No one knew what the cleaning lady was laughing about, thinking she was just warming up her voice. Jiang Yunzhi sighed. Old actor. Which kind-hearted person helped deal with Li Ruizhu? Thank you. At this moment, Yan Wenjing came over and saw her mouth pouting like she could hang an oil pot. The man said gently, "What's wrong?" "So happy." Jiang Yunzhi told him about Li Ruizhu. The young master of the Li family went to the bathroom to have a buffet. Yan Wenjing choked. After a pause, he took the matcha mousse from her hand and placed it on the dining table. "Eat less cold food." "Okay." Jiang Yunzhi also lost her appetite at this point. Yan Wenjing took her hand and led her towards a crowd. "Who do you think dealt with Li Ruizhu?" Yan Wenjing chuckled lightly and casually said, "Who knows? Maybe you saw him earlier." Ah. Jiang Yunzhi was confused. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I just met a cleaning lady." The man heavily rubbed her face. Several CEOs looked over. "This is..." Yan Wenjing raised his hand and wrapped it around Jiang Yunzhi, saying softly, "My wife, Jiang Yunzhi." Jiang Yunzhi. "Mrs. Yan, nice to meet you." Hello. Jiang Yunzhi was stunned. What does the big shot mean? Not long ago at the wild drink, he didn't recognize her, but now he introduces her to others? Jiang Yunzhi was puzzled, but still put on a professional fake smile. She had a sweet appearance, and when she smiled, it melted hearts. A group of powerful business tycoons surrounded her, chatting enthusiastically. "Never expected that, mister. You'd actually like this type, just a sweet and soft little cake." Then, the highlight of the night arrived, and the charity auction began. Yan Wenjing lazily flipped through the booklet in his hand and casually bid on 3 items. "Xuzhou, aren't you bidding?" Tang Wensi felt her boyfriend shouldn't lose. Damn. Shen Xuzhou's brows were so furrowed he could crush a fly, and he forced himself to bid on 1 item. He had lost money at the engagement banquet, and his father froze his bank card. He didn't have that much cash on hand. After selling a property, he could finally afford this appearance and couldn't squander it carelessly. Tang Wensi was very disappointed. Just 1. As a man, Shen Xuzhou's dignity was challenged, and he said solemnly, "Baby, I'm not the same as those nouveau riches." Nouveau riche? Tang Wensi suddenly realized. So Jiang Yunzhi's boyfriend is a nouveau riche? Completely couldn't tell. That man was too elegant, looking more precious than Shen Xuzhou. If Shen Xuzhou stood next to him, he would be treated like a waiter. First of all, Yan Wenjing was not a nouveau riche. Secondly, he was not Jiang Yunzhi's boyfriend, but her husband. However, Shen Xuzhou didn't want to explain any of this. He acquiesced. Tang Wensi instantly felt balanced in her heart and smiled brightly. "Still, my judgment of men is good." Receiving Tang Wensi's provocative smile, Jiang Yunzhi suspected she had been infected by Shen Xuzhou unsure what kind of madness to unleash. The dinner ended. Li Ruizhu was finally rescued, and the pain of tonight would take a lifetime to heal. Seeing Yin Wenjing, he showed a look of panic in his eyes. Oh no! Jiang Yunzhi covered her mouth and nose with one hand and covered the big shots with the other. It smells. Chapter 45. He was actually savoring the kiss just now? Many times, Yin Wenjing could not predict what Jiang Yunzhi would say next. Her mind was always different from others. For example, right now, Yin Wenjing was amused by her actions. The girl was fragrant and soft, her palms carrying a lovely scent. Over there, Li Ruizhu was being carried away like a dead dog, his teeth grinding in disgust at Jiang Yunzhi's disdainful expression. He was swearing quite badly. Jiang Yunzhi released her hand and suddenly said something. Clearly, the other party hadn't made a sound but was scolding with his face. Yin Wenjing flicked her forehead. Ouch! Jiang Yunzhi retracted her hand, realizing belatedly that the warmth lingered in her palm. Hee, the big shot's lips are quite soft. Yin Wenjing noticed her ears were already flushed. The little girl was quite shy. A man in black approached and said something to Yin Wenjing. Jiang Yunzhi wisely moved a little further away. Adhering to the first rule of a working person, don't listen to what you shouldn't see. Yin Wenjing nodded slightly, his dark eyes indifferent. Sending a message to the old manly. If you can't control your grandson, I'll take care of him for you. The man in black replied yes. That Li Ruizhu provoked the lady, and it was like hitting a steel plate. Li Ruizhu saw the newcomer and exclaimed, Dad, you have to help me avenge. It was Yin Wenjing who had someone shove me into the toilet to make me eat shit. He still remembers that taste. It's too horrifying. Dad, I can't stand this humiliation. Let us take people to deal with him. Kill him. Slap. Mister. Li slapped him hard. What are you going to do? With what? Your life or the lives of everyone in the Li family? Do you think you're challenging who? That Yin Wenjing, the only master in the capital circle, the king of the capital. Li Ruizhu was dumbfounded. Is it really going to end like this? Mr. Li, of course not. Li Ruizhu felt a glimmer of hope. The next second, he heard his dad say, your grandfather has arranged for tonight's flight. Li Ruizhu had a bad premonition. Where to? Mr. Li, Africa. Africa? I don't, mister. They had someone swiftly stuff him onto the plane. Don't worry. It's just Africa. We'll bring you back in 3 to 5 years. Li Ruizhu howled in despair. Jiang Yunzhi didn't expect that there would be gossip at the banquet and more when she returned to the hotel. Shen Xuzhou somehow got into an argument with Tang Wensi. She pulled the big shot to secretly eavesdrop. Yin Wenjing glanced at Jiang Yunzhi with a subtle expression, without saying a word. Sure enough, she couldn't let go of anything related to her ex. When others' boyfriends and girlfriends quarreled, she could smell the drama and came running. She pretended to be nonchalant, but excitement was hidden in her eyes. Is she really just focused on Shen Xuzhou? Yin Wenjing unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand, wrapping her soft little hand tightly in his palm. It was like a hunter weaving a large net to trap its prey. By the time it sensed danger, it would already be unable to escape. Not far away, Tang Wensi was crying, Woo, Su Zian did it on purpose, letting you see her car accident on her moments to lure you to find her. She yes, just a scheming bitch. You're my boyfriend. I don't allow you to go. She jumped into the swimming pool with a look of grievance. Sisi. Shen Xuzhou was startled and rushed to fish her out. Tang Wensi was sobbing in his arms. Xuzhou, please, don't go look for her. Otherwise, I'll go on a hunger strike, 5 days without food. Woo. Shen Xuzhou couldn't bear to see her like this, and held her tightly. Okay, I want to go. He hadn't expected Sisi to love him so much that she would even go on a hunger strike for him. Blame him for being so charming. Jiang Yunzhi was shaking with laughter, using all her strength to stifle it. Yin Wenjing couldn't understand why young people were so dramatic in love. In his world, if you liked someone, you would seize them and make them yours, leaving your mark on them inch by inch. He would never allow others to covet them and would eliminate all who did. The outside world thought he was indifferent and cold, but only he knew how strong his possessiveness was. On the way back to the villa, Jiang Yunzhi asked Yin Wenjing, what would happen if I got angry and stopped eating? Yin Wenjing bluntly replied, then you would starve to death. Jiang Yunzhi. So if she went on a hunger strike, the big shot would just watch her starve to death, and it wouldn't be considered a work-related injury, no compensation. Big shot, You're truly a devil. She knew that was the answer. She wouldn't be foolish enough to starve herself. A few seconds later, Yan Wenjing looked into her eyes and said, "Those who love you will never let you harm yourself. Those who let you harm yourself are not worth your love." His deep eyes harbored emotions she couldn't comprehend, and his tone was gentle. Yan Wenjing seemed to naturally possess a charm that made people believe his words. Jiang Yunzhi nodded in a daze. She listened to his advice. "I want to harm myself." She had heard someone say that handsome men look deeply affectionate even at utility poles, probably referring to someone like the big shot. His gaze towards her felt a bit strange. She rubbed her forehead. "I ate mushrooms for dinner. Did I just hallucinate?" She didn't dare to open her eyes, hoping it was just her imagination. In the middle of the night. "Huh? What is this? Hard." Jiang Yunzhi sleepily opened her eyes and suddenly realized her hand was resting on Yan Wenjing's waist. The touch was firm. Uncertain, she touched again. Ouch! It really was abs. The big shot's abs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He actually had 8-pack abs. Dead hand, stop it. Thinking of how much money the big shot gave her every month while she was actually lusting after his body. Jiang Yunzhi, you're a sinner. Big yellow girl. Turn back while you can. Finally, reason took over, and Jiang Yunzhi retracted her guilty little hand, kindly adjusting Yan Wenjing's sleepwear. Don't tempt her. She's just a defenseless big yellow girl. Jiang Yunzhi vowed fiercely that she would never make the same mistake again. If she did, she would vow again. After quite a while, she finally continued to sleep. Unknowingly, outside, the sky was brightening. Yan Wenjing sensed something rubbing against his neck. A soft touch brushed past his Adam's apple, very light, very light. The man suddenly opened his eyes and saw the culprit tightly hugging him. Her lips pressed against his neck, fitting perfectly. Not knowing what she was dreaming about, Jiang Yunzhi pecked him lightly again. The places her lips touched felt as if they were burned, and Yan Wenjing's breathing trembled. A murmur escaped his lips, and Jiang Yunzhi turned over. Slowly waking up, she rubbed her eyes, and when she turned her head to look, Yan Wenjing was still sleeping with his eyes closed. Completely unaware of the bold thing she had done, she tiptoed out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and crept into the bathroom. Behind her, the man on the bed opened his eyes, his gaze deep as the sea. Yan Wenjing tilted his head back, raising a hand to shield his eyes. The open collar revealing his collarbone, tinged with a faint blush. The man's sexy Adam's apple slowly slid down. Crazy. He was actually savoring the kiss, just now? Chapter 46. Misled by the big shot, miss, you can't go in. Please leave. The villa's security guard stopped Tang Wensi. She was wearing a thin silk nightgown. I want to see the male owner inside. The guard repeatedly refused, and she got angry, threatening him. Do you know who I am? I'm the girlfriend of the young master of the Shen group. Do you believe I can have my boyfriend fire you on the spot? The guard. Where did this crazy woman come from? This hotel is named Yin, not Shen. The Shen family is nothing in front of the Yin family. It's already annoying to work here, and dealing with a crazy woman is even more bothersome. At that moment, a figure passed by. It was Yan Wenjing returning from his morning run. Tang Wensi's eyes lit up as she rushed over. Sir, I have something to say to you. It's about Jiang Yunzhi. Under normal circumstances, Yan Wenjing wouldn't even acknowledge Tang Wensi. However, upon hearing the name Jiang Yunzhi, the man stopped. Tang Wensi was delighted, but then she noticed the wedding ring on his finger, revealing her shock. This shock was quickly replaced by a look of I knew it. She had always suspected that Jiang Yunzhi was not a clean woman. She was actually involved with a married man, making her the mistress. Tang Wensi didn't want the man to be deceived. Sir, Jiang Yunzhi is not as harmless as she seems. She's very scheming. Yan Wenjing's tone was indifferent. Oh? Tang Wensi bit her lip. She's a gold digger, and she's still thinking about my boyfriend. Don't be fooled by her. A woman like her, who is so fickle, isn't worthy of being your lover. After she spoke, there was a brief silence. The next second, Yan Wenjing finally turned to look at her. Before, he hadn't even given her a glance. At this moment, the man still appeared graceful, but a cold and fierce aura had spread in his eyes. He rubbed his ring and said, You got it wrong. Jiang Yunzhi is my wife. What? Wife? Tang Wensi's breath caught, frightened by the dangerous pressure emanating from the man, and she took a step back. Why hadn't Shen Xuzhou told her? Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Yan Wenjing looked at her, as if she were a lifeless object. Someone, take her out. Yes. The security guard immediately escorted Tang Wenxi away. Before long, Shen Xuzhou found the dazed Tang Wenxi and angrily grabbed her arm. Where have you been all morning? Tang Wenxi's eyes flickered, feeling guilty as she stammered, I went for a walk. Then she remembered something and became a bit indignant. Xuzhou, a security guard, was leering at me, and when I discovered it, he scolded me fiercely. You should use your connections to get him fired. Shen Xuzhou scanned her from head to toe. Dressed like this to go for a walk? Do you think I'm a fool? His expression was not good. However, no matter what, she was his girlfriend, and no security guard should bully her. Okay. Tang Wenxi threw herself into his arms. Xuzhou, you're so nice. Before the two could get too cozy, the hotel manager asked them to leave, stating they would not be accommodated, offering a refund for the room and 10 times the compensation. Shen Xuzhou exploded. I'm a young master of the Shen family. Why would I care about your 30,000 compensation? Are you treating me like a beggar? The manager smiled slightly. The boss asked me to convey this message. Take care of your woman and get lost with your money. Shen Xuzhou's face darkened. His lips moved, but he didn't make a fuss, dragging Tang Wenxi out. Xuzhou, they're so arrogant. Let's hire some online influencers to expose this hotel and make them go bankrupt. Shen Xuzhou's expression grew even worse. He suddenly stopped and stared at her, his gaze dark. Did you provoke Yan Wenjing? So that man was named Yan Wenjing? Under questioning, Tang Wenxi's breath hitched. Unable to speak, her eyes turned red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Shen Xuzhou took a deep breath to calm his anger. Stay away from Yan Wenjing in the future. He's not someone you can provoke. Tang Wenxi looked innocent. Isn't he a nouveau riche? What's so scary about him? He can't compare to you. Shen Xuzhou was both embarrassed and uncomfortable at this moment, raising his hand to wipe his face. Admitting that Yan Wenjing was better than him was more painful than being killed. After a long time, Shen Xuzhou spoke. He's a madman. He looked down at the back of his hand. The scar from the cigarette burn had already healed. However, the scene from that day still left him with lingering fears. Jiang Yunzhi being with such a capricious and ruthless man as Yan Wenjing was too dangerous. A notification sound came from his phone. Jiang Yunzhi saw a text from an unknown number and frowned. Shen Xuzhou said that Yan Wenjing burned him with a cigarette. Such a man was dangerous and urged her to stay away from him. Shen Xuzhou, he's just a madman. Shen Xuzhou, the burn hurt a lot, but it can't compare to the pain of you leaving me. It hurts so much. Heavens, 10 years of gold miners couldn't extract such pure gold. The big shot is so gentle and gentlemanly. How could he burn him? Even if it were true, it would be Shen Xuzhou's fault. The big shot is the best sugar daddy in the world. He gives her 20 million in pocket money every month, is generous with gifts, shows gentlemanly manners, cares for her during her period, and has no lust for her body. As a girl who has been corrupted by money, she finds it impossible to resist. In fact, Jiang Yunzhi is a face-loving girl. If Yan Wenjing were a greasy, lustful middle-aged man, she wouldn't do anything for money and would run away at night. But Yan Wenjing is so handsome, it's unfair. She, a big yellow girl, can't resist. That damn male lead slandering her big shot is intolerable. Her fingers tapped rapidly on the screen, and Jiang Yunzhi's face flushed with anger as she unleashed her fury. Who are you messaging? A low, cold voice suddenly came from behind her. Jiang Yunzhi jolted, almost dropping her phone, and quickly held on to it, turning off the screen before turning around. And no one, just Lin Xiaoyu. She felt a bit guilty. Shen Xuzhou's slandering words about the big shot were very nasty, and her comeback was too vulgar, cursing Shen Xuzhou's ancestors for 18 generations. She couldn't let the big shot see it. Otherwise, her image would be ruined. Jiang Yunzhi's guilty expression fell into the man's eyes, along with her flushed cheeks, making her look like a teenager caught sneaking around with a boyfriend. Yan Wenjing's gaze slowly swept over her face, eventually settling on her rosy lips. A sudden itch arose in his heart. I'm full, Jiang Yunzhi said. Suddenly, the man reached out and gently brushed his fingers across the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yunzhi's heart trembled, looking at him in surprise. Yan Wenjing said softly, You have milk stains on your lips. Jiang Yunzhi felt a bit embarrassed, softly saying, Thanks. After Yin Wenjing walked away, she blinked. Wait, I just drank coffee. Where did the milk stains come from? I've been misled by the big shot. That night, back at the villa, Butler Chun was watering the plants. Jiang Yunzhi approached with a bottle of lychee-flavored sparkling water, took a couple of sips, and asked, "Is the sir going through a midlife crisis? Why is he inexplicably in a bad mood?" On the way back from Nanching, the big shot's low pressure made her wonder who had provoked him. Butler Chin's hand shook, and he hurriedly said, "Madam, sir is 6 years older than you, only 28, far from menopause." He wanted to say more, but suddenly his pupils constricted, calling out sir. Jiang Yunzhi turned around and suddenly saw Yin Wenjing standing behind her, his black hair glistening with droplets of water, the collar of his black pajamas open, revealing a hint of well-defined chest muscles, both abstinent and alluring. The man's voice was slightly hoarse. "Me, going through menopause?" Jiang Yunji's heart raced, feeling that her pocket money for next month was about to disappear, and she had to find a way to protect her allowance. Chapter 47. She felt a bit breathless from the pressure as Yin Wenjing turned and went upstairs. Jiang Yunzhi put down her sparkling water and hurried after him. Trying to argue. "No, listen to my explanation." The butler Chin shook his head. "Madam, this unfortunate child." Yin Wenjing entered the bedroom, took out a cigar, and sat on the sofa. His voice was very calm. "Do you think I'm old?" Indeed, he was 6 years older than Jiang Yunzhi. If 3 years created a generation gap, they had 2. Shen Xuzhou was her age, so they probably had a lot to talk about. No. Jiang Yunzhi looked at him eagerly. "Mr. Yin, you're not old at all, not at all. Mr. Yin is handsome and young. The biggest flaw is being too handsome." Yin Wenjing smiled faintly. He had never relied on his looks, and at his level, appearance was the least important thing. "Then who do you think is more handsome, Shen Xuzhou or me?" The man looked at Jiang Yunzhi with interest. Jiang Yunzhi was taken aback. What did this have to do with Shen Xuzhou? Why bring up that unlucky guy? She couldn't understand why the most powerful character in the book suddenly wanted to compare himself to the male lead. Jiang Yunji's tone remained sincere. "Of course it's you." As the male lead of a domineering CEO novel, Shen Xuzhou was naturally good-looking like a star, and anyone would praise him as handsome. But in front of Yin Wenjing, whose looks were stunning, he was overshadowed. The big boss was really handsome in an objective sense. If one day the boss fell from grace, she would really be willing to pick up trash to support him, shelter this beautiful canary Yin, and enjoy his presence every day. At this moment, the bedroom was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at Yin Wenjing's damp black hair and impulsively asked, "Shall I blow-dry your hair?" Yin Wenjing put the unlit cigar back in his mouth and casually replied, "Mm." After a while, the hairdryer buzzed to life. The tall man looked lazy, with the collar of his pajamas open, revealing a tempting line of chest muscles as the wind blew. Jiang Yunji's soft fingertips wandered through Yin Wenjing's hair, her eyes occasionally drifting to the collar of his pajamas. Why was her gaze out of control, wandering where it shouldn't? It simply wouldn't listen to her commands. Oh my God, why did she have to endure this kind of test as a big yellow girl? On the surface, she was blow-drying the boss's hair, but in reality, she was benefiting herself. "Mr. Yin, once your hair is dry, you can't deduct my pocket money, okay?" She hadn't forgotten the main point. Yin Wenjing. He hadn't planned to deduct her pocket money anyway. However, if she had answered that Shen Xuzhou was more handsome next month and the month after, all her pocket money would be deducted. The man nodded slightly. Jiang Yunji's lips curled into a smile. "Oh yeah, my pocket money is safe." She lifted her foot, ready to sneak back to her own room. "Move that sofa over here." Yin Wenjing suddenly spoke. Jiang Yunzhi was taken aback. Earlier, she had begged the boss, and he had said it was a beautiful dream. Now, he was actually relenting. The boss's mind was indeed hard to guess. Fearing Yin Wenjing would change his mind and turn back into an evil ice block, she hurriedly ran to move the sofa. To her surprise, Yin Wenjing followed her and personally helped move the sofa. Jiang Yunzhi was astonished. She swore she would never again call the boss an evil ice block. He was clearly a male bodhisattva. Moving a sofa was a piece of cake for him. His rolled-up sleeves revealed a strong and smooth arm. Wow, he looked physically strong and resilient. Upon reflection, since the boss had a habit of working out, it made sense. Jiang Yunzhi shook her head, trying to clear her mind, and lay on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Yan Wenjing was at the desk handling documents, and he could see the figure on the pink sofa as soon as he looked up. That splash of pink formed a stark contrast with the black, white, and gray room. It felt like a vibrant color intruding into his cold domain. It was abrupt, yet Yan Wenjing didn't dislike it. Jiang Yunzhi was chatting with Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, that Shen Xuzhou is such a jerk. Ji, you did well to scold him. Jiang Yunzhi was also speechless. Where did Shen Xuzhou get so many strange numbers, always bothering her? She was just a cannon fodder female, supporting character. Could he please not annoy her? Lin Xiaoyu mentioned a rather ridiculous incident. Tang Yu came to find me, saying he regretted it, that he still thought I was better, that I was his true love. Jiang Yunzhi, do these scumbags have a uniform training for their scripts? Tang Yu hadn't been doing well lately. He had wanted to marry into the Su family and had locked down his goddess, but who knew it would fail, and he got beaten up by Shen Xuzhou. It had caused quite a stir, making the fish in his pond aware that he was Su Xian's lapdog, costing him a lot of fish. Now, with the economy not being great, it was hard to swindle money from rich women. The engagement banquet between Su Xian and Shen Xuzhou had fallen through, and Tang Yu reignited his hopes, running back to continue being the lapdog for his goddess. Unfortunately, being a lapdog cost a lot of money. So he thought of Lin Xiaoyu again. Jiang Yunzhi, don't pay him any mind. Lin Xiaoyu replied with a sister has discretion emoji. Jiang Yunzhi, by the way, how's it going with your blind date? Lin Xiaoyu, things are looking great. We're going on a date. Capybara ha ha ha. JPG, Jiang Yunzhi was surprised. Then she saw the next message pop up on the screen. Gamer date. He is helping me rank up. It's strange. He was terrible at first, but after I scolded him, he is now incredibly strong. Jiang Yunzhi. Jiang Yunzhi. All right. Good luck with your date. As long as her good friend wasn't fooled by a scumbag, she felt relieved. In the middle of the night, it started to rain outside, and the raindrops tapped on the window, making a drumming sound. She suddenly felt a weight on her body, and Jiang Yunzhi opened her eyes. Yan Wenjing was pressing down on her, their bodies almost perfectly aligned. Wait, is this right? Jiang Yunzhi froze for a moment, her breathing slightly erratic. Through the thin fabric, she could clearly feel the contours of the boss's legs in a certain sensitive area. A heavy sense of pressure. She didn't dare to move. The little face of the big yellow girl turned red. For a moment, she felt her heartbeat was no longer her own. If it weren't for the fact that the boss's eyes were closed, she would almost think he was under the influence and had suddenly become passionate. Like in a novel where he devoured her, turning her over and over, savoring every moment. All right, she really needed to read fewer yellow novels. They were making her heart turn yellow. The cool, woody scent from the man wafted over, and Jiang Yunzhi instinctively held her breath, trying to gently push him away. He felt so heavy, both in terms of his physique and in that area, making it hard for her to breathe. Fortunately, after a while, Yan Wenjing turned over. Jiang Yunzhi breathed a sigh of relief, just as she was about to escape. Little did she know, the boss's arm naturally wrapped around her waist, pulling her back and burying his chin in her neck. Jiang Yunzhi felt restless. Unsurprisingly, she couldn't sleep. The next day, she went to work with dark circles under her eyes. Sister, you exclaimed, and bumped her shoulder. Last night was quite intense, huh? Puffed. Jiang Yunzhi spat out the coffee in her mouth. They were both married, and the topic instantly accelerated. Jiang Yunzhi just smiled in response and said nothing. How could she explain that her relationship with the boss was merely a marriage of convenience? Even if the original text didn't elaborate much, the boss, who was just a background character to her as a minor cannon fodder, was someone to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. In the afternoon, Jiang Yunzhi went out for work. After finishing a meeting with Xinghe Technology, she happened to pass by the Yan Group building. She walked over. The receptionist saw a delicate and beautiful girl walk in and was instantly taken aback. Her attitude became much gentler. May I ask if you have an appointment? Jiang Yunzhi shook her head, indicating she did not have an appointment, and sent a message to Yan Wenjing. Mr. Yan, I passed by while on my business trip and brought you some milk tea. Do you want it? Hey ha, JPG. In the blink of an eye, a voice message popped up on the screen. The big boss actually sent a voice message. Jiang Yunzhi clicked to open it. There was only one syllable. A deep, magnetic voice struck her eardrums. Good. The front desk heard the voice and was stunned. The voice was so soothing. Who is this? People around began to look over. Jiang Yunzhi scratched her head and muttered, "What kind of voice message is just one word?" Immediately after, a 3-second voice message popped up on the screen. She tapped with her fingertip, and the man's voice poured out. Chapter 48. Really managed to impress her. I had assistant Sue go down to pick you up. His voice was magnetic and deep, like thunder striking the crowd. Everyone present, except for Jiang Yunzhi, was stunned. It was Mr. Yan's voice. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback, wondering what the identity of the girl in front of her was. There wasn't even a single mosquito around the president. Jiang Yunzhi typed a reply, thanking the boss for the warm hospitality. Shortly after, Assistant Sue approached Jiang Yunzhi and called out, "Madam." And madam, this person turned out to be the president's wife. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the elevator door opened with a ding, and Assistant Sue gestured for her to enter. Jiang Yunzhi followed Assistant Sue up to the 58th floor. Who is that? So beautiful. Is she a celebrity? Assistant Sue personally attended to her. Possibly a high executive from a partner company. A high executive? But she's too young, so talented. Wait, looking at the gossip group, the mystery was solved. She's the president's wife. Someone was so excited, they almost threw their mouths. The employees collectively indulged in gossip, buzzing with excitement. Ahead was the president's lounge, where Mr. Yin was waiting for his wife. Assistant Sue led Jiang Yunzhi inside. The sound of footsteps approached. Yin Wenjing's gaze lingered on the WeChat chat box. Jiang Yunzhi. Thank you, hubby, for the warm hospitality. She called him hubby, not Mr. Yin. When the person approached, the man finally shifted his gaze to the newcomer. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes were bright as she waved the bag in her hand. Having passed by a milk tea shop on the way that happened to be holding a buy one get one free promotion, the woman's tone lifted at the end, exuding excitement. She took out the milk tea, inserted a straw, and handed it to Yin Wenjing, saying, "This one has 3 parts sugar, less ice so it's not too sweet." In that moment, something struck Yin Wenjing's heart, and his entire aura softened. After a pause of several seconds, he extended his hand to take the milk tea. Assistant Sue, leaving the room, glanced back secretly, shocked to see Mr. Yin actually drinking milk tea. The sight of the handsome, composed man holding a cup of milk tea was refreshing. Assistant Sue never imagined he would witness such a scene in his lifetime. The madam is truly impressive. How is it? Is it good? Jiang Yunzhi's face showed a hint of anticipation. Yin Wenjing had never touched such things before. All his food, clothing, and living arrangements were handled by someone else, custom-made. This was his first time trying outside milk tea. It was a strange and novel experience. If it weren't for Jiang Yunzhi, he wouldn't have tried it. And if it weren't for Jiang Yunzhi, the flavor would have been just average. Yin Wenjing's deep eyes shifted slightly. After a moment, the woman across from him lit up, and he added, "It's good." Jiang Yunzhi clapped her hands. "Good taste. Next time, I'll bring you their other flavor. The peach and plum, it's also very good, refreshing." Yin Wenjing pushed the milk tea with the straw back toward her. Jiang Yunzhi sat on the sofa, cheeks puffed up, never expecting to share milk tea with such a big shot. Her efforts over this period had not been in vain. Until she glanced at the chat box, Jiang Yunzhi blinked. What did she see? Hadn't she just addressed her boss? How did it turn to hubby? Thank you, hubby, for the warm hospitality. Her hand holding the milk tea shook. She looked at Yin Wenjing. Surely the big shot wouldn't he notice, right? Even if he did, he probably wouldn't he mind, right? As a big shot at the pinnacle of the original text, Yin Wenjing was indeed very busy. He continued to work. Jiang Yunzhi didn't disturb him either, took out a laptop, and started working. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Assistant Sue entered, looking somewhat anxious, saying that the newly launched large interactive game in the spirit world was under attack by hackers from Country M, causing operational problems, and the backend had crashed. The technical staff responsible for this area happened to be abroad for research and wouldn't be back until the evening at the earliest. If it wasn't repaired in time, the losses could reach over 100 million. Although 100 million was nothing to Yin Wenjing. Jiang Yunzhi hesitated and raised her hand, saying, can I give it a try? I promise not to leak any company secrets. Assistant Sue. Yin Wenjing let her give it a try. Jiang Yunzhi went to the technical department, put on headphones, and her fingers flew over the keyboard, moving so fast they almost left an afterimage. Everyone around was stunned. It was said that a game system had crashed and needed urgent repair. And now the president's wife stood up. Everyone was puzzled. Could she do it? After all, they were facing top hackers from Country M, a whole team launching an attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't have breached the security barriers set by the technical department. Now, the president's wife was actually going head-to-head with them. Time passed second by second. After more than half an hour, Jiang Yunzhi took off her headphones. It should be fine now. Shortly after, Assistant Sue exclaimed in surprise, "Really, it's fixed. The system is running normally." Countless heads around were buzzing. Incredible. They thought Mr. Yin was already outstanding. Didn't he expect the president's wife to be so hidden and skilled? Amid the cheers, Jiang Yunzhi raised her chin towards Yin Wenjing, smiling smugly, as if silently asking, "Aren't I impressive?" Yin Wenjing walked over, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Very impressive. The surrounding sounds faded away, and Jiang Yunzhi could only hear the three words, "Big shot." Help, both charming and flirty. Her ears couldn't help but feel slightly warm. It was time for the working person to care most. Jiang Yunzhi glanced at her phone. "Mr. Yin, it's 6 o'clock. Time to get off work." Yin Wenjing spoke slowly. "What are you going to do next?" Jiang Yunzhi smiled sweetly. "Of course, I'm taking you home." Home? That 20 billion villa was not considered a home to Yin Wenjing, just a place to stay. Since childhood, his concept of home had been vague. The old house where he grew up didn't feel like home either. It was the first time someone said they would take him home. Yin Wenjing chuckled lightly and went home with Jiang Yunzhi. The next day, downstairs at Yan's group. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Tang Wensi reached for a tissue to wipe the coffee off Yin Wenjing's clothes, but she was subdued by the rushing bodyguards. "Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing? Do you know who I am?" Tang Wensi instinctively wanted to say her boyfriend was from the Shen family, but swallowed it back. With a pitiful look, she said to Yin Wenjing, "Mr. Yin, I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty. I'll wash them clean myself. Let us add each other on WeChat." Assistant Sue immediately stepped forward. "No need to wash, just compensate." Tang Wensi, compensate? Although things didn't go as she expected, it was fine. Getting Yin Wenjing's contact information was enough. With his contact information, she could gradually get closer to him, and who knows, sparks might fly over time. She found out Yin Wenjing's true identity. He was actually the president of Yan's group, worth billions, far surpassing Shen Xuzhou. In front of him, Shen Xuzhou was practically insignificant, not even worthy of carrying his shoes. There is no doubt that Tang Wensi loved Shen Xuzhou. Otherwise, she wouldn't have flirted with him while he had a girlfriend. But thinking about a better life waiting for her, missing it made her unwilling, especially when she thought of Jiang Yunzhi, an ordinary woman with nothing but a pretty face, who actually married such an outstanding man. She felt even more sour. Only children make choices. Adults want both. She decided to grab both, wanting the young master of the Shen family and the president of the Yin family. Whoever was more suitable for her would be the one she ended up with. "Mr. Yin, don't worry. I will definitely compensate for your loss." "How much do I need to compensate?" "I could transfer to you on WeChat." Assistant Sue was amused by her. "Mr. Yan's outfit costs 3,280,000. You probably can't transfer that much via WeChat." "3 million?" Tang Wensi instantly broke down. It was more precious than her life. Her eyes turned red, on the verge of tears. "Mr. Yan, I didn't mean it. Can we just let it go?" She had miscalculated. She didn't expect Mr. Yan's clothes to be so expensive. Shen Xuzhou usually wore outfits that only cost a few $100,000. It's fine. She's a girl. A domineering man like Yin Wenjing wouldn't hold it against her. Besides, she had some looks, and no man would be heartless. Tang Wensi bit her lip, looking pitiful. "Mr. Yin." Chapter 49. Do you know who that is? Just kiss. Yin Wenjing was never a soft-hearted person. He signaled Assistant Sue to handle it and didn't spare another glance at Tang Wensi. Tang Wensi couldn't believe it. Was Yin Wenjing's gentleness and chivalry in front of Jiang Yunzhi all an act? Assistant Sue gave her a choice: either go to jail or pay money. President Yin was usually generous and gentlemanly. If she had accidentally spilled coffee, he wouldn't have held it against her, but it was clear that she did it on purpose. Assistant Sue had long been unfazed by such low-level scams. Tang Yunzhi chuckled, not believing that the other party would truly send her to jail. An hour later, Shen Xuzhou pulled her out of the police station, his expression gloomy. He wanted to break up with Tang Yunzhi. He couldn't stand always cleaning up her mess and being embarrassed. He enjoyed being loved wholeheartedly, with someone whose heart and eyes were only on him, pampering him. Once Tang Yunzhi couldn't do that, he didn't want her anymore. Xuzhou, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I won't seek out Yin Wenjing again. I love you. Only you. Shen Xuzhou stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly watching her cry. His gaze swept over her face, which bore some resemblance to Jiang Yunzhi's. A tinge of bitterness emerged from deep within. Once, Jiang Yunzhi truly loved him. He didn't know when she stopped revolving around him. He raised a hand to cover his heart, which felt hollow. It was his Zhi. The unscrupulous media spread rumors, claiming that the young master of the Shen family was in jail, leading to Shen Xuzhou being scolded by his father. The Shen family hastily deleted the news. Madam, Shen Xuzhou is in jail. Steward Shen showed Jiang Yunzhi the gossip news. Jiang Yunzhi bit into a pear while reading it with great interest. It can't be true. That's Shen Xuzhou. How could the male lead end up in jail? In this day and age, pure prison-themed domineering leads aren't popular. If the male lead were really that low, which reader would like that? It's all just rumors, fake news to gain attention. Steward Shen was taken aback. The madam was defending Shen Xuzhou so much, it seemed she still couldn't let go of him. Juice dripped into her palm, and just as Jiang Yunzhi was about to reach for a tissue, a cold white hand offered her one. Thank you. Jiang Yunzhi took it to wipe her hands and slowly turned to see Yin Wenjing behind her. What did the boss get there? How did she not notice? Yin Wenjing's tone was slightly heavy. If Shen Xuzhou really went to jail, would you still want to use money to bail him out? Jiang Yunzhi was completely bewildered. Bail him out? How could that be possible? Spending even a penny would be disrespecting herself. Without waiting for her answer, Yin Wenjing walked away indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about her response. That day, Jiang Yunzhi accidentally stumbled upon a document in her room. Her expression turned strange. The original owner had actually signed a prenuptial agreement with the boss. One was a cannon fodder female supporting character, and the other was a background character boss. There were not many words, and many details were missing from the original text, so Jiang Yunzhi only now learned about the existence of the prenuptial agreement. The agreement was valid for 2 years, and if nothing unexpected happened, the marriage would end after 2 years. During this period, the female party would receive 5 million in living expenses each month. 5 million? But Yin Wenjing had initially given her 10 million, and now it had turned into 20 million, much more generous than the agreement. Jiang Yunzhi was curious as to why it was 2 years. Was it related to that little princess of the Yin family, the boss's childhood friend Wen? Was Wen returning to the country in 2 years? During this time, Jiang Yunzhi hadn't inquired about Wen, diligently working and playing the role of a married wife. Just thinking about the agreement expiring and losing the 2 million a month made her heart ache. The dream of serving the boss and living a life of luxury was shattered. The agreement stipulated that both parties were not allowed to entangle themselves or fall in love with each other, nor have any inappropriate physical contact, and must not interfere in each other's personal matters or emotional issues. Externally, both parties were to perform their duties as a married couple, while internally they would not interfere with each other. Otherwise, the relationship could be terminated at any time, and the breaching party would have to pay a penalty of 100 million. Jiang Yunzhi trembled as she held the agreement. 100 million? This was outrageous. She hadn't expected the consequences of breaching the agreement to be so severe. Jiang Yunzhi shivered. Thankfully, she hadn't acted recklessly. She really couldn't afford 100 million. The original owner loved Shen Xuzhou deeply and knew she could never breach the agreement, so she signed it. The boss, being heartless and desireless, naturally didn't care. Only Jiang Yunzhi's world was hurt. If she fell in love with the boss and entangled herself with him, she would have to pay 100 million, losing not only her hard-earned money, but also living in poverty for the rest of her life, repaying debts. That was terrifying. Love-struck brain, get lost. Jiang Yunzhi put away the agreement, remaining rational and clear-headed. She wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the boss would fall in love with her, tear up the agreement, and live a happy and shameless life from then on. No, scratch the shameless part. In any case, that was a plot only for the male and female leads in domineering novels. What did it have to do with her, a small cannon fodder? She should still honestly make money and become a small, wealthy woman with financial freedom. Jiang Yunzhi went to ask Steward Shun about Wen and I. Steward Shun liked the current Jiang Yunzhi, feeling she was a cute and lively little son. He candidly said, Miss Wen is the granddaughter of the old master's first love. The one couple passed away unexpectedly, and she was brought to the Yin family to be raised. The old master originally wanted Miss Wen to marry the master, but it was the old lady who refused with a marriage contract. Oh, Jiang Yunzhi instantly imagined a sad past. Yin Wenjing and Wen and I were a pair that had been torn apart. One was heartbroken and went abroad to heal, while the other immersed himself in his career to numb himself. They were both quite pitiful. Then she thought, why not pity herself? She was about to become unemployed. In the evening, she saw Yin Wenjing enter the wine cellar to drink. Jiang Yunzhi also wanted a glass to soothe her wounded heart. Upon seeing the English on the bottle, she translated it and found Macallan 1926, a whiskey worth over 13 million. Just a drop would be enough for her to brag about for a lifetime. Her desire to drink reached its peak. Noticing the change in Jiang Yunzhi's eyes, Yin Wenjing swirled the liquid in his glass, a hint of a smile on his lips. Want to try? His deep voice reached Jiang Yunzhi's ears like a devil's temptation. She blinked twice and nodded. After considering it, Yin Wenjing brought the glass to her lips. No, Jiang Yunzhi looked at the cup. Without time to ponder why the boss was so inconsiderate as to not offer her a different cup, fearing he would change his mind, she leaned in, her lips touching the rim of the glass, the rich, strong liquid flowing into her mouth. Yin Wenjing's dark eyes stirred slightly. The spot she touched was where he had just drunk from. Hiss, Jiang Yunzhi savored it. The liquor was so strong. She might only get a drink like this once in her life, so the greedy girl gulped it down and downed almost half a glass. Yin Wenjing raised an eyebrow. Stop drinking, you'll get drunk. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Yunzhi really got drunk, her eyes hazy and her cheeks flushed. She staggered and sat on his lap. Yin Wenjing said leisurely, You're drunk. Jiang Yunzhi shook her head, still smiling at him. I'm not drunk unexpectedly. She suddenly kissed the man's jaw. Yin Wenjing's pupils slightly shook. Jiang Yunzhi, do you know who I am? The man's Adam's apple moved as he smirked and asked. Realizing what she had done, Jiang Yunzhi's body stiffened. Her mind buzzing. Shut up, do you know who that is? Just kiss. It was over. The boss was going to get angry. Thinking of the penalty of 100 million, her chaotic mind instantly cleared. Jiang Yunzhi's voice trembled as she pretended to be drunk. Shen Xuzhou. But she didn't see Yin Wenjing's lips instantly pressed down. As she tried to get up and leave, the man grasped her face, forcefully turning it toward him. A dangerous aura enveloped her entire body. Chapter 50. Even if your mom came now, she wouldn't recognize her. It seems you really like him. Even when you're drunk, you're thinking about him. Yin Wenjing wrapped his arm around Jiang Yunzhi's waist, pulling her into his embrace like a large beast capturing its prey. His voice was deeper than usual. I told you. Remember that you were married. I don't want my wife thinking about other men all day. No, she doesn't like that crazy Shen Xuzhou. Jiang Yunzhi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her cheeks pinched by Yin Wenjing's grip, looking a bit comical with their chubby appearance. No, that was her last stubbornness. Don't move. Yin Wenjing's deep, narrow eyes fixed on her, his fingertip rubbing her lip. Drunk, Jiang Yunzhi's head felt heavy. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but tonight, the big boss seemed off, radiating a dangerous aura that made her uneasy, as if he were about to swallow her whole. No, that couldn't be. Someone like Yin Wenjing, who was so aloof, should have no reaction even if she stripped off her clothes and crawled into his arms. Only when faced with his official match would the boss show any desire, making people feel alive and dead. So dizzy, the big yellow girl wanted to sleep. Jiang Yunzhi's watery eyes were misty, her head tilted to one side, letting her thoughts drift into a haze. Vaguely, she noticed Yin Wenjing's face was frighteningly dark. Drunken words of truth. She had actually kissed him thinking he was Shen Xuzhou, feeling like just a substitute. What was so good about Shen Xuzhou? Why did she like him so much? Yin Wenjing's hand resting on her waist loosened. Seeing her fall, he pulled her back into his embrace, the veins on his hand bulging. That night, Jiang Yunzhi slept uneasily, as if a giant python was coiling around her, tightening its grip, pinning her down, making it hard to move. So hot, so heavy. In the morning, Jiang Yunzhi washed up and went downstairs. Yan Wenjing had already left. She still remembered some things from last night. Jiang Yunzhi supported her chin with one hand, smiling, proud of herself for using Shen Xuzhou as a shield. A bit low, but at least she managed to get through it without breaking her promise. She gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Seeing her hungover, Butler Chen asked, "Did Madam drink last night?" Jiang Yunzhi replied, "Yes, just Macallan 1926. Butler Chen started to feel sour. "Oh, Madam is a fortunate person." Jiang Yunzhi picked up a fried egg. "Next time I drink, I'll sneak a small cup for you without telling Mr. Yan." Butler Chen was touched to the point of tears. Madam is truly a beautiful girl with a kind heart. No, I'm getting older. I should drink less." Jiang Yunzhi continued eating. "How am I getting older? I saw you pumping iron the day before yesterday. The villa was top-notch. Even the staff had their own gym." This made Jiang Yunzhi very obsessed with the idea of working here as an aunt when she reached middle age. High salary, good treatment, and excellent benefits. The boss was simply a dream come true for workers. Butler Chen was very humble, smiling. "Back then, the girl I loved said she liked boys who worked out. Wanted 8-pack abs, a mermaid line, and a vest line. So I kept to my fitness routine, but I didn't expect her to end up marrying a 200-pound fat guy." Jiang Yunzhi. Then, Butler Chen changed the topic to Yan Wenjing. "Mr. Yan works out every day. He has a great physique." Jiang Yunzhi nodded. Yes. Butler Chen asked, "How does Madam know?" "Madam hasn't even touched him." Jiang Yunzhi immediately replied, "Who said I haven't touched him?" After saying that, her head buzzed. Her brain was still booting up, and she actually revealed that. "Don't tell Mr. Yan." Butler Chen promised readily. After finishing the previous novel, which was both cliché and cheesy, Butler Chen was a bit excited. Middle-aged people should read some cheesy novels and indulge in some sweet moments. He asked Jiang Yunzhi to recommend some new novels. Cool me. Jiang Yunzhi generously shared her stash of popular boss novels with him. What? Popular with the masses? Other servants caught wind of this. The once cold villa was now filled with vibrant life, thanks to Jiang Yunzhi's presence. Worried that she might accidentally breach her contract one day, or that the boss's little green plum might return and she would lose her job, Jiang Yunzhi searched for investment projects everywhere. She got the address of the new director Qiao Dongchun through Lin Xiaoyu and dragged her along. Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Yunzhi's mind was filled with thoughts of money. What bad intentions could a girl who only knew how to make money have? She never forgot to bring her good sister along when there was a good opportunity to make money. She skimmed through a book and found out there was a movie called Back to the Day We Met, which was a dark horse during the National Day release, making quite a bit of money. This movie made the unknown newcomer director, Qiao Dongchun, suddenly become a big director. Jiang Yunzhi immediately had an idea. She wanted to invest in this movie and be the producer in a shabby rental apartment. What? You want to invest 10 million? Qiao Dongchun was shocked. Lin Xiaoyu was also surprised. No, girl, you're too bold. Qiao Dongchun was an honest person, although he was happy to have someone invest. He didn't paint a rosy picture for Jiang Yunzhi. Instead, he showed them the script and talked about how he planned to shoot it and some of his ideas. Back to the Day We Met is a romance film, and now in the cold winter of the film industry, many people are not optimistic about it. Qiao Dongchun couldn't attract investment, and without investment, he couldn't shoot. Jiang Yunzhi patiently read through the script. She liked the story. The male lead, Song Qi, gave up the girl he loved, Xiao Bing, to fulfill his parents' wishes and promote the Bay Area project, choosing a marriage of convenience. After learning that Song Qi was getting married to someone else, Xiao Bing rushed back to the country that night, crashing the wedding to take Song Qi away, but only received the reply, "We're not suited for each other." 3 years of feelings ended painfully. 3 years later, they met again. Xiao Bing had her own career, while Song Qi had divorced and began the chase to win her back. He saved Xiao Bing during an avalanche, but ended up in the ICU, unconscious. Outside the hospital room, Xiao Bing cried her eyes out, wishing they had never met, never loved. If only she could go back to the day they met. Everything would be fine. After waking up, she really returned to the day she met Song Qi and the story unfolded again. After finishing the script, Jiang Yunzhi decided to invest and got Lin Xiaoyu to invest as well. Lin Xiaoyu was extravagant, having spent most of her money, leaving only 2 million. 1 million investment. Xiao Dongshun felt like he had hit the jackpot, instantly turning into a sunny and cheerful boy. After a while, he said, "I will definitely not let you two investors down." He hadn't planned to invite popular stars. The movie's cost wasn't high, and with the investment secured, they could start shooting in full swing. Jiang Yunzhi asked Lin Xiaoyu, "Do you believe in my judgment?" Lin Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. "I do." Jiang Yunzhi said, "Good. Let's wait for the movie to be released and then split the profits." Lin Xiaoyu was quite happy. If that money wasn't invested, she would just squander it away. So it was better to do something productive. The two happily returned to Lin Xiaoyu's apartment, put on face masks, and watched TV. "Hey, why does that person look a bit familiar?" Jiang Yunzhi squinted at the girl in pink on the variety show suspiciously. Soon, she recognized her. "Oh, it's Jiang Lulu." Lin Xiaoyu said, "I bet she has had plastic surgery. Even if your mom came now, she wouldn't recognize her." She sneered and took out her phone to find contacts to inquire about what was going on with Jiang Lulu. Chapter 51 Couple Outfits. Miss Lin has a wide network and quickly found out the news. Jiang Lulu changed her image, and Jiang Suhong strongly supported her debut. However, due to the previous bullying news, her debut was controversial. But that's how the entertainment industry works. Even negative fame is still fame, and it's better than being unknown. In a variety show, Jiang Lulu played the role of a vicious young lady. She appeared fierce and hard to get along with, but behind the scenes, she would comfort other members and quietly work in the kitchen. When her teammates made breakfast in advance, Jiang Lulu was moved to tears in front of the camera. Her contrast and personality attracted a lot of fans. Fans said, "Lulu just looks fierce. In reality, she has a very soft heart. She's so tsundere, so cute. Aw, girl, mommy loves you." The vicious girl is just a disguise. The previous bullying must have been fake, right? What about her plastic surgery face? Lulu is a natural beauty born from her mother. After glancing at the comments, Jiang Yunzhi had a complex expression. Lin Xiaoyu mentioned that Jiang Lulu would next star in the suspense film Under the Heavy Rain, which has a strong production team and a luxurious cast, predicted to be a huge hit. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzhi remembered. In the original text, Shen Xuzhou invested in this movie, and the star lineup was impressive, with many veteran actors. Under the Heavy Rain indeed became a hit. There were too many investors, so Jiang Yunzhi decided not to get involved to avoid any connection with Shen Xuzhou. Having her own Dark Horse film was enough for her. But Jiang Lulu was not in the original text. This fake heiress had oppressed the original owner severely and was currently reveling in her success. So she wouldn't endure the hardships of filming. Now things were different. The plot had changed. Jiang Yunzhi asked what role Jiang Lulu would play. Lin Xiaoyu replied, "The second female lead, a pure and innocent real heiress, planning to promote her natural performance later." In this step, Jiang Lulu needed to shed the labels of being a bullying girl and a fake heiress, replacing Jiang Yunzhi to become the true heiress of the Jiang family. Gigi, should I have my dad pull some strings to kick her out? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't stand seeing a petty person succeed. If Jiang Lulu became popular, she would definitely come to flaunt it in front of Jiang Yunzhi. How annoying. Jiang Yunzhi refused, saying it was enough to live well on her own without needing anyone to support her. They would work hard to make money and create their own capital. "Ah, Gigi, I love you to death." Lin Xiaoyu cupped her face and gave her a kiss. "By the way, this weekend I'm going to see my brother's concert with Li Yinghao and ask him for an autograph." Lin Xiaoyu knew that Jiang Yunzhi previously liked no one but Shen Xuzhou, so she immediately briefed her on her brother, an all-round idol, Zhou Ranqing. Before leaving, she also gifted Jiang Yunzhi a poster of her idol. Back at the villa, thud. In a hurry, a poster fell from Jiang Yunzhi's arms as she bent down to pick it up. However, it was picked up first by Yan Wenjing, who unfolded it, revealing the full view. The poster featured a man with blue hair, dressed in a white suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with peach blossom eyes shining brightly beneath the lenses. He held a men's perfume in his hand, the corners of his lips curling into a smile that was both charming and alluring. Yan Wenjing frowned slightly. He was very striking, completely different from his type. "Do you like this type?" He asked casually, seemingly indifferent, just curious. Jiang Yunzhi responded, huh? Realizing it, she took a closer look at the poster. He was indeed quite handsome. She commented seriously. The air around them suddenly felt a few degrees cooler. Jiang Yunzhi shook her head. He is handsome, but he is not my type. I like little puppy boys. Yan Wenjing coldly remarked. Weren't you into daddies before? Jiang Yunzhi replied confidently, yes, but I've changed. I think little puppy boys are better. They're obedient and cute, and they call me sister, crying like a kettle boiling. Hearing this, Yan Wenjing smiled slightly and returned the poster to her. Little girl, don't be too fickle. Jiang Yunzhi. All right then. Can I like both daddies and little puppy boys at the same time? A few days later, the brand sent over the latest season of watches. On the bag, Yan Wenjing saw the man from the poster, who was the spokesperson for the brand, Zhou Ranqing. He returned the model that Zhou Ranqing wore and kept the others. During dinner, Jiang Yunzhi noticed a pink velvet box on the dining table, her eyes brightening as she asked, Is this for me? Yan Wenjing replied with a hum. The two had already developed a tacit understanding. Jiang Yunzhi propped her chin on her hand. I guess it's not an unlimited black card. Yan Wenjing raised an eyebrow. Playing along, smart. Jiang Yunzhi continued guessing. Earrings? No. Necklace? No. Bracelet? No. Jiang Yunzhi. Wow, my competitive spirit is up. Mr. Yin, can you give me a hint? Seeing her eyes widen, looking both anxious and confused like an annoyed little cat, Yan Wenjing found her adorable. He reached out in front of her, revealing a black gold watch on his wrist. In the previous second, Jiang Yunzhi thought, use your brain, think fast. In the next second, she exclaimed, aha, I got it, it's a watch. She was full of energy. With exaggerated background music, Jiang Yunzhi opened the box. Inside was a lady's watch. Mr. Yin, why are you giving me something? Yan Wenjing said, previously, the spiritual realm was attacked by hackers, and you repaired the system, avoiding losses. This is your reward. This watch is not expensive, just over 1,500,000, suitable for daily commuting. Putting on the watch, Jiang Yunzhi smiled as she looked left and right. So pretty. Mr. Yin's great taste. She then glanced at the watch on Yan Wenjing's wrist. Huh, why does it look like a couple's watch? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. The big shot wouldn't be so petty as to give her a watch and then want to match with him. Let us take a photo. She took a picture of her hand with Yan Wenjing and posted it on Moments, accompanied by a bunch of emojis. Soon, someone commented below, what beautiful hands. Hand fetishists are lucky. Yunzhi has a boyfriend so quickly? Congratulations on finding a good match. Are you all only noticing the hands? Only I noticed their watches? Just searched. Worth more than $1 million. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi's Moments, Jiang Lulu's face twisted slightly, feeling jealousy in her heart. She forced a smile and said, I really envy my sister. She has a man to rely on, unlike me, who can only rely on myself. Jiang's mother frowned, thinking that Jiang Yunzhi's behavior showing off was quite ungraceful. She is really not raised by me. She lacks the upbringing of a wealthy young lady. Jiang's father said nothing, only sulking. While others marry off their daughters to help their families, Jiang Yunzhi only brings them down. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought her back, and the Jiang family wouldn't be in this situation now. Lulu, don't mention her. If she had even a bit of your ambition, the Jiang family would be even more glorious. Jiang Suheng really disliked Jiang Yunzhi, even though she was his biological sister. Because of Jiang Yunzhi, he was labeled as gay, with a bunch of men eyeing him. The family arranged blind dates, and those young ladies were all picky, questioning his sexual orientation. To prove he was a real man, Jiang Suheng used the most manly method. He forcefully kissed the other party, resulting in a harassment complaint. Finally, he met someone he found attractive, thinking there might be a chance, but the other party wanted him to be a simp. He didn't want that, so he refused to date. Damn Jiang Yunzhi, causing him to become a simp and get picked apart by the girl. I heard that Jiang Yunzhi invested in a bad movie. Chapter 52. Haven't you touched it? Why be shy? Jiang Suheng. Dad, let's find someone to block that movie's review and make Jiang Yunzhi's investment go to waste. Jiang father almost slapped him. What nonsense. Do you think Jiang Yunzhi is a helpless person to be manipulated? She has Yan Wenjing backing her. Jiang Suheng felt extremely aggrieved. Yan Wenjing might not protect her, and he didn't like her either. Jiang father couldn't hold back anymore, spitting out, "You know Li Ruizhu, right? Jiang Yunzhi. I know, the Prince of Nansheng, the treasure of the Li family." Jiang father. He was sent by the Li family to Africa for further studies, but it's not really further studies. It's an escape to a place where birds don't even poop. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Lulu. What does this have to do with Jiang Yunzhi? Jiang father sighed. Someone saw Li Ruizhu flirting with Jiang Yunzhi at a charity dinner, and he was sent to Africa that night. Who do you think orchestrated this? The only one who can make the Prince of Nansheng suffer is this master from the capital circle, Yan Wenjing. A trace of reluctance flashed in Jiang Yunzhi's eyes. Jiang Lulu was so jealous that she was bubbling with acid. Sister's taste isn't high. Investing in her would be a loss. Jiang Yunzhi nodded. When Jiang Lulu's movie Under the Heavy Rain becomes a hit, it will crush the film Jiang Yunzhi invested in. Both the Jiang family and the Shen group invested in Under the Heavy Rain. After a moment, Jiang mother pulled Jiang Lulu's hand and whispered, "Mom still prefers how you looked before. After the plastic surgery, you seem like a different person. It's strange." Jiang Lulu was taken aback and felt unhappy. God knows how much she suffered for this face. Manager Fan was not interested in her and hadn't even touched her. Why did he want her to look like one and I? What was he hiding? She felt that Manager Fan had significant ambitions. She couldn't care less about that. Once her movie became a hit and she became a popular star, she would walk up to Yan Wenjing, and with her excellence and this face, he would surely fall for her. "Mrs. Yin, it's time to change people." At the wild drinking bar. "Hey, Xuzhou, stop drinking. If you keep going, you'll die of drunkenness here." Zhou Kai patted his buddy's back. He couldn't understand why a wealthy second generation who had money and time and didn't lack women was drowning his sorrows over an XXX. Shen Xuzhou held a wine glass in his left hand, threw his cigarette into the ashtray with his right, his eyes bloodshot. Murmuring, "Kai, I seem unable to let go of Jiang Yunzhi." Ever since losing Jiang Yunzhi, he realized he loved her far more than he thought. A wave of sourness surged in his heart, as if an invisible hand was kneading his heart. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi's moments on social media, flaunting her photos with Yan Wenjing, hurt even more. Zhou Kai sighed. "Have you completely cut ties with Tang Wenxi?" Shen Xuzhou, EA. He gave Tang Wenxi $1 million as a breakup fee, as proof of their love. After a few seconds of silence, he leaned back on the sofa, squinting, the alcohol making him recall many past events. Putting aside the issues of substitutes and deceit, he had a lot of joyful moments with Jiang Yunzhi. Is Ji deliberately trying to provoke me? Damn it. Zhou Kai was annoyed. Don't you think it's foolish to go out without a brain? She's with Yan Wenjing now, making $10 million a month. Who cares about a lousy ex? If it were me, I'd also want to be Mrs. Yin. The next day, in the company ST room, colleagues gathered together gossiping, and Jiang Yunzhi perked up her ears to listen. Shan. Today's top trending topic, the young master of the Shen group's single declaration. His Weibo post exploded. Shen Xuzhou, happy to be single. Are you there? The passenger seat of the Porsche is always reserved for you. Heart. Rose. Yeah. This young master Shen looks like a star. He's very handsome. And there are many rumors about him. Which girl does he want to pursue? Xiaozhong. Could it be Su Ziyin? His ex. Shan. Doesn't he seem like it? If he loved her that much, why did he run away from their engagement banquet? Everyone discussed animatedly. Who could it be? The passenger seat is reserved for whom? Jiang Yunzhi. Getting involved in the gossip herself, this melon is not tasty. Shen Xuzhou. P.S. Simply brain dead. She wanted to go crazy. In the evening, Jiang Yunzhi picked at her food, lacking appetite after having too much afternoon tea. Manager Wang was rarely generous, so she had to eat a lot. Once she left the dining hall, butler Chen quietly remarked, "Madam must have seen the trending topic on Weibo and is feeling down. The greedy girl can't even swallow her food, which shows how serious it is." Yan Wenjing's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice cold. "The Shen family looks very idle." Butler Chen agreed. "Exactly, just pooping all day." The dining hall fell silent. Butler Chen, "Oh no, Madam has been influenced." Fortunately, Yan Wenjing did not care about such trivial details. Meanwhile, Shen Xuzhou discovered the trending topic was taken down and found out someone had intervened behind the scenes. It must be Yan Wenjing. Ha. Ji likes me. He can't sit still now, he's panicking. Once the other party withdrew, he doubled down on buying trending topics, resulting in a fierce capital battle. Netizens were left dumbfounded. Which two big shots are fighting? One moment trending, the next disappearing, then reappearing again, disappearing shortly after. A phone call from Shen's father made Shen Xuzhou get scolded thoroughly. Idiot. Money is just a number to Jiang Yunzhi. You think you can compete with him in capital? Get over to the group office right now. Shen Xuzhou grumpily agreed. He had always had things easy, succeeding effortlessly in everything he did, proving his extraordinary abilities. He would definitely make a name for himself in the group. Shen Xuzhou chuckled lazily. Jiang Yunzhi's only advantage is his money, but he has more than just that. Who Ji would choose is obvious. Jiang Yunzhi carried water and a bathrobe upstairs to the gym. Old Chun is really lazy, making me deliver things to the boss. The gym door was automatic. As it opened, she walked in and looked around, but didn't see Jiang Yunzhi. Mr. Yen? The sound of water flowing could be heard from the gym's bathroom. Jiang Yunzhi put down her things and sat on a bench, scrolling through her phone. After a while, a soft click sounded and the bathroom door opened, a refreshing fragrance wafting out, reminiscent of cedar. Looking up, Jiang Yunzhi was stunned, her vision receiving a massive shock. Jiang Yunzhi was not wearing a bathrobe, but was wrapped in a towel. The big yellow girl Jiang Yunzhi took in all the beauty before her. Her gaze couldn't help but scan every inch of the man's body. His cold white skin had no excess flesh, with distinctly defined muscle lines. And his chest was incredibly firm. 2 arms showed prominent veins, looking powerful and sexy. Below, the mermaid line, hidden under the towel, the bulging curve resembled a predatory bird ready to pounce. Oh my god, so big, so. Is this really real? Jiang Yunzhi instantly turned into a little yellow person, her heart racing, her face turning as red as if it would bleed. Jiang Yunzhi looked at her expressionlessly, noticing she seemed frozen, calmly asking, Mrs. Yen, have you seen enough? Hiss. Jiang Yunzhi felt as if she had been hit by something, coming back to her senses, and handed over the bathrobe. Enough. Jiang Yunzhi took the bathrobe. She turned and fled in a panic. A cold voice followed her. Haven't you touched it? Why be shy? Like a thunderbolt striking down, Jiang Yunzhi froze in place. How does the boss know? Oh, Butler Chun, you traitor. Jiang Yunzhi draped the bathrobe over himself, stepping closer to her. His deep, sea-like eyes locked onto her like a predator, asking almost maliciously, care to tell me when you touched it? Chapter 53. The man denies it with his mouth. But his body is honest. Jiang Yunzhi, the little yellow person, was almost about to crash. Her face flushed. Is there? She hung her head, feeling extremely guilty. Jiang Yunzhi lifted her chin and whispered, dishonest children need to be punished. Jiang Yunzhi. Okay, Fina. She raised her eyes and met those deep, lazy narrow eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Jiang Yunzhi seemed like someone who could see through people as hearts. Standing in front of him, she couldn't lie to him. The big boss was mature and mysterious, handling everything with ease and control. Even if the original text was sparse, he was still a very charming character. Moreover, Jiang Yunzhi was not facing a paper character, but a real-life big boss. I touched. She admitted it. As for when, it didn't matter. She had touched him. Jiang Yunzhi's thin lips moved slightly. So how do you plan to compensate? Jiang Yunzhi poked her fingers and said, how about you touch me back? I touch you, you touch me. It's reasonable. She really didn't have any money. She was determined to become a little rich woman. Jiang Yunzhi didn't say anything, seemingly pondering as he left the gym. Jiang Yunzhi followed behind, feeling that this matter was about to be over. The big boss probably wouldn't care about touching her, right? The notebook clearly stated, cleanliness obsession, dislike of physical contact, avoids women, abstinent big boss. Once in the bedroom, Jiang Yunzhi suddenly said, What does it mean? Jiang Yunzhi was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Was the big boss really going to touch her back? But she didn't have 8-pack abs. Jiang Yunzhi instinctively touched her belly, which only had a little fat. That night, Jiang Yunzhi lay on the sofa, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Yunzhi, who was at the desk. The big boss was in a meeting, seemingly a multi-party meeting, fluently switching between various languages. As expected, someone who could be worth hundreds of billions must be excellent in all aspects. Time passed second by second. Jiang Yunzhi felt relieved. She knew the big boss was just joking, playing with her. If he really had to touch her, he definitely wouldn't. She chuckled lightly and happily played on her phone. Yan Wenjing's eyes slightly lifted. His gaze fell on Jiang Yunzhi. 5 times. She had secretly looked at him 5 times. Mr. Yan? Assistant Sue's voice called softly from a screen. Strange. Mr. Yan was actually distracted. After being by Mr. Yan's side for so many years, it was rare for him to lose focus, but that night, he had looked over 5 times. What had caught Mr. Yan's attention? Yan Wenjing returned to his senses and said, "Continue." The hour hand pointed to 11 o'clock. After finishing her milk, Jiang Yunzhi lay in bed, planning to go to sleep early like a night owl. Yan Wenjing followed her schedule and surprisingly went to bed early as well, leaving only a bedside lamp on. Jiang Yunzhi pulled the blanket over herself, revealing her head, and blinked. "Mr. Yan, good night." "Good night?" Yan Wenjing then leaned down, propping himself on the headboard and getting closer. "You promise to touch back?" "Goose, goose, goose." Jiang Yunzhi's pupils widened slightly. What? The big boss was serious? He really wanted to touch? If she remembered correctly, the big boss disliked physical contact, especially with women. After a few seconds of silence, she lifted her sleepwear and said, Go ahead, go ahead. After you touch, I'll go to sleep." It wasn't the first time she had been touched. During her period, the big boss had even given her an essential oil massage. Jiang Yunzhi didn't reject his touch. Perhaps because Yan Wenjing had no intentions towards her and had never shown desire. She didn't feel offended or taken advantage of. If it were Shen Xuzhou, Jiang Yunzhi wouldn't be able to accept it. The big boss was indeed a big boss. His nature of not taking advantage of others was why he deserved to make money. His large, warm hand covered her lower abdomen, and Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but curl up a bit, the touched area eliciting a tingling sensation. It tickled. Jiang Yunzhi grasped Yan Wenjing's hand and slowly closed her eyes. After a while, Yan Wenjing stopped, brushed aside her hair, and buried himself in the side of her pillow, which felt soft. Jiang Yunzhi fell asleep. Yan Wenjing curved his lips, adjusted her sleepwear, and covered her with the blanket. The bedside lamp went out. "Good night." "Housekeeper Chun, have I gained weight?" Jiang Yunzhi asked. Housekeeper Chun glanced at the scale. "No, madam, you are not fat at all." Jiang Yunzhi nodded. It must be that the scale was broken, so it should be sent for repair. Housekeeper Chen thought to himself, is it possible that the scale isn't the problem? As a versatile housekeeper with an annual salary of 3 million, Housekeeper Chun was very professional and knew what to say and what not to say. He immediately had someone send the scale for repairs, promising to return it once the madam had lost weight. Jiang Yunzhi was determined to work out. Her colleagues also planned to get gym memberships and work out once a week. Dressed in workout clothes, Jiang Yunzhi operated vigorously, sweating profusely at the gym. Yan Wenjing entered the living room. Housekeeper Chen reflexively said, "Sir, the madam is in the gym." Yan Wenjing, when did I say I wanted to find her? Housekeeper Chen stopped being playful. Damn reflex. Seeing Yan Wenjing head upstairs, a sentence suddenly popped into his mind. The man denies it with his mouth, but his body is honest. He realized he should read fewer domineering CEO novels. In the bathroom. Bang! Jiang Yunzhi fell. After working out and showering, she didn't expect to cramp her foot and fall like this. Yan Wenjing heard the noise. Jiang Yunzhi, what happened? Jiang Yunzhi felt as if she had found a savior. I have something, I fell. The next second, the man opened the bathroom door and walked in, carrying her to the bed. Jiang Yunji's back hurt badly, and she was in tears, sobbing. Don't all domineering CEOs have a doctor friend? Yan Wenjing. It's true, he did have one, but the other party was a man, which was not very appropriate. Yan Wenjing called in a female doctor. After spending so much on a medical team every year, it was time to put it to use. The female doctor examined Jiang Yunzhi. The injury wasn't serious. No bones were hurt, just some bruises that looked scary. After spraying a pain relief spray, Jiang Yunzhi felt much better. The female doctor advised, Mr. Yin, apply this medicine on her back with a massage twice a day, and the bruises should clear up in about a week. Jiang Yunzhi wanted the servant to help her apply the medicine. Yin Wenjing, no need, I'll do it. Jiang Yunzhi had, are you serious? Expression. Yin Wenjing calmly responded. On the day of the engagement banquet, when you were drunk, I changed your nightgown. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzhi was shocked. What? It was the big boss who changed it, not the maid. As expected, even if she was completely undressed, the big boss showed no reaction. Jiang Yunzhi wrinkled her nose. It definitely wasn't that she lacked charm, but rather a problem with the big boss's character. Since it was like this, she didn't need to be shy anymore. She changed into a backless, strapping nightgown, lay on the bed, and enjoyed the big boss's service. Thank you, Mr. Yin. Hiss. Hiss, it hurts, be gentle. Jiang Yunzhi whimpered. After a while, the medicine was applied. She was about to turn around. Don't move. The man's voice was particularly hoarse. Jiang Yunzhi obediently didn't move. Bang. The bathroom door closed. Yin Wenjing leaned against the door, slightly tilting his head back, feeling something explode inside him, his usual cold composure crumbling instantly, only feeling a hot surge rising in a certain area. The man's prominent atom's apple rolled quickly as he looked down and saw. Mr. Yin, what's wrong? Jiang Yunzhi's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Click. She twisted the bathroom doorknob. Chapter 54, unable to restrain a bit, the bathroom door opened, and Jiang Yunzhi walked in to see Yin Wenjing standing in front of the sink washing his hands, the marble blocking his long legs. The man moved slowly, then casually glanced over. How did you get in? His voice was a bit hoarse. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes flickered with confusion. Everything seemed normal, yet something felt off. Honestly, she said, I saw the news about an elderly person falling in the bathroom, so I was a bit worried and came over. The bathroom instantly fell silent. Yin Wenjing. The next moment, he squinted. Elderly person? Is he old? Realizing this, Jiang Yunzhi became extremely obedient. How could she dare to provoke the big boss face to face? She immediately made amends. Not old. Not old. That's not important. Hee. What's important is a heartfelt concern for you. Regarding Jiang Yunzhi's heartfelt concern, Yin Wenjing only smiled, reaching out to turn her head towards the bathroom door. Heartfelt concern? I'm fine. You can leave now. Jiang Yunzhi. All right. Leaving the bathroom, she turned back 3 times, and the bathroom door slammed shut again, the sound of water flowing softly starting up. She rested her chin on one hand, waiting for a while, but Yin Wenjing still hadn't come out. The crisp scent of wood wafted through the air. Is he taking a shower? He has been in there for quite a while. Jiang Yunzhi suddenly remembered that the big boss is a cleanliness freak. No wonder he immediately went to wash his hands after applying medicine to her. He even took a shower. Thinking about how Yin Wenjing endured his cleanliness obsession to apply medicine for her made her feel very touched. Oh, the big boss is so nice. But applying medicine twice a day like this, wouldn't he wash off his skin? Feeling moved, Jiang heartfelt concern Yunzhi decided to do something. The big boss's voice is so hoarse. He must be feeling hot and needs something to cool down. Herbal tea. Here I come. Yin Wenjing indeed needed to cool down. But unfortunately, it wasn't herbal tea. It was a cold shower. Jiang Yunzhi tiptoed sneakily into the kitchen, planning to personally brew some herbal tea. What is Madam going to do? Are you hungry? The voice of Butler Chun floated over from behind. Jiang Yunzhi turned around. I'm going to make herbal tea. Butler Chun was slightly taken aback, a bit suspicious that she might be a kitchen killer. Jiang Yunzhi showed him a bit of her skills, and only then did Butler Chun relax, chatting with her. Mr. Yin probably got overheated from exercising too much. Butler Chin's lips twitched. I would know. Perhaps Mr. is just very strong. I can't compare. As if recalling something interesting, he continued, 3 years ago, a sports brand wanted Mr. to be their spokesperson, saying he perfectly matched the brand's image in terms of appearance and temperament, but he refused. The other party persisted in inviting him. Jiang Yunzhi stirred the spoon, very supportive. And then, what happened next? Butler Chun. That company was acquired by Mr. Now no one bothers him anymore. Oh, what a pity. Jiang Yunzhi still planned to support the sports brand endorsed by the big boss. Butler Chun chuckled lightly. It was clear that the young girl was quite infatuated with Mr. Yin. After a while, a light voice floated down from above. What are you cooking? Poison? Jiang Yunzhi almost jumped up. What poison? This is the herbal tea. I made herbal tea. It's a good thing. Yin Wenjing looked at the pot of dark stuff. feeling a bad premonition rise. Who is this for? Jiang Yunzhi smiled sweetly. For you, Mr. Yin? Aren't you feeling hot? Yin Wenjing turned around and left. Wait. Jiang Yunzhi grabbed him. I worked hard to make this. After a moment, at the dining table, Jiang Yunzhi presented a bowl of black concoction to Yin Wenjing, her eyes filled with anticipation. Drink it. Seeing that Yin Wenjing didn't move, she eagerly opened a palm-sized jar, afraid it's bitter. I have sugar. She tore open the candy wrapper and handed it to him. Yin Wenjing's expression was indifferent. Do you think I'm a child? Jiang Yunzhi. How could that be? Mr. Yin is the most handsome. The words golden father were swallowed. The most handsome. What? Yin Wenjing raised an eyebrow. Is husband? The two words flashed in her mind. The man lowered his gaze, said nothing, and drank the herbal tea she made. It's not that bitter. Lin Xiaoyu stood outside the venue, waiting to meet Li Yinghao, as they had agreed to watch Zhou Ronqing's concert today. Among the crowd, a tall figure stood out, looking exceptionally handsome, seemingly on a different level from those around him. The man wore a mask and leisurely approached Lin Xiaoyu. Li Yinghao, why are you only just arriving? I've been waiting for you for 5 minutes. The other party removed his mask. What the? Uncle? Why is it you? Where's Li Yinghao? I made an appointment with him. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. Li Qinghe paused for a moment, puzzled. You made an appointment with Yinghao? At this moment, both realized something was amiss. Yeah. Lin Xiaoyu opened WeChat to show him. Li Qinghe pondered, this is my WeChat. Lin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. She could hardly believe her ears. Looking at the profile picture again, a black background with a H in the center. She thought it was Hao's letter, but unexpectedly, it was Li Qinghe's he. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu truly wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. So, all this time, it was you I was chatting with? Li Qinghe smiled slightly and nodded. It seemed that Miss Lin had always regarded him as Yinghao, and the man silently pressed down the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu's toes were almost digging a castle. She thought the person on the other side was Li Yinghao and spoke without restraint like a little bomb. If she had known it was Li Qinghe, she wouldn't have dared to speak like that, even with 100 times the courage. Li Qinghe was the head of the Li family. In her eyes, he was like the head of the family. She actually insulted the head of the family, calling him a vegetable dog, saying he was useless. Exhausted. Let's just end this. Li Qinghe politely said, let's go in. The show is about to start. Under the dazzling lights, the elegant and poised man held a glow stick in his well-defined hand. The ordinary glow stick instantly became high-end, like a fashionable item. Lin Xiaoyu held the light board in one hand and waved the glow stick with the other, silently reciting, love is restraint. Love is restraint. However, she couldn't restrain herself at all. The next second, she joined the crowd in shouting, brother, I love you. I love you, Zhou Ronqing. I love you. I love you. Next to her, a low magnetic laugh sounded, drowned in the cheers and shouts. Back at the apartment, Lin Xiaoyu told Jiang Yunzhi about this astonishing mix-up. Ah, sister, I'm going to die. My blind date, isn't Li Yinghao. It's his uncle, Li Qinghe. Jiang Yunzhi had a pretty good impression of Li Qinghe. He was gentle and polite. Wait a minute. I'll use my connections to find out what kind of person Li Qinghe is. What kind of person is Mr. Li? Jiang Yunzhi asked Yin Wenjing. They had all hung out together during a drinking party last time, so he was the best person to ask. Yin Wenjing crossed his long legs, pinching a cigar between his fingers. Hearing this, his gaze deepened. Are you interested in him? Jiang Yunzhi nodded. Crack. The cigar broke. Chapter 55. The young girl should be modest, the cigar's body and head separate. Jiang Yunzhi immediately shook her head. Yin Wenjing, he is a man. Jiang Yunzhi. This is awkward. Her eyes are not blind. She can tell that Li Qinghe is a man. Soon, she explained the situation between Lin Xiaoyu and Li Qinghe. She was inquiring on behalf of her sister. The dark color in Yin Wenjing's eyes faded slightly as he said lightly, Li Qinghe is the most capable one in the Li family of this generation. His character is also good, and his lifestyle is decent. He had a girlfriend while studying abroad. Jiang Yunzhi took out her phone to note it down and quickly sent a message to Lin Xiaoyu. If the big shot says he is reliable, then he is reliable. Yin Wenjing never boasts. If he says someone is good, it means that person is truly outstanding. Jiang Yunzhi. Sister, he is worth it. Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit relieved and sent another message. So should I act a bit more ladylike and frontally, Qinghe? Jiang Yunzhi. No need. Just show your true self. If you like someone, you like all of them. If he can't accept the real you, then goodbye. Lin Xiaoyu thought this made a lot of sense. To be honest, she couldn't pretend to be a virtuous wife. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Yunzhi happily exited WeChat and opened a certain orange app, laughing like a lunatic at a sweet novel. The coffee shop downstairs of the Encounter Design building opened. Tang Wenxi was the owner of the coffee shop, serving customers while talking about some sad story. My boyfriend was taken away. That woman works in the company upstairs. Her eyes turned red, and she raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. A few days later, rumors spread in the company that Jiang Yunzhi had stolen someone's boyfriend. No way. Such a beautiful woman stealing someone's boyfriend? She doesn't look like that kind of person. Xiao Jiang from Encounter Design is cute and cheerful. How could she have bad intentions? The coffee shop owner cried pitifully, saying her boyfriend was very wealthy. In this day and age, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Maybe she really did become a mistress for money. Nonsense. The department colleagues who heard the news were very angry and immediately told Jiang Yunzhi. The coffee shop owner downstairs is spreading rumors that you're a mistress. Jiang Yunzhi looked up from her workstation, secretly thinking she wanted to see what was going on. She went to the coffee shop with her colleagues and saw Tang Wenxi, and Jiang Yunzhi understood. This damned world. After Shen Xuzhou, another cannon fodder female supporting character came. All cannon fodder. Why rush to harm each other? She said coldly, did you spread the rumor that I stole your boyfriend? What did I ever get together with Shen Xuzhou? Almost all of her department colleagues came down, and the aloof Wang Zong was also holding a thermos, watching from the side, echoing, yeah, give us an explanation. Tang Wenxi didn't expect Jiang Yunzhi to have such good relationships. A crowd was standing on her side. Tears immediately fell, as if she was being bullied by Jiang Yunzhi. She slowly stammered, I didn't. Jiang Yunzhi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I really feel bad after Xuzhou left me. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. Jiang Yunzhi. This person can really cry. Shan couldn't help but ask. Just one question. Did Yunzhi steal your boyfriend? Tang Wenxi seemed unable to bear the stimulation and immediately yelled. I know. It's the unloved one who is the mistress. So, I am the mistress then. I deserve to have no boyfriend, boo-hoo. Ah, this familiar feeling. An old green tea. Without waiting for everyone to react, Tang Wenxi hurriedly wiped her face and ran off pitifully. Now the situation was even more unclear. She would confront Jiang Yunzhi directly. She was vague and let others imagine whatever they wanted. Tang Wenxi sneered in her heart. However, things started to get interesting. The next day, the big screen at Haiguang building across from the company played a video on loop. In the video, Tang Wenxi appeared at an engagement banquet, shouting, Xuzhou, Cici, why are you here? Xuzhou, you said engagement is the tomb of love. Today I'm here to take you out of the tomb. I'm sorry, Xian, I can't get engaged. I want to pursue freedom. The short video immediately attracted a crowd to watch. Hey, isn't that the coffee shop owner? She said a few days ago that someone stole her boyfriend. Turns out she was the one who interfered in someone else's relationship, stealing a wedding in public, and still has the nerve to say otherwise. Oh, the news about young Master Shen and Miss Su canceling their engagement was all over. It turns out she was the one who crashed the wedding. At that time, they were still lovers, ready to get engaged, and she just barged in. And what is this about engagement being the tomb of love? What a facade. Her ex-boyfriend is young Master Shen. And since young Master Shen has announced he is single on trending topics, how could he have been taken away? If there was a new person, it would have been announced already. Clearly, it was a peaceful breakup. Truly shameless, spreading rumors without a second thought. Seeing the footage on the screen, Tang Wenxi's face instantly turned pale. How could this happen? Who put this up? Tang Wenxi hurriedly tried to take down the video, spending a full 50,000, feeling heartbroken. She wanted to spread rumors about Jiang Yunzhi being a mistress. But didn't he expect the other party to play her wedding-crashing video on loop for 3 days, publicly executing her? She opened a coffee shop downstairs in the company just to annoy Jiang Yunzhi and spent a lot of money. With this 50,000 spent, she was running low on the money given to her by Shen Xuzhou. She was thoroughly embarrassed. Tang Wenxi couldn't stay any longer, sold the coffee shop. and went to find Shen Xuzhou. Yinshao Mansion. When the door opened, "Suzhou, I miss you so much." To her surprise, there was a wavy-haired sexy woman on the opposite side. Jiang Yunzhi immediately changed her expression. "Who are you? How did you end up in my boyfriend's house?" "Shameless thing, seducing my boyfriend." She went up and slapped her. Unexpectedly, the other party was not a soft persimmon. Jiang Yunzhi received a few hard slaps, gritting her teeth. At this moment, Shen Xuzhou came out wrapped in a bath towel, asking, "Why are you here?" Jiang Yunzhi covered her split lip, tears immediately falling. "Suzhou, I miss you. Let us get back together. I can't live without you." Shen Xuzhou asked the wavy-haired woman to leave, saying they would meet again next time. Jiang Yunzhi immediately questioned, "Why are you looking for such a promiscuous woman outside?" Shen Xuzhou rubbed his temples, seeming to think she was being unreasonable. Once he entered the company, he realized how hard it was to manage it. Even if he kept himself clean, occasionally he needed a woman to reward himself. It's human nature. Behind the scenes, Yin Wenjing might be even wilder. Shen Xuzhou couldn't he understand why Jiang Yunzhi wouldn't he come back to him. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi crying pitifully, Shen Xuzhou's heart softened. Come in. Unlike Yin Wenjing, he was not that kind of heartless man. One day, in the afternoon, after a meeting, Yin Wenjing opened the chat box with Jiang Yunzhi and accidentally touched the little avatar box. A message popped up on screen. I patted Jiang Yunzhi and said, "Baby, the black card is yours to swipe." Yin Wenjing. He accidentally sent a reply. Suddenly, a gif of a money god appeared in the chat box. Jiang Yunzhi. I love you, daddy money. Heart, heart, heart. Accidentally hit send. In the blink of an eye. The next second, the man immediately retracted it. Yin Wenjing replied, Young girl, be modest. Chapter 56 Director, you're thrifty. Assistant Sue, who was diligent and hardworking, noticed that the president had put down his phone and seemed in a good mood. Suddenly, he heard the president mention wanting to select an island. Is Mr. Yin going to book a vacation hotel on an island? Yin Wenjing, no, an entire island. Assistant Sue, being professional, was only surprised for a moment before quickly presenting information on high-quality islands for the president to choose from. Just curious, why is Mr. Yin suddenly looking at islands? Oh, it's like this. Yin Wenjing saw a post on Jiang Yunji's Weibo that read, Island, beach, candlelit dinner. A perfect day for a working person. Below, netizens commented, Good, 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 you're really thinking this way. Hurry up and put down your meal prep. Don't eat those big socks anymore, they're toxic. It seemed like the ultimate fantasy of a working person before their final moments after eating meal prep. Jiang Yunzhi likes islands, and he just happens to have the ability to turn fantasies into reality. So he decided to indulge her a bit, especially since she said, I love you, my sugar daddy. What a sight in broad daylight. Assistant Sue saw that the president seemed to have thought of something and smiled faintly, very charming. Yin Wenjing selected an island on the tablet after a while, choosing one with impeccable geography and environment. Assistant Sue quickly took care of it, and, an hour later, the transaction for the island was complete. At this time, Jiang Yunzhi, completely unaware of this, was goofing off at her workstation. She caught a glimpse of General Manager Wang's figure and thought, oh no, old Wang is coming for a surprise inspection. With a quick keyboard shortcut, she switched screens, making the novel interface disappear. General Manager Wang saw Jiang Yunzhi focused on her work and thought to himself how diligent she was. He smiled broadly and told Jiang Yunzhi that a friend specifically wanted her to design custom jewelry. This meant Jiang Yunzhi would be busy again. She blinked her eyes. General Manager Wang cheerfully said, don't worry, they're essay bonus. He was never the kind of stingy boss who only hoarded money without sharing. With this, Jiang Yunzhi felt happy again. This pie is really delicious. General Manager Wang happily walked away holding a thermos. He could see that the watch on Jiang Yunji's wrist was worth over $1 million. Her family must be quite well off. Not short on money and still happily working every day. She truly loves this career. Ever since Jiang Yunzhi joined the company, the office atmosphere had improved. General Manager Wang was quite satisfied. Jiang Yunzhi went to meet a client who was a man in his 70s. He said that he and his wife had started from scratch, and his wife had endured a lot of hardships. He wanted to give her a gift for their wedding anniversary. Can you tell me your story? She asked with a smile. The client smiled slightly, of course. Understanding the client's story for inspiration, they discussed the choice of the main stone, whether to go for a diamond or a sapphire, etc. Besides goofing off, Jiang Yunzhi was also professional at work. Every day, she diligently worked on her career, being both a designer and investor, while also playing the role of a wealthy family's wife in a marriage alliance, tirelessly full of energy. Jiang Yunzhi: Sir, I will first provide a design sketch. And once the plan is confirmed, there will be a detailed quotation. Client: Good. Money is not an issue. This weekend, Xiao Dongchun invited Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu to visit the filming set. Jiang Yunzhi got up early, recalling Lin Xiaoyu, saying to wear battle attire. After all, she is now a producer, so she needed to have enough presence. Well, that makes sense. She tried on the latest season's clothes sent by the brand in her wardrobe one by one. So many beautiful little dresses. Jiang Yunzhi smiled as she looked, seeing her fluttering around like a butterfly early in the morning. Yin Wenjing put down his magazine and gently asked, Who are you going to see? Jiang Yunzhi: Director Qiao invited me and Xiaoyu to the set to watch the filming. This is responsible for the investors. Usually, Xiao Dongchun would also send Jiang Yunzhi behind-the-scenes footage to look at. The casting was mostly newcomers, with no one acting like a diva, and no messy business like changing scripts or adding scenes. It was impossible for capital to interfere. Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu, the two investors, were completely hands-off, leaving all filming matters to Xiao Dongchun, creating a cheerful atmosphere on set. Hearing this, Yin Wenjing remembered that Jiang Yunzhi had invested in a romantic film. Jiang Yunzhi looked at herself in the full-length mirror and asked, What do you think of this one? Yin Wenjing looked her up and down. It was a light blue knee-length dress with a cinched waist, very flattering. Yin Wenjing frowned slightly. I think the cream-colored one is better. Really? Jiang Yunzhi went to ask Butler Chun. Butler Chun, Madam looks good in anything. Wearing this cream-colored one would be even more perfect. Pure, noble, elegant little princess, with a super high rate of turning heads. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't hide her smile. I think you're right. Yin Wenjing. Jiang Yunzhi happily went to change and grabbed her little bag to head out. Lin Xiaoyu was waiting for her at the door, driving a bright red sports car. And when the window rolled down, her stunning face appeared. Darling, get in the car. Coming, girl. Jiang Yunzhi's voice was sweet. 40 minutes later, the two arrived at the set of Back to the Day We Met. The two producers were so young. Young and already wealthy. How enviable. The producer's sister is our benchmark. A woman among women. Xiao Dongchun welcomed them to sit down and continued filming. After watching for a while, Jiang Yunzhi quietly said, The female lead Wu Mengfei's acting is quite good, lively, and her crying scenes are also great. Not awkward at all. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. The male lead Zheng Puyang had previously acted in 2 dramas, and his acting wasn't stiff either. Most importantly, his face can be fierce or gentle, looking very pleasing to the eye. Audiences want to see handsome men and beautiful women, not the ugly children of capitalists. This pair of newcomers with solid acting skills and good looks would definitely be friendly to the audience's eyes. The two were already looking forward to the day the movie would be released, and they would definitely go to support it. During a break, the female lead Wu Mengfei had her assistant bring them coffee, not sycophantic, very warm and generous. Before long, Xiao Dongchun came over and said for the upcoming scene, We need to use extras. Would you like to make a cameo as background characters? Jiang Yunzhi. Lin Xiaoyu. Xiao Dongchun. This way, we can save on 2 lunchboxes. Director, you're really good at saving money. There's no way. The money is spent where it counts, on equipment, costumes, props, and lighting effects. Many times, Xiao Dongchun would even jump in himself, making a cameo as a street vendor or a cleaner whose back was only shown. Just like that, Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu happily became extras. The imagined producer, commanding the winds and waves, dominating the world. The real producer, playing background characters, passers-by, A and B. 2 lunchboxes less. After staying for a while, Jiang Yunzhi and they ran into the neighboring filming crew. Coincidentally, it was the Under the Heavy Rain crew, where Jiang Lulu played the second female lead. Even more coincidentally, one of the investors, Shen Xuzhou, was also there. That was unfortunate. Lin Xiaoyu, the Jiang family, and Shen Group both invested in Under the Heavy Rain. Among the crowd, Shen Xuzhou caught a glimpse and, before his brain could process it, his feet had already moved forward. Chapter 57. Daring to scold my dear big boss. Can't tolerate it, don't come over. Jiang Yunzhi didn't want to pay any attention to Shen Xuzhou. Fortunately, the directors seemed to have something to discuss and called Shen Xuzhou away. Shen Xuzhou snapped back to reality, fell silent for a few seconds, and turned to head back to the crew. Jiang Yunzhi wanted to leave, but Lin Xiaoyu stopped her, wanting to keep an eye on their competitor. The two borrowed a small stool and sat down nearby, resembling bored aunties gossiping at the village entrance. Just in time, it was Jiang Lulu's scene. Cut! The director shouted, looking at Jiang Lulu's innocent eyes devoid of any intelligence, his expression darkening. The rich girl she portrayed was meant to be pure and innocent, straightforward in character, not a complete fool. Jiang Lulu had somehow turned the character into an idiot. An old veteran actor across from her looked like he could write, unable to carry on his face. The Jiang family invested in this film, so the director couldn't scold too harshly. He had to hold back his anger and call for another take. Jiang Lulu, noticing Jiang Yunzhi watching from a distance, felt a bit embarrassed and asked the director, "Can't we use a stunt double for this part?" The director frowned. In the hallway chase, using a stunt double would easily lead to mistakes. For the sake of effect, you need to endure this. Jiang Lulu bit her lip. If it weren't for Jiang Yunzhi, she'd still be the Jiang family's lofty young lady and wouldn't have to suffer through filming. All right, action, the director shouted. Jiang Lulu, as the justice-filled young lady in the film, started running frantically to track down the suspect who killed her friend. The two began a chase. She chased, he escaped. He took flight. Bam! Jiang Lulu suddenly fell to the ground. The assistant rushed over to help her. Jiang Lulu winced in pain and slapped the assistant hard. "Why didn't you wait until I was dead to help me?" After the slap, there was a moment of silence around. Many crew members who had a good impression of Jiang Lulu were startled. So vicious, so unreasonable. Realizing so many people were watching, Jiang Lulu's expression changed, and she hurried to comfort the assistant. "I'm sorry, I wasn't blaming you. I just fell too hard and accidentally hit your face with my hand. You won't blame me, will you?" The assistant, tears in his eyes, shook his head. "It's fine, it's fine." Lin Xiaoyu couldn't stand it and scoffed. "So cheap. People like her should be blacklisted." Jiang Yunzhi frowned and nodded. Jiang Lulu was really in pain, and when the director called for another take, she refused. "Use your brain," she said. "Director, how about we cut this chase scene? I could discover the clues ahead of time and wait for the suspect. That way, the character would still shine." The director, even Shen Xuzhou, was speechless, rebutting, "Why is it that you discovered it? The male and female leads didn't. Which makes you look smart while everyone else is a fool. Besides, if this part of the plot changes, the whole storyline has to be adjusted, and it will undermine the male and female leads." The actors playing the male and female leads nearby were also displeased. "You, a capital-injected second female lead, adding scenes and changing the script, relying on stunt doubles, and making things difficult for the assistant. It's really annoying." The director rejected Jiang Lulu. Jiang Lulu, who also had a temper, immediately turned sulky. "My foot hurts so much, I can't film. Let others go first." After saying that, she walked back to her nanny van. The Jiang family spoiled her. Jiang Suheng supported her vigorously, arranging 3 assistants and a nanny van for her. The crew members were dumbfounded. This sister thinks she can just not film whenever she wants? Acting like a big shot as a newcomer? There were many senior and famous actors in the crew, and their impression of Jiang Lulu plummeted. Lin Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of coffee. Has she always been like this in the Jiang family? So explosive. Jiang Yunzhi, I think she can be even more explosive. The director's eyes turned colder. To avoid delaying the filming schedule, they decided to shoot the following scenes first. After a while, perhaps soothed by the assistant, Jiang Lulu realized she had gone too far and came out to continue filming after touching up her makeup. The makeup artist hesitated to say anything. Jiang Lulu had signs of cosmetic surgery on her face, which would be very obvious in a high-definition movie lens. So to cover this up, her makeup was particularly heavy. Regardless of the situation, even if she was being kidnapped by a suspect, she always looked exquisitely made up and showed no signs of distress. One could predict how many viewers would complain when the movie was released. Shen Xuzhou glanced at Jiang Yunzhi and proposed to the director that he wanted to make a cameo as a minor character. The role had very few lines. A successful elite who regrets and suffers after arguing with his girlfriend, who then goes missing. The director, 3, 2, 1, action, slap. Shen Xuzhou, portraying the elite, immediately got into character and smashed his phone. Then he knelt heavily on the ground, cradling his head. Qian, where are you? Don't leave me. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have drunk so much that night. I shouldn't have pushed you away. Jiang Yunzhi paused in her coffee-drinking motion. What is he trying to do? Acting is one thing, but why is he yelling at her? She's not Qian. Shen Xuzhou was very emotional. You promised to sit in the passenger seat of my Porsche. You promised to live with me in the villa on the mountainside. And you even said you'd support me for a lifetime. Cut. The director was dumbfounded. What lines are you reading? That part isn't in the script. Just as he was getting into it, he was suddenly interrupted, and Shen Xuzhou's dark eyes filled with rage. I'm improvising. Director, you wouldn't understand. Director. Excuse me. Who is the director here? Are you being polite? Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu were about to laugh themselves to death. With Shen Xuzhou and Jiang Lulu both being such wild cards, under the heavy rain is doomed to fail. Jiang Yunzhi. He really can surprise people. Lin Xiaoyu. I feel sorry for the director for a second. All right then. Having seen Shen Xuzhou and Jiang Lulu acting so crazy, they had enough fun and prepared to leave. Jiang Yunzhi received a message that Yan Wenjing said he would pick her up on the way. Lin Xiaoyu. Then I'll find Li Qinghe and invite him to dinner. By the red supercar, sped away. Jiang Yunzhi waited by the roadside for a while. A cold voice came. Did I say you could leave? Shen Xuzhou, licking his back teeth, appeared in front of her. Jiang Yunzhi didn't want to pay attention to him and directly covered her ears. Shen Xuzhou's handsome face twisted a bit. Hurry up and withdraw your investment from that lousy film of yours. In this day and age, without a popular star, it won't succeed and will definitely lose money. If you lose money, let's see if Yan Wenjing will treat you nicely. Jiang Yunzhi dropped her hand and replied coldly, This is my money. I can spend it however I like. The big boss gave it to her, so it belongs to her. Shen Xuzhou was momentarily speechless. Try talking back to me again. After being the general manager of the group for so long, his demeanor had changed. He seemed to want everyone to be subservient. Are you insane? Jiang Yunzhi shot him a glance and walked away. Shen Xuzhou shouted at her back. Jiang Yunzhi, I really don't like you like this. Do you really think Yan Wenjing is uninterested in women? You have no idea how much he plays around behind the scenes. Well, Shen Xuzhou was obviously talking nonsense. He could say whatever he wanted. Be careful not to end up with nothing left. Jiang Yunzhi paused, beckoned him with her hand, and said, Follow me. Shen Xuzhou hesitated, his eyes suddenly brightening as he remembered the past. After checking that there were no cameras around, Jiang Yunzhi jumped in place and smashed her bag into his face. Daring to scold my dear big boss, can't tolerate it. A flurry of blows followed. Ah, Jiang Yunzhi, are you crazy? Shen Xuzhou's head was buzzing. Before leaving, Jiang Yunzhi even kicked him, brushed her hair, and returned to the roadside, feeling refreshed. At this moment, not far across the road, a Maybach had already parked. The window was rolled down halfway. Yan Wenjing's fingers were intertwined on his lap, his gaze directed towards Jiang Yunzhi, with a terrifying darkness swirling in his eyes. Jiang Yunzhi lowered her head and sought a WeChat message. Yan Wenjing, come over. Chapter 58, Don't be afraid. The boss has her guarding. Come here. Raising her head to see the car opposite, along with the noble and elegant man inside, Jiang Yunzhi put her phone back in her pocket and walked over. Assistant Sue, who was driving, wiped the sweat from his forehead, trying to reduce his presence. He had just seen the lady chatting with a man and leaving for a moment. When she returned, she looked satisfied, but he didn't know what had happened. The atmosphere in the car had dropped to freezing point. So cold. Once in the car, it was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Jiang Yunzhi. The atmosphere feels strange. Stealing a glance at Yan Wenjing, his brows looked slightly frosty, and his gaze was indifferent. It was clear he was not in a good mood. He didn't know who had provoked him. Jiang Yunzhi dared not touch the sensitive spot and carefully played with her phone. Suddenly, Yan Wenjing spoke in a soft voice. Is that Mr. Shen also here? Jiang Yunzhi was a beat slow to react. finally realizing who the boss was referring to as Mr. Shen. It was that persistent Shen Xuzhou. For such an elegant person like the boss to refer to someone by their surname shows just how annoying Shen Xuzhou was. Even the composed and polite boss disliked him. Jiang Yunzhi blinked and replied yes. Yan Wenjing turned his gaze toward her, their eyes meeting, and there was a dark color hidden in his eyes. Could it be that Shen Xuzhou had provoked the boss? Jiang Yunzhi continued. The Shen group invested in Under the Storm, filming right next to our crew, very close by. Shen Xuzhou came over to supervise and even played a small supporting role. Yan Wenjing frowned slightly. He was indeed paying attention to him. He even knew about the small supporting role, clearly. A sense of restlessness inexplicably surged in his chest, especially when she laughed about how funny Shen Xuzhou was. The restlessness intensified. Yan Wenjing's expression was emotionless, but his tone was somewhat heavy. Don't mention him. Jiang Yunzhi tugged at the corner of her mouth. Oh, man, your name is changing faces. If the boss hadn't asked about Shen Xuzhou, she wouldn't have mentioned him. Thinking about how Shen Xuzhou had just cursed the boss with such foul language made her even angrier. He should get another beating. Cursing her financial backer, even if he was the male lead, he deserved to be hit. The name Shen Xuzhou felt like a taboo, not to be mentioned between the two of them. Jiang Yunzhi then asked Assistant Sue to play some cheerful music, and she began to hum along lightly. Assistant Sue. The lady is really carefree. Only the lady would dare to make the president unhappy while acting like nothing happened. Before coming, Mr. Yin had even instructed to prepare some snacks in the car for the lady to enjoy. Assistant Sue sighed inwardly. Is this what they call a wealthy marriage? He, Mr. Yin, loves her, and she loves him, Shen Xuzhou. Outside, the sky looked gloomy, as if it were about to rain. Rip. Jiang Yunzhi tore open a snack wrapper. Her small mouth nibbling, so fragrant, wasabi flavor. Do you want some? Yan Wenjing, leaning against the back seat with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyelids. A delicate, fair hand reached out in front of him, the fingertips pinching a potato chip, the shell-like little pink fingernails glistening. A faint rose-sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, coming from Jiang Yunzhi. She looked like a soft little cake, and a rose-flavored one at that. Through the rearview mirror, Assistant Sue saw this scene. It was quite endearing, but unfortunately Mr. Yin never ate such junk food. He would never touch it. Yan Wenjing's expression was calm as he lowered his head to eat the potato chip from her hand. Assistant Sue. No, how could this be? Is this still the aloof Mr. Yin he knows? Why does he eat what the lady offers, but not what others give? Mr. Yin, you are making me feel strange. Jiang Yunzhi didn't realize how unusual it was. Just like that, she had one chip, the boss had one, she had one. The boss had one, finishing an entire bag of chips, feeling very satisfied. Assistant Sue, this is too strange. After eating some snacks, Jiang Yunzhi felt drowsy and tilted her head to doze off. Unknowingly, some time passed when a thunderclap sounded outside. Boom! She suddenly opened her eyes, and then there was another. Boom! Boom! Stunned for a few seconds, as if recalling something, she instinctively turned around and covered Yan Wenjing's ears with her hands. Yan Wenjing paused slightly. What are you doing? Jiang Yunzhi softened her tone. It's thundering. I'm scared. Yan Wenjing. If you're scared, why are you covering my ears? Jiang Yunzhi said seriously. I'm used to it. I get scared during thunderstorms, and when I'm scared, I cover others' ears. Anyway, you don't need to worry about this, handsome. Yan Wenjing looked at her with a half-smile, his gaze murky. I won't worry. His voice was low and steady. Jiang Yunzhi was someone who couldn't even lie properly, using a clumsy excuse. Even if Yan Wenjing saw through it, he had no intention of exposing her. He was just curious about how she knew he disliked thunderstorms. This was a secret known only to his grandmother. She was hiding a secret. Over there, Jiang Yunzhi remained silent, just covering the man's ears. She remembered when reading a novel, some readers complained about Yan Wenjing being a background boss, whose setting was even more impressive than the male lead Shen Xuzhou, having no weaknesses. It didn't seem reasonable. How could a person have no weaknesses? Then someone replied that Yan Wenjing had a weakness because of his childhood experiences. He was afraid of thunderstorms, feeling short of breath, and suffocated during them. Although she was skeptical about the shortness of breath and suffocation, Jiang Yunzhi still didn't dare to take a chance and covered the boss's ears when hearing thunder. Don't be afraid, the boss has her guarding. The girl's soft palm covered his ears with a faint fragrance. Yan Wenjing looked at her smug little expression, thinking she had cleverly distracted him. In her big, bright eyes, there was concern. She was always like this, unable to hide her care for him. Even though she loved another man, she still directed kindness toward him. Perhaps that's just who she was. Her kindness and optimism were her essence. Anyone who was around Jiang Yunzhi would be infected by her joy. Joy was no longer a scarce resource. Jiang Yunzhi's actions soothed the restlessness in Yan Wenjing's heart. He wasn't actually afraid of thunderstorms now. He had long since overcome it. He just didn't like it. When he was young, because the illegitimate son of Yan's father was allergic to dog hair. Yan's father had killed the pet dog that had accompanied Yan Wenjing as he grew up. Young Yan Wenjing rebelled and was locked in a small dark room. He would forever remember that night. Outside, it was lightning and thunder, and he spent the night in the pitch-black room holding the dog's corpse. The dog's heartbeat had stopped. It seemed his own heartbeat had also stopped. Yan Wenjing was never a good person. After growing up, he sent that woman outside of Yan's father into a sewing machine, and the illegitimate son was still locked in a mental hospital abroad. As for Yan's father, he also died after his mother passed away. Yan Wenjing had overcome his fear of thunderstorms. He was no longer that 8-year-old child. However, the inherent predatory and cruel nature within him wouldn't reject Jiang Yunzhi's concern. Being cared for by his marriage partner was indeed a novel experience. Yan Wenjing slightly curled his lips. At that moment, the thunder stopped. Jiang Yunzhi was about to withdraw her hand, but was grabbed by Yan Wenjing. His long fingers weaving through hers, tightly interlocking their fingers. Chapter 59. Mrs. Yan, have fun. Don't. Jiang Yunzhi's heart skipped a beat as she lowered her gaze to the intertwined fingers of the two. Who understands this sudden ambiguity? Oh no, my heart is beating a little too fast. This is the first time she has held hands with someone, and it happens to be Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing remained calm and composed. Just as Jiang Yunzhi covered his ear, she realized her hand was quite cold, so she should warm it up. But why was she acting so obediently and shyly? It was just like the first time. What? Hadn't she held hands with Shen Xuzhou before? Thinking of this, the man's gaze turned cold, and his large hand unconsciously tightened. What else with this little couple's pink bubble atmosphere? Jiang Yunzhi moved her clever little brain. Was the big shot afraid? Still shaken after the thunder, he couldn't show it. After all, even a big shot is pride. Well then, let's hold hands. It's just holding hands. She's not stingy. Jiang Yunzhi came up with a reasonable guess, took a deep breath, and tightened her fingers to grasp Yan Wenjing's hand. It's okay. It's okay. This big foodie has seen all kinds of storms. It's just holding hands, just intertwined fingers. Suddenly, a wave of warmth rushed from her neck to her ears. Yan Wenjing observed her calmly, noticing she was starting to blush while still pretending to be composed. So cute. Really cute. The man couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and chuckle. Suddenly, Assistant Sue, who was filled with dog food. Don't worry about him, really, as long as you're happy. In the evening, after taking a shower and changing into a silk nightgown, Jiang Yunzhi came out of the bathroom, dried her hair, and was about to lie down on the sofa. Suddenly, her movements paused. What is this? She picked up a black box and opened it, her starry eyes widening. This is the island property, including all the businesses on the island. Stunned. JPG the next second. Ecstatic. JPEG. She dashed to the study, laughing as she asked, Mr. Yin, why did you give me this? Yan Wenjing watched her joy and laughed, saying, You've called me your golden master. How could the golden master not show a little something? His pleasant voice was soothing to the bone. Jiang Yunzhi felt a bit embarrassed. She knew Yan Wenjing had accidentally tapped to buy it, but she didn't expect to snag such a big deal. The big shot is really too generous. Sob, sob, sob. Jiang Zaikai Mai will always support him. The island Yan Wenjing gave her is called Moon God Island, which has a famous island resort hotel, cliffside restaurant, beautiful beaches, and sunset yacht cruises. This is really tempting. Yan Wenjing asked her to WeChat him. With confusion, Jiang Yunzhi obediently complied and tapped on Yin Wenjing's profile picture. A prompt popped up on the screen. I tapped Yin Wenjing and received an island. Jiang Yunzhi was stunned for a moment. Then she looked up in surprise, her eyes crescent-shaped, giving him a thumbs up. As expected of you, you know how to play. She laughed happily, leaning forward and unexpectedly stumbled, falling onto Yin Wenjing's lap. Yin Wenjing let out a muffled grunt, supporting her with his arms, and they were pressed together. The study suddenly fell silent. Jiang Yunzhi's facial muscles twitched. Indeed, one should not be too complacent, or it could turn deadly. The island property that hadn't tea, even warmed up wouldn't tea, just disappear, right? At this moment, Jiang Yunzhi, whose fate had her by the neck, suddenly felt something was off. The position she was sitting in was a bit awkward. It was perfectly aligned, and through the thin fabric, she could vaguely sense an indescribable outline. Help! She really didn't want to be a girl who gets it immediately. Jiang Yunzhi's legs went weak. I didn't mean to. Yin Wenjing's thin lips pressed together, His voice was lowered to an extreme. After a moment, he pinched her soft waist and lifted her up. They finally separated. Jiang Yunzhi didn't dare to glance around, fearing she might see something she shouldn't. I'll go back to the bedroom. She hurriedly escaped, leaving behind a sentence. In a high-end restaurant, the pot was bubbling with red oil, making small popping sounds. Li Qinghe sat elegantly, using public chopsticks to pick meat and swish in the pot before placing it in Lin Xiaoyu's bowl. Lin Xiaoyu, this Friday, I'm going to Moon God Island with Ji. Her company is having a team-building trip, and they said we can bring family. She asked the family, Li Qinghe knew who Ji was. He had met her during a blind date and also at the bar. Lin Xiaoyu, my best friend is married, and her husband said you know each other. You were both at the bar that day, right? Li Qinghe, which one? There were quite a few guys that day. Lin Xiaoyu, Yin Wenjing. Li Qinghe paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled, realizing it was his sister-in-law. He originally thought Yin Wenjing and his wife were a marriage of convenience without feelings, but from what he saw at the bar, Yin Wenjing clearly cared about Jiang Yunzhi. What a surprise. The air conditioning above blew cold air. Lin Xiaoyu, wearing a spaghetti-strap mini dress, shivered slightly. The next second, a large blazer draped over her, covering her slender figure. She caught a faint fragrance from a coat. Thank you. The usually carefree Lin Xiaoyu suddenly felt a bit shy. A detail-oriented gentleman. She had no resistance to such naturally revealed, gentlemanly behavior. She had planned to tell her family she was breaking up after a while, but now, inexplicably, Lin Xiaoyu felt that continuing to date might not be so bad. In the villa, Butler Chun was making tea and watering flowers. Sir, Madam is going on a company team-building trip this Friday to the island, and I heard you can bring family. Yin Wenjing paused his hand holding the tablet. Bringing family? I understand. Butler Chun curiously asked, Sir, are you going? You are such a workaholic. Yin Wenjing's demeanor was calm and composed. Accompanying his wife is also a husband's duty. Since Jiang Yunzhi's company trip allows family, he would naturally accompany her, as there is no reason to leave his wife alone. Time passed day by day, and soon it was Thursday night. While packing her things, Jiang Yunzhi said to Yin Wenjing, Mr. Yin, has Butler Chin told you? This Friday, our company is having a team-building trip, and I'll be back on Sunday afternoon. Yin Wenjing responded with a low magnetic He was waiting for her next sentence. Bring family. He should accompany her. While she was thinking, Jiang Yunzhi, who was busy packing, suddenly said, Mr. Wang is rarely generous and said we can bring family. I invited Xiaoyu to join. She laughed. Yin Wenjing frowned. Jiang Yunzhi knew that the big shot was extremely busy, managing millions at a time, and asking him to cancel work to accompany her on a team-building trip was too inconsiderate. As a sensible wife in a marriage of convenience, she wouldn't cause a scene or cling to him, strictly adhering to the premarital agreement. Everything was perfect. After a long time, without hearing a response from Yin Wenjing, Jiang Yunzhi looked up, puzzled. Mr. Yin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't look good. Yin Wenjing's expression remained cold, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, letting that nameless restlessness surge in his chest. After a moment, the man casually lifted a strand of her hair, smiling as he said, Mrs. Yin, I wish you a good time. He turned and left the bedroom, heading towards the wine cellar. Chapter 60. She didn't want this either. She's innocent in the dim light. A powerful man sat on the sofa, swirling his wine glass. She wanted to take her best friend for a team-building event. Butler Chun clicked his tongue. Well, the madam must really want to go with the sir, but considering the sir's busy work, she found someone else. If the sir really wants to go with the madam, he can tell her. Yan Wenjing tilted his head slightly. His tone somewhat cold. Did I ever say I really wanted to go? Butler Chun. Let be destroyed. On Friday morning, in a large conference room, senior leaders were reporting on work progress. Yan Wenjing sat at the head of the long table, dressed in a black suit, his expression indifferent, radiating an oppressive aura even without speaking. What is wrong with the boss today? His expressionless, handsome face seemed even more authoritative than usual. The executives exchanged glances, afraid to mispronounce a single number. Suddenly, the sound of a vibrating phone broke the silence. Everyone held their breath. Who would dare look at their phone at this moment? In the next second, they saw Yan Wenjing glance down, flipping over his phone, face up. Oh, it turned out the bold one was President Yan, so it's fine. The message on the screen was from Jiang Yunzhi. We are heading to Moon God Island from the company. Grinning. Enthusiastic citizen Xiao Jiang is reporting for you. Expected to arrive at Moon God Island in 2 hours. Woo off to happiness. She also sent a beautiful selfie with Lin Xiaoyu. Under the sunlight. Her smile was so sweet it made one's heart tremble, incredibly infectious. She was so happy going on a team-building trip with others. Clearly, she said she would bring family. And Lin Xiaoyu was the family in her mind. So what about him? Staring at the screen for a while, an unknown emotion surged in Yan Wenjing's heart. His gaze darkened, and the corners of his lips pressed together. Everyone was sweating profusely. For a moment, they thought the group was going to close down. The meeting continued. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzhi was taking pictures of the scenery along the way, occasionally sharing with the big shots. Even though he wasn't there, he still felt involved. She was truly a thoughtful good wife. Jiang Yunzhi showed a confident smile. However, suddenly, a new message popped up on WeChat. Yan Wenjing. In a meeting, just 3 words, without any punctuation, somehow made it feel a bit cold. Jiang Yunzhi. After a brief silence, she obediently exited the chat box, not sending any more unnecessary messages. It was a miscalculation. Being overly enthusiastic could also annoy someone, especially an icy big shot. After the meeting, Yan Wenjing held his phone, his fingertips lingering on the screen. In a meeting, below was empty, no new messages. So quiet. Yan Wenjing slightly pressed his lips together. A strange feeling rose in his heart. The man's dark brows furrowed, and he turned his gaze away. It was unaccustomed. He was used to Jiang Yunzhi's constant chatter, and once she stopped bubbling, it always felt like something was missing. Assistant Sue, holding documents, looked a bit startled. The usually composed and cold President Yan was showing what seemed like a hint of annoyance. What was he annoyed about? The design team from Yuguang arrived at the Moon God Island Resort Hotel. Upon checking in, the hotel manager enthusiastically informed them that they were today's lucky guests and could upgrade their room for free from a standard double room to a light luxury suite. Everyone. Lucky guests? This was too lucky. Shan. I've never heard of such a benefit at this hotel before. Sister Yu cheered. Lucky index off the charts. Someone asked President Wang if he secretly gave everyone a surprise. President Wang smiled slightly while holding a thermos. I don't know what's going on either. The group happily placed their luggage in their rooms. Lin Xiaoyu elbowed Jiang Yunzhi. Come on, it was you, right? Jiang Yunzhi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She didn't expect the company team-building trip to choose Moon God Island. And since she had just become the owner of Moon God Island, she had to enjoy it well. Jiang Yunzhi didn't want to stand out alone, so she simply let everyone stay in beautiful rooms and be happy together. Lin Xiaoyu, sister, you're so generous. Don't forget me when you get rich. For the team-building event, everyone was free to explore separately. The island had water activities, snorkeling, jet skiing, sailing experiences, and surfing. For those who preferred quiet, there were Pilates rooms, yoga rooms, and meditation rooms, along with a luxurious spa. At this moment, on a pure white sandy beach, staff were moving around. The crew of Under the Heavy Rain was here for filming. After all, it was a big production with ample funds. Some fans of Jiang Lulu came to visit the set, including a somewhat famous streamer who started a live broadcast. "Dear babies, come and see our Lulu's sister. She's super cute today." Jiang Lulu was playing the role of a spoiled rich girl, appearing fierce on the surface but actually soft and cute behind the scenes, a perfect contrast. The viewers in the live chat were excited. "Hello, everyone." Jiang Lulu waved at the camera. The audience's hearts melted. The streamer used an ultra-beautiful filter, only showing Jiang Lulu as flawless, fair skin and a small, delicate face. In reality, she was heavily made up, showing no signs of plastic surgery. The audience screamed, "Ah, sister's so pretty. It makes me blush. Oh my God. She looks even better on camera than in the variety show. Her eyes are so big and obedient." LOL. Some people even spread rumors about Lulu getting plastic surgery. They should look in a mirror at themselves, just jealous. With sister around, Under the Heavy Rain will definitely be a box office hit. The director has good taste. Jiang Lulu saw that almost all the comments praised her, and a pleasant smile curved her lips. Suddenly, she caught sight of two familiar figures not far away and froze. The streamer asked her, "Lulu, what's wrong?" Jiang Lulu's eyes darted around. She had run into familiar faces. It was her sister whom she had just recognized. She turned the camera toward Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu. The audience became curious, sensing something was off. Just recognized? It seemed Jiang Lulu just realized she had slipped up, lightly biting her lip. "Ah, it's like this. My sister has been raised outside, and she was just recently brought back from the countryside." As soon as she finished speaking, not only the fans visiting the set, but even the viewers in the live stream were shocked. Raised outside. Doesn't that mean she's an illegitimate daughter? And from the countryside, wow, that's really an illegitimate daughter who can't hold her head up high. Seeing the audience's comments, Jiang Lulu said, "Don't say that about my sister. It's not what you think." She hesitated. Moreover, she didn't want this. She was innocent. The streamer was very angry. "Lulu, you're just too kind. Protecting an illegitimate daughter like this." She aimed the camera at Jiang Yunzhi and the others, wanting the audience to see their faces clearly. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiaoyu noticed someone was filming. The streamer pouted. "So fierce." Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. What good people could be found hanging out with an illegitimate daughter? Jiang Yunzhi noticed Jiang Lulu's malicious gaze. "Xiaoyu, let us go." Seeing the direction they were headed, Jiang Lulu raised her voice to remind, "Sister, that area is not a public zone. It's not open to outsiders. Ordinary guests can't enter." The words ordinary guests were emphasized. Only hotel gold card clients could enter. She smiled lightly. "Sister, be careful not to get kicked out." Chapter 61, I stopped liking you a long time ago. Stop being self-indulgent, right? Jiang Yunzhi lazily put her hands in her pockets and curled her lips. "I don't believe it." Jiang Lulu's expression stiffened. Her gaze turned cold. Her sister really doesn't listen to advice. Ding. Facial recognition successful. Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu walked in without any hindrance. Then, Jiang Yunzhi turned around and revealed a mysterious smile to Jiang Lulu. "Be careful, gold card customer. You might get kicked out." How could this happen?" Jiang Lulu's face turned as black as charcoal. The slap she just received was loud and too embarrassing. Jiang Lulu broke down on the spot, momentarily forgetting her expression management. The audience in the live broadcast saw her distorted face. "What's wrong with the sister treasure?" The expression is a bit scary. Looks like a vicious female supporting character from a TV drama, breaking down after being slapped in the face. Is it just me? I just saw the goddess change her face. Her features are all over the place, not to mention the audience being scared. Even the fans beside her were frightened by Jiang Lulu's sudden change in expression. Their faces changed too. Realizing her reaction was inappropriate, Jiang Lulu quickly tried to cover up. "Our sisterly relationship is very good. This is how we interact, teasing each other. My sister is with a man older than her. That man is very wealthy." This statement isn't wrong. She didn't lie. Yin Wenjing is indeed older than Jiang Yunzhi, and he is very rich. However, after she said that, it made people mistakenly think Jiang Yunzhi was being kept by a wealthy old man. Otherwise, why wouldn't the sister treasure call him brother-in-law? The assistant came over, and it was time for Jiang Lulu's scene. She waved to the fans and went back to filming. The director was discussing with the hotel manager whether they could rent a villa here for filming. Jiang Lulu, having just been humiliated by Jiang Yunzhi, was eager to regain her face and proactively mentioned, My dad is an old friend of the hotel owner. They have a deep friendship. Let me call and communicate. She made a phone call. Hello, Uncle Fong. It's me, Jiang Lulu. The other side couldn't remember who she was. Who are you? Jiang Lulu. Never heard of you. Just then, Jiang Lulu had put the call on speaker. As soon as the words came out, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. The director knew Jiang Lulu was a liar. When Jiang Lulu mentioned Jiang Zhigua, only then did the other party remember that Jiang Zhigua indeed had a daughter. She hurriedly explained her intentions. Mr. Fong, no, I sold the hotel a few days ago. I'm no longer the hotel owner. Jiang Lulu felt a bit suffocated, almost unable to maintain her smile. She had just boasted about her connections, wanting to show off, but unexpectedly, the slap in the face came too quickly. Everyone on set was looking at her. Their mocking gazes seemed to say, look at this fraud. Jiang Lulu refused to give up, asking for the new owner's contact information. She dialed again. Hello, I'm Jiang Lulu, the star of the movie Enter the Storm. After saying quite a bit, she waited quietly for a response. The scene fell silent. Not renting. A clear female voice came through. Slap, slap, slap. Another slap in the face. Jiang Lulu was first stunned, then finally couldn't hold it together. She smashed her phone. Wait a minute, she squinted. That voice sounds a bit familiar. Where have I heard it before? Oh, she remembered. Why does it sound like Jiang Yunzhi's voice? Her face instantly turned extremely ugly. No way. Absolutely impossible. This hotel is a famous high-end resort hotel. Jiang Yunzhi could never be the hotel owner. Jiang Lulu broke down again. The director also broke down, shouting angrily, Why did you smash my phone? Huh? Jiang Lulu only then realized she had smashed the director's phone, and unable to lower her face to apologize. She ran away with a look of being wronged. The director was so angry he wanted to spit blood. The senior big names were very dissatisfied. She ran away again. Can we even film? If not, let's change the casting. The director suddenly got angry and called Jiang Yunzhi. If your Lulu doesn't want to shoot, let's change people. No more pampering. Jiang Yunzhi, who was giving a foot massage to a certain big shot, gritted his teeth. Damn it, to promote Jiang Lulu. He almost sold his soul, and she actually put him in such a dead end. Jiang Lulu, who was already on edge, got scolded by Jiang Yunzhi over the phone and couldn't memorize her sad lines. Her lips were even blistered. As a result, the angry director decided to cut many of her scenes. Sunlight, beach, sea breeze. Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu were drinking juice on the lounge chairs. What a perfect day for a working person, she murmured. Huh. Jiang Yunzhi sat up straight, propping her chin in thought. Wait a minute. Why did the big shot suddenly send a private island? Not sending anything else? A thought flashed through her mind. Did he see my Weibo? Thinking about it, Jiang Yunzhi opened Weibo and quickly scrolled to that post. Private island, beach, candlelight dinner. A perfect day for a working person. She saw on the list that the big shot really liked her post. When did he start following her? Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but smile brightly, her heart racing a few beats faster, and her mood instantly brightened. Smiling like this, the sisters must have something going on. Lin Xiaoyu went to pinch her face. Jiang Yunji's mouth was raised to the sky. No, I don't. Knowing that the big shot is paying more attention to her than she imagined, for some reason, she felt particularly happy. Why are you here again, haunting me? Lin Xiaoyu's face changed instantly when she saw someone approaching. Shen Xuzhou chuckled softly, his body slightly trembling, a look of delight on his face. He knew Jiang Yunzhi couldn't let go of him, always appearing in places where he could see her. She said she didn't want him, but her body was very honest. Shen Xuzhou had a knowing expression. Go on, you know I'm on vacation at this hotel, so you specifically came here to catch my attention, right? Dressed so beautifully today, too. Jiang Yunzhi was speechless. This guy was starting to get confident again. Enough, she was hurting her eyes. Jiang Yunzhi, you really are too much. I came here for a company team-building event. It has nothing to do with you. In the world of adults, nothing is easy. Meeting someone like you is my calamity. Let me reiterate, I stopped liking you a long time ago. Stop being self-indulgent. Lin Xiaoyu echoed, exactly. Gigi doesn't tea like scumbags like you. Shen Xuzhou looked incredulous, sneering. Nonsense, still putting on a brave face. You have me in your eyes. Jiang Yunzhi pulled her lips. I don't need my eyes as decorations. I can donate them. Look clearly, you're no longer in my eyes. After a pause. Fearing the confident guy wouldn't he understand, she added, "Only my husband is good, okay? That's enough." Shen Xuzhou gritted his teeth and smashed his phone into pieces. Yin Wenjing, Yin Wenjing, it's always Yin Wenjing. What do I lack compared to him? I'm younger than him, more handsome than him, and better at caring for women. A wave of sweet blood spread in his mouth. Seaside mansion, balcony. Yin Wenjing had one hand in his pocket, his gaze falling on a certain corner of the beach, his brows slightly furrowed. Behind him stood a group of CEOs, puzzled about why Yin Wenjing suddenly changed locations to negotiate business on Moon God Island. However, this gentleman could meet anywhere he wanted. Even if he wanted to negotiate in space, they would obediently sit on the spaceship. Happy cooperation. Turning around, Yin Wenjing casually said, "I'm leaving. Don't go." Shen Xuzhou grabbed Jiang Yunzhi's arm. Jiang Yunzhi was about to scold him when suddenly, her gaze fell on a figure. Yin Wenjing, in a shirt and slacks, with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, had a tall and noble figure. Each step felt like stepping on Jiang Yunzhi's heart. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes lit up. "How did you come here?" Yin Wenjing glanced at the place where Shen Xuzhou was grabbing her, her gaze sharpening. She grabbed Shen Xuzhou's wrist and shook him off before answering Jiang Yunzhi's question. She walked past. Chapter 62, Does Your Hand Hurt? Yin Wenjing's voice was as usual, but Jiang Yunzhi felt that something was off about him, his aura making people feel intimidated at first glance. She secretly glanced at the big shot. Shen Xuzhou was pushed away, his whole body staggering a few times, almost falling to the ground. His wrist hurt so badly. What is this Yin Wenjing made of? His strength is so great that it feels like his hand might be crushed. When he looked up, he met Yin Wenjing's sharp gaze. His heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to admit it, but he felt a bit scared. The man in front of him seemed very dangerous, like a fierce, bloodthirsty beast that could tear him apart in the next second. Suddenly, he recalled the moments when the back of his hand was burned by a cigarette, but sweat almost broke out on Shen Xuzhou's back. Still, he didn't want to bow his head in front of Jiang Yunzhi's husband. "Ji, I know you love me. You were forced by the Jiang family to marry Yin Wenjing. You two are just a marriage of convenience. There are no feelings involved. Even if you are with him now, it is only for his money." Under Yin Wenjing's deep gaze, Shen Xuzhou swallowed hard and reached out his hand to Jiang Yunzhi. "Ji, come, give me your hand. A marriage of convenience is the grave of love. Let me take you out of the grave." Jiang Yunzhi's shoulders shook violently. Is this a challenge to hold back laughter? She used all her strength to suppress the corners of her mouth. When one is speechless, they really want to laugh, especially when hearing Shen Xuzhou say something similar to what Tang Wenzi had said. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yunzhi stepped forward, walking towards Shen Xuzhou. However, a hot hand clamped down on her wrist. Yin Wenjing exuded a chilling aura. Jiang Yunzhi turned back. "I have something to say to him." Over there, Shen Xuzhou seemed encouraged, his tone rising. "Yes, just like that. Come here, come back to me." His voice was damp, sticky, and excited. He won. He was stronger than Yin Wenjing. Shen Xuzhou's gaze gradually became infatuated. Ji really loved him. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Yin Wenjing narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly released Jiang Yunzhi's hand. He watched her move away from him, step by step approaching Shen Xuzhou. His brows furrowed slightly. A strange emotion surged within him, losing his usual composure, and a sudden irritability emerged in his heart. He didn't want Jiang Yunzhi to go over. The hand that was released fell to his side, fingers clenched into a fist. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunzhi had already reached Shen Xuzhou's side, revealing a sweet smile. She leaned in and whispered, "Are you still not full after all that babbling? If you don't understand human language, don't come out to show off. Just looking at your mysteriously confident face is enough to make me want to laugh." She cursed softly in a voice only the two of them could hear. As Shen Xuzhou stared in shock, a crisp slap landed on this confident guy's face. Shen Xuzhou's head was knocked sideways, and a large red palm print appeared on his cheek. His expression changed from "she loves me, after all," to "has she gone mad?" At this moment, Jiang Yunzhi raised her voice. "Listen well, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you." Important things are said 3 times. This slap made Lin Xiaoyu feel relieved. The sister finally stood up for herself. She had long found Shen Xuzhou That scumbag, displeasing. Haha, finally slapped him. So satisfying. I have a husband, don't bother me. With that, Jiang Yunzhi happily ran back to Yan Wenjing's side. Seeing her approach, Yan Wenjing's face showed no signs of reluctance. His brows and eyes relaxed, and that irritability silently faded away. The corners of his lips slightly curled. Jiang Yunzhi was refreshed. Mr. Yan, I've finished speaking. Let's go. When she looked back at Lin Xiaoyu, where was her figure? Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to be a third wheel and sneaked away. In the distance, Jiang Lulu, holding her phone, had her smile freeze. How was this situation different from what she had expected? She originally planned to film Jiang Yunzhi and Shen Xuzhou flirting, then post it to trending news, which would cause a stir. Yan Wenjing would definitely not want Jiang Yunzhi for the sake of face and would divorce her. Who would have thought that Jiang Yunzhi suddenly slapped Shen Xuzhou and returned to Yan Wenjing's side? She actually chose Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing glanced at Jiang Lulu in the distance, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. That face. After just a few seconds, he abruptly shifted his gaze back to Jiang Yunzhi. Jiang Lulu, caught taking pictures, was startled and quickly ran away. She was stopped by several men in black, one of whom snatched her phone and deleted everything inside. If there's a next time, you won't get out of the hotel, the man said coldly. Jiang Lulu's limbs went weak, cold sweat oozing from her forehead, and she stumbled away after getting her phone back. Because she was wearing high heels, she ran fast but accidentally tripped and hit her chin, needing 8 stitches. On the way back to the room, Yan Wenjing suddenly turned his head and gently asked, "You don't like Shen Xuzhou anymore?" Jiang Yunzhi nodded. "Yeah, I really don't like him like this, arrogant and narcissistic, with no sense of boundaries. One can't always like someone." Actually, she wanted to say scumbag, but since she had pretended to like Shen Xuzhou before, she had to use a relatively mild term, someone with many flaws. Yan Wenjing, so you liked him before? This tricky angle was also thought of by the big shot. Life is not easy, Jiang Yunzhi sighed. Fortunately, the big shot didn't keep dwelling on this. Yan Wenjing was in a good mood, holding the hand she had just slapped Shen Xuzhou with. Does her hand hurt? I saw you use a lot of strength just now. Jiang Yunzhi's eyelashes trembled slightly. Something in her heart was touched. Clearly, she had slapped Shen Xuzhou. Yet the big shot was concerned about whether her hand hurt. He was too good. A little. But it doesn't hurt as much as Shen Xuzhou's face. Yan Wenjing took her to apply medicine. Jiang Yunzhi wanted to say that her hand would stop hurting soon. In the evening, on the restaurant balcony, Yan Wenjing leaned one hand on the railing, holding his phone in the other hand, his eyes slightly cold. Let's find something for the Shen group to do, so that the Shen family won't covet what they shouldn't. Jiang Yunzhi is his wife, and she can never be with Shen Xuzhou. Today she chose herself, and there was no turning back. If one day she gets confused again and wants to find that ex. A dangerous thought crossed his mind, but it was quickly suppressed. He hoped that day would never come. Knock knock. Jiang Yunzhi came over, knocked on the glass door, and saw Yan Wenjing turn around, smiling. Mr. Yan, it's time to eat. The coldness on Yan Wenjing's face had already disappeared the moment Jiang Yunzhi appeared. In its place was his usual warm, gentlemanly demeanor. Okay. He put away his phone and walked over. Jiang Yunzhi was hungry and ate heartily. It was truly a satisfying candlelight dinner. This day had everything: an island, a beach, and a candlelight dinner. Mr. Yan, later I will ask the manager to book you a room. As she spoke, Yan Wenjing reached out and gently pressed his fingertip against her full lips, lightly rubbing it. He wiped off the cream on her lips. Jiang Yunzhi instinctively bit down on his finger. The atmosphere was quiet. Yan Wenjing's gaze darkened a few shades, darker than the night outside. Chapter 63. What bad thoughts could the big shot have? Dead mouth, do you know what that is? Just know how to eat. Jiang Yunzhi's breath paused for a moment, her lips slightly parted, her body stiff. The action of biting her finger looked inexplicably awkward. The unfamiliar sensation made the little yellow person Jiang Yunzhi's mind conjure images. Fortunately, Yan Wenjing quickly pulled his finger back, his expression unchanged, only his Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze was much deeper than usual. Jiang Yunzhi felt her toes were about to grip the ground. Sorry, I thought it was food. I promise it won't happen again. She was really hungry. Luckily, The big shot was always magnanimous and never held things against her. Jiang Yunzhi discarded the yellow waste in her mind and quickly ran to find Lin Xiaoyu. The two lay on the massage table, allowing the technician to work on them. Lin Xiaoyu, aren't you going to spend the night with your husband? Thinking of the scene from not long ago, Jiang Yunzhi felt somewhat embarrassed. Fingers and probing, and all that always had a somewhat ambiguous feeling that made her heart race. Only the big shot could do such things without making her uncomfortable. No, I promise to accompany you. Let's have a good time, sister. Lin Xiaoyu was delighted. All right, let's play all night. Yan Wenjing entered the bathroom. He chose rose-scented shower gel from a row of toiletries. Cold water flowed down from the overhead shower, cascading over his perfect sculpted body. The steam rose, and the scent of roses lingered at his nose, suddenly bringing Jiang Yunzhi's face to his mind. Yan Wenjing gently closed his eyes. Yan Wenjing walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, made a phone call, and instructed in a deep voice, "Arrange for bodyguards to protect my wife's safety. Follow her from the shadows, and don't disturb her." A voice came from the receiver, understood. Then the man opened the WeChat interface and clicked into the chat with Jiang Yunzhi. His phone rang with a WeChat notification, and Jiang Yunzhi opened it to see. "Yan Wenjing, accompany me to sleep tonight. I'm having insomnia." Jiang Yunzhi was taken aback. It seemed the big shot didn't mind at all that she bit his finger during dinner. His heart was indeed broad. However, Lin Xiaoyu had already taken out the game remote control, ready to wreak havoc with her. As she struggled, she suddenly saw a message. The bank card had been credited. 20 million. Jiang Yunzhi grinned widely, performing a quick leap off the sofa. Lin Xiaoyu, baby, the game is about to begin. Jiang Yunzhi hugged her head and rubbed it. "Sister, I'm sorry, but I have to go accompany my dear big shot. Being a union wife is a job she loves and wants to do more." Ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Xiaoyu watched her laugh so joyfully, as if she had won the lottery, and couldn't help but sigh. This is love, huh? Gigi, love is about restraint. Jiang Yunzhi typed a reply. Can't restrain at all. 20 million. What could she use to restrain? Let money corrupt her. Lin Xiaoyu looked at her good sister staring at the phone screen, her eyes glazed over. Well, as long as she's happy, that's good. Jiang Yunzhi replied to Yan Wenjing. Wait a moment. Let me dry my hair, and I'll come over. Yan Wenjing. Come over now. I'll dry your hair. Jiang Yunzhi. The big shot not only gives money, but also wants to dry her hair. She's falling for him hard. With a rush of excitement, she dashed to the big shot's room. Lin Xiaoyu felt that her good sister really loved Yan Wenjing. She ran to see him. Little did she know, Jiang Yunzhi hesitated for a second, as that was disrespectful to 20 million. Knock, knock. The door opened, and Jiang Yunzhi instinctively moved forward, while Yan Wenjing reached out to support her waist. She was wearing a champagne-colored fluffy pullover nightdress, the thin fabric clinging to her waist, and his large hand transmitted a wave of heat through the material. Once she steadied herself, Yan Wenjing withdrew his hand, his fingertips slightly curling. Her waist was very slim, seeming like it could snap with just a little force. Moreover, Jiang Yunzhi's skin was delicate. A light touch would leave marks. A moment later, Jiang Yunzhi obediently sat on the sofa, her hands resting on her knees, enjoying the big shot's personal service. Good baby. JPG. Seeing her like this, Yan Wenjing slowly curled the corners of his lips, holding the hairdryer, and leisurely dried her hair. The man stood behind the sofa, tall and imposing, the light casting shadows that perfectly enveloped Jiang Yunzhi. His long fingers delved into her hair, gently tousling it. It was the first time he dried someone's hair. It felt quite novel, and she didn't feel bored or like it was a waste of time at all. Jiang Yunzhi closed her eyes in comfort, slightly tilting her head, looking like a lazy little cat, her legs curled up on the sofa. Suddenly, his fingertips brushed over her collarbone. Jiang Yunzhi's body trembled, as if something had scalded her. So sensitive? Yan Wenjing lowered his gaze, interest flickering in his eyes. After finally finishing drying her hair, Jiang Yunzhi murmured, "The big shot had accidentally touched her collarbone a bit too often. If it weren't for the fact that it was Yan Wenjing, she would really suspect he was doing it on purpose." Looking at Yan Wenjing's cold and abstinent face, it was impossible. The big shot couldn't be that kind of person. What bad thoughts could the big shot have? It was her who was seeing dirtiness in everything. Jiang Yunzhi reflected deeply. The night darkened, and the lights went out. In her dazed state, Jiang Yunzhi felt a hot body pressing against her from behind, a large hand firmly gripping her waist. She wanted to turn over, but couldn't. Forget it. She fell back into a deep sleep. Her neck ached, and Jiang Yunzhi slowly opened her eyes. The man beside her had deep, profound eyes. She was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Yin? You." Before she could finish her sentence, his cool lips covered hers, aggressive. Jiang Yunzhi's expression was astonished, unable to utter a complete syllable. She trembled, placing her hands against Yin Wenjing's chest, trying to create some distance. But he caught her wrist. Her teeth lost their battle. Jiang Yunzhi was kissed until she was weak all over, pitifully red-eyed. At some point, the nightdress came off, and the man's rough fingertips caressed her skin as if igniting a fire on her body. Yin Wenjing shed his sleepwear, revealing strong abdominal muscles. His robust figure once again looming over her. "Baby!" Morning sunlight streamed through the window, and Jiang Yunzhi opened her eyes again. What met her gaze was the man beside her with deep, three-dimensional features, appearing somewhat gentle in the morning light. Yin Wenjing woke up, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Yunzhi's little face flushed. She actually had such a wild dream. Too wild, too reckless. The big shot was a pure and high mountain flower. How could she dare to desecrate him? TSK. Big greedy girl enough already. "Good morning," Yin Wenjing said. Jiang Yunzhi's cheeks turned even redder, her gaze flickering. Too shy to look at him. "Good morning." Yin Wenjing noticed her unusual behavior. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yunzhi paused. "It's nothing, just had a dream." The next second, Yin Wenjing suddenly asked, "What did you dream about?" Jiang Yunzhi's heart raced. Chapter 64, Good Match. How did the boss guess so accurately? Do you have mind-reading skills? Jiang Yunzhi's lips moved. "No, absolutely not dreaming of you." The reaction was too intense, which gave off a feeling of wanting to cover up. Yin Wenjing raised his eyebrows slightly and suddenly leaned closer. "Really?" Jiang Yunzhi felt herself almost blushing, her fingertips subtly tightening around her nightgown. "Awkward." JPG Yin Wenjing's voice was very soft. "Why is your face so red if you didn't dream of me?" "Madam Yin, do you want to get you a mirror?" Jiang Yunzhi's gaze flickered, and she blurted out, "I naturally blush easily." "Oh, I see." Yin Wenjing chuckled, seeing her truly blushing fiercely, and didn't tease her further. He reached out and pinched her cheek, which was soft and flushed and a bit hot. If you say so." He stood up and walked to the bathroom. The air that seemed to be still at that moment began to flow again, filled with a pink haze. Jiang Yunzhi felt a bit dazed. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams. The next second, she gave her pillow a heavy smack. "Big boss, wake up." If she offended the boss, not only would she be kicked out, but she would also have to pay $100 million in breach of contract fees. After washing her face in the bathroom, her mind finally cleared up. At breakfast, Jiang Yunzhi took a bite of the bun and averted her gaze. She couldn't be tempted by the boss's beauty anymore. Moreover, after experiencing last night's blush-inducing, heart-racing dream, she really felt a bit shy about looking directly at Yin Wenjing. Scary, really scary. She had gone from being tempted by his money to now being tempted by his body. Jiang Yunzhi felt flustered. In life, one cannot desire everything. Wanting everything could only lead to trouble. With a clear career plan, she decided to temporarily only desire the boss's money. And once she earned enough for the breach of contract fee, she would then desire his body. It was a pleasant decision. After a while, a video call came in. Jiang Yunzhi focused her gaze and saw it was old Madam Yan. She pressed the answer button. "Grandma, good morning." She greeted warmly. Old Madam Yan's loving and spirited face appeared on the phone, and upon hearing Jiang Yunzhi's voice, she smiled even more, her eyes squinting. "Zhizhio, it seems you've lost some weight compared to a few days ago. Have you been working too hard lately?" "Lost weight?" Jiang Yunzhi pinched her chubby face. Well, she hadn't lost weight. In fact, she had gained 2 pounds thanks to the village chef's feeding. There's a kind of weight loss that only grandmothers think you've lost weight. They're only happy when you're chubby. Jiang Yunzhi told old Madam Yin she was on vacation at a hotel on an island, doing team building with the company, and that she had come with Xiaoyu. They chatted for a while. She turned her phone around to show the back where Yan Wenjing stood and said with a smile, Wenjing is here too. Old Madam Yan's eyes lit up again. This kid is here too. As a grandmother, she naturally understood her grandson's temperament. Managing the large Yan group, Yan Wenjing was definitely a workaholic, almost impossible to leave work to accompany others. For such a self-disciplined person to accompany Jiang Yunzhi to team building showed that she held a special place in his heart. Work is important, but so is his lady. As cold as he was, the balance was gradually tilting towards her. Old Madam Yin smiled widely. Good. You two have fun. Wenjing. It was the first time Jiang Yunzhi called him like this. It sounded natural and smooth, like a term of endearment between a couple. It fell into his ears like a feather brushing against his heart, tickling him. After a few seconds, Yan Wenjing leaned over, entering the camera frame. His chest pressed closely against Jiang Yunzhi's back, making it seem like he was holding her in his arms. He raised his hand to take her phone and held it up. Jiang Yunzhi could smell the crisp, woody scent of the man as she breathed. She stiffened her back without a sound. Yan Wenjing, Grandma. Old Madam Yin saw their posture and burst into hearty laughter. A perfect match. Jiji, Wenjing. The orchard in the manor has a lot of ripe fruit, kiwi, passion fruit, nectarines, blueberries, all kinds of fruits. Later, I will have someone send them to you. All sweet. The manor has a large orchard, managed by dedicated staff, and occasionally Old Madam Yin would indulge herself by planting some fruit trees. Jiang Yunzhi, great. Next time we go to the manor, let us pick fruit together. They chatted for quite a while before hanging up. Aunt Lu sighed again. It's been a long time since I've seen the old lady so happy chatting. Old Madam Yin cleared her throat. Lu, Aunt. Watch fewer CEO novels. I've heard similar lines many times in audiobooks. Aunt Lu nodded. Okay, old lady. Don't think she doesn't know that the old lady is also reading. They are both in the same boat. Old Madam Yin. The old man's taste is poor. I have better taste. As if remembering something, she murmured, that girl Wen and I is really not suitable for Wenjing. The old man is blindly matchmaking. What good days can come from pairing ice cubes and icebergs together? It's only now that being with Jiji brings warmth to my grandson. Wen and I should be with a fiery young man instead. Aunt Lu, Miss Wen should be returning to the country in a while. I wonder what her reaction will be when she finds out the young master is married. Jiang Lulu's accident and stitches were known by the fans of the live-streaming host who came to visit, and they were heartbroken. Was it done by your half-sister? Jiang Lulu bit her lip. It wasn't true. My sister treats me very well. It's just that yesterday. She teared up, seeing her sister with her man doing something inappropriate. I accidentally tripped and fell. Jiang Yunzhi slapped Shen Xuzhou. It was indeed something inappropriate. She really did accidentally fall. In the ears of those with ulterior motives, it became Jiang Yunzhi who harmed her. The host was immediately indignant. That damned illegitimate daughter daring to hurt my sister. Let us see her. She started a live stream under the pretense of revenge, urging everyone to see the true face of the illegitimate daughter being kept by an old man, a canary. This attracted a lot of attention and gained many followers. The host declared with righteous indignation, justice is never late. Let us expose her. An illegitimate daughter who becomes a mistress and bullies my sister. Too despicable. Yes. To create hype, the host exaggerated, framing Jiang Yunzhi as a mistress, rallying the crowd against her. Nowadays, mistresses and illegitimate daughters bring their own traffic, attracting attention. The host wanted to take advantage of this wave to gain followers. Noticing someone sneaking behind her, Jiang Yunzhi recognized it as Jiang Lulu's fan, who had come to visit. However, what were Jiang Lulu's fans filming her and Yan Wenjing for? Yan Wenjing generally disliked public appearances and exposing his privacy, frowning slightly. Where are you running? Mistress and old man? The host chased after them. Suddenly, a black figure blocked her way, obstructing the camera. The man was tall and strong, with a somewhat cold expression. What are you doing? He said as he snatched the host's phone, seeing the live stream title and the rapidly scrolling comments. Host, how can you be like this? So rude, that's my phone, give it back. If you don't return it, be careful I expose you. The man in black treated her words as nonsense and made a call to report the situation. Yan Wenjing's cold face showed no change, only his tone was indifferent, sending a lawyer's letter to make her disappear. Sensing the atmosphere was off, Jiang Yunzhi softly asked. What's wrong? Chapter 65 The Big Shot is quite impressive. It's nothing. Just happened to encounter some annoying mosquitoes, and I've already had someone deal with it. Yan Wenjing turned his head slightly, his tone gentle, leading Jiang Yunzhi away. The streamer received a lawyer's letter. Her face instantly turned pale. She thought that the man in black was joking, but unexpectedly, she felt very uneasy and regretful. It seemed that she had provoked someone she shouldn't have. Now she regretted it very much. She shouldn't have stood up for Jiang Lulu, and now she was being accused of defamation by the most famous law firm in Yanjing. It's over, the streamer went to seek help from Jiang Lulu. Jiang Lulu expressed her helplessness, saying, It's not like I asked you to harass my sister. I told you it had nothing to do with her. Why didn't you listen? Now, you've caused trouble, and I really can't help you. You figure it out yourself. The streamer was dumbfounded. Is this still the kind and lovely sister she knew? Why does she have two faces in front of others? If it weren't for Jiang Lulu misleading her, she wouldn't have harassed Jiang Yunzhi and ended up getting sued. What's worse, her account was banned, and not only did she fail to gain followers during this wave, but the reputation she had built up was also completely destroyed. The streamer cried her heart out. Out of anger, she went back to find Jiang Lulu, and they got into a scuffle, one hand tugging at Jiang Lulu's hair. Give me back my account. Give me back my justice. You're just a hypocritical liar, full of lies. The crew members stood aside watching. No one stepped in to break it up, and some unaware tourists filmed it and posted it online. Jiang family young lady fights with fans while filming Jiang Lulu attacks fan female, second, lead throws tantrum in the rain. Seeing the trending topics, Jiang Lulu felt as if the sky had fallen. She had indulged her fans in tearing into Jiang Yunzhi, never expecting to be hit by the boomerang she had thrown. The carefully crafted contrast of the cute young lady persona was subtly collapsing. Jiang Lulu trembled with anger and asked Jiang Suhong to spend money to remove the trending topic. While peeling fruit for the big shot, Jiang Suhong looked annoyed and furious. He took a moment to call Jiang Lulu. I told you to focus on acting. Let your work speak for itself. And crushed Jiang Yunzhi, but you just wouldn't listen and had to create trouble behind the scenes. Jiang Lulu cried continuously, making Jiang Suhong feel both annoyed and soft-hearted. After all, she was the little sister he had watched grow up. Lulu, remember, you're not like Jiang Yunzhi. You are the carefully cultivated young lady of our Jiang family, destined to soar high and become the most dazzling star. I understand, brother. This time, Jiang Lulu really learned her lesson and focused on filming. When she became a nationwide sensation, Jiang Yunzhi would be left in the dust. Sunday. Look, a super handsome guy. Shan pointed in a direction. The colleagues quickly turned to look. Indeed, the man was tall and slender, with a chiseled and deep facial structure, wearing a white shirt and dark gray suit pants, broad shoulders, and long legs. Wow, where did this supermodel come from? He's even more handsome than a star. At that moment, they saw a familiar figure walk up to the man and hand him a drink. It was Yunzhi. What is her relationship with that man? I remember Xiao Jiang is married. Could that be her husband? There seems to be something going on. Let's go say hello. The colleagues gathered around, enthusiastically greeting her. Oh, what a coincidence, Yunzhi, this is. Facing the curious eyes of her colleagues, Jiang Yunzhi was slightly taken aback. She glanced at Yan Wenjing and saw that he showed no signs of displeasure. After a pause, she confidently said, Oh, this is my husband, Yan Wenjing. Everyone was dumbfounded. As expected, a handsome man and a beautiful woman make a perfect match. They were very friendly to their eyes. Sister, you sighed. That girl is living well. Hello. I'm Xiao Zhang's colleague, Sister Yu. I'm Shan. Oh, I'm Xiao Zhang. Yan Wenjing elegantly and gently responded one by one, shaking hands lightly with those who extended their hands. It's known that at previous banquets, even when various group leaders wanted to shake hands with him, Yan Wenjing rarely responded. He has a cleanliness obsession and dislikes physical contact. Yet here, in front of Jiang Yunzhi's colleagues, he showed no unwillingness at all. Afterward, he didn't even take out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Seeing all this, Jiang Yunzhi was slightly surprised. The big shot is quite impressive. His upbringing and gentlemanly demeanor ensured that he wouldn't embarrass her in front of her colleagues, always maintaining a smile and being very warm to others. Once Jiang Yunzhi and Yan Wenjing slowly walked away, President Wang scratched his head. Yan Wenjing? Why does he seem familiar? After a while, he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering, at a high-end cocktail party, he had seen those big shots surrounding Yan Wenjing, and any one of them could shake the business world just by stomping their feet. They were all influential business tycoons. The big shots dominating the business world were actually bowing and scraping to Yan Wenjing. President Wang was stunned. Xiao Zhang's husband is actually a man at the top of the food chain. His body trembled, and she must really love this job. He knew that many wealthy wives live in luxury and don't work. At this moment, President Wang didn't reveal Yan Wenjing's identity and took a sip from his thermos like an old cadre, his eyes filled with appreciation. Xiao Jiang is purely passionate about it. After the team-building event, Jiang Yunzhi returned to her busy life. 2 weeks later, a high-end restaurant tea party. A group of elderly ladies gathered together, sipping tea and chatting. One lady in a yellow dress touched the necklace around her neck, immediately attracting the attention of others. The central stone of the necklace was a blue diamond, reflecting sparkling light under the sun, surrounded by 20 teardrop-shaped white diamonds, lively and dazzling. So exquisite, so beautiful. This design is so unique. Why haven't I seen it on the market? Oh, this was custom designed by my husband. It's a wedding anniversary gift. When someone asked, the lady thought for a moment and said the designer was named Jiang. The previously sleepy grandma, Yin, immediately perked up. Is it called Jiang Yunzhi? The lady in yellow took out her phone to ask her husband. Yes, it's Jiang Yunzhi. Do you know her? Grandma Yin proudly said, that's my granddaughter-in-law, Ji. Everyone. Good sister, so fortunate. Her grandson is the president of Yin Group, and her granddaughter-in-law is an impressive designer. Now, the old sisters rushed to customize jewelry. Yes, that's right, fine designer Jiang. One phone call after another came in, leaving President Wang dazed, especially since these clients were top-tier wealthy ladies who had a significant say in their families. Suddenly, the orders surged, and the workload directly extended to the end of the year. Jiang Yunzhi, it feels like being chased by a god of wealth to eat. However, this also meant that her carefree life was gone for good. Along with the reputation of the Yu Guang design skyrocketing, her colleagues' work increased. Conversations among everyone turned into, are we slacking off? No more slacking off. 1 cup of coffee, and let's get to work. At the cocktail party, someone brought up this matter, saying that those top-tier ladies all went to find Jiang Yunzhi to design jewelry. They joked with Zhang's mother. Why didn't you let your daughter design a piece? Zhang's mother's smile stiffened. Her expression visibly became awkward. Another person chimed in. I've heard that, Mrs. Jiang and her eldest daughter don't get along. It seems to be true. Don't you know? The Jiang family is famously doting on their daughters. And it's that Jiang Lulu. In this day and age, there are still people who don't love their own child, favoring a fake daughter? No way, no way. What a sarcastic person. Zhang's mother turned and left, plopping down on the sofa at home, sulking. There's a vague feeling that I made the wrong choice. Between Jiang Yunzhi and Lulu, now Jiang Yunzhi is not close to me, and she is living well after leaving the Jiang family, transforming from a once obscure country girl into someone radiant. How could this happen? Zhang's mother feels uncomfortable. As soon as she sees Jiang Lulu return, she pulls her aside to talk about the incident at the banquet. They all laughed at me. Jiang Lulu reassures her, Mom, this is sister's fault. She clearly knows how to design jewelry, but only designs for outsiders. It's sister who doesn't understand. However, don't blame her too much. After all, sister has been wandering outside for so many years, suffering a lot, and it's understandable that she has grievances against you and deliberately keeps her distance. Growing up as a wild girl in the countryside, she has no idea about the hardships you've faced over the years. Hearing these words, Zhang's mother feels a pang in her heart. Over the years, she has thought about trying to reconnect with Jiang Yunzhi, but the hope seemed too slim. Finally, Jiang Yunzhi is back, yet she remains distant, making it feel as if she is trying to harm her. After all, she is Jiang Yunzhi's biological mother. Zhang's mother's eyes turn red, and she thinks, Lulu, you are still so understanding. Jiang Lulu whispers something in her ear, Mom, if you speak up. Jiang Yunzhi won't be able to refuse. Zhang's mother smiles. You're right. I'll call her right now. Chapter 66. Mr. Yin, shall we kiss? Hey, Yunzhi. It's Mom. In a few days, it's my birthday. Let's celebrate at that private restaurant, okay? We haven't talked for a long time. You wouldn't refuse your mom on such an important day, would you? Jiang Mu rarely spoke in such a gentle tone. She was used to being cold towards Jiang Yunzhi, so she felt a bit unaccustomed to this sudden closeness. Oh, and remember to bring your husband. The whole family should be together. On the other end, Jiang Yunzhi was silent for a long time until Jiang Mu frowned, showing signs of impatience. It was only then that Jiang Yunzhi replied, okay. Jiang Mu finally smiled and gave Jiang Lu an okay gesture. The mother and daughter exchanged no further pleasantries and hung up the phone. Lulu, you're right. I'm her mom. She wouldn't dare miss such an important occasion. She'd be scolded for being unfilial. The upper-class circles care most about face and reputation. From Jiang Mu's perspective, Jiang Lu's smile widened. It was just Jiang Yunzhi, easily manageable. On Jiang Mu's birthday, at the upscale private restaurant, Jiang Yunzhi arrived fashionably late and pushed the door open to find the Jiang family already waiting. The private room was filled with the faint scent of osmanthus. Jiang Lu broke the silence first, teasing, "Sister, you finally made it. Dad and Mom are starving waiting for you. Were you doing it on purpose? Don't be so naughty next time." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu's expressions darkened. Under the attack of the green tea princess, Jiang Yunzhi smiled faintly and calmly took a seat. "If you're hungry, let's eat." "I'm hungry too." Everyone else fell silent. Jiang Sohung was immediately furious, recalling Jiang Lu's prior warning not to lose his temper, as she would teach Jiang Yunzhi a lesson. So he held back his anger. Jiang Lu looked eagerly. "Where's my brother-in-law? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Jiang Yunzhi suddenly smiled. "He'll be late." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Oh, she hadn't told Yin Wenjing that he wouldn't be coming. Who knows what tricks the Jiang family was up to this time? Jiang Lu replied, "No hurry, no hurry." She turned her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. The Jiang family calling Jiang Yunzhi over was clearly not just to celebrate her birthday. Jiang Fu wanted an invitation to a wine party that only top-tier families were qualified to attend, and clearly, the Jiang family was not on the guest list. Jiang Fu instructed Jiang Yunzhi to ask Yin Wenjing for an invitation, which would be a piece of cake for Mr. Yin. Just a matter of a few words. "Let your brother attend. He'll meet some top-tier connections. Since we're family, Mr. Yin should help out his brother-in-law." Jiang Yunzhi internally rated that a 6. Jiang Fu continued with his fatherly advice. "That small film you invested in has no market at all. It's a losing business. You should withdraw quickly. What investment insight can a woman like you have? You should stay at home and have a son from Mr. Yin." Jiang Yunzhi remained silent, focusing on her food. Jiang Lu added fuel to the fire, nodding, "Dad is right. Sister, you should listen." Jiang Yunzhi finally looked up. Listening to your words is like listening to a lecture." Jiang Fu. After eating, they cut the cake. Jiang Yunzhi's face turned slightly red. She felt a bit hot, and her palms were sweating. The private room had air conditioning. This shouldn't be happening. "Where's my brother-in-law?" Jiang Lu lost her patience, her chest rising and falling with quick breaths. Seeing her breathless, Jiang Yunzhi leaned in. "Are you feeling hot?" Jiang Lu lightly coughed, feeling a bit guilty, "No?" "Sister, hurry and call to urge your husband to come." She pretended to grab Jiang Yunzhi's phone. Jiang Yunzhi skillfully dodged her, always imagining that other things are yours. That habit is a bit problematic. You should go see a psychiatrist. Zhan Elu. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi leave the private room, she panicked and immediately sent a message. "Damn it, Yin Wenjing is definitely not coming. I'm being played around by Jiang Yunzhi. Sister, then don't blame me." As Jiang Yunzhi prepared to go downstairs, a figure suddenly blocked her path. It was a middle-aged man in a gray shirt and jeans, sporting a large beer belly. He reached out to her, "Little beauty, will you come play a game with Uncle?" Jiang Yunzhi wore a submissive and innocent expression, smiling, "Sure." She pulled out her pepper spray and aimed it at his eyes, striking precisely. The beer belly man covered his eyes and stumbled back. At that moment, 2 bodyguards appeared behind Jiang Yunzhi and rushed to beat him up. The screams were deafening. "Uncle, is this game fun?" Jiang Yunzhi softly asked. "I don't want to play anymore, wah. Help. A notification sound from WeChat rang out. Jiang Yunzhi saw a message. "Yin Wenjing, Is everything finished? Jiang Yunzhi typed back, I'm full now, heading home. Yin Wenjing, come downstairs. Jiang Yunzhi's mind flashed with speculation, and she hurried down the stairs, leaving the restaurant. The night was like water. Outside, it started to drizzle. She stood on the street, her gaze meeting that of a man across the road. The tall man stood by a car, dressed in a sharp dark gray coat, holding a black umbrella. The rain mist blurred his cold features, leaving only a touch of tenderness. The person who had just messaged her appeared before her in an instant. Jiang Yunzhi felt a bit dazed, her limbs growing weak, and she slowly walked over. She knew it. The Jiang family must have plotted something, bringing bodyguards and pepper spray. She and T drunk any alcohol, and everyone had eaten the same food. They shouldn't stoop so low as to drug the dishes. What exactly went wrong? Yin Wenjing had already stepped forward, the black umbrella instinctively tilting towards her to shield her from the rain. His open coat perfectly blocked the night wind. Get in the car. Soon, Yin Wenjing noticed her unusual state, her cheeks flushed and breathing slightly rapid. What's wrong? Jiang Yunzhi already had a guess. It must be something wrong with the incense in the private room, probably infused with some aphrodisiac. No wonder Jiang Lu kept urging her to bring Yin Wenjing over. That was their plan. She couldn't believe they would come up with such a disastrous scheme. Not just her, everyone had inhaled the incense and fell for it. Jiang Yunzhi remembered that Jiang Suhong was closest to the incense. Jiang Lu truly was a good sister to him, taking advantage of her brother without mercy. Yin Wenjing's eyes darkened with anger, instructing the driver to speed up. It's so hot. Jiang Yunzhi's throat felt dry as she swallowed hard, feeling as if she were floating on clouds, lightheaded and blissful. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the villa's entrance. Yin Wenjing leaned down and picked her up horizontally. Jiang Yunzhi looked up, just in time to see his chiseled jawline and sexy Adam's apple. Her heart raced wildly. Oh no, now it was even hotter. This greedy girl urgently needed a perfect man to cool her down. Once inside the bedroom, Yin Wenjing laid her on the bed. Jiang Yunzhi was torn, almost losing control as her breathing quickened. She stared at Yin Wenjing, his high nose bridge and his entire being exuding a reserved and noble aura, looking incredibly handsome. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes glistened with moisture as she leaned in closer. Yin Wenjing soothed her. The doctor will be here soon. The scenes that had appeared in her dreams flooded Jiang Yunzhi's mind again. She hugged the strong and broad waist of the big boss, running her hands over his mountainous muscles, entangled with him. In that instant, reason was thrown into chaos, and reality blurred with dreams. She opened her mouth and bit down on Yin Wenjing's Adam's apple. Yin Wenjing let out a muffled grunt, holding her chin with one hand. His voice low and husky. Jiang Yunzhi, do you know what you're doing? The bitten spot felt like it was burning. The man's Adam's apple rolled. Jiang Yunzhi gazed intently at his lips, which were so close, looking incredibly kissable. Mr. Yin, shall we kiss? She asked. Chapter 67 Strong. Kiss. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes were moist, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. Hearing her words, Yin Wenjing was momentarily stunned. His voice deep and terrifying. Look closely. Who am I? Unable to forget the last time when she mistook him for Shen Xuzhou and kissed him. Jiang Yunzhi blurted out, of course it's Mr. Yin. Her dear big shot, I saw it very clearly. So beautiful. As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for Yin Wenjing to respond, she suddenly cupped his face with both hands and leaned up to kiss his handsome lips. Yin Wenjing's body stiffened slightly, feeling the softness of her lips brushing against him. His dark pupils deep and unfathomable. Jiang Yunzhi pressed her entire soft body against him, pecking at him like a little chick pecking at rice. Her kissing technique was very clumsy, completely unskilled, like a little novice who had never kissed before. She relied solely on her feelings, lightly sucking on him, neither too soft nor too hard. She even attempted to pry open his lips. So silly. She had no experience? Yin Wenjing's Adam's apple bobbed, one hand resting on Jiang Yunzhi's waist, while the other gently pinched her cheek. He had always possessed strong self-control, never allowing himself to lose his rationality and become a beast driven by desire. Even though she was kissing him repeatedly now, stirring a restlessness within him, he did not respond like an impulsive youth. He maintained his restraint, effortlessly in control of everything. Jiang Yunzhi was forced to pull away, unable to kiss him any longer, her lips pouting unhappily. Yan Wenjing said softly, "You've never kissed a man before?" Jiang Yunzhi paused for a few seconds, her mind hazy, and obediently replied, "No." Something lightly struck at the tip of his heart, and Yan Wenjing's thin lips curved up, his eyes revealing an unmistakable pleasure as he leaned in closer. "Not even Shen Xuzhou?" Jiang Yunzhi nodded. "No, you're the first." So that was her first kiss. The man silently chuckled. Leaning down, Yan Wenjing pressed her against the headboard and covered her lips with his. The scent of what enveloped them. At first, it was gentle, but it quickly filled with dominance and possessiveness. Yan Wenjing was actually a person with a strong sense of possessiveness. "Sir," just as Butler Chun was about to say the doctor had arrived, upon seeing this scene, his expression clearly fell into shock. Fortunately, he was professional. He quickly turned away, waving to the doctor, "We won't need you for now. Let's have some tea first." "Doctor?" "She just happened to be on vacation today. Unexpectedly, she was called back urgently. Now that she's here, they're saying they won't need her for the time being." Jiang Yunzhi was kissed into a daze. Her hands wrapped around Yan Wenjing's neck, gasping for air. The heat within her body was slightly calmed, but soon it surged back. Not enough, far from enough. She wanted more. Her gaze fell on the man's firm and enticing abs. Moving down further was so big, so hot. She wanted. The rationality of the big yellow girl crumbled, and she quickly reached out to touch. Yan Wenjing let out a muffled sound, grabbing her mischievous hand, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. His gaze darkened, breathing becoming heavy. Jiang Yunzhi was completely unaware of the danger, still teasing, with righteous indignation, "I want. Give it to me." Yan Wenjing. The aggressiveness in his eyes was about to overflow. However, Jiang Yunzhi was not in a clear state of mind. She was under the influence of an aphrodisiac, desperately needing release. If something really happened between them, how would she react once she came to her senses? Would she hate him? Yan Wenjing didn't want to take advantage of her, didn't want to do such things while Jiang Yunzhi was confused, fearing she would regret it. He restrained himself and shared a brief kiss with her, rubbing her nose gently to soothe her. "It'll be fine soon." At that moment, the doctor was called in, examined her, and prescribed a special medicine. Someone needed to watch over her tonight. Taking the special medicine could have side effects, such as vomiting and dizziness. So she couldn't be left alone. She would be fine after a good sleep. Butler Chen sent the doctor away and returned to arrange for a servant to take care of Jiang Yunzhi. "Yan Wenjing, I'll keep an eye on her." "All right, sir." Butler Chun turned away gracefully. Another bump. Yan Wenjing walked to the bedside, covered Jiang Yunzhi with a blanket, and brushed her stray hair. That night, she slept uneasily, occasionally murmuring softly. The next morning, Jiang Yunzhi woke up, rubbing her eyes. Fragments of last night's memories flashed through her mind, and her body stiffened, falling into a dead silence. In an instant, a look of great distress spread across her face. It's over, it's over. What did she do?" She actually forced a kiss on the big shot. Strong. Kiss. Jiang Yunzhi tilted her head, trying not to let the tears fall. Her heart felt like it was about to shatter. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, with the big shot's handsome face right in front of her, she really couldn't hold back. Images of her saying she wanted him flashed through her mind. Oh my, what a greedy girl. That was a big shot, not a male model. Jiang Yunzhi trembled, feeling like she was doomed, about to be kicked out by the big shot, paying an exorbitant penalty, then being blacklisted, ending up sleeping on the streets and picking up trash. She took out her phone and found a message from Yan Wenjing. "Reply when you wake up." Jiang Yunzhi hesitated for a minute, deciding to take the plunge and bravely face the storm. Squeak. "Mr. Yan, I'm awake." Almost immediately, Yan Wenjing's call came through. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" His voice was slow, carrying a hint of pampering. There was not a trace of disgust, which was different from what she had imagined. Jiang Yunzhi was stunned for a moment, feeling no discomfort, just a bit sleepy. Yan Wenjing, then sleep a little longer. Jiang Yunzhi was dumbfounded. She had forcefully kissed the big shot and even touched him, yet he reacted like this? He was simply a male bodhisattva. Jiang Yunzhi would be lying if she said she wasn't touched. She felt both moved and smitten. Oh no, if this went on, she would crave the big shot even more. Jiang Yunzhi hugged her pillow and started hitting it randomly, then lay down and went quiet, unexpectedly falling asleep again. Meanwhile, Yan Wenjing noticed the lack of response and, listening closely, seemed to hear her breathing. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He didn't hang up the phone, turned up the volume, and placed it on the table, continuing to review documents. Knock, knock. Come in. Assistant Su walked in with documents and immediately noticed Yan Wenjing's lips. It was as if he had discovered a shocking secret, his pupils shaking. He tactfully averted his gaze. President Yan's lip was cut. It couldn't possibly be from him biting it himself, so it must be. Yet, President Yan looked to be in a very good mood. After Assistant Su left, Yan Wenjing raised his hand to touch the corner of his lips. It hurt a little. The little girl had kissed him without any restraint. So clumsy, yet quite adorable. On the other side, the Jiang family's mood was utterly terrible. Jiang's father's face shifted from green to white. How could I have such a foolish daughter? Jiang Lulu began to panic. Chapter 68, just reconciled, can't help it slap. Jiang father gave 2 slaps. It hurts so much. Jiang Lulu winced in pain, tears streaming down her face. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I just wanted to win over Yan Wenjing. Last night, the whole family was affected by the aphrodisiac incense and had to go to the hospital. Jiang father and Jiang mother, at their age, couldn't handle it and almost started to nibble on each other on the way, scaring each other into having shadows. Jiang Lulu also suffered, tossing and turning in the hospital all night. What a shame. The 3 of them woke up early in the hospital and realized, oh no, they left Jiang Su-hung behind. Later, they found out what happened from the trending news. Speaking of which, last night at the private restaurant, Jiang Su-hung felt restless all over and went to the bathroom, only to bump into a beer-bellied man who didn't even open his eyes and punched himself. Jiang Su-hung was naturally furious and got into a fight with the man. As they fought, the scene changed and he started to nibble on the guy, which ended up being posted online. It trended. Ex-boyfriend in jail. Jiang Shao Xian looking for new love. Passionate kiss at the restaurant. Jiang Group airs new relationship exposed. The smile on Jiang Su-hung's face disappeared, shifting to the faces of the many netizens. Oh my. Jiang Shao's new boyfriend is actually a greasy beer belly. How can he stand it? No, I don't understand. Such a heavy taste. Don't understand, but respect. Wishing them well. Maybe this is a soulmate? Can't bear to open my eyes. Hope this is just my illusion. This choice of partner. Dear little brother, quickly take a look at me. You're big fierce one. Bro, give a chance. Tonight at 9 p.m., Fuhua Hotel Room 8303. Jiang Su-hung watched and pinched the space between his brows, almost about to collapse. Victimized by public opinion. He really was a straight man. Once the trending news came out, the rich girl he had finally pursued told him she didn't want him to be a sycophant anymore. For the first time, Jiang Su-hung felt an urge to kill Jiang Lulu. That beer belly even accused him of ex-harassment, and it took $1 million to settle it. The worst part was that the Jiang Group was significantly impacted, with people doubting the heir's intelligence, and the group was on the verge of collapse. The Jiang family sat in the living room, resentment heavier than ghosts. Jiang mother was very disappointed in Jiang Lulu. Lulu, how could you do such a thing on your mother's birthday? Even if you want to win over your brother-in-law, couldn't you pick another day? Is this the point? Jiang father was furious, jumping 3 feet high. How could you use incense on the whole family? Now that it's turned into this. Is the Jiang family a joke to you? Are you satisfied? Jiang Lulu covered her face and cried. Jiang Su-hung was impatient, crying all day long. What does that look like? Jiang Yunzhi never cries. Jiang father was enraged, freezing Jiang Lulu's bank card, no longer giving her a penny, and kicked her out. For a while, the Jiang family's projects were constantly sabotaged, losing half of a major project, and the company fell into crisis. The manager found Jiang Lulu, saying that the variety show and drama they had previously discussed had announced their cast, and she was not included. When I called, they said your online reputation is very poor, and you are considered a risky artist, so they are not considering collaboration. Jiang Lulu stumbled, her face changing dramatically. How could this be? They went back on their word. Vile people. Not only were the film and television resources gone, but even brands that intended to find Jiang Lulu for endorsements also started looking for other artists. The manager said, you only have Under the Heavy Rain left now. All other resources are gone. The sudden blow hit Jiang Lulu hard, her body swaying, almost falling to the ground. Impossible. Someone must be setting me up. Who was behind this? The manager thought she wasn't too stupid, knowing she was being targeted. Though it wasn't a total ban, it was close. An artist without projects or endorsements will soon fade away, becoming untraceable. Think about which big shot you offended. There's only one way: to seek their forgiveness, to show humility. Otherwise, your acting career will be over. Tears welled up in Jiang Lulu's eyes, her nails digging deep into her palms. The root of all this trouble is Jiang Yunzhi. It must be Jiang Yunzhi who had Yin Wenjing blacklist her. This wicked woman is afraid of her stealing her brother-in-law. Jiang Yunzhi received Jiang Lulu's text message. Sister, I was wrong. I want to apologize to you in person for what happened on Mom's birthday. Sister, please let the security guard let me into the Yin family villa. Jiang Yunzhi ignored her. After a while, the other party sent another message. I sincerely admit my mistake and want to apologize to you. Why aren't you responding? Finally, Jiang Yunzhi, annoyed, found a CAF to listen to her apology. Jiang Lulu's face twisted, and she still couldn't get close to Yan Wenjing. She knew Jiang Yunzhi, this scheming girl, was guarding against her. Sister, please let my brother-in-law forgive me. I really know my mistake, and I will never do it again. Jiang Yunzhi's face remained expressionless, but her heart was confused. The big shot blacklisted her? If Yan Wenjing really ordered Jiang Lulu to be blacklisted, she would have long been untraceable online. After a long conversation, Jiang Lulu was parched. Jiang Yunzhi said, I didn't have my husband deal with you. If it was really him, I couldn't influence his decision. The big shot does things according to his own discretion. Jiang Lulu glared at her. Aren't you going to help me? Jiang Yunzhi found it amusing. You dug this pit yourself. Why should I help you clean it up? Jiang Lulu was really about to break down. After a while, her resources were no longer being intercepted, but she couldn't return to her previous state, her fame visibly declining. Jiang Lulu was a hard-working person, seeing her dreams of being a big star shattered. She went to be a sycophant for the third young master of the Han family, Han Zhaohui, successfully winning him over. The Han family was stronger than the Shen family, with political connections, being a top aristocratic family. The Jiang family status would never catch up in a lifetime. Yet, Han Zhaohui had no resistance to delicate little flowers. And Jiang Lulu put in a lot of effort to be a pure and innocent little flower. The two families were preparing for a marriage alliance. Shengjing Hotel, cocktail party. The threshold for the cocktail party was very high. Only top aristocratic families were qualified to attend. Two figures, one black and one red, entered. Instantly, the lively banquet hall fell silent, and all eyes were on the newcomers. Shen Xuzhou's hand holding the wine glass paused, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yunzhi. She came to the cocktail party with Yan Wenjing. Today, she wore a red long dress, off-the-shoulder design, revealing her perfect collarbone, her skin cold white like jade. The fitted long dress outlining her slim waist, her figure proportionate to the point of amazement. Jiang Yunzhi was always beautiful, but today she was exceptionally stunning. Beside her, Yan Wenjing was dressed in a suit, broad-shouldered and long-legged, with deep brow bones, exuding the nobility and maturity of someone in power. The two stood together, extremely pleasing to the eye. One was beautifully flamboyant, the other coldly noble, completely different styles, yet unexpectedly harmonious. Mr. Yan and Mrs. Yan are a perfect match. A beautiful couple, made for each other. So pleasing to the eye. Shen Xuzhou felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if someone had stolen his beloved. This feeling was so uncomfortable. He watched Jiang Yunzhi link arms with Yan Wenjing, and he could do nothing. Zhou Kai said, Bro, what's wrong? Are you still thinking about Jiang Yunzhi? No way, you just reconciled with Ziyin, and so soon you're thinking about another woman. Being poked. Shen Xuzhou's mouth twitched. To prove he wasn't the kind of man who eats from one bowl and looks at another, he quickly walked through the crowd, pulled Su Ziyin over, and kissed her heavily. Su Ziyin was both shy and surprised. Why are you kissing me again? Shen Xuzhou smiled in the direction of Zhou Kai. Just reconciled, can't help it. Zhou Kai had a complex expression. Chapter 69. Sister, love me more, baby. Give me another kiss, Shen Xuzhou said to Su Ziyin in an exaggerated bubble voice, perfectly embodying the CEO vibe. Is this right? Even Zhou Kai, a bro, felt embarrassed and didn't want to indulge him, quietly walking away. As soon as he left, Shen Xuzhou's expression darkened, losing his desire to perform. Yes, Zhou Kai was right. He was still in love with Jiang Yunzhi. Recently, many issues had arisen in the company, projects inexplicably going wrong, and Shen Xuzhou was under a lot of pressure, having no mind to cling to Jiang Yunzhi anymore. Seeing her now, a bittersweet feeling crept into his heart, accompanied by a fluttering excitement. Jiang Yunzhi and Yan Wenjing went to the VIP area, where a group of well-dressed, handsome men and wealthy ladies were drinking and chatting. Lu Ziming looked surprised as he watched the two walk in arm, his body tensing up. He pinched his nearby bro. Ouch. What are you doing, Lu Ziming? Pain makes one awake. I want to see if I'm dreaming. His companion was speechless. What are you trying to wake up from by pinching me? Lu Ziming replied. I just haven't seen any woman beside Brother Yin before. Is this really our aloof and cold Brother Yin? With Yan Wenjing's distant personality, not to mention women, even female mosquitoes couldn't get close to him. Moreover, he had a cleanliness obsession and hated physical contact. Yet here he was, holding a beautiful woman, looking gentle, even slowing his pace as if waiting for his companion. This is unbelievable. After all these years as brothers, Lu Ziming believed that even if the world were to end tomorrow, he wouldn't dare believe what he was seeing. Until Yan Wenjing brought Jiang Yunzhi in and announced to the stunned crowd, "Call her sister-in-law." Sister-in-law? Everyone present was dumbfounded, thinking it must be a hallucination. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzhi's heart skipped a beat, and she recalled all the sad moments of her life before managing to control her rising smile. The big shot actually introduced her to everyone. He was quite nice. Lu Ziming recognized Jiang Yunzhi as the beautiful girl he had seen at the Wild Drink Bar that day. He remembered Brother Yin insisting he didn't know her. What is this? Last time he didn't know her, and now he having everyone call her sister-in-law? Isn't he afraid of causing a stir at home? Everyone knew Yan Wenjing was married, and his marriage was a business alliance with no emotional foundation. Even without feelings as a brother, Lu Ziming felt the need to mildly criticize his behavior of finding a mistress. Brother Yin, you shouldn't do this. It's unfair to your wife. On the side, Li Qinghe curled his lips, starting to feel affectionate toward this foolish man. Yes, only Li Qinghe knew that Jiang Yunzhi was actually Yan Wenjing's wife. The others were genuinely confused, especially the dim-witted Lu Ziming, who was overflowing with righteous indignation in front of Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing slightly parted his thin lips and slowly said, "She is my wife, Jiang Yunzhi." Oh my! Lu Ziming's body jolted again, and he instinctively dug his toes into the ground. He had truly made a fool of himself. He didn't expect Brother Yin to be so playful. He really said he didn't know his own sister-in-law. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lu Ziming reacted and shouted loudly. A group of people followed suit, also calling out, "Hello, sister-in-law." A few who were older than Yan Wenjing politely greeted her, "Hello, sister-in-law." The gathering instantly transformed into a large introduction session. Although Jiang Yunzhi was slightly dazed, she still smiled brightly. No wonder Yan Wenjing brought her to the wine party. He had ulterior motives beyond just drinking. He wanted to introduce her. What if the agreement expired? Would Mrs. Yin be replaced? This thought flashed through Jiang Yunzhi's mind, and she sighed inwardly. "Try this red wine chocolate mousse cake." Yan Wenjing handed her a small, white jade bowl. "It should suit your taste." Jiang Yunzhi immediately stopped overthinking. Okay, being able to see the big shot every day and also making money. How lucky. There was no way she could feel conflicted. Happiness for a day was worth it. Seeing this scene, Shen Xuzhou felt like his heart was being gripped by a large hand. It hurt so much. The area where Yan Wenjing was located was filled with powerful families, a circle they could not mingle in. Even among top-tier families, the hierarchy was very clear, with invisible barriers that were hard to cross. He could only be a despicable onlooker, watching Jiang Yunzhi smile at another man she didn't love. What shocked him the most was that Yan Wenjing openly introduced Jiang Yunzhi to his friends and even had them call her sister-in-law. In the past, Shen Xuzhou only had an underground relationship with Jiang Yunzhi and never intended to formally introduce her to his brothers. Because she came from a rural background and was of low birth, his friends wouldn't think highly of Jiang Yunzhi. When his friends mocked her, Shen Xuzhou never stopped them. Deep down, he also looked down on Jiang Yunzhi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to be a poor guy to date her. Suddenly, regret surged in Shen Xuzhou's heart. If back then he had treated Jiang Yunzhi like Yan Wenjing did, would the outcome have been different? Su Xian's eyes revealed envy. She knew very well that her family, the Su family, couldn't reach Yan Wenjing's circle. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi surrounded by everyone now, she felt uncomfortable. If she had married Yan Wenjing, then the one being adored by everyone would be herself. This thought just surfaced when Su Xian suppressed it. No, she held Shen Xuzhou's hand. Xuzhou really loves me. Throughout all, Jiang Yunzhi never glanced at Shen Xuzhou until she heard a commotion. Someone shouted, "Young Master Shen has fainted. Quick, call an ambulance." Shen Xuzhou was twitching, rolling his eyes, and holding his stomach. To divert his attention from Jiang Yunzhi and stop the heartache, he had accidentally overeaten and now his stomach hurt. Worried about losing face, he simply pretended to faint and had someone carry him out. Plus, he had a little selfish hope that Jiang Yunzhi would rush over to hug him upon hearing he fainted. However, nothing happened. Fainted? Jiang Yunzhi was curious and finally looked at Shen Xuzhou, seeing him being carried away. Unable to hold back, she flashed a bright smile, almost feeling cold from the laughter. Hee 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 hee. You have your day too. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, she felt a chill at the back of her neck. Turning her head, she met Yan Wenjing's deep gaze. Jiang Yunzhi stopped laughing and raised her hands. I don't like him. Yan Wenjing lightly scratched her cheek, not allowing her to look at him. What else with this domineering tone? Jiang Yunzhi nodded, but didn't think much of it. However, she spotted a figure in the crowd and immediately took out her phone to tell Lin Xiaoyu. Good bestie, I saw your brother. Lin Xiaoyu, who was originally bored and about to pick at her feet, immediately ripped off her expensive face mask, eager to smash the screen. Where? Send me the address. Jiang Yunzhi sent the address. Lin Xiaoyu, sister, wait for me. No, brother, wait for me. Jiang Yunzhi sent a playful emoji. Lin Xiaoyu, dressed in a spicy girl style, still in Zhou Ranqing support color, suddenly saw that Jiang Yunzhi said Li Qinghe was also at the wine party. She maneuvered back to her room, changed into a long dress, and came back out. She had to meet her idol and pursue her potential partner. Stepping on the gas, she rushed to the Shengjing Hotel. Seeing the message, Jiang Yunzhi said to Yan Wenjing, Xiaoyu is here. I'm going to pick her up. She walked away. Lu Ziming said, well, you two are both taken, and here I am, a single dog. Truly, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not connected. Luckily, I bought a guide to getting out of singlehood. It teaches everything about the type girls currently like. A bro asked how much he spent on it. Lu Ziming proudly replied, only 100,000. Can you believe it? The air fell silent for a moment. His buddy shot him a sympathetic glance. Lu Ziming said, hey, don't doubt it. With this guide, all kinds of little wolf dogs, little milk dogs, and sugar daddies are within reach. I can be both wolfish and sweet. And my popularity is skyrocketing. Little milk dog? Yan Wenjing lifted his gaze to look at Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming continued in the past. I wouldn't have given a second thought, but now I'm learning frame by frame. Beautiful women love me to the point of life and death. Love to the point of life and death. Yan Wenjing's face showed little emotion, but his eyes flickered slightly. After a while, Lu Ziming, having drunk too much, went to the bathroom. His pocket vibrated, and he took out his phone to check. Yan Wenjing. Send it over to take a look. Lu Ziming. Bro. Send what? Yan Wenjing. The guide, Lu Ziming. No way, this guy can't be Yin Ge. Lu Ziming. Get that dirty thing off, Yin Ge. Now, it was Yan Wenjing's turn to be speechless. Your company is going to be acquired tomorrow. Lu Ziming was taken aback, confirming with a glance that it was indeed his omnipotent Yin Ge. No, I was wrong, bro. I'll send the information right away. Yan Wenjing opened a file named Single Escape Guide. Learning frame by frame was quite childish. He wanted to see what kind of content it contained. Then, words like wet body, chains, swim trunks, and shackles came into view. The little milk dog pulled down his pants, half exposed. Sister, it hurts, touch my abs. Yan Wenjing fell into silence. Chapter 70 I hurt, sister hurts you wait. Why don't they need an invitation? A sharp voice rang out. Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu turned around. Oh, it was Jiang Lulu questioning the reception staff. Beside her was Jiang Yunzhi, who looked pale. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi, Jiang Yunzhi's nostrils flared with anger. This bad girl Jiang Yunzhi had sprayed a beer belly man with wolf repellent, causing him to mistakenly cling to her. Now, it was even more complicated. Everyone thought the beer belly man was his new boyfriend, suspecting something was wrong with his eyesight, and that group of damn gays kept harassing him. Jiang Yunzhi had no way out and secretly pushed Jiang father as we chat over. This is my dad. He is very interested in you all. Please, give my dad a chance. The message sank like a stone. 0 responses. Jiang Yunzhi, his dad really has no market. The reception staff said, Miss, this is the property of the Yin family, and no one has the right to expel a member of the Yin family. Moreover, Mr. Yin is a supreme VIP guest of the event and is specially invited, so he does not need an invitation. He can bring anyone he wants. Naturally, as Mr. Yin's partner, Mrs. Yin enjoyed the same rights. Half of the guests at the banquet came to encounter Yin Wenjing, if Yin Wenjing did not attend. The other top families like the Li family and Lu family wouldn't come either. The value of the banquet would significantly decrease. Jiang Lulu's expression was even worse than that of someone who couldn't pull it off. She had worked on Hanjiao Wei for a whole week to get 2 invitations. Jiang Yunzhi didn't have to do anything and just waltzed in. Damn it, she made her look good. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Yunzhi pulled Jiang Lulu inside. Let's go find my brother. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Zhou Ronqing was the heir of the Zhou family. If he didn't team mix in the entertainment circle, he would have to go back to inherit the family business. He was very low-key externally. Only those who mingled in the upper circles knew his true identity. In the crowd, a man with beautiful pink hair, wearing silver-framed glasses with a sapphire earring on one side, dressed in a lazy light blue shirt and black pants, appeared relaxed yet noble, exuding both charm and desire. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a champagne glass, he attracted countless gazes just by standing there. Teacher Zhou, I'm your fan. I really like you. I went to your concert last time. It was amazing. Oh, and I bought the high-waisted pure cotton underwear you endorse for men. It's comfortable and doesn't constrict. As soon as Lin Xiaoyu spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Jiang Yunzhi. Girl, this isn't a deserted area. Zhou Ronqing's laid-back demeanor shattered. Fortunately, he had strong expression management and quickly regained his composure, saying, High-waisted? I wore low-waisted for the advertisement. Jiang Yunzhi pinched her philtrum, not wanting to join the topic of high-waisted versus low-waisted men's underwear. Lin Xiaoyu held her back. It's really comfortable, especially big. Men wearing it won't feel constricted. Jiang Yunzhi paused her steps, took a sidestep, and turned back. Not constricted? A yellow thing flashed through her mind. Lowering her voice, send me the brand. The big shot might need it. Hearing their conversation, Zhou Ronqing almost lost his expression management. No, it's crude but makes sense, but isn't this too crude? Why are 2 girls concerned about whether it constricts? Is this normal? Lin Xiaoyu ended the topic. Teacher Zhou, can I have your autograph? Zhou Ronqing had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, smiled slightly, of course. He signed on Lin Xiaoyu's phone case, saw Jiang Yunzhi's phone face up, and knew she wanted it. He calmly signed on it as well, with a flamboyant style. Jiang Yunzhi. Well, since I'm here, I might as well get an autograph. Can't let it be for nothing. After the 2 got their autographs, they returned to their elegant seats like 2 happy butterflies. Yin Wenjing's gaze casually swept over Jiang Yunzhi's phone case, subtly pressing down the corners of his lips. Noticing the big shot's gaze, Jiang Yunzhi looked down at her phone case. Zhou Ronqing's autograph. Could it be that the big shot wanted one too? But she only had one. If she had known, she would have gotten a few more autographs. If the big shot really wanted it, she could give it to him. Li Qinghe handed a cocktail to Lin Xiaoyu. Thank you. Lu Ziming suggested playing a finger-bending game. Everyone present extended 5 fingers and shared an experience or something they had. Those who didn't had to bend down a finger. If all 5 fingers were bent down, it was considered a loss, and the boys would drink a glass of whiskey, while the girls would drink half a glass. Someone spoke up. I could do 100 standard push-ups in a row. Damn, that's impressive. Except for Yin Wenjing and Li Qinghe, everyone bent down a finger. Another person said, I've received at least 50 love letters. Jiang Yunzhi bent down a finger and then saw Yin Wenjing still upright. Huh, did the big shot receive a lot of love letters too? Lu Ziming. Brother Yin is really impressive. He was the heartthrob in kindergarten and the heartthrob in middle school, high school, and university, of course. He received tons of love letters. Is that so? Really popular Jiang Yunzhi secretly gulped some juice. Suddenly, a girl spoke up. I have 5 cruise ships. 5 cruise ships? What niche statement? Rich beyond reason. Jiang Yunzhi lost again. Lu Ziming complained. That's unfair. Your family sells this, of course you have them. Which family buys that many for no reason? Suddenly, the voice got stuck. Because Yin Wenjing hadn't been a finger. Oh, forgot about this big Buddha? Yin Wenjing really had a lot of cruise ships, the kind that didn't need to be used, and were just there. Now, it was Lu Ziming's turn. He smiled and said, I still have my first kiss. Ha. He was the only single dog present. Who understands the sense of redemption when the first kiss comes out? In the car on the way back. Did you have fun at the banquet today? Yin Wenjing asked. Jiang Yunzhi had lost several rounds of games and had drunk some wine. Her head felt hot. Yes, I had a lot of fun. Also, the big shot was very happy when introducing himself to everyone. Happiness escaped from the corners of her eyes, and a soft glow covered Yin Wenjing's deep face as the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Unknowingly, Jiang Yunzhi began to doze off, and when she woke up, the car had already stopped, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. Only she and Yin Wenjing remained in the car. Jiang Yunzhi groggily unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out when suddenly, her wrist was grabbed by a large hand. She turned around in confusion. Yin Wenjing's expression remained unchanged, but suddenly his thin lips parted. Sister, hurt me. In the car, it was dead silent. After a long time, Jiang Yunzhi raised her hand and touched the man's forehead, mumbling, No, you're not running a fever. Ha 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 ha. She couldn't help but burst out laughing, shaking the seat with her laughter. Sister? Hurt me? What the hell? She even rolled around in the car. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. What kind of strange play is the big shot playing? Indeed, the domineering CEO has a little quirk. Yin Wenjing's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Just smiled. Jiang Yunzhi, your pocket money is gone. His voice was like a devil-esque whisper. Burp. Jiang Yunzhi's laughter abruptly stopped. Stiffened. What? Her pocket money was gone? Her monthly pocket money of 20 million was gone. Yin Wenjing got out of the car. Shut your mouth, let you laugh. Jiang Yunzhi hurriedly chased after her. No, please don't deduct my pocket money. I was wrong, woo. She hugged Yin Wenjing's arm. Her eyes filled with tears. It hurts, sister. It hurts you as long as you don't deduct my pocket money. I can do anything. Yin Wenjing paused slightly, lowered her gaze. Anything? Jiang Yunzhi's mind was full of thoughts on how to keep her pocket money, nodding crazily. A little newbie who couldn't even understand a kiss dared to boast. Yin Wenjing raised an eyebrow, withdrew her arm. Remember what you said. Jiang Yunzhi. So, does this mean you won't deduct money? Sister is happy again. JPG, after all, the big boss won't make her do anything, She just knew the big boss was soft-hearted and didn't care about her little bit of pocket money. However, that night, Jiang Yunzhi was still careless. Jiang Yunzhi received a WeChat message. The dear boss asked her to bring pajamas. Knock knock. The bathroom door opened, and a mist filled with a refreshing fragrance rushed out. A hand covered her wrist, and the next second, she was pulled inside and pressed against the door. Mr. Yin? Her voice trembled lightly, filled with confusion. Yin Wenjing leaned down, a hint of interest flickering in her eyes. Didn't you say you could do anything? Jiang Yunzhi. That's what I said. The man's hoarse voice sounded again. Help me. Chapter 71. Should I give a try? Help me. Hearing Yin Wenjing's words, Jiang Yunzhi's heart raced like a drum, almost jumping out of her chest. The big shot wants her help. Does that mean what she thinks it means? The bathroom was filled with steam. Yin Wenjing was bare-chested, with only a towel wrapped around his lower body, revealing his pale skin, with muscles taut and exuding strong, sexy energy, generous and wealthy, enticing and seductive. Truly a male bodhisattva, saved. Beads of water glistened on his body, sliding down the lines of his muscles, flowing over his waist and disappearing into the towel. So awkward. I'm not okay. Jiang Yunzhi's legs felt a bit weak, taking a deep breath, her voice trembling. What do you need my help with? Her back pressed against the door, with no chance to retreat even a little. Yan Wenjing's arms firmly trapped her. Lowering his head, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, letting out a light laugh. Are you scared? Aren't you usually quite bold? Jiang Yunzhi's face turned red in embarrassment. With such beauty in front of her, who wouldn't blush? No, I'm just worried you'll be in pain later. She would stand up for him no matter what. The big shot now gave her a feeling that was both charming and dangerous. Yan Wenjing suddenly moved closer, seeing her flushed face, almost ripe with embarrassment. He stopped teasing her. He said slowly, "Help me wash my back." Huh? Jiang Yunzhi's mind buzzed, momentarily not reacting. After a brief pause, she came to her senses. Wash your back. I thought. Yan Wenjing stared at her intently, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his tone teasing. What did you think it was? Jiang Yunzhi. Damn, all that tension for nothing. Yan Wenjing was soaking the bathtub, the water just covering his abdomen, arms spread out resting on the edge of the tub, muscles taut, veins bulging, showing tremendous explosive power. Jiang Yunzhi stood behind him, taking a damp towel to wash his back, feeling a bit hot all over. Wherever her fingers touched felt like fire. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the water's surface, the foam blocking. Just as she lost focus, Yan Wenjing caught her, his large hand enveloping her soft hand. Jiang Yunzhi, do you want to give it a try? He turned to look at her. In the steam, his voice carried a strange allure. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yunzhi's heart raced, asking, try what? Having had the earlier experience, she was now more cautious. Yan Wenjing's gaze deepened, just the kind you were thinking about earlier. Jiang Yunzhi's heart almost jumped out. The bathroom temperature rose. Jiang Yunzhi's mind went blank. Her fingertips felt numb. Yan Wenjing's expression changed slightly, letting out a muffled groan from his chest. Sorry, did I hurt you? Jiang Yunzhi was startled. Seeing her retract her hand, Yan Wenjing, noticing her timid expression, said softly, little coward. Jiang Yunzhi. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Suddenly, something warm dripped from her nostrils. Raising her hand to wipe, it was red. Ah, she really couldn't take it. She was actually having a nosebleed. So embarrassing. Yan Wenjing stood up to help stop the bleeding. And as Jiang Yunzhi accidentally glanced at the area below his waist, she felt her nosebleed intensify while she gasped for breath. After stopping the bleeding, she burrowed into the blanket, curling up like a silkworm, playing dead. Big yellow girl, you had your chance, but you couldn't handle it. Yan Wenjing brought over a glass of milk, lifting the blanket to reveal her head. Don't cover your head. Jiang Yunzhi, like a wilted eggplant, replied, I'm not covering. Yan Wenjing handed her the cup. Drink the milk, then sleep. Jiang Yunzhi gulped down half a cup, not wanting any more, turned back and lay down to sleep again. Yan Wenjing's gaze fell on the rim of the cup, and after a few seconds, his thin lips pressed against it, seemingly still holding her taste. He swallowed the remaining milk before continuing to work. While processing documents, he could see the lump on the bed. After a long time with no movement, Yan Wenjing approached the bed again, gently lifting the blanket to look. Jiang Yunzhi's face was buried in the pillow, her skin glowing with a faint pink. Her messy black hair all over, clumsy and greedy. Yan Wenjing tucked her hair behind her ear, covered her with the blanket, and kissed her forehead. As he turned back to his desk, he suddenly caught sight of the phone on the bedside table. The back of the phone was facing up, revealing a big signature, Zhou Ranqing. A bit glaring. Yan Wenjing's gaze darkened slightly as he stepped onto the balcony to make a call. The next day, Jiang Yunzhi put last night's embarrassing incident behind her and went to work as if nothing had happened. In the evening, in the villa's living room, Butler Chun, sir, the lady is a designer. Her taste must be very high. She might not like something simple and crude. Just as he was speaking, there was a sound from the entrance. I'm back, a sweet voice rang out. Jiang Yunzhi hurried over, suddenly stopping in her tracks. Her attention caught by something shiny on the table. Wow. She picked up a phone case. This wasn't an ordinary phone case. The back was encrusted with pink diamonds. Such a beautiful phone case. The little money-loving Jiang Yunzhi couldn't put it down. Mr. Yin, is this your new phone case? Yan Wenjing smiled faintly. It could also be yours. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes lit up. Then she heard him slowly say, however, there is one condition. Jiang Yunzhi blinked. What condition? Chapter 72. Come on. Brother will teach you how to kiss. Let's exchange your phone case. Yin Wenjing said casually. Jiang Yunzhi was shocked. Exchange her plain phone case for a pink diamond one? Such a good deal? The corners of her mouth twisted into a Nike logo. Sure, sure. She hurriedly took off her phone case and threw it on the table at sprinting speed, then put on the pink diamond case, sparkling and so expensive. She loved it. Wait a minute. Jiang Yunzhi noticed something was off. A dazzling white light flashed in her mind, and all the details unraveled, leading to a bold guess. When she looked up at Yin Wenjing again, their eyes met for a brief moment, and she noticed a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. He seemed to be in a good mood. She solved the mystery. The big shot just wanted her phone case and was willing to trade anything for it. The only reasonable explanation was that he was a fan of Zhou Ranqing. She didn't expect the big shot to hide it so well. Jiang Yunzhi chose to keep it to herself. If he wanted it, she would give it to him, satisfying him since, after all, he was her wealthy benefactor. She pushed the phone case signed by Zhou Ranqing towards Yin Wenjing, saying, "Take good care of this." Yin Wenjing glanced at the phone case, slightly furrowing his brow, resisting the urge to throw it in the trash. He instructed Butler Chun to take it away and not let it appear under his eyes again. During dinner, Jiang Yunzhi's hands were too sore to lift. She had overexerted herself last night. Her fingertips were numb. The big shots clearly exceeded her expectations, and she was still recalling the intense feelings from that time. It was exhausting. Just a little while made her feel drained. Cough, cough. Now was serious dinner time. The gluttonous girl needed to stop. Just as she was distracted, a beautiful hand came into her view, and a piece of sweet and sour fish appeared in her bowl. Then came the broccoli, all her favorites. Yin Wenjing put down his chopsticks, casually rolled up his sleeves, resting his arms on the table, and slowly peeled shrimp. The peeled shrimp were placed in a small bowl next to Jiang Yunzhi. The small bowl quickly filled with shrimp meat. Both Jiang Yunzhi and Butler Chun were stunned. Even Butler Chun was at a loss. When did the sir become so attentive? The domineering CEO novels she had read flashed in her mind. Indeed, the madam was special. It felt like a scene straight out of drama. Butler Chun couldn't help but show a motherly smile, quietly retreating, burying his head in his elbow, and chuckling softly. The gardener, the weeder, the cleaner. Who is laughing? What a creepy laugh. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi in a daze, Yin Wenjing lifted his eyelids and asked lightly, "Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" Jiang Yunzhi's ears turned a bit red as she lowered her head to eat, showing off. Her beautiful starry eyes were filled with a satisfied smile, and her cheeks were puffed up, moving like a little hamster. Yin Wenjing wiped his hands with a napkin, his entire demeanor exuding an air of restraint and elegance. No matter what he did, he was pleasing to the eye, like a high and mighty flower, controlling everything. At that moment, the man looked at the girl opposite him, his usually indifferent and distant eyes rippling with a hint of amusement. Cute. This word flashed through Yin Wenjing's mind. Throughout the meal, Jiang Yunzhi hardly picked any vegetables, accepting the big shot's automatic feeding. Her hands were sore. She had long planned to slack off during the day and sleep well at night. Now, lying on the sofa, she decided to give back to the big shot. Since he was a fan of Zhou Ranqing, she quickly sent him all the videos Lin Xiaoyu had sent her. In the study, at the desk, the phone on the table suddenly lit up with a message notification. Yin Wenjing put down the documents, shifting his gaze from the complex data report to the phone screen. Jiang Yunzhi, cat peeking out. JPG, Jiang Yunzhi. Good evening, sharing something good with you. Next was an edited video titled All-Round Male, Very Handsome Montage Heartbeat. Yin Wenjing's gaze sharpened as he clicked on a video. In the video, Zhou Ranqing was wearing a hollow white shirt, not covering anything that should be covered, completely treating the audience like they were invisible, turning the stage into a no-man's land. A loose red tie hung around his neck, swaying with his movements, full of charm. The lower half was clad in tight black pants with silver chains, performing a series of hip thrusts, the chains glimmering, and the audience erupted into sharp cheers. Brother, I love you. You're the most handsome. So hot. This is what I should be watching. Oh my God, he is so handsome. A bunch of videos followed, with Jiang Yunzhi's message below. Is brother hot? Handsome? Heartbeat or not? Yin Wenjing. Heartbeat? His expression gradually turned cold. The next second, he turned off the screen and did not reply to Jiang Yunzhi. Where did she get so many Zhou Ranqing promotion videos? Yin Wenjing went downstairs, where Butler Chun was watching TV in the living room. Just then, an advertisement for sparkling water endorsed by Zhou Ronqing came on. The charming man smiled brightly, took a sip of the sparkling water, and his movements were very sensual. "What do you think of him?" he suddenly asked. Butler Chun was startled, turning around to see the tall figure of his master standing behind him, his expression as cold as ice, his gaze dark. With years of experience as a butler, he immediately answered, "He has a nose, eyes, a mouth, and ears. He is a man." Yin Wenjing curled his lips slightly, his brow still furrowed, turning to walk toward the wine cellar. Butler Chun was momentarily uncertain, and to avoid being fired, he hurried upstairs to find Jiang Yunzhi. Jiang Yunzhi was working on a graphic design. Her eyes occasionally glanced at the conversation interface with Yin Wenjing. The other party had only replied with 3 words, "I received it." So cold? Did she guess wrong? Was the big shot not a fan of Zhou Ronqing? Then why did he go to such lengths to get her phone case? Butler Chin knocked on the door and entered. "Madam, the sir is drinking in the wine cellar. He might be having Macallan. Do you want to go and share a glass?" Jiang Yunzhi didn't raise her head, saying, "Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of small gains? It's just over 13 million whiskey." Jiang Yunzhi went to the wine cellar. All right, she really was, haha. Yin Wenjing's tall figure sank into the sofa. Upon hearing footsteps, a hint of coldness flashed across his brow. It was late. Was Butler Chen still not resting? However, the next second, Jiang Yunzhi peeked in from behind the door, entering his line of sight. Their eyes met. The man paused, holding a cigarette that was just lit between his fingers, slowly extinguishing it in the ashtray. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yunzhi walked over, only smelling the woody fragrance and a faint hint of tobacco. "I sent you the video of brother. Did you watch it?" Yin Wenjing replied lightly, "I did. He looks decent." Jiang Yunzhi nodded, right? Right? Fans say brother is handsome. Yin Wenjing swirled his wine glass, casually asking, "So in your eyes, who looks better, me or Zhou Ronqing?" Jiang Yunzhi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, "Of course, it's you. Big shot, don't belittle yourself. I've seen handsome men, but I've only seen one as handsome as you." After a brief silence of a few seconds, a low, pleasant mem was heard from the man. Yin Wenjing tilted the glass toward her. "Want to try?" Jiang Yunzhi didn't hesitate. Yes. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to the whiskey worth over 13 million. "Come here," Yin Wenjing said with a faint smile. Jiang Yunzhi took a couple of steps forward, but before she got close, Yin Wenjing reached out and pulled her wrist, bringing her into his embrace. Jiang Yunzhi was startled, her face filled with confusion. Wait, wasn't just for drinking? What was this about? Was Macallan meant to be hugged while drinking? Yin Wenjing, last time you bit my lip, how are you going to compensate me? The dead memories are alive again. Jiang Yunzhi's eyes widened instantly, and she simply pretended to be dead. Which time? I don't remember. Yin Wenjing raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. Do you need me to help you recall? Jiang Yunzhi hurriedly waved her hand. No. I just remembered. I remembered everything. Feeling guilty, she asked, "What kind of compensation does Mr. Yin want?" "Bite back. But biting my lip hurts a bit." She is afraid of pain. Jiang Yunzhi was caught in a dilemma when suddenly she felt someone pinch her cheek. Meeting Yin Wenjing's gaze, that handsome and aloof face suddenly drew closer. "Come on, brother will teach you how to kiss." Chapter 73. The dead girl eats really well. Suddenly, there was silence. "Brother? What strange thing has the big guy looked at again?" Jiang Yunji's cheeks flushed with a hint of red, her almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion and shock. Too stunned to move. JPG greatly shocked. JPG Yin Wenjing's arm wrapped around her waist, leaning forward. In the next moment, Jiang Yunji's back pressed against the armrest of the sofa, a faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Yin Wenjing's eyes were dark, his palm cradling her face, covering her lips. Jiang Yunji's heart felt like it was about to jump out. It was crazy. It had never jumped this fast, even when receiving pocket money. Her fingers clenched tightly on the fabric of Yin Wenjing's clothes. At first, the kiss was incredibly gentle, caressing her lips, their breaths intertwining, carrying a unique scent of alcohol. Clearly, she hadn't drunk any, yet Jiang Yunji felt a bit dizzy, slightly tipsy. Suddenly, Yan Wenjing lifted his head, pulling back slightly. He smiled silently and asked slowly, "Did you learn?" From start to finish, he was at ease, restrained yet steady. Jiang Yunzhi controlled her breathing and nodded, not wanting to appear too inexperienced. She tried to regain her composure and said, "At this level, brother is just average." Yan Wenjing paused for 3 seconds, dismantling her confidence. "Your heart is beating so fast." Jiang Yunzhi forced herself to save face. It already has a mature heart, has its own thoughts, and beats however it wants. A beautiful girl can't control it. Just as she finished speaking, Yan Wenjing pushed her down onto the sofa. Jiang Yunzhi felt her mind go blank for an instant, and before she could even say yin, the woody scent enveloped her, and her lips were blocked by a possessive kiss. The movements of their lips were light and heavy at times. Her heartbeat was once again thrown into chaos. Yan Wenjing's voice was low and hoarse as he opened his mouth. For some reason, Jiang Yunzhi instinctively followed suit. As their lips parted, her breath was stolen. This time, Yan Wenjing's kiss was domineering and passionate, with intense male hormones invading her. Like a storm, it was completely opposite to before. With her experience, Jiang Yunzhi couldn't withstand it. Raising her hand to push against his chest, her fingers almost tearing his clothes apart. She was going crazy. No one told her kissing could be this thrilling. Her lips were kissed until they felt numb and a bit painful. She didn't know how long it lasted before the kiss ended. Yan Wenjing released her, waiting for her breath to gradually calm down before asking, "Just average?" The corners of Jiang Yunzhi's eyes were slightly red, honest and obedient, and she replied, It's okay." Yan Wenjing tightened his grip around her. "Want to go again?" "Not a bit." Jiang Yunzhi shrank back, immediately changing her tune. "It's okay?" "That's a lie. It's simply amazing." "Brother is super awesome." Yan Wenjing's lips curved slightly. "So amazing. Should we do it again?" Jiang Yunzhi almost wanted to escape. Her pupils trembled. JPG if they started again. She would stubbornly say it was just average. Yan Wenjing found her frustrated expression amusing and naturally wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. Not doing anything further. After coming out of the shower, Jiang Yunzhi dried her hair, and her phone vibrated. She opened it to find a text from Lin Xiaoyu. "Sister, let's go out tonight." While drinking awaits, she changed into casual clothes, grabbed her bag, and wore a pair of flats before heading out. A figure emerged from the corner. It was Butler Chun, smiling as he said, "Ma'am, where are you going?" "Let me take you. I had a big meal tonight and want to walk it off." Jiang Yunzhi was used to his sudden appearances. The servants in the villa were all like that, popping up out of nowhere. "Sure. On the way." Jiang Yunzhi chatted with Butler Chun. "Aren't you bored in the villa usually?" Butler Chun replied, "Not really. Watering flowers, drinking tea, watching movies in the media room, lifting weights in the gym, and occasionally driving the electric car around the garden. The garden is huge." Jiang Yunzhi felt a bit sour. "Isn't that an immortal life?" "Don't forget Butler Chin's annual salary is $3 million. Is it still too late for me to sign up for a butler qualification course?" Butler Chin replied, "Oh, ma'am, better not. Let's leave a path for us and not come to snatch our little earnings." Soon, the car arrived at the Wild Drinking Bar. Lin Xiaoyu, wearing a deep gray low-cut camisole, was sitting at the bar. Upon noticing the figure entering, her cold expression immediately turned warm as she waved. "Gigi, over here." Jiang Yunzhi walked over, and Lin Xiaoyu ordered her a fruity cocktail. As her gaze fell on Lin Xiaoyu's lips, she crossed her arms and smirked. "Something's up, be honest. Did you get taste? How intense was it with your husband?" Jiang Yunzhi quickly covered her mouth. "Don't say nonsense." Lin Xiaoyu said, "At our age, curiosity is at its peak." Jiang Yunzhi replied, "Sister, being curious about everything will only harm you." Lin Xiaoyu lazily leaned closer, grinning. "So how was it? Did you find it delightful?" "The dead girl eats really well. I'm already tired of saying I envy you." Jiang Yunji's ears instantly turned red as she pushed her head away. "You've crossed the line. We're just ordinary close friends who depend on each other and talk about everything." The truth is, she hadn't experienced it all yet. She'd tell her once she did. The two chatted and laughed. At that moment, a figure appeared before them. "Xiaoyu, I miss you so much. After going around, I realize you are still my favorite." Tang Yu, drenched, with a wound on his face, said in a disheveled manner. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. He was truly fed up with those wealthy women who only lusted after his body, wanting him multiple times a night, expecting him to provide emotional value, yet not even giving him a few million. That was really stingy. How could that work? Where would he get the money to buy jewelry and bags for a goddess? If he couldn't be a son-in-law of the Su family, he'd be a son-in-law of the Lin family. A striving person will never have bad luck. Lin Xiaoyu frowned. Do you really realize your mistake? Tang Yu's eyes turned red, tears stubbornly welling up. Yes, let's get back together, he said as he opened his arms to hug her. But the next second, Jiang Yunzhi threw her bag at him. You better back off. Getting back together, did you ask me? Tang Yu. No, who are you? You're just Xiaoyu's friend. I'm her man. Don't cross the line. Chapter 74. She wants to sit at the main table for the wedding. Shut up, Lin Xiaoyu retorted. Tang Yu was taken aback. You're scolding me for this woman? Lin Xiaoyu looked speechless. You say Ji crossed the line? You're the one crossing the line. We haven't even talked about being boyfriend and girlfriend. No, we haven't talked. The air fell into a strange silence. Tang Yu's heart sank. Impossible. Oh no, Jiang Yunzhi crossed her arms, grinning widely, enjoying the drama. Tang Yu immediately went to check his WeChat records. Lin Xiaoyu had already blocked him. Damn. He had too many fish in his pond and forgot whether he had actually dated Lin Xiaoyu, subconsciously thinking they were already a couple. Unexpectedly, it turned out he had no status, just an ordinary online friend. The clown turned out to be him. Tang Yu's expression nearly cracked, filled with grief and indignation. What does my past efforts and sincerity count for? Jiang Yunzhi replied, just your bad luck. Tang Yu felt like he had been shot. Jiang Yunzhi added another jab. You're just a passerby. I'm her best friend. Don't cross the line. Tang Yu's face darkened like a bottom of a pot. No, I don't agree. He pretended to casually lift his shirt, revealing the results of 2 months of hard training. 1 abdominal muscle. Xiaoyu, I like you. Let's be together. Jiang Yunzhi. Great, my eyes are dirty. Lin Xiaoyu. You made me laugh. The man showed off, only to find no one cared. He really felt like he was dying inside. If seduction didn't work, then he would go hard. Tang Yu directly reached out to grab Lin Xiaoyu. But Jiang Yunzhi slapped his hand away. Tang Yu got angry. Don't think I won't hit a woman. As soon as he said that, everyone's attention in the bar turned to him, gradually changing in flavor. Someone spoke up. Kid, hitting women is so low. Are you even a man? Don't embarrass us men. These wealthy young masters were a bit flirtatious, but rarely hit women. It would be laughable. This kid actually dared to expose himself publicly. Lin Xiaoyu exploded. Who do you want to hit? I warn you, if you dare to touch a hair on Ji, my Lin family will definitely not let you go. Be careful of Yin Wenjing killing you, throwing you into the sea to feed the sharks, or sending you to Africa to mine. Jiang Yunzhi held her sister back. The boss wasn't that ruthless. She had a cosmic in-like filter for Yin Wenjing, thinking he was gentlemanly and kind, generous, and super nice. At this time, Li Qinghe came downstairs, dressed in a customized white suit, tailored sharply, outlining his broad shoulders and narrow waist. In the dim light, he looked like an elegant gentleman out of a castle, his aura completely mismatched with the noisy bar. The man pushed up his silver-framed glasses, his peach blossom eyes carrying a hint of coldness as he looked at Tang Yu. The manager approached respectfully. Boss, someone is causing trouble. Li Qinghe calmly spoke. Throw him out. With just a glance, Tang Yu was so scared that he turned pale. This Li Qinghe was the head of the Li family, ranked 5th in his family, known as Li the Fifth. He backed away while accusing Lin Xiaoyu. Oh, no wonder you rejected me. It turns out you're getting close to Li the Fifth, you vain woman who loves wealth. Jiang Yunzhi couldn't help but interject, yes, yes, yes. Not helping the poor and not accepting garbage is vanity. But you, a phoenix man, eating soft rice isn't vanity? Tang Yu felt like he had been slapped several times, his feet slipping away like they were greased, running off. Lin Xiaoyu gave Jiang Yunzhi a thumbs up. Her sister had a sharp tongue. Her words were toxic. Just speaking the truth. Ha ha, Jiang Yunzhi laughed. He ran too fast. I still had something to say. He'd better keep one eye open while sleeping tonight, ha. Tang Yu had barely run 50 meters when he was met with a punch. He covered his eyes. A few men in black appeared, one of whom had a striking aura, and others called him Brother Hua. So you want to lay hands on Our Lady? Brother Hua ordered someone to book a flight to send Tang Yu to Africa for mining. Help me. Tang Yu was so scared he nearly had a heart attack and ran away. He had heard that the Prince of Nansheng, Li Ruizhu, was sent to Africa for further studies. Could it also be because he provoked Jiang Yunzhi? He dared not think about it. After running far enough that no one was chasing him, Tang Yu came back to his senses and regained his composure. He shouted in a fit, "Wait, I'll be back." As soon as the words left his mouth, passers-by looked over, their expressions strange, tinged with sympathy. Tang Yu turned and saw he was standing in front of a small clinic with a sign that read, "Specializing in infertility treatment. Social death." Li Qinghe spoke gently. "Sorry for disturbing you all. Your consumption tonight is on the house as an apology." Lin Xiaoyu was delighted. Does that mean male models can also be free? Shouldn't we get 18 male models then? The manager's heart trembled. Which blind person couldn't see that the boss was interested in Miss Lin? Male models? If he really brought male models to please Lin Xiaoyu, he would be dead. Li Qinghe chuckled. No can do. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit regretful. All right, thanks, Mr. Li. The drinks were on the house, and her girlfriends drank to their heart's content. Li Qinghe stepped aside to make a phone call, suddenly receiving a call from the head of the Li family. Old man Tang, who was preparing to soak his feet, perked up. "Hello, Li the Fifth. What can I do for you?" Li Qinghe's voice was somewhat cold. "Old Tang. Tang Yu is causing trouble in the wild tonight. Control your brat, or I'll take care of it for you." After the call ended, old man Tang kicked over the foot-soaking bucket. "Come here. Let that brat Tang Yu roll over." In the Jing circle, there were two masters that even top families couldn't provoke. One was Yan Wenjing, and the other was Li the Fifth. Late at night, after the event ended, Lin Xiaoyu said, "I'll have the driver pick me up." Suddenly, she stumbled, losing her balance. Li Qinghe instinctively supported her, holding her lightly in his arms, but always kept a distance, not crossing the line. "I'll give you a ride home. No need to trouble the driver." Seeing this, Jiang Yunzhi raised her eyebrows slyly. "Then Xiaoyu is entrusted to Mr. Li. Let us know when you get home." If they really got together in the future, she would want to sit at the main table for the wedding. Obviously, she had put in just as much effort in this relationship as the main character. After walking a few steps, Jiang Yunzhi blinked in confusion. Huh. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Outside, under the streetlight, Yan Wenjing lazily leaned against a stretched Bugatti. Dressed in a black suit, his physique tall and strong. The dim light fell on the man, accentuating his deep and gentle features. Jiang Yunzhi happily ran over. Looking up at him, "What brings you here?" She thought she would hear just passing by. Unexpectedly, Yan Wenjing said, "I came to pick you up." Jiang Yunji's heart instantly felt like it had been hit by something. She opened her WeChat chat window, where there had been a conversation with Yan Wenjing. 50 minutes ago. Yan Wenjing. "When will you finish over there?" Jiang Yunzhi. "About half an hour. He. After that, there were no further messages. She thought the boss was just asking casually. She never expected. He actually came to pick her up. "How long have you been here?" Jiang Yunzhi asked, as Yan Wenjing held her hand and helped her into the car. "Just arrived a little while ago." The driver chimed in. "Actually, sir has been waiting for nearly 20 minutes. He didn't rush the lady after arriving, just handling business in the car." Yan Wenjing didn't want to be that kind of spoilsport husband. With his status, when had he ever waited for someone? The driver's mouth curled into a Nike swoosh. Sweet as honey. Chapter 75, Thank You. I really like it early in the morning. Jiang Yunzhi received the first teaser for Back to the Day We Met sent by Qiao Dongshin. She liked and reposted it on Weibo. Captioning. Super looking forward to director Qiao's new work. Jiang Lulu saw this Weibo post, clicked on the teaser, and began to have a heart attack. Damn. She was actually attracted to it. She wanted to watch this damn movie. Brother, hurry up and hire some trolls to bash this movie. Jiang Zhang directly refused. Why don't you spend your own money? Jiang Lulu was speechless. Feeling dissatisfied with Jiang Ziheng's stinginess, she held back her anger. The Jiang family had frozen her bank card, and now she had to ask Han Jiaowei for money to buy clothes, bags, and jewelry. If it weren't for Han Jiaowei's generosity, she wouldn't be with him. After all, her standards were high. Previously, she had her eyes on a man like Yan Wenjing. Jiang Lulu excitedly spent 1 million to hire trolls to blacken director Qiao's movie. After waiting for a while to see the effect, she suddenly saw the trending topic, and it felt like the sky had fallen. The official account of Yan's group liked and reposted Jiang Yunji's Weibo, stating, "Looking forward to it." This official account was very aloof, never liked anything, only published group news. Yet today it was both liking and reposting. Something unusual must be happening. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. CEOs from various companies rushed to like and repost. Huada Group, looking forward to it, super looking forward to it. Reaching Innovation, I was heavily attracted by the teaser. I will definitely go to the cinema. Ingxiang Holdings, wishing for a big box office. Xinmei Pharmaceutical, don't say anything, just support it. Let's arrange a group outing for the company. The CEOs were all old foxes. Who was behind the official account? One could guess with their toes, it was the big shot from Yan's group, Yan Wenjing. They certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to curry favor in front of Yan Wenjing and get familiar with him. A group of low-key group CEOs seemed to have made an appointment, reposting the Weibo. Many netizens caught the scent and came to collectively watch the drama unfold. Ex-boyfriend shares phone bill with me. I have to say, the teaser has something. I want to see it. Elderly lady on the run. Why did the male lead Song Chi break up with Xiao Bing? Hurry, I want to see it now. The world's most famous aunt. Oh my god, this teaser has me so curious. Spicy strip egg. I can't criticize this one. Let me just sit tight and wait for the release. Little Chi Chi. Wait a minute. Am I the only one curious why Yan's official account like this? Why are those CEOs so proactive? Naimeng upvote to that. Assistant Sue, who was diligently eating popcorn, enjoyed the drama immensely. What else could it be? Our president, Yan, is liking it for love. His wife is the producer. This is the first film that his wife invested in. So it's reasonable for President Yan to support it. Jiang Lulu was fuming. 1 million wasted. Her trolls were all drowned out by the onlookers. Stirring up no waves at all. That night, Jiang Yunzhi knocked on the study and presented a black gift box to Yan Wenjing like a treasure, tied with a beautiful pink bow, looking quite grand. Yan Wenjing slowly raised his eyes. A gift for me? Jiang Yunzhi nodded, her eyes shining. Hurry and open it to see. Interesting. Yan Wenjing raised his brow slightly, slowly opening the gift box, revealing. The man's hand movements became slightly stiff. When he lifted his eyes, there was a hint of confusion and helplessness. Inside the gift box were actually men's pure cotton underwear. Yan Wenjing rubbed his brow. His dark eyes seemed to ask, "Is this your intention?" Jiang Yunzhi smiled. This brand is comfortable and easy to wear. Most importantly, it's big enough. It doesn't constrict. Yan Wenjing recognized this brand, which was endorsed by Zhou Ranqing. However, all of his clothes were custom-made. Yan Wenjing said lightly, "So supportive of your brother? Even he is included." Jiang Yunzhi immediately said, "No, Zhou Ranqing is not my idol. It's Xiaoyu who recommended him to me. My brother is only this big boss in front of me, a gentleman, wealthy and handsome. I'm a fan. Why are you not talking?" Yan Wenjing looked at her in a daze, leaned closer, and softened his voice, internally complaining. "Me?" Jiang Yunzhi blurted out, "No, I was praising Mr. Yan. The only brother I support is you." "Oh no, calling him brother seems like some weird play. My toes are curling." Jiang Yunzhi changed the topic. "Do you like the gift?" Yan Wenjing glanced at the box of men's pure cotton underwear, still in size XXL. He smiled slightly. "Thank you. I really like it." Jiang Yunji's eyes were filled with uncontainable anticipation. "Do you want to try it on?" Yan Wenjing pressed her shoulder, gently pushing her out of the study, his tone helpless yet laced with slight fondness. "No need, Mrs. Yan, you can leave now." Weekend. Invited by Fong Xinyu, Jiang Yunzhi attended the Xinghe Technology New Product Launch Conference. This new product was a household cleaning robot. Unlike the previous drone, it took a more approachable route. Yan's group, president's office. Yan Wenjing received a photo sent by Jiang Yunzhi. In the photo, Jiang Yunzhi had light makeup on, wearing a mint green suit with a V-neck white shirt, stepping in black high heels, looking sharp and capable, exuding a confident and vibrant beauty. Jiang Yunzhi. "Today I'm a mature, strong woman in the workplace. Please call me Little Jiang President," grinning dog emoji through the screen. Yan Wenjing could imagine her proud little expression, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. Assistant Sue reminded him, "President Yan, it's time to head to the airport." Yan Wenjing was going on a business trip to inspect the factory in Country D, with a flight in the afternoon. The man gently stroked the photo on the screen, fell silent for a moment, then postponed the event to the day after tomorrow, deciding to go to Jinfeng Square now. Assistant Su was shocked. The workaholic President Yin actually canceled work for the first time. President, don't love it too much. Meanwhile, at the square next to Jinfeng Square, another product launch was taking place. A technology company under Han's Group was releasing new products, coinciding with Xinghe Technology's launch on the same day, inviting Jiang Lulu as the spokesperson with extensive media coverage. After Jiang Lulu finished the ceremony, she opened a live stream. She had learned that Jiang Yunzhi invested in Xinghe Technology, and she wanted to see what was going on with her family's launch. Without extensive media coverage and without inviting stars like her as spokespersons, it was probably going to be dismal, right? Jiang Lulu chuckled internally, eager to see Jiang Yunzhi make a fool of herself. My sister is attending an event at the square next door. Lu fans, let's go take a look together. Riding my popularity? No worries, my sister is an ordinary person, and I'm a star. Let them ride along. After all, we are sisters. Chapter 76. Where do you want to go? In this life? You can only be my Mrs. Yin at the Jinfeng Square. Fang Xinyu was live streaming, while Jiang Yunzhi sat beside her, acting as her little assistant. At first, she didn't know what was happening. She just attended the press conference and accidentally entered the camera's view, instantly flooding the live chat. Fang Xinyu pulled her in, and that's how it turned into this situation. Jiang Yunzhi, obedient. JPG, clearly, she was supposed to be the strong woman today. But how did she end up as a mascot? The live chat went wild. Ah, the girl is so beautiful. Where did this beautiful streamer come from? Sister's divine looks, even better than a star, supporting her. Fang Xinyu introduced the new product's features while taking time to answer audience questions. The person beside me is not a streamer. She's our big boss from Xinghe Technology. Haha, isn't she beautiful? I think so too. Should we let the boss say a few words? Okay, I'll ask the boss. Jiang Yunzhi leaned in a bit. She had light makeup today. Her skin was flawless. And under the high-definition camera, you could even see the fine, soft hair on her rosy cheeks. Her features were three-dimensional and exquisite, giving off a natural beauty. Instantly, the live chat went crazy again. Big boss? So obedient. Feels more like a mascot. Doghead, Jiang Yunzhi smiled. A mascot is fine, then. May it bring good fortune and wealth. After she said that, the comments were filled with, Join, miss. We're live streaming. Unrelated personnel, please leave. A staff member reached out to block Jiang Lulu. Jiang Lulu made a snake-like move, bypassing the staff member. Don't block the way. Hey, sister, what a coincidence. She pretended to be playful, leaning into the camera and showing a brilliant smile. Fang Xinyu. Jiang Yunzhi. Jiang Lulu. Isn't there anyone on this side, sister? Let me bring some popularity to you. Lulu fans, go support her. Upon seeing the number of viewers in the Xinghe Technology live stream, Jiang Lulu couldn't smile anymore. The number of viewers was in the 7 figures. It was much more popular than her own live stream. Just as she finished speaking, she was slapped in the face. Suddenly, such a person barged in, almost scaring the casual viewers in the live stream. What the hell? Help! The bullet screen is my shield. Big Boss's stunning looks can't be critiqued. But this one full of technological laziness is too much. Upstairs, my internet mouthpiece. This person looks like that female, star named Jiang Lily. No, her name is Jiang Lulu, not Jiang Lily. Jiang Lulu quickly stepped back, exiting the camera view. Not only were the viewers of the Xinghe Technology live stream shocked, but even the Lulu fans who came to join the fun were also quite startled. Is this woman really their Lulu? It turned out that the Xinghe Technology live stream did not apply a beauty filter, and under the high-definition camera, Jiang Lulu's plastic surgery scars and the faint scars from chin stitches were visible. She wore heavy makeup and without super strong beauty filters. Her makeup looked thick and made her appear older. Plus, she and T had her usual American coffee today, leading to facial puffiness, which was indeed quite frightening. The staff once again asked Jiang Lulu to leave and not disturb the live stream. Realizing that Jiang Yunzhi hadn't even given her a glance the whole time, she ended up humiliating herself. Jiang Lulu's face turned extremely ugly. She stomped her high heels. She fell flat on her face. Her little assistant hurriedly picked up her phone and went to help her. Jiang Lulu, furious and embarrassed. Kneel. Lulu fans. Jiang Lulu quickly explained, Sorry, I was just joking with you. We're cosplaying as a princess and a knight. Every time the princess is in danger, the knight kneels to protect her. Many fans were not buying it. This joke isn't funny. It resonates with the working class. Very angry. Saying it so casually really makes people doubt if she usually makes the staff kneel. Unfollowing. Jiang Lulu not only failed to slap Jiang Yunzhi in the face, but also lost quite a few fans. Looking very upset. In the crowd, a tall, upright figure stood out. Her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly touched up her makeup, jogging over. Brother-in-law, it's me. Huagu stretched out his arm to block her. Jiang Lulu became even angrier. Get away, you servant. The bodyguards. This was the first time they saw someone looking for trouble like this. Yan Wenjing's gaze swept over. Jiang Lulu's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly fiddled with her hair. However, after just a casual glance, he withdrew his gaze and left. Jiang Lulu. Just that? No way. She clearly transformed into one knee's appearance. Wasn't one an eye his first love? Is this how he treats his first love? Jiang Lulu's dignity and pride were ruthlessly pressed to the ground and rubbed. Huagu felt a sense of helplessness in front of someone so clueless. He just didn't hit women. Get lost. Jiang Lulu was left in a daze. Jiang Yunzhi didn't expect Yan Wenjing to show up. Her voice filled with joy. Aren't you going on a business trip this afternoon? Yan Wenjing. Temporary change, flying out tomorrow. It was her first time attending a press conference. And she looked so beautiful. He didn't want to miss an important moment for her. They should share the joy together. Assistant Su brought over milk tea, Mr. Yan and Mrs. Yan invite everyone to drink milk tea. Everyone get to share. Come pick your favorite flavor. The staff was very happy, and the atmosphere of the entire press conference was harmonious. Meanwhile, at the CAF on the third floor of Jinfeng Square. Trying to annoy me? Shen Xuzhou saw the figures downstairs, huddled together and laughing, and couldn't help but murmur. Xuzhou, what are you doing here? Coming to see Jiang Yunzhi again? Su Zian walked over with an unhappy expression, questioning him. Shen Xuzhou was shocked. Are you stalking me? Su Zian frowned. Yeah, it's not the first time. What's so surprising about it? Shen Xuzhou. He didn't like Su Zian's current insecure demeanor. Did he seem so unreliable? Did he make her feel unsafe? She didn't even give him a bit of trust that a couple should have. His heart felt so tired. Shen Xuzhou, what are you throwing a tantrum about now? I'm here to meet a client. Don't overthink it. I can only give money to other women, but to you I give love. Also, why didn't you discuss with me before getting rid of Tang Wenxi? Su Zian rolled her eyes. I gave her 3 million to leave you, she agreed. She wasn't truly sincere about you. Shen Xuzhou felt uncomfortable inside. A mere 3 million was more important than him. That relationship with Tang Wenxi was ultimately a misinvestment. Su Zian reminded him. Next week, the two families are having dinner. Consider an engagement. Don't let me down again. Her eyes were cold. If he made another mistake, she'd break his legs, chain him up, and lock him in the basement until he only had her in his heart. Shen Xuzhou's arm hurt. Why do you keep pinching me? Su Zian looked innocent, burying her face in his chest. Sorry, it feels like a dream to be engaged to you. I can't dare to think about it. Just pinching to see if it hurts. Shen Xuzhou covered his bleeding arm. It hurt, but was sweet. She loved him so much. Alas, there was no way. A man as outstanding as him, no woman would let him go. Little thing, so bad. He lowered his head and kissed Su Zian. The next day, after Yan Wenjing went on a business trip, Jiang Yunzhi sat on the sofa, hugging a strawberry bear, and asked Butler Chun, do you think Mr. Yan likes me very much? Butler Chun paused for a moment, handed her a fruit plate, and cautiously replied, I can't guarantee it, but Mr. Yan definitely likes you, madam. You're special to him. Jiang Yunzhi's lips curled up. Is that so? In the world of novels, she was the cannon fodder female supporting role, and Yan Wenjing was the background big shot, both inconsequential, merely tools to highlight the romance between the male and female leads. Well, as a tool person, she feels quite matched. The classic scenes from years of reading CO novels came to mind, like a certain big shot tearing up the prenuptial agreement fiercely, with a charming smile, saying, woman, stay with me. No, that's too cheesy. Jiang Yunzhi shook her head. Let's do it again. Rip, the agreement shattered into pieces. The big shot pinched her chin. Where do you think you're going? In this life, you can only be my Mrs. Yan. Now that's got the vibe. Jiang Yunzhi propped up her chin and smiled, a thought flashing through her mind. When Yan Wenjing returns from his business trip, she wants an answer. Chapter 77. He would never let her go. Time passed quickly. Counting the days, tomorrow Yin Wenjing would be back on a plane. It was 11 o'clock at night. Jiang Yunzhi jumped onto the bed and rolled around, closing her eyes and reciting a spell. $1, $2, $3. An hour later, she opened her eyes wide and looked at her phone. It was only 12 o'clock. Good heavens. The hypnosis had failed. Jiang Yunzhi was clearly a bit annoyed. Today, I will let you know who the real master of this body is. She turned on the light with a snap and dialed Yin Wenjing's number. It was nighttime here and daytime in Country D, so she wouldn't disturb his rest. After waiting for less than 5 seconds, the call connected. What's up? Yin Wenjing's low, magnetic voice reached her ears. The restlessness of being unable to sleep was instantly soothed. Happiness returned to Ji. Jiang Yunzhi asked, "Did I disturb your work?" "No." Yin Wenjing's voice was calm, yet gentle, making a gesture for everyone around him to hush. The boss was on an important call. Upon seeing this, the head of Country D decided it was best not to disturb him and left with others to focus on their work. Yin Wenjing glanced at his watch. It was already past midnight in their country. Can't sleep? Usually, Jiang Yunzhi fell asleep quickly. Jiang Yunzhi, being honest as always, replied, a little. Yin Wenjing tapped his long fingers on the table, smiling lightly. You want me to keep you company? Sure, but I'm quite expensive. Jiang Yunzhi. Fine, then I'll hang up. The precious man was amused by her annoyance. She was so stingy about money. Jiang Yunzhi. He called her name. This time, no charge. Jiang Yunzhi pouted. So you'll charge me next time? You're quite greedy. Yin Wenjing replied nonchalantly. Let us see how you perform. The two chatted casually, and gradually, Jiang Yunzhi's eyelids grew heavier. Her head buried in the pillow, and her grip on the phone slowly relaxed. The clock struck 1:30 in the morning. The voice in the receiver became softer. Yin Wenjing said good night. The next day, how did I fall asleep last night? Jiang Yunzhi recalled, remembering she was on the phone, and then there was nothing. Vaguely, it seemed she heard good night. That big boss was quite thoughtful. Going downstairs, she smelled the aroma of breakfast, and her fingers itched with hunger. Thinking about Yin Wenjing coming back today put her in a great mood. Lin Xiaoyu sent her a message, inviting her to go hiking together tomorrow. Here is how it went. Li Qinghe invited Lin Xiaoyu to hike, and she brought Jiang Yunzhi along. Jiang Yunzhi thought for a moment, agreed, and even dragged the big boss along. Yin Wenjing agreed. The next day, before heading out to hike, Jiang Yunzhi excitedly rubbed her hands and asked Yin Wenjing to help her get her headphones from the bedroom desk. I just dropped them. Yin Wenjing replied. Go buy new ones. Why is the big boss not playing by the rules? Oh, I forgot he's a big boss with cash flow. Jiang Yunzhi put her hands in her pockets. I like that. This time, Yin Wenjing didn't say anything and went upstairs to get her headphones. After a while, he came back down. Jiang Yunzhi secretly raised her eyes to observe his expression. Unfortunately, Yin Wenjing had no special expression. Strange. Didn't he see the prenuptial agreement on the table? Or did he see it and show no reaction? Oh, things were starting to get interesting. Just kidding. Jiang Yunzhi, living person micro-dead. JPG. 3 hours later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The four of them were fully equipped and started climbing. Luckily, the weather was cool with no strong sun, and the mountain path was not too rugged. The scenery along the way was beautiful, and Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu took out their phones to take pictures. During a break, Lin Xiaoyu pulled Jiang Yunzhi over to whisper, "What's wrong with you? You seem down. Are you too tired, or is something bothering you?" Jiang Yunzhi was usually cheerful and never held anything in, but today her state was really off. Something was up. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunzhi told her about the prenuptial agreement. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. You guys are actually a contractual couple. The agreement was valid for 2 years, and now several months had passed, meaning this relationship only had a little over a year left before it would end. Jiang Yunzhi was about to part ways with Yin Wenjing, becoming strangers again. She would be a lonely little rich woman, counting money all day and only able to click on male models. The male models weren't as handsome as the big boss, didn't have his physique, and couldn't take care of her like he did. Jiang Yunzhi was really reluctant. Oh no, such a big boss gone? Jiang Yunzhi asked. What if I accidentally burn the agreement? Lin Xiaoyu smirked, but Yin Wenjing still has a copy, probably even a backup. Jiang Yunzhi nodded. True. A moment of silence. Lin Xiaoyu comforted her. If he doesn't like you enough, then let it go. Feelings can't be forced. You still have me. I'll always be by your side. Jiang Yunzhi was moved to tears and hugged her tightly, planting a kiss on her cheek. Truly her best friend. If the big boss didn't like her, when the time was up, she would obediently leave with a few $100 million. In the evening, they checked into a hotel at the mountaintop. After taking a shower, Jiang Yunzhi pulled out a document from her suitcase and walked straight to Yin Wenjing, placing it in front of him. What do you think of this? All right. She was laying her cards on the table. Yin Wenjing, with his long legs crossed, leaned back lazily on the sofa. Upon hearing this, he lifted his narrow eyes, deep and unfathomable. His tone was slightly cool. You want to cancel the agreement? If he remembered correctly, tomorrow was the engagement of Shen Xuzhou and Su Ziyan, and she chose to cancel the agreement at this critical moment. Jiang Yunji's eyes were determined as she replied firmly, yes. She had calculated her current assets. Even if she had to pay a breach of contract fee and was thrown out, she wouldn't end up sleeping on the street. The temperature around them dropped sharply. Yin Wenjing stood up, walked towards her, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into his embrace. All along, he could have whatever he wanted. However, encountering Jiang Yunzhi had slipped her out of his control. She was like a cloud in the sky, ungraspable, and would slip away from him if he wasn't careful. She was too happy. Even if she left him, she would still live well. But losing Jiang Yunzhi made Yin Wenjing feel that life would revert to the dull, boring state it had been before. Yin Wenjing cupped her face, his gaze brewing a storm. He leaned down and pressed a kiss on her lips. Jiang Yunzhi turned her face away. She was really a bit angry. Why kiss her if he didn't like her? Why not cancel the agreement if he liked her? How infuriating. Kissing someone meant taking responsibility. According to the agreement, there couldn't be any inappropriate physical contact. Mr. Yin, you've breached the contract now, and the penalty is 100 million. 100 million? To Jiang Yunzhi, that was an astronomical sum, but to Yin Wenjing, it was merely a number. Yin Wenjing stroked Jiang Yunji's face with his finger, his voice low. Mrs. Yin, are you underestimating me? Just 100 million. Each word was emphasized. In the next moment, he could no longer restrain himself and kissed her fiercely. One hand held the back of Jiang Yunji's head, while the other wrapped around her tightly. The force strong, as if he wanted to meld her into him. He would never let her go. The man pried her lips apart and plunged in. Jiang Yunzhi hadn't expected this scene. Her eyelashes fluttered, her breath trembling. Yin Wenjing's kiss was heavy, forceful, and impossible to refuse, unlike before when he had shown restraint. This kiss carried an inexplicable release, seizing all her breath and thoughts, completely under his control, solely for his indulgence. The lips brushed against each other, warm and tingling, even accompanied by a hint of pain. Ambiguous, entangled, humid. The sound of each other's breathing filled the air. Jiang Yunji's heart raced out of control, her mind went blank, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Yin Wenjing's shirt, her legs weak and unable to support her. Yin Wenjing's gaze was dark and profound, with intense emotions swirling in his deep eyes. Jiang Yunzhi felt as if she had been burned and was startled. Her body trembled, and she found it hard to catch her breath. At that moment, Yin Wenjing let her go, and when she had caught her breath, he suddenly picked her up and carried her to the bedside. As her back hit the bed, Jiang Yunzhi was about to speak, but Yin Wenjing pressed down on her. Sure. One kiss equals a penalty fee. Keep track of it for me. Jiang Yunji's starry eyes widened in an instant. There was such a good thing? Wait, this isn't the time to talk about that. Before she could finish her sentence, the man leaned in again and forcefully kissed her lips, fiercely, like a beast that had lost control, extremely aggressive. The prey he had set his sights on had nowhere to escape. She could only obediently be consumed until nothing remained. After a while, Jiang Yunji's eyes glazed over with tears, her throat releasing uncoordinated sounds, not even having the chance to say a single word. Yin Wenjing's kiss was both fierce and passionate, sucking and biting, raining down upon her, wantonly plundering. It made one completely fall into despair. Not knowing how long it had been, Jiang Yunji's eyelashes were damp with small droplets, her body soft and drained of all strength. It was an unprecedented experience, very exciting. The greedy girl felt it was quite wonderful. Yin Wenjing lowered his eyes, filled with intense possessiveness. Canceling the agreement was impossible. Money was negotiable, but your life is mine. You stay. Jiang Yunzhi. Chapter 78. Do you like me? Stay? Jiang Yunzhi's pupils widened. What was he saying? He wanted her to stay. Her head was dizzy from the kiss. She opened her mouth in confusion. When did I say I wanted to leave? She wasn't leaving. She didn't want to leave. Every day, living in a villa worth $2 billion, with good food and drinks. 20 million pocket money each month. And a husband who was more handsome than the top stars. A wealthy gentleman who wasn't fickle, coming home to play with her every day. Leave? Jiang Yunzhi was just young, not foolish. Yin Wenjing's cool expression froze. He met her gaze. The cold, uncontrolled beast in him scanned Jiang Yunzhi's small face inch by inch, observing every subtle expression. She wasn't lying. Those clear eyes revealed the truth. A surge of dangerous restlessness was instantly dissipated. Rationality returned. The danger that had just been released disappeared, and the beast lay dormant once more. Yin Wenjing swallowed hard, paused, and spoke. Then why did you cancel the agreement? Jiang Yunzhi replied honestly. If I don't cancel the agreement, when it expires, I will have to leave you. Although there was also a significant element of not wanting to part with the pocket money. But she didn't say that. Mainly, she didn't want to part with the big boss. To love someone is to love all of them, including their money. There's nothing wrong with that. Yin Wenjing fell silent for a moment. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed. She wasn't leaving. She wanted to stay by his side. At this moment, Jiang Yunzhi also vaguely guessed something. Otherwise, what did he think it was? Yin Wenjing's gaze deepened. Tomorrow, Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian are getting engaged. Jiang Yunzhi felt like her brain was about to shrink. What did that have to do with the male and female leads? So, you think I canceled the agreement and then went to find Shen Xuzhou? Something shattered. It was Jiang Yunzhi's dignity. She really wasn't that low to obsess over that fickle big carrot. Yin Wenjing didn't answer. Even if there was only a slight possibility, he wouldn't gamble. Wouldn't let Jiang Yunzhi have even a sliver of a chance to leave. Gedge. Jiang Yunzhi laughed like a goose, rolling in his arms. You guess well. Don't guess next time. Suddenly, she stopped and said seriously to Yin Wenjing, I don't like Shen Xuzhou. To be precise, I've never liked him. A flash of white light flickered in her mind. Dizziness washed over her. It interrupted her following words. Jiang Yunzhi supported her forehead. Damn the world of the book. It actually wouldn't let her continue speaking. It seemed that the rules of the book world were very powerful. Jiang Yunzhi was passively muted. It didn't matter. As long as the big boss knew she had never liked Shen Xuzhou, it was fine. In the original text, she was a minor character, he was a background character. Yet in Jiang Yunzhi's heart, the characters in the book were real, very real. She and Lin Xiaoyu had both changed their trajectories. No longer as described in the original text, one being the male lead sycophant, always revolving around the male lead, the other being harmed by the female lead sycophant. Even Yin Wenjing, those brief words and sparse strokes couldn't truly depict him. Never liked him? Yin Wenjing's voice was low and hoarse. A hint of a smile rising in his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting pixel by pixel, not able to suppress it for a long time. He held her hand, gently stroking her wrist. He should have realized by now she was not. A thought flashed through his mind, then vanished. Jiang Yunzhi straightforwardly asked, Do you like me? After a moment, Yin Wenjing slowly replied, That's it, nothing more. Self-comforting, Jiang Yunzhi thought. Better than the big boss suddenly saying, Sister, I care about you. Then what about canceling the agreement? Okay, as long as she didn't leave, everything was negotiable. Jiang Yunzhi felt happy again. Her mouth hurt a bit. It might be swollen. Jiang Yunzhi's clothes were wrinkled. She suspected that if this went on, the big boss would ruin them. Oh well. She poked her finger. You're making it hard for me to breathe. Yin Wenjing got off her, pulling down the hem of her shirt that exposed a large area of her waist. Suddenly, Jiang Yunzhi thought of something, her eyes shining brightly. You just said 1 kiss equals 1 penalty fee. I calculated. She made a gesture of 8. Yin Wenjing. So, she was calculating during the kiss? He grabbed her hand and pressed it against her heart, feeling it. Is it racing? Jiang Yunzhi felt a pang of guilt. Fine. She counted too many. They'd only kissed 5 times. Not racing, not racing. She stubbornly denied it. Yan Wenjing clearly didn't intend to nitpick over such small details, his brows still carrying a light smile. Taking advantage of the big boss being unprepared, Jiang Yunzhi leaned in and pecked at the corner of his lips, as a response to his earlier kiss. Just one peck, then she quickly ran away, giggling to find Lin Xiaoyu. A low laugh came from behind. That night, Assistant Su was shocked to receive a message from the president. Her pupils trembled. JPG, she didn't know why, but President Yin was in a particularly good mood. So good that he was even giving the headquarters staff double year-end bonuses. So exciting. No, tonight she couldn't let him suffer from insomnia alone. She poked into the warm and loving president's office family group chat and skillfully sent a red envelope. After waiting for a minute, no one claimed it. Gentle second marriage. Hee, we won't be fooled again. Hate sea, love sky. You could guess with your toes. The red envelope is 001. Are we short of that 001? Buy a cup of milk tea in full. Don't disturb me while I'm kissing my two-dimensional girlfriend. Clear Soup Old Master tossed a red envelope and sent a message. Here, $10 for a late-night snack. No need to thank me. Assistant Su snorted coldly, immediately sharing the explosive news with everyone. It wasn't a big deal, just that President Yin said this year's year-end bonuses would be doubled. The whole group erupted. One after another, they bubbled up. Well, tonight no one would sleep. Assistant Su claimed the 10 yuan red envelope, satisfied, left, ordered a cup of milk tea, and prepared to watch a movie tonight. The next day, Jiang Yunzhi got up early at 5, washed up, and went out to watch the sunrise. The wind at the mountaintop was strong, and the clouds were swirling. Lin Xiaoyu, very perceptive, tugged at Li Qinghe and quietly walked a bit further away, leaving space for the young couple. Li Qinghe looked down at the hand held by Lin Xiaoyu. His fingers slightly tightened, holding hers. Lin Xiaoyu was captivated by the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, completely unaware. Over there, Jiang Yunzhi watched the sun rise little by little. The golden light was dazzling, so beautiful. Jiang Yunzhi. Yan Wenjing's voice rang in her ears. She turned her head to look at him. The man's face was calm, but his dark eyes were filled with affection. Behind him was a vast expanse of golden light and clouds, making him look noble and abstinent. Very handsome. Jiang Yunzhi's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. He must be about to confess to her. Anticipation, excitement, rubbing her hands. The little deer in her heart was jumping fast, her ears turning red. But Jiang Yunzhi's face remained calm. What? Do you have something to say to me? Hurry up. Hurry up. If you don't say it soon, she'll make a scene. Yan Wenjing chuckled softly. It's nothing. Jiang Yunzhi was really about to make a scene, transforming into a fire-breathing dragon, stomping away. Go away, big pig's hoof. I'm not watching the sunrise with you. The next second, her wrist was grabbed by Yan Wenjing, pulling her into his arms. I like you, Jiang Yunzhi, he said. His voice was incredibly gentle, carried by the wind into her ears. Yan Wenjing was indeed born with a cold and indifferent disposition. He wouldn't easily utter the words I like, but he truly liked Jiang Yunzhi. Restraint, endurance, all vanished. The man continued at a steady pace. I've always believed that once words are spoken, they become like a spell. Once said, they take effect immediately and cannot be retracted. Jiang Yunzhi felt warm and asked, so how long is this spell of liking me effective for? Yan Wenjing brushed her hair that was tousled by the wind and smiled lightly. It's hard to say. After a pause, he added, probably a lifetime. It was his lifetime, as well as Jiang Yunzhi's lifetime. Chapter 79. Uncle split open for a lifetime? Jiang Yunzhi smiled brightly. She liked this confession. On the way back to the hotel, Yan Wenjing suddenly turned to Jiang Yunzhi and asked, why did you pretend to like Shen Xuzhou before? Jiang Yunzhi thought for a moment and replied, we were just a couple for the sake of marriage. I was afraid you would misunderstand that I had fallen in love with you, cling to you, and then be kicked out by you. So I used Shen Xuzhou as a shield. A married wife with someone in her heart indeed matched Yan Wenjing's initial requirements. At first, he only wanted to maintain a respectful distance with Jiang Yunzhi and be a nominal couple, which was enough. As long as she didn't love him to the point of obsession, the rest didn't matter. When did he start to become dissatisfied with just being a surface couple? Yan Wenjing couldn't find the answer. Perhaps in every moment they spent together, he was adding weight to the balance in his heart, until it completely tilted towards her. That's my fault, Yin Wenjing said, restraining the smile in his eyes, holding Jiang Yunzhi's hand gently. Snap, 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 perfect match. Not far away. Lin Xiaoyu was grinning like an ant and took a series of photos of them. Mom, she bumped into it again. Moments latte. The two sisters were whispering again. Lin Xiaoyu asked, looking at you all flustered, have you confessed? Jiang Yunzhi nodded, a smile lifting the corners of her mouth. He confessed to me. Wow. Lin Xiaoyu let out a series of duck-like sounds, quacking away. Jiang Yunzhi. Lower your voice. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth. He. Jiang Yunzhi. My goodness, that's even more perverted. In an instant, she was infected too, and started giggling along. The two of them didn't even know what they were laughing about, and passers-by looked over, horrified, and fled. Oh no, there are two perverts. Laughing like crazy. The four of them took a group photo and posted it on Moments. Grandma Yin was the first to like it, saying, good. It's the first time I've seen this little brat smile so gently. Following that, Butler Chin left a comment, the photo is really beautiful. Mainly because the lady and the gentleman look great. Oh, Miss Lin and Mr. Li are not bad either. Colleagues who encountered the post also liked Jiang Yunzhi's Moments. At this time, the Shen family and the Su family had finished their meal and completed the engagement. After the chaos at the last engagement banquet. This time, they simply had a meal with just the two families and exchanged rings to finalize the engagement. From now on, the two of them would be in a fiancé and fiancée relationship. The Shen group and the Su group each announced this news. Su Zian saw Lin Xiaoyu's Moments from her friends and took a screenshot to show Shen Xuzhou. To be honest, people rely on appearance. Jiang Yunzhi now looks somewhat worthy of Yin Wenjing. Shen Xuzhou found her tone annoyingly sour and replied with a nonchalant Su Zian's eyes darkened. Xuzhou, we are engaged now. You wouldn't still be thinking about Jiang Yunzhi, would you? Not at all. Shen Xuzhou embraced her, gently coaxing, baby, you are the only one in my heart. Su Zian stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips. So good. A moment later, Shen Xuzhou stepped back, leaning on the railing with one hand and holding a cigarette with the other. His mind was filled with that photo, Jiang Yunzhi leaning against Yin Wenjing, smiling sweetly. She had never smiled at herself like that. The scarlet glow of the fire burned slowly, until he felt a sting in his hand. Hiss! Shen Xuzhou came back to his senses. Back at the villa, a WeChat notification suddenly rang. Jiang Yunzhi picked up her phone and looked. Lin Xiaoyu. Gigi, I think I might like Li Qinghe a bit. Do you think I should confess to him? Lin Xiaoyu. He is different from the previous guys who pursued me. He is not after my money. The previous men had all been chased away by her father. When she met Tang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu thought he was different. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be a playboy and Su Zian's admirer, while she was just a fish in his pond. Lin Xiaoyu. And Li Qinghe has a pretty good figure, Jiang Yunzhi. Got it, that's the main point. No wonder she's such a greedy girl. Jiang Yunzhi replied, hold on, let me investigate a bit. However, before she could use her connections to find Li Qinghe, he took the initiative to reach out. Li Qinghe added Jiang Yunzhi on WeChat and asked to meet. The next day, at the agreed time, Jiang Yunzhi entered the CAF and sat down opposite Li Qinghe. The warm and elegant man got straight to the point, saying he wanted to confess to Lin Xiaoyu and pursue her. His mindset, as someone in a higher position, made him never act rashly, avoiding battles he wasn't sure of. As Lin Xiaoyu's best friend, Jiang Yunzhi knew her the best and was the best consultant. Li Qinghe wanted to hear her thoughts. Jiang Yunzhi asked, I heard that, mister. Li had a girlfriend while studying abroad. Could you tell me why you broke up? She needed to vet this guy for her sister. Li Qinghe smiled, of course. The situation was simple. The other party was the daughter of a family closely associated with the Li family, and their elders hoped for a marriage alliance. A strong union of two families. In their social circle, love wasn't important. Family interests often came first. However, Li Qinghe didn't intend to just settle for anyone. He was similar to Yin Wenjing, having no interest in romantic relationships, only in expanding his business territory. But Yin Wenjing had a beloved grandmother, who had some health issues in recent years, and her only wish was to see him have companion. Li Qinghe had no such concerns. He didn't want a marriage alliance, and the other party liked girls, but unfortunately, his strict and serious father would never agree. The two pretended to date for a while, and then quickly broke up. The other party pretended to be greatly affected, shouting about wanting to become a nun, which startled the old man, who said as long as she didn't become a nun, she could do anything. Later, the other party brought the girl she liked home, and the strict old man reluctantly accepted it. Compared to becoming a nun, liking a girl was fine. Li Qinghe slowly said, now they travel around the world together. And every year, they send gifts to the Li family in gratitude. 666. Jiang Yunzhi fell silent after hearing this. Li Qinghe sincerely sought advice, sister-in-law. How should I confess to her for the best chance of success? Well, Jiang Yunzhi smiled, took a sip of water, and gave him some advice. The elegant man suddenly looked strange and broke into a smile. At the Li family. Uncle, you're back. Dinner is ready, Li Yinghao said, suddenly seeing his beloved uncle with a strange expression, as if he had encountered some dilemma. Uncle, what's wrong? Is the Li family going bankrupt? Li Qinghe frowned slightly and asked seriously, do you know how to cosplay as a damp, flirtatious male ghost? Li Yinghao. Chapter 80. Only let my girlfriend touch. Li Yinghao was so scared that he almost spilled the glutinous rice everywhere. What is this? Get off my uncle. Li Qinghe rubbed his forehead. Don't be afraid. It's me. I changed your bed sheets when you wet the bed as a child. Li Yinghao. All right. This truly is his gentle, refined, mature, and steady uncle. There's no need to bring up the bedwetting incident. Uncle, why are you cosplaying a damp male ghost? No one would dare to threaten my uncle with a knife. Li Qinghe explained the situation, leaving Li Yinghao dumbfounded. Who understands family matters? The old house caught fire, and he cosplayed a male ghost for love. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind. What are you talking about? What damp ghost? Li Yinghao turned around suddenly, startled. Grandpa, how come you walk so quietly? Grandpa Li squinted. Li Yinghao. Nothing. I told my uncle I won't play games anymore, and my uncle said he doesn't believe me. Speaking of games, Grandpa Li had to have a word with him, grabbing his ear. Not playing games? I really don't believe you. Ouch, 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 that hurts. In the end, only Li Yinghao was hurt in this world. This kid set out to conquer, but met his demise first. Li Qinghe turned to find Lu Ziming. This guy had some ideas too. Lu Ziming. Dude, you found the right person. He promptly sent Li Qinghe a 100,000 yuan single life strategy. Good stuff. Yin go on to copy too. Li Qinghe was shocked. Yin Wenjing also wanted a single life strategy. He poked into the chat with Yin Wenjing. Ziming said you wanted a single life strategy. Which one did you use, and how effective was it? Yin Wenjing was looking at documents when he received the message, his expression subtly changing. The memories of the dead attacked his brain again. Sister, it hurts. He mentally prepared himself. However, Jiang Yunzhi asked if he had a fever, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. The man typed back, not great. Through the screen, one could feel a chilling air. Fine. Li Qinghe changed the subject. In the evening, study room. Yin Wenjing. What did you talk about when you met Li Qinghe? Jiang Yunzhi laughed. He wants to confess to Xiaoyu. And I gave him the idea to cosplay a damp, flirty male ghost. Yin Wenjing. That's really low. Li Qinghe has been serious for 32 years. And in the end, he still has to learn how to flirt like a ghost to chase girls. Jiang Yunzhi laughed radiantly. Yin Wenjing stepped closer, slowly leaning down. How does Madam know so much? I watch a lot. Jiang Yunzhi's smile froze on her face. I made you laugh. It exposed you. The image of the greedy girl was completely gone, but it seemed she never had an image to begin with. It was all in ruins. So it didn't matter if she fell from grace or not. If she came across suggestive videos, she would like them, and let big data remember she liked them. Loves to watch. Watch more. You hear me argue? No. Hear me explain. I just accidentally came across them. It was a slip. A slip. Yin Wenjing stared at her intently, smiling slightly. Jiang Yunzhi was starting to lose her composure. Fine, I won't watch anymore. Her gaze heatedly focused on the man's abdomen. Touch the abs. Yin Wenjing. He held Jiang Yunzhi's hand, squeezed it gently, and said slowly, dream on. Big shot. His mouth is like it's been poisoned. Jiang Yunzhi turned her head to look at the flirty male ghost. Yin Wenjing frowned slightly, come back. Then, gripping her wrist, his elegant and long fingers pressed down. He made her hand rest on his well-defined, firm abs. Here, touch. The moment of contact was electrifying, her fingertips involuntarily curling. The warmth spread from her palm. All of Jiang Yunzhi's cells were boiling. So good. The big shot really has 8-pack abs, each one distinct, making her gasp. This is deadly. Yan Wenjing asked. How does it compare to the videos you watched? The stubborn Jiang Yunzhi couldn't hold her ground at this moment, blushing. It's okay. With a whoosh, she tried to escape. The next second, Yan Wenjing anticipated her move. She didn't get away. The man stretched out his long arm, pulling her into his embrace. He gently pinched her face and leaned down to peck her lips. Just okay? Jiang Yunzhi met those deep, dark eyes, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Okay was my lie. Super awesome was my true feeling. Being stubborn is my talent, and being adaptable is my last stubbornness. Yan Wenjing raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. His madam is truly hilarious. Their noses brushed lightly, accompanied by a cold, woody scent before kissing her again. 2 days later, at 9 in the evening, wild drink bar, Lin Xiaoyu arrived at a private room as agreed. Meanwhile, the next room was filled with a group of Li Qinghe's buddies. Jiang Yunzhi and Fang Xinyu also came to join the fun. Thus, pulling in Li Yinghao and Lu Ziming, the four of them chatted while playing cards. Fang Xinyu, flirting with a male ghost is a bit challenging. Li Yinghao sighed. My uncle has been practicing hard these days. I don't know how effective it will be. Lu Ziming, no way. Is brotherly really that committed? He is really going all out. Jiang Yunzhi, don't worry. With Mr. Li's face, he is already handsome enough. Adding some ghostly skills, once the atmosphere is right, he can make it happen. Li Yinghao felt relieved and perked up his ears to listen to the noise next door. Lin Xiaoyu entered the private room. Under the dim, blue-purple lights, accompanied by soft, gasping sounds, there sat a tall man on the sofa, with a red ribbon around his neck, his white shirt completely unbuttoned. His full, tight chest and abs were faintly visible, glistening under the light, subtly sliding down into the mermaid line. Every inch radiated unparalleled temptation. The most deadly part was that the man had a black band covering his eyes, looking as if he could take whatever he wanted. Hearing footsteps and someone entering, he slowly removed the band. A pair of watery, peach blossom eyes, deep to the point of being captivating. My master, you're here. In an instant, the visual impact was 100. Lin Xiaoyu thought some shameless flirty guy was there and took a step back. She turned to open the door. The man quickly stepped forward, slamming his palm against the door, shutting it. He trapped her between his arms. It's me. Lin Xiaoyu saw the man's face and was even more shocked. It was actually Li Qinghe. At this moment, Li Qinghe's shirt was completely open, revealing the wonderful view. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't take her eyes off it, instinctively swallowing. His chest muscles rose and fell with the man's breathing and that little red. Li Qinghe leaned down, his Adam's apple rolling. Do you like it? Lin Xiaoyu nodded. I like it. Mr. Li is so hot. No. Mr. Li is so handsome. Li Qinghe curled his lips. Do you want to touch? Lin Xiaoyu's pupils trembled. Can I touch? Male bodhisattva. Wealthy and generous. Li Qinghe leaned in closer, his chest almost touching hers. He chuckled softly. I'm quite traditional. I only let my girlfriend touch. Lin Xiaoyu. Then she heard him say, would you be my girlfriend? Each word deliberate, like a seductive ghost, his peach blossom eyes filled with unspoken affection. Chapter 81. As if he wanted to eat her alive, Lin Xiaoyu was mesmerized, completely lost in the age where beauty was irresistible, unable to resist any temptation, especially from such a flirtatious and seductive person. It felt like her life was at stake under the gaze of those peach blossom eyes. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, and she nodded emphatically. Okay, I'll be your girlfriend. Being with her composed and elegant uncle, who had transformed into a sultry flirt. Even hesitating for a second felt like disrespecting him. Li Qinghe chuckled. Girlfriend, so what should you call me now? After a few seconds, Lin Xiaoyu's face turned red to her ears. BB boyfriend. I heard that. Li Qinghe handed her the red ribbon around his neck, giving her the reins, allowing her to lead him as if he were a knight completely surrendered to her. Master, touch me. If you touch me, you have to be responsible for me. Okay? Lin Xiaoyu's mind exploded with sharp. Help, it's so hot. So spicy. Finally, she got to touch the man's Adam's apple. moving down to his collarbone, then to his firm chest muscles and his taut abs following the line down. I can't take it anymore. It feels amazing. Lin Xiaoyu was so happy she felt like she was going to faint. This was what she deserved. Half an hour later, both of them were drenched in sweat, feeling like a married couple. After a while, when Li Qinghe got dressed, they went to the next private room. Seeing them enter hand in hand, Jiang Yunzhi immediately stood up. Successful hand-holding, applause, everyone followed suit, clapping and cheering. Woo! Brother Li has brought home a beauty. It's not easy for the little uncle. You brat, you have to change how you address me. Call me little aunt. Ha 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 ha. Li Yinghao's face turned red as he called out little aunt. Lin Xiaoyu responded in a daze, good. As they left the wild feast, someone bumped into Lu Jiming's elbow, saying that when Ni would be returning to the country next month, and everyone should give her a welcome party, urging him to seize the opportunity. Lu Jiming's playful expression faded slightly, his eyes lowered. He didn't answer. After the person walked away, he sighed self-deprecatingly. But in her eyes, she always saw me as a little brother. The little brother who chased after an eye back, then had now grown into a man. The next day, before work in the garage, Jiang Yunzhi saw an electric bike and thought, this should be the one Shen Xuzhou used the original owner's car to buy for them. If she hadn't seen it today, she wouldn't have remembered it. The bike was spray-painted with a small heart, and the words forever were written on it. Jiang Yunzhi asked Butler Chun to sell the electric bike. Yan Wenjing glanced at the bike and didn't care, driving a Ducati Street Fighter V4 instead. Let me take you to work, he said, handing Jiang Yunzhi a motorcycle helmet. Jiang Yunzhi, the driver, suddenly given a day off, the clever driver quickly stepped aside, allowing the gentleman to take the lady to work. Ah, how sweet. Jiang Yunzhi put on the helmet and got on the bike. Yan Wenjing's voice was low. Hold on tight. Jiang Yunzhi immediately wrapped her arms around his strong waist, tightening her grip and pressing her head against his back. Yan Wenjing raised an eyebrow slightly, starting the bike, which left a black shadow in the air. Jiang Yunzhi blinked. The only sound in her ears was the rush of wind, and the scenery was flying by. Exciting. You can ride a motorcycle too. Yan Wenjing replied in a calm voice. I could do a lot more. You'll find out later. It was the first time he took her for a ride. There were many firsts to experience, one by one. Jiang Yunzhi felt an indescribable anticipation. Great. As soon as she entered the company, President Wang called Jiang Yunzhi into his office and told her she would get a 20 raise. She had taken on many orders, and each commission was substantial. Jiang Yunzhi left with a smile, hands in her pockets, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. President Wang, holding a thermos, sighed. She really loves her work. Little did he know, Jiang Yunzhi was sincerely slacking off at her workstation. She just loved to slack off. It didn't mean she couldn't do her job well. One eye was slacking off, while the other kept watch. Division of labor was clear. When she checked, the Slack Off and Gossip WeChat group already had 99 messages. It turned out that her colleagues were discussing a recent variety show, 19 Days of No Heartbeat, featuring a mix of ordinary people and celebrities. Seeing the guests, Jiang Yunzhi froze for a moment. Shen Xuzhou, Su Zian, Tang Yu, Zhang Lulu, Han Zhaohui, Zhou Ranxing, and the popular star Du Yixuan. It was a familiar lineup. The group was filled with various video edits and chaotic CP pairings. The most popular pairings were Shen Xuzhou with Zhang Lulu and Su Zian with Han Zhaohui. There were also the odd pairing of Tang Yu and Zhang Lulu. Zhou Ranxing and Du Yixuan had a wave of toxic fans, calling them brother and sister, making it hard for the audience to ship them. Shan tagged Jiang Yunzhi, Gigi, which pair do you support? After thinking for a moment, to be honest, Jiang Yunzhi couldn't really support any pair. If she had to say, she poked the screen, Tang Yu and Shen Xuzhou, wished them 99. Shan was shocked. Yuzhou CP. Rivals turned lovers. What a devil. The group was filled with 666. You really know how to ship. An unexpected combination, indeed clever. In the evening, Yan Wenjing picked up Jiang Yunzhi after work, and they went to a restaurant called Guei Yin for dinner. He didn't take the Ducati from the morning, but drove a Porsche instead. After settling down in the restaurant's private room, a bodyguard handed over a box. A black gift box with a pink ribbon. Jiang Yunzhi. This looks familiar. It was exactly the same as the gift box she had given to Yan Wenjing last time. What could be inside? A hint of interest appeared in Yan Wenjing's eyes. Guess. Seeing the bodyguard walk away, Jiang Yunzhi whispered, "It wouldn't be XXL women's pure cotton underwear, would it?" Yan Wenjing's eyelid twitched. "Good guess, but don't guess anymore." Jiang Yunzhi's competitive spirit flared up again. After guessing a circle, she still didn't get it right. "Not right," Yan Wenjing said slowly. "You're off." Jiang Yunzhi surrendered directly. Yan Wenjing urged her to open it. In an instant, the world brightened. It turned out to be property documents. A villa on the hillside, worth more than 800 million. Jiang Yunzhi was taken aback and exclaimed, "Wow." She was tired of saying she was envious. This time it was finally her turn to be the main character. "Wow, wow." Jiang Yunzhi clasped her hands together, starry eyes. JPG, she felt so happy. "Why did you give me this? So easily satisfied." Yan Wenjing explained with a faint smile. "I told you before, 1 kiss equals 1 penalty fee. You said 8, and now I'm delivering." Jiang Yunzhi was stunned. She had just said it casually and never thought he would take it seriously. It seemed like every word she said was remembered by the big boss. As if seeing through her thoughts, Yan Wenjing's voice was low. "What I said to you is not a joke." Jiang Yunzhi's ears turned a bit red. "So the question is, why a villa on the hillside?" Regarding this, Yan Wenjing didn't answer. "Sir, miss, we have launched a special package." Shen Xuzhou clicked his tongue. "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me the price." The waiter was momentarily taken aback, smiling as he said, "They are 49,999, 59, 999, 69, 999, and 99, 999. Too expensive." Shen Xuzhou was displeased, but didn't show it on his face. "Then let's go with the 49,999 package." Across the table, Su Zian turned green. The menu clearly stated, "Special package, appearance deceptive 49,999 yuan. Love at first sight, 59,999 yuan. Heavenly match, 69,999 yuan. Destined 99,999 yuan. At this moment, a waiter pushed a cart by and exclaimed. The table opposite ordered the 3 most expensive sets. Love at first sight, a match made in heaven, and destined to be together. How romantic! Su Zian was not happy. "Suju," Shen Xuzhou comforted her. "Then let's go with love at first sight. Because I fell in love with my baby at first sight." "Waiter, okay." Shen Xuzhou. "Zian, let's not play those superficial games. Love should be kept in our hearts. Not just for show. The people opposite are just pretending, putting on a brave face." Creak. The door of the opposite private room opened. The waiter delivered the food. "Haha, pretending." As he saw the people opposite, Shen Xuzhou's laughter came to an abrupt halt. A pair of deep, sharp eyes looked over. Shen Xuzhou shivered. He saw Yan Wenjing leisurely raise his hand to wipe across Jiang Yunzhi's lips, his fingertip caressing her. "Jiang Yunzhi, did I get something on my mouth?" Yan Wenjing gave a deep hum. Jiang Yunzhi felt inexplicably strange. Why did the big shot's gaze seem like he wanted to eat her? Chapter 82 Baby. "I miss you so much." Su Zian followed Shen Xuzhou's gaze and was surprised to find that the booth across from them was occupied by Yan Wenjing and Jiang Yunzhi. Instantly, her face darkened like a pot bottom. "Waiter, we'll take all the set meals on the menu." Shen Xuzhou's eyes widened, wanting to say something but hesitating. He saw Su Zian take out a card and quickly closed his mouth. If she used his card, then it was all good. Just go ahead and order. He's not the kind of stingy man who cares about a bit of money. What matters more is his fiancée's feelings. Just as a smile began to form on Shen Xuzhou's lips, it suddenly froze. "Wait, why does the card in your hand look familiar?" Su Zian confidently replied. "It's your card, remember? You gave it to me the night before when you were drunk, and I said I didn't want it, but you got upset." Shen Xuzhou. "It feels like it's going to shatter." After the meal, Yan Wenjing held Jiang Yunzhi's hand as they walked out of the banquet, heading towards the Porsche parked by the roadside. The night was cool, and under the warm yellow lights, the 2 figures were particularly eye-catching. Yan Wenjing wrapped her hand in his palm, his fingertips instinctively stroking gently. The warmth transferred from their close skin, spreading a cozy feeling. Hidden in the shadows, a paparazzi preparing to take secret photos of Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian was suddenly drawn to the couple by the roadside. It was a case of professional instinct kicking in, and he began snapping away. What a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Where did these stars come from to shoot a drama? Wow, the vibe is really something. Absolutely amazing. Su Zian was good at capturing the camera. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, immediately spotted the hidden paparazzi. They must be here to take pictures of her and Shen Xuzhou. After all, their rekindled romance was quite the buzz. Shen Xuzhou saw Jiang Yunzhi sit in the passenger seat of Yan Wenjing's Porsche, and his eyes instantly turned red. How dare she? Damn it, woman. At that moment, Su Zian raised her hand, tugged at Shen Xuzhou's collar, pulled him down, and kissed him without hesitation. Paparazzi, come and take pictures, guaranteed to be sweet enough. The audience is in for a treat. They will surely turn into screaming fans. She kissed fiercely, and Shen Xuzhou almost struggled to breathe. His eyes fixed on Jiang Yunzhi not far away, while he tried to respond with his lips. Sigh, so tiring. The two of them kissed passionately, sweating profusely. The Porsche sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust fumes behind. Huh. The paparazzi was jolted awake from his daze, the smile on his face disappearing. Wait, what was he here to do? Oh, to take pictures of Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian. What the hell, where should I aim? Forget it, I'm not working anymore. After taking pictures for a long time, he finally remembered his original purpose, only to find that Shen Xuzhou and Su Zian had already finished. He ended up with nothing. While over here, he had taken no good shots. Well, fine, I'll take a picture of their backs crossing paths. Anyway, it starts with one picture, and the content can be made up. Smart. JPG. The night was dark in the bedroom. The lights were off. The scent of rose body wash filled the room, and behind her, a warm chest pressed against her back. Jiang Yunzhi's waist was hugged tightly by Yan Wenjing, fitting perfectly. It was tantalizing. The big shot's body temperature was high. She could feel a heat radiating through the thin fabric. If it were winter, he would be a natural heater. Jiang Yunzhi, wearing a silk nightgown, pretended to pull it up, feeling hot. Huh, why is it so hot? In an instant, his large hand, without any obstruction, touched her soft belly, just a little higher. Suddenly, a low chuckle came from behind. Yan Wenjing caressed her soft flesh, pulled down her clothing hem, and whispered in her ear, "Sleep well, Mrs. Yan." The gluttonous girl encountered a life setback. This was nothing like she had imagined. What about being molded into various shapes? What about being filled without care? Ultimately, it was all in vain. The next day, Jiang Yunzhi arranged to meet her girlfriends at a milk tea shop for a sister chat. Lin Xiaoyu, what's wrong? You look droopy. At that moment, Jiang Yunzhi felt like an old lady who had been planting rice all day, only to realize she had been in someone else's field. A deep sense of helplessness washing over her. This is bad. It seems I've encountered a dilemma. Lin Xiaoyu, tell me. Jiang Yunzhi. Yan Wenjing likes pure love. He's completely uninterested in my body. She had felt it and knew how big it was. But seeing it without being able to enjoy, it was too much of a test for a gluttonous girl. Just a little yellow man in his 20s. What could she expect him to resist? Completely uninterested in her body? Lin Xiaoyu seemed to hear a farting sound. Impossible? Jiang Yunzhi exuded a sense of brokenness. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't bear to see her like this, and came up with a plan. You should do this, then do that. All right. Jiang Yunzhi decided to give it a try. That night, after taking a shower, she saw the man at the desk. Remembering Lin Xiaoyu's words about capturing the pure love abstinent big shot, she could transform into a cute little flirter. How to be a little flirter? Oh dear. Jiang Yunzhi twirled around a few times and stumbled right into Yan Wenjing's arms. Rubbing her forehead, she mumbled, "I'm a bit dizzy, what's going on?" Yan Wenjing. Clatter. The pen in the man's hand fell onto the desk. Yan Wenjing wanted to know what was going on in her mind every day. How could she keep coming up with these things? She was truly adorable. Seeing he had no reaction, Jiang Yunzhi stood up, only to be picked up by the big shot again and pressed onto his lap. Her legs wrapped around his waist. One of his hands supported her buttocks, while the other continued to flip through documents. Jiang Yunzhi. Wait, is this position proper? Great, the cute little flirter is defeated. Unknowingly, Jiang Yunzhi fell asleep in Yan Wenjing's embrace. Yan Wenjing stopped what he was doing, leaned down, and placed a kiss on her forehead. He should have realized she wasn't the original Jiang Yunzhi. She had never liked Shen Xuzhou. She was a gift from heaven, his very own little rose. The next day, the cute little flirter Jiang was back at work. During a break, she sent a WeChat message to the big shot. Jiang Yunzhi, hi cat paw. JPG, Jiang Yunzhi. Baby, I miss you so much. Yan Wenjing was inspecting when he felt his pocket vibrate. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. Suddenly, he paused, a hint of confusion appearing in his deep-set brows. Yan Wenjing, was my account hacked? Seeing the reply, Jiang Yunzhi felt a pang in her heart. The man is unyielding. She tapped the screen, Mr. Yin, it's me, smile, and then exited the interface, disappearing. Assistant Su saw that the president's expression was slightly tense. Mr. Yin, what's wrong? Yan Wenjing raised his eyes and asked, what should I reply when the person I like says they miss me? This question stumped him. Assistant Su was a single dog. However, considering his high salary, it wouldn't hurt to rack his brains for some bad advice. Assistant Su's eyes were determined and wise, without a trace of the naive foolishness of a single dog. Mr. Yin, at this time, you must respond with 100 enthusiasm, letting the other person know you can't wait to kiss them to pieces and mold them into your shape. His voice was loud. The people around looked over in shock. Wait, Assistant Su, you are quite deep. Yan Wenjing seemed to be pondering. After a while, Jiang Yunzhi saw a WeChat notification. It was a voice message from the big shot. She touched it with her fingertip. A slightly deep voice sounded. She continued to open it. I miss you too, baby. Chapter 83. Bite me, baby. In an instant, it felt like an electric current coursed through her heart, causing a tingling sensation. Jiang Yunji's cheeks had already turned red. She was laughing loudly at her workstation. The expressions of her colleagues were quite entertaining. People in love are surrounded by pink bubbles shaped like hearts. One moment, Jiang Yunzhi was indifferent to men, and the next moment, she transformed into someone who could charm the big boss. Sweet and very reassuring. Noticing the gossiping gazes of her colleagues, she immediately put on her headphones and played the song on repeat. Baby, baby, baby. A video was uploaded online, and its views skyrocketed. Love rivals and lovers have their own distinctions. Meeting you is my calamity, high sugar mix of encountering, Zhou not move for 19 days directed by. There's only one room in the house, and the audience votes on which two people will sleep in the room tonight, while the others sleep in separate tents. Completely fair and just. After the announcement, all the guests were eagerly awaiting the results. Shen Xuzhou appeared indifferent. Xian, we will definitely sleep in the room tonight. The others will have to set up tents. I've already arranged it. He had bought a large number of votes, showing off his boyfriend power. Han Zhaohui tilted his head towards Jiang Lulu and said, I can't get used to tents. No one can make the young master of the Han group sleep in a tent. I invested 2 million, and the results will come out soon. Jiang Lulu's face instantly flushed red as she admired him. Wow, Zhaohui, you're amazing. After a moment, the director announced the voting results. The director was also taken aback and smiled slightly. The results are out, and the two people sleeping in the room tonight are Zhou Ronqing lifted his eyelids, half smiling, with a hint of interest in his eyes, playing with the ring on his finger. It's Shen Xuzhou and Tang Yu. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone fell into dead silence. Shen Xuzhou was completely stunned. Impossible, there must be foul play. Tang Yu also glared at him fiercely, wishing he could burn a big hole in him. This damn man who stole his goddess now wanted to sleep in the same room with him. Dreaming. Han Zhaohui's expression was also not good. How could this happen? His money power had failed? This result must have been manipulated by capital. Only Zhou Ronqing smiled lightly. Sorry, he is that capital who told those two men to be so troublesome. He found them somewhat displeasing. As for the little money Han Zhaohui invested, it was laughable. It couldn't shake the result. Jiang Lulu's nails nearly dug into her palms. Damn it. The rare spotlight was actually stolen by Shen Xuzhou and Tang Yu. Previously, a company under the Han Group had asked her to endorse, but the effect was very poor and she lost a lot of fans. The Han Group was managed by Han Zhaohui's elder brother, Han Jibei, who wouldn't let his younger brother mess around using company resources to support his star girlfriend. Jiang Lulu couldn't get any resources and couldn't make a name for herself. She had always been someone who could endure hardships and was very ambitious. So, following the example of a young star, if she couldn't be a wealthy family daughter-in-law, she would be the mother-in-law of a wicked mother-in-law. If being the future Mrs. Han Sanshao wasn't classy enough, she would be the eldest young master's wife, wanting to win over Han Jibei and drunkenly barging into his car. Unexpectedly, she was captured by Han Jibei's bodyguard and sent to the police station. Fortunately, after crying and explaining, Han Zhaohui's soft heart helped her out. Now that she had finally gotten on this show, she was reduced to being a runner-up, making Jiang Lulu so angry that she wanted the director to kneel. At noon, there was a dinner party. Han Zhaohui took Jiang Lulu to attend, introducing her to contacts in the entertainment industry. Not far away, surrounded by a large crowd, Jiang Lulu saw the tall and imposing figure of Yan Wenjing. He stood out so much, both in looks and physique. Han Zhaohui saw the presidents of various film and television groups, respectfully addressing a man. Looking closely, Lulu, that's your brother-in-law. Go say hello. Jiang Lulu's expression stiffened. The two approached, and Jiang Lulu called out, "Sister." The word brother-in-law didn't come out as she was frozen by Yan Wenjing's cold gaze. "Mr. Yan," she corrected herself. Yan Wenjing's attitude was very indifferent. Jiang Lulu's face couldn't hold its composure. She had dressed herself up to look like Wen Ai. So why was he still unmoved? Was Fan Hengquan's information wrong? When Yan Wenjing went to the balcony, Jiang Lulu followed, timidly calling out, "Brother-in-law." A bodyguard blocked her. Yan Wenjing slowly turned around, throwing the cigarette handed to him by the producer into the nearby trash can. Jiang Yunzhi didn't like the smell of tobacco. The man leaned against the railing, casually fiddling with his lighter. "Do you think that just because you're a woman, I won't do anything to you?" Indeed, with Yan Wenjing's upbringing and demeanor, he wouldn't do anything to a woman, but Jiang Lulu completely failed to see the situation and insisted on approaching him. Jiang Lulu's heart trembled violently. I just feel that I understand Mr. Yan better than my sister. She came from the countryside and doesn't know anything. Slap. The lighter was heavily thrown into the trash can, interrupting her words. Yan Wenjing said sternly, "Say one more word, and I'll make you roll out of Huagua." Jiang Lulu's face instantly turned pale. Ever since she had previously provoked Yan Wenjing, her resources had been very harsh. Only by getting involved with Han San Shao had she seen a bit of improvement. However, Yan Wenjing's one sentence could blacklist her. He could even make her disappear from Yanjing. Jiang Lulu felt like the sky was about to fall, tears streaming down her face. But no one gave her another glance. At night, Jiang Yunzhi made the picture below, then scrolled through some funny videos before going to bed to rest. Today, Yan Wenjing returned relatively late, and after taking a shower, it was already 11 o'clock. The room was pitch black. Two hands wrapped around Jiang Yunzhi's waist and abdomen. Used to this position, she touched the back of Yan Wenjing's hand and softly said, "Good night, Yan Wenjing. Are you going to sleep just like this?" Jiang Yunzhi, huh? What else can we do if we don't sleep? After a few seconds, her underwear's button was undone. Jiang Yunzhi. Yan Wenjing's distinctly knuckled hand grasped her chin, and a dominating kiss came crashing down. He turned her over, leaning down, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air, very pleasant. Their noses touched, and their breaths intertwined. Jiang Yunzhi slightly raised her chin, responding to him shyly. The kiss grew more intense. Unknowingly, her nightgown was lifted, and the man's warm fingers, slightly calloused, caressed her. It became reckless. The softness beneath the silk straps swayed. Jiang Yunzhi momentarily lost her senses. Realizing something, her face flushed. The big boss wasn't about pure love. Why was he so wild? Her breathing became chaotic, and Jiang Yunzhi's eyes were moist, staring intently at Yan Wenjing. The fabric was torn away, and the ground beneath her felt cold. Something dangerous pressed against her most sensitive spot. Yan Wenjing lightly bit her earlobe, his voice hoarse. "It might hurt a little." "Can't take it. Bite me." Chapter 84. What exactly happened? The air was thick with an ambiguous tension, the faint sound of plastic tearing in the background. Wow! The big shot was quite prepared. Jiang Yunzhi's heart raced, almost jumping out of her chest. By the bed, black pajamas and silk straps were tangled together. In the dim light, she saw Yan Wenjing's gaze, dark like the deep sea, revealing an unrestrained surge of possessiveness. He hovered above her, their starkly different body sizes evident at a glance. Before anything had even begun, Jiang Yunzhi's cheeks flushed, her breathing quickened, and her legs began to weaken. She was both inexperienced and eager, just as the saying goes. Seeing her timid yet eager expression, Yan Wenjing chuckled softly, leaning down again to cup her face and kiss her. His cold white hands, with prominent veins, were utterly enticing. Jiang Yunzhi tilted her neck back, her eyes soon misting over, the skin they touched starting to heat up as if someone was striking a match. Yan Wenjing didn't want her to feel pain. He was patient and thorough, entirely considering her feelings. His large hand encircled her delicate waist effortlessly, pulling her into his embrace, demanding her submission. He was indeed a man with a strong desire for possession. At this moment, he just wanted to completely claim her, leaving his mark on her from the inside out. Their fiery kisses spiraled out of control, intense and forceful. Jiang Yunzhi felt both pleasure and a bit of shyness, her body trembling involuntarily, the corners of her eyes turning red. She was crying. It felt so good. She couldn't handle it. Gigi, how can you cry before we even start? Yan Wenjing gently kissed her eyes. Jiang Yunzhi raised her hand to cover her face. Don't mind me. Keep going. She couldn't admit that it felt so good that she cried. She still wanted to save face. Yan Wenjing's Adam's apple bobbed heavily, his gaze bottomless. This was something Gigi herself had said. His voice was particularly low and hoarse, and incredibly tempting. Gigi, he called her like that. Jiang Yunji's heart raced faster. In the next moment, his overwhelming kisses traveled down, leaving a maze of kiss marks, moving across her lower abdomen as if he intended to swallow her whole. Then, her waist was gripped tightly, and Yan Wenjing leaned toward her. In that instant, she trembled violently. A sound escaped her throat that she couldn't suppress. Her nails left marks on the man's back. She was truly going crazy, overestimating herself and underestimating Yan Wenjing. Biting her lip tightly, Yan Wenjing raised a hand, urging her to let go of her lip. His voice was deep and husky. Gigi, bite me. In the next moment, a heavier desire flooded over them. Once again, a powerful force assaulted her. Jiang Yunzhi could no longer think, only whimpering. Yan Wenjing kissed her frantically, possessing her completely, from head to toe, sending shivers through her, filling her with a scent. Jiang Yunzhi succumbed to the repeated soft calls of Gigi, allowing him to have his way. She lost all sense of time, only knowing that this night was incredibly long. Eventually, she lost all her strength. Yan Wenjing wrapped his strong arms around her soft waist and carried her to the bathroom for a bath together. Feeling something, Jiang Yunzhi was confused. Is this bath for real? In her daze, she raised her voice. No, I don't want it. Yan Wenjing's breathing seemed to deepen as he kissed her earlobe, his voice dripping with desire. Good. Jiang Yunzhi nestled in his arms, falling into a deep sleep. Yan Wenjing watched her for a few seconds before leaning down to kiss her cheek again. After cleaning her up, he carried her out of the bathroom and placed her on the bed. Outside the window, the morning sun filtered through the curtains. When Jiang Yunzhi opened her eyes again, she was confused. Why was it still night? Had this night been so long? Getting out of bed, Jiang Yunzhi nearly cramped up. Ouch! The soreness in her body reminded her of her actions. It had felt good, but the consequence was that she felt like she had been beaten, her whole body falling apart. She was awake. Yan Wenjing walked in with his long legs, dignified yet relaxed, showing no signs of fatigue from the night's activities. His three-dimensional, deep face was even more charming than before. Jiang Yunzhi thought, we're all human. How is there such a big difference? Seeing her standing there dazed, hands on her waist, Yan Wenjing approached to support her. Not feeling well. Jiang Yunzhi declined. I'm fine, just a little sore. It's not a big deal. This was probably her last bit of stubbornness. Yan Wenjing chuckled softly, noticing her barefoot on the floor, and bent down to pick her up, putting her shoes on. Without waiting for Jiang Yunzhi to react, he carried her back into the bathroom. It wasn't tea until he handed her a toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed on it that Jiang Yunzhi blinked in surprise. Huh, the big shot is so caring? Yan Wenjing seemed to see nothing wrong. A husband caring for his wife was expected. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything. He walked over to the desk and continued to handle his work. Soon, Jiang Yunzhi realized that the villa was empty. The usual servants who suddenly appeared were nowhere to be seen. In the living room, she asked, why don't I see anyone? Is Butler Chen not here? Yan Wenjing leisurely rolled up his sleeves. I gave them 3 days off. Oh. Jiang Yunzhi held the cup in her hand and began drinking milk. Yan Wenjing suddenly asked, are you hungry? Jiang Yunzhi nodded. Watching him take out ingredients from the refrigerator and put on an apron, Jiang Yunzhi was stunned. You can cook? Yin Wenjing casually replied. Yeah, it's not that difficult. Jiang Yunzhi thought. What window did God close on the big shot? It seems they're ISNT1? How could there be such a perfect person? Jiang Yunzhi smiled. I don't eat dark cuisine, okay? However, seeing Yin Wenjing's knife skills and cooking methods orderly and decisive, she realized he had some skills. Jiang Yunzhi lazily nestled on the sofa, admiring the figure in the kitchen. So handsome. Although last night had been quite a bit of a hassle, it was ultimately worth it. The greedy girl had tasted the sweetness. Ouch! A strange sensation from her legs made her behave immediately. Garlic, garlic. At this moment, she truly couldn't eat anymore. Before long, a bowl of fragrant seafood noodles was placed in front of her. Jiang Yunzhi's fingers twitched as she took her first bite, her eyes lighting up. She gave a thumbs up to the man. Delicious. So fragrant. Yin Wenjing rested his chin on his hand, focused on her, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Jiang Yunzhi didn't dare to meet his gaze again. It was that kind of look that seemed like he wanted to eat her up. Her legs felt a bit weak. Jiang Yunzhi applied for remote work and spent 3 days in the villa with Yin Wenjing. He made breakfast, while lunch and dinner were delivered by Guiyin. That day after work, she arranged to go shopping with Lin Xiaoyu. She saw a pair of cufflinks that she really liked and wanted to give it the big shot. Suddenly, she felt someone pat her shoulder. She turned around. Xiao Jiang. It's really you. Chapter 85. His little rose is so easy to deceive. Jiang Yunzhi was full of questions. Who are you? Zhu Haoyin was stiff and a bit unhappy. It's me, the general manager of Landu. You used to work under me. Don't you remember? Hee. Oh. Jiang Yunzhi suddenly remembered who Zhu Haoyin was. He was the leader who had dismissed the original owner. Jiang Lulu had slandered her for stealing at the company. And this pig-headed leader didn't verify the facts and believed her. The original text briefly mentioned this, so Jiang Yunzhi didn't have much impression of this plot. I remember now, it's you. Zhu Haoyin said, Xiao Jiang, I know you're currently working at Yuguang Design, but compared to Landu, it's like an ant against an elephant. There's no room for advancement. Jiang Yunzhi rolled her eyes. Lin Xiaoyu also rolled her eyes. Old dang, so sarcastic. Zhu Haoyin twitched his lips. Young people nowadays really have no brains and are completely unaware of the situation. Jiang Yunzhi had now become the face of Yuguang Design, attracting a group of wealthy old ladies who were eager to have her design jewelry for them. Those wealthy old ladies had impressive identities and terrifying influence. Almost like luxury live-streaming hosts. A small Yuguang was riding the wave, thriving. The boss knew that it was he who had let Jiang Yunzhi go and scolded him, insisting that he must bring her back no matter what. Zhu Haoyin smiled. The previous matter was a misunderstanding. I was inconsiderate, but you also had your faults. You should work hard to prove your innocence, not let me fire you. Jiang Yunzhi's head was buzzing. Your words sound like farting. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. You've already fired me and told me to leave. If I can't understand human words, how can I prove my innocence? Zhu Haoyin was furious. No, after a few months, how has this country girl completely changed? It's hard to handle. A small worker dared to confront him. The big leader, how audacious. Seeing Jiang Yunzhi about to leave, he panicked. Come back to Landu with a monthly salary of 30,000, plus commissions and bonuses calculated separately. No matter what commission ratio Yuguang offers, we at Landu will give you 5 more. This was quite a sincere offer. However, he realized something was off. Jiang Yunzhi completely ignored him. Zhu Haoyin was really taken aback. Yuguang will close down sooner or later. Just wait for your midlife layoff. I see you wearing a wedding ring. Women get married and stay home to raise kids. Whoosh! Lin Xiaoyu rushed up and kicked the pig-headed leader away. I've been holding back for a long time. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Who my cousin is? Zhu Haoyin shouted angrily. Passers-by gathered to watch. Lin Xiaoyu said, I don't want to know. Do you know who I am? My Lin family may not dominate the capital circle, but even wealthy families give us some respect. Zhu Haoyin was a bit broken down, lying on the ground and saying, help. I think I have a concussion. My ribs are broken. My chest hurts. I feel so dizzy I can't breathe. Wow. Old man, let us take you to the hospital. A kind passerby came over, picked him up, and ran away, moving so fast that he left an afterimage. Jiang Yunzhi, what just rushed past? Lin Xiaoyu. Zhu Haoyin was completely dumbfounded. Excuse me, are you polite? Who asked the old man? I'm only 40. The kind passerby replied, well, you look quite anxious. 40, rounded up, is almost 60, and in a few more years, you'll be 90. Calling you old man is a sign of respect. Zhu Haoyan was furious enough. He hadn't even laid down to extort Jiang Yunzhi yet, and this passerby ruined everything. Over there, Jiang Yunzhi took out her phone and called President Wang, telling him she wanted to participate in this year's Leap clothing design competition. President Wang put down his goji berry chrysanthemum tea. Participating? Is that important? Jiang Yunzhi replied, no, this time I want to take back everything that belongs to me. President Wang paused for a few seconds before speaking. Stop reading those over-the-top novels. So you want? Jiang Yunzhi interrupted. First. President Wang's body trembled. First? Are you serious? In previous years, it was always Landu's ace designer, Kevin, who won the championship. Jiang Yunzhi said calmly, this year's champion will be someone else. She really impressed him. President Wang was full of ambition. If you don't get first place. Jiang Yunzhi said, then next year I'll try again. President Wang looked at the ceiling, falling into silence. The call ended with a beep. Jiang Yunzhi and Lin Xiaoyu walked down the escalator and saw an old mall worker going upstairs with a toolbox, cursing. Why eat at the buffet when you can eat for free in the restroom? Someone must have gotten their head stuck in the toilet. Head stuck in the toilet? Jiang Yunzhi recalled the time in Nanchang, feeling a sense of familiarity. The previous Nanchang prince, Li Ruizhu, had indeed gotten his head stuck in the toilet. Lin Xiaoyu laughed out loud. Who is it? Maybe they were really hungry. Back at the villa, Jiang Yunzhi opened a blue velvet box, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Tada! Look, I saw a pair of cufflinks that would suit you perfectly while shopping at the mall with Xiaoyu today. Yin Wenjing casually hung up his suit jacket and picked up the cufflinks to play with. They were a pair of vintage rose gold foil cufflinks, small and exquisite. Meeting her expectant gaze, the man pinned the cufflinks onto his shirt, feeling pleased, and said slowly, I really like them. As long as they were from her. He liked everything. After finishing dinner, Jiang Yunzhi flopped onto the sofa. Yin Wenjing turned his head, speaking in a calm tone, you just finished eating, don't lie down. Okay. Jiang Yunzhi's lips slightly curled up. She didn't like being controlled, but she didn't mind Yin Wenjing managing her at all. She sat up, hugged a strawberry bear, curled up slightly, and turned on the TV. To her surprise, it was the variety show not moved in 19 days. On the beach, the sun was blazing, and a romantic atmosphere spread. A group of handsome men and beautiful women were playing various games by the sea. In the show, Shen Xuzhou slicked back his hair with his hand, with strands falling on his forehead, sensually raising his neck with his Adam's apple rolling up and down. In front of the camera, he gasped heavily. Unintentionally lifting his shirt, he revealed an 8-pack abs. Butler Chen exclaimed, this guy has 8-pack abs. Jiang Yunzhi. Butler Chen had been listening to audiobooks and reading novels every day, and his vocabulary had become trendy. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yunzhi realized it was all drawn on. Yes, Shen Xuzhou's chest and abs were painted on by a makeup artist he had paid tens of thousands for. The audience in front of the screen was in for a treat. Come on, let's drink lemon tea with cute bubbles. Hey. Shen Xuzhou raised his hand to touch his chiseled jawline, also drawn, his tongue darting around his cheeks, revealing a bright smile. Once this commercial aired, it would mesmerize the audience. In the living room, there was silence. Jiang Yunzhi. Butler Chen. To be honest, madam, I think I need to call the police. Butler Chen couldn't take it anymore and covered his ears, walking away. Jiang Yunzhi smiled slightly, I understand. Fortunately, she had never liked Shen Xuzhou. Otherwise, she would have left a permanent record. Why is he so happy? A voice came from behind her. It was Yin Wenjing. Is it good? Jiang Yunzhi turned around, took Yin Wenjing's hand, and pulled him to sit beside her. Are you jealous? She leaned in and blinked a few times. Yin Wenjing's gaze swept over her lips, and he lightly replied. Jiang Yunzhi cupped his face with both hands, wanting to comfort him. Not jealous, not jealous. Those abs are all drawn, not as good as yours. Yin Wenjing pulled her into his embrace, his lips parting meaningfully. Is this how Madam comforts people? Jiang Yunzhi racked her brains and pecked at his lips. Is that enough? Not enough. She kissed Yin Wenjing again. Somehow, they ended up kissing, and after it ended, her lips were slightly swollen. Yan Wenjing buried his face in her neck, gently inhaling her fragrance, his thin lips curling up, a hint of a smile in his deep-set eyes. His little rose is really easy to fool. The next day, Shen Xuzhou saw the trending topic on Weibo. Bam! The phone smashed to pieces.